Chuj has been graduated from university for a year now. At the age of 22, still residing in a modest two-bedroom apartment. Yul is Chug's girlfriend during their campus days. They were a striking couple, enveloped in tender affection. However, after graduation, the mundane realities of life, rice, oil, and salt have led Yul's ambitions to swell, increasingly influenced by the competitive atmosphere of the workplace. To her, Chuj now epitomizes mediocrity, trapped in a 9-to-5 routine. Chuj sometimes finds himself perplexed by the notion that, despite being surrounded by the same people in a different setting, the essence of their interactions has shifted. He struggles to comprehend Yul, recognizing that there are two types of vain girls. One is overtly ostentatious, while the other appears harmless, but when placed in the right environment, suitable warmth, soil, and moisture will allow her greedy ambitions to flourish uncontrollably. Yul belongs to the latter category. One morning, in their rented accommodation, Yul cast a sorrowful glance at Chuj before dragging her suitcase out the door without a backward glance. Chuj, smoking and surveying the chaotic battlefield that was their shared space, let out a cold laugh. Is this meant to be a lingering memory? Indeed, Yul had left, abandoning him despite their once fervent vows of eternal love. She was pragmatic, having generously granted Chuj a year to find his footing. This was understandable if Yul was destined for wealth and success. Chuj believed he ought to let her go. Stubbornness provided Chuj with his final shred of dignity. He bore no resentment after all. Who could blame him for being so ordinary? After venting his frustrations, he stepped outside for some fresh air. In truth, Chug's family was relatively well off, not excessively wealthy, but comfortable enough. His father, Chuz Hongliang, owned a small factory, ensuring a modest yet stable livelihood. Chuj was ambitious, yearning to carve his own path rather than simply inherit his father's business. Beneath the vast cerulean sky, with seagulls soaring overhead, the ocean stretched out infinitely, its salty waves crashing against the rocky shore. At the end of the coastline lay a theme park where a decommissioned warship rested by the sea. Chuj had visited this ship countless times, and as he ascended the gangway, he felt compelled to bid farewell to the vessel that had been his companion for 4 years. It was a weekday, and with few tourists about, Chuj navigated his way to his favorite spot beneath the ship's formidable artillery. How majestic you once were, a hero in your prime. Now lying here, are you not lonely and forlorn? Suddenly, the sky darkened, a thick cloud forming ominously above the warship. Z! A bolt of lightning struck down, electricity dancing across the cannon. Chuj, startled by the crackling energy, exclaimed, "Hey, I was just making an idle remark, no need to take offense." The electricity surged, coalescing into a single powerful current that shot directly toward him. Grandma! Chuj was enveloped in darkness, a tingling sensation coursing through him as an unseen force surged into his mind. He awoke with a start, a faint flicker of electricity vanishing from his eyes. Before him, the cannon transformed, reminiscent of a scene from Transformers, morphing into a brand new artillery piece. Is this a fully functional naval cannon? Chuj recognized its significance. This decommissioned warship had been developed by Huaxia decades ago when the nation was impoverished and its navy was in dire straits. This 130mm dual-barrel cannon had originally served as a coastal defense gun, meticulously adapted by the older generation of experts for naval use. Now, under Chug's vision, the cannon was reborn equipped with an automatic loading system, a retractable stealth turret, and an enhanced firing rate. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the basic military industry system. As a first-day reward, the upgrade plan for the cannon before you has been issued. Upgrades require activation in specific military settings. Best of luck, host. I have awakened a system? Oh my, the Chuj family tomb is surely smoking with prosperity. Wait a minute. Does the system have any tasks that directly offer monetary rewards? Nothing too difficult, perhaps a reward of 10 billion? The system remained unresponsive. Or perhaps I could be transformed into a superhero Spider-Man, Captain America, the Hulk. Well, maybe not the Hulk. The system remained aloof. Hey system, big brother, daddy? Chuj felt a sense of confusion. The system's arrival had been abrupt, and its departure equally decisive. Well, at least it's better than nothing. I need to think this through. With a lingering glance at the cannon, Chuj turned to leave. Strolling along the beach, elated by the discovery of the system, the shadows that had clouded his heart dissipated. Let's set a modest goal 100 million. And then Chuj suddenly recalled Yul. He stood by the shore, contemplating for a long while, ultimately deciding to let her go. The possibility of rekindling their relationship depended on their shared values. In a peaceful breakup like that of Chuj, and you'll often prove to be the most irrevocable. This was fundamentally different from couples who frequently quarreled, only to split in a moment of emotional turmoil. Having come to this understanding, Chuj resolved to temporarily set aside matters of the heart. His immediate priority was the military system. He needed to transcribe the upgrade plan bestowed upon him by the system. After an entire afternoon, he finally completed the document, gazing at the thick stack of papers with a smile. The blueprints contained within could very well pave a prosperous path for him. With the letter complete, Chuj began to strategize on how to ensure it reached the right hands. He had at Yinjing Weapons Research Institute. They specialized in such matters and would likely recognize its value. A quick search confirmed they indeed had a mailing address. Chuj carefully placed the letter into an envelope, double-checking the address before hurrying to the post office. At the entrance of the post office, Chuj released a sigh of relief, looking up at the sky. Dear heavens, the rest is up to you. A sleepless night ensued. The following day, Chuj awoke without having eaten, squeezing onto a crowded bus to get to work, determined to avoid reprimand from his superiors for tardiness. Chuj worked as a real estate agent. The job lacked technical complexity, initially taken on as a temporary measure until he found a suitable position. To his surprise, his relentless dedication had yielded commendable results. In this line of work, high performance equated to high pay, and nobody would turn their backs on money, leading Chuj to continue in this role for over a year. However, good fortune was fleeting. After the new year, the government implemented restrictions on the real estate market, plunging it into a winter of discontent, and Chuj's performance plummeted. With his high salary gone and his girlfriend lost, he couldn't help but feel a pang of self-pity. The research institute is located in the capital, Yinjing, over 1,000 kilometers away. I doubt I can reach it today. What a torment. Chuj, what are you daydreaming about? Chuj looked up to see Suhui standing before him, eyebrows raised. Meditating? Huh. Have you become so lazy that you can't even come up with a decent excuse? Though times are tough for everyone, you need to learn to adapt. There are opportunities to exploit, and you must seize them. Don't maintain such a lofty demeanor. In this society, securing bonuses and high salaries is paramount. Suhui launched into a tirade as the store manager. Her salary was tied to performance, and Chug's success directly influenced her bonuses. Thus, she often resorted to less than ethical means to procure listings or to take advantage of clients when selling properties, navigating a web of gray contracts. Chuj refused to play along. He understood what a home represented for ordinary people, an investment of their entire life savings, often spanning 2 generations. He simply couldn't bring himself to deceive them for a few thousand. Yet, in a world where people perish for wealth, it was no wonder Suhui looked down on him. This month, Chuj, if you continue like this, you might as well walk out on your own. Your lofty ideals don't suit our little establishment. Suhui tossed out a harsh ultimatum before sashaying away. Chuj shook his head in resignation. In Yinjing, at the Huaxia Weapons Research Institute, Wang Yun furrowed her brow as she examined the letter, her sturdy military uniform failing to conceal her feminine curves. The beautiful female officer served as a clerk at the institute, yet she found herself baffled by the contents of the letter titled Upgrade Plan for Naval Artillery Systems. How could such specialized material be casually mailed? Was this a passionate youth amongst the masses? Could it be mere folly? After much contemplation, Wang Yun decided to escalate the matter to her superiors in the military. No detail was too trivial. By the time Academician Chen received the letter, an hour had passed. After scrutinizing it thoroughly, he was taken aback. The content wasn't classified, but was certainly confidential. A glance at the envelope revealed no affiliations with any known organizations. This was indeed puzzling. After a moment's thought, he picked up the phone. Wang Yun, book me a flight for tomorrow. Where to? Y City. Chapter 2. A glimpse of the elite. The following day, a weekend. Chu meandered through the streets, and by some strange twist of fate, found himself wandering into Panjiayuan, the bustling CBD of Y City, which housed nearly all the major corporations in the area. Here, one would find not just white-collar workers, but also the Armée de la Armée of professionals. Yu Lu was also present. Having graduated in finance and currently working as an administrative secretary, though she rarely spoke of her job. Nevertheless, her salary must be quite substantial, as Chu recalled seeing her cosmetics, presumably all imported, displayed on her vanity. Suddenly, his phone vibrated in his pocket, and Chu nonchalantly answered the call. What is up? Hello, young man. May I ask if you're Chu? Oh, hello, sir. I thought I was speaking to a colleague. Not at all. Are you in Y City? I'm Manhwa from the Weapon Research Institute. I specifically came to Y City regarding the naval gun upgrade proposal you sent us. Chu felt a surge of joy. It seemed his gamble had paid off. Hello, Mr. Chen. I'm here, currently at Panjiayuan, the most dapper figure by the fountain in black attire. After hanging up, Chu felt elated, whistling as he gazed at a tall building adorned with glass facades. Below, Yu Lu was conversing animatedly with her colleagues. Upon spotting Chu by the fountain, Her brows furrowed, and after a moment's hesitation, she told her colleague, Xiao Min, you go ahead. I need to take care of something. All right. Chu Gu tilted his head, admiring the tallest building in Y City, lost in thought. Chu Gu, what are you doing here? You Lu. You startled me. Stop with the playful banter. Didn't we clarify everything? What is going on? Can't a grown man either hold his ground or let go? Enough, enough. I'm not here to seek you out. Do what you must. Chu Gu understood that Yu Lu was not in the mood to see him. And he hadn't intentionally crossed paths with her. Himph, you're just stubborn. You. Chu Gu was momentarily at a loss for words. You wouldn't believe a word I say. We're just not on the same wavelength. With that, Chu Gu turned and walked away. In a nearby Western restaurant, Yu Lu greeted Xiao Min with a smile before taking a seat. They were there for lunch. Xiao Min was both a colleague and a close friend of Yu Lu's. After moving out from Chu Gu's place, she had sought refuge with Xiao Mai and that him? He looks quite handsome and tall. Yes, that's about his only merit. Otherwise, why would I have been blind enough to like him back in school? True, looks won't fill your stomach. I think you made the right decision, Lulu. While you're young, don't waste time on such people. Let us not talk about him. Let us eat, Wai Yulu mumbled, genuinely wishing to avoid discussing Chu Gu in front of her colleague. It was embarrassing. By the fountain, Chu Gu remained unfazed. Some matters were best left in the past, and he held no grudge against Yulu. Everyone had their aspirations, and at present, his ambitions lay elsewhere. Suddenly, a military jeep pulled up in front of Chu Gu, and an elderly gentleman with graying hair but a vibrant demeanor stepped out. Take it easy. You must be Mr. Chun. Chu Gu hurriedly approached to lend a hand. Not necessary, young man. I'm not so frail that I can't get out of the car. Haha, indeed. You appear quite robust. After stepping out, Manhwa scrutinized Chu Gu, nodding with a smile. A handsome young lad. At least you're not boasting. Haha. Chu Gu scratched his head, feeling the curious glances from passers-by. A military vehicle in the bustling city was indeed a sight to behold, especially with an energetic elder in uniform, drawing the attention of many. Yulu, dining above, noticed the commotion and wondered how Chu Gu, a non-local student, came to know someone from the military. Xiao Chu, let us talk in the car. Sure. Once in the vehicle, the military green jeep swiftly turned and vanished from view. Inside, the two engaged in lively conversation. Xiao Chu, I must say, I'm quite impressed with the depth of your knowledge. Though your report has yet to be validated, based on my experience, it appears to hold no logical flaws. It should be fine. Precisely why I've come to invite you to Yinjing. This report, drafted by you, requires your oversight for further details, and I'd like to meet you in person. Chu Gu readily agreed and accompanied academician Shen without further delay, boarding a flight to Yinjing. Xiao Chu, how did you research those theories? Academician Shen inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. My major is mechanical engineering. I've always been involved with such matters. My father is a mechanical technician, so I've been immersed in this from a young age. Chu Gu had prepared his response in advance, unwilling to betray his system father. Oh, that makes sense. Compared to you, my grandson falls significantly short. He is about your age and seems to spend all his time chasing girls. Academician Shen's eyes momentarily clouded with nostalgia. Well, he is certainly better than me. You, my boy, have quite the silver tongue. In truth, Chu Gu wished to clarify that, Mr. Chun, I'm not lying. Your grandson truly surpasses me. Having recently been cast aside, in the capital of Huaxia, Yinjing, a city steeped in history, outside the pristine new terminal, a military jeep sped towards the Weapon Research Institute. When Chu Gu first laid eyes on Wang Yun, he was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated encountering such a young and beautiful woman at the institute, as he had imagined all researchers to resemble academician Chen. Oh, Wang Yun, allow me to introduce you. This is Chu Gu. Hello. Chu Gu extended his right hand. Hello. Wang Yun was somewhat astonished. She had just handled the report the previous day and knew that this young man before her was its author. She had expected a scholar or a professor, not. After a brief respite, Chu Gu followed academician Chen to the conference room, where they were eager to validate some findings. The conference room was spacious and filled to capacity with attendees. Upon entering, Chu Gu found a corner to sit, and academician Chen made no effort to stop him, instead walking cheerfully to the podium. Meanwhile, Wang Yun distributed documents, revealing the very report authored by Chu Gu. Before we begin, I must state a few points. Today's meeting is confidential. The materials in hand are for circulation only. No photographs are permitted, and nothing may be taken from this room. Academician Shan stated with a serious expression. All right, this document pertains to the upgrade proposal for the naval gun system. You are all experts in related fields. Please review it and share your thoughts in half an hour. Understood, the audience replied, then began to scrutinize the documents, exchanging astonished glances throughout. Chu Gu, feeling somewhat idle, glanced around, as the contents of that report were already ingrained in his mind. As Wang Yun served water to the scholars, She didn't forget to pour a glass for Chu, her graceful figure flitting in front of him. After a while, a middle-aged man resembling a scholar looked up, astonished, and asked academician Chun, "Old Chen, who authored this report? The mechanical foundation is incredibly solid, and it even presents some innovations. I find its feasibility remarkably high." "Everyone, what are your thoughts?" "Agreed, agreed," came the chorus of voices in unison. "Very well." Academician Shin beamed, beckoning Chu forward. Chu hurriedly approached. "Chu, allow everyone to meet the mind behind this research report. Hello, esteemed uncles and grandfathers." Chu greeted with familiarity. "Is this a joke? Have they found a ghostwriter? This lad appears to be no more than 20. Incredible, simply incredible. Huaxia truly is a land of talent." The room buzzed with excitement, resembling a marketplace. Silence. "Since everyone recognizes this report, I hereby announce the immediate establishment of a new naval gun system research group, with myself as the group leader and Chu as the deputy leader. The members are as follows." Once academician Xian made his decision, the attendees readily complied and nodded in agreement. After the meeting concluded, many cast curious glances at Chu as they passed by, a mixture of intrigue, skepticism, and encouragement evident on their faces. Once everyone had departed, an elder approached academician Xian. "Old Xian, is this really settled? Isn't it a bit premature? Old Huang, do you doubt my judgment? This lad has no issues, and as for his background, I've already arranged for an investigation." "That's reassuring. The Research Institute provided accommodations?" And academician Xian extended the highest courtesy to Chu, even arranging a dinner for him that evening, causing a stir throughout the institute as news spread of the impressive newcomer. "Is spring finally arriving for me?" "Not yet. We can't relax. We must wait for the experimental validation to be secure." Tossing and turning in bed, Chu remained oblivious to the frenzy unfolding within the institute as arrangements for the research group commenced. Securing experimental sites and coordinating with the security department. Chapter 3. Dilraba nuclear fusion devices. The next day, Chu was awakened by a series of urgent knocks on his door. He leapt out of bed, hastily opening the door without even putting on his pants, only to find Wang Yun standing outside, her face flushed with embarrassment. There's a minor issue at the experimental lab that I'd like to consult you about. Academician Chen requested your presence." With that, she dashed away. Is she blushing? At the Weapon Research Institute's laboratory, academician Chen waved at Chu from afar. "Xiao Chu, I have good news. After discussions with several of our experts, I must say your proposal for the arching projectile system is simply outstanding. It's more efficient, more stable, and more compact. The retractable stealth structure of the naval artillery is also remarkably innovative. This report possesses immense value." "Haha, Grandpa Chun must be encouraging me." "There is encouragement, but even more so, there is praise. Xiao Chu, I wish to solemnly convey to you that your proposal is highly likely to become a reality. Just imagine, the cannon you designed sailing through the vast azure depths of the ocean. What a profound honor that would be." Chu scratched his head, feeling a bit situa. "By the way, old Chen, I heard from Wang Yun that you called me here due to some difficulties." "Oh, right. The data for the retractable structures of the stealth turret needs your input." "All right." A few minutes later, the issue was easily resolved. It was a piece of cake for Chu. Since he was there, he chose to stay with everyone, rushing over whenever someone had a question, becoming a versatile soldier. By the end of the day, Chu felt his calves trembling, yet the effort bore fruit. He had won the complete trust of these experts and engineers with his expertise. No one would dare question the origin of that report anymore. Especially the esteemed academicians who regarded Chu with increasing fondness, akin to a mother-in-law eyeing her son-in-law, all secretly vying to mentor him. This young man is a rare talent, a once-in-a-century find. If he falls under someone's tutelage, with just a little guidance, he is sure to surpass his predecessors. Following him would elevate anyone by half a head. After a week of intensive operations, the plan was swiftly implemented. With the main subsystems nearly ready, all that remained was assembly and transport to the testing grounds for live-fire trials. 3 days later, Chu accompanied academician Xian to the western city of Ji, home to the largest weapon testing base in Huaxia, where new military technology in air, land, and sea was primarily developed. Chu could hardly contain his excitement. A weapon testing base, how exhilarating! As the plane took off, Chu savored the rare opportunity to sit in business class, reclining comfortably. "Excuse me, could you please make some space?" A gentle voice sent a shiver down Chu's spine. A tall girl entered. Her long, flowing hair dark and fragrant, her features exquisite, though partially obscured by oversized sunglasses. Chu thought she must be a great beauty. "Hey, have we met before? You look so familiar," he remarked, genuinely puzzled. "I'm sorry, but I shouldn't know you," she replied curtly. Okay then." Chu decided to mind his own business. He wasn't one to push when rebuffed. An hour later, he was jolted awake, finding his hand resting on the girl's chest. She looked at him in shock. "Mouth agape? No, Chugu quickly covered her mouth. She struggled, her sunglasses falling to the side. As he caught sight of her face, he was startled. Wait, aren't you? At that critical moment, his mind went blank, staring at the girl who still squirmed. If I let go, you won't scream, right? You know I was just sleeping. I had no idea you suddenly leaped into my arms. Yes, I was too forward. I apologize, can you give me a chance? Chugu babbled, pleading. The girl gestured with her hand, and he promptly released her, lowering his head obediently. I remember now. You're the famous actress Diliriba, the lead in Peach Blossom. Enough! Diliriba's temper flared, born into privilege. She had been sheltered until the age of 18, quickly discovered in the entertainment industry due to her stunning looks and decent acting skills, rising to become one of the hottest young actresses in Huaxia. Yet, there was one notable point. Diliriba had never been in a relationship. Before 18, her powerful family made it difficult for suitors to approach her. After that, she simply had no time. Thus, having never even been kissed, she found herself in this intolerable situation today. Diliriba remained silent, glaring at Chugu with gritted teeth. Chugu glanced at the other young lady beside him, who had been pouting for the past 20 minutes. Her eyes casting daggers at him. So, Naza, what would it take for you to stop being angry? If possible, I'd like to cut off your hand. That seems a bit extreme, doesn't it? Humph, I think it's still not enough. This conversation was going nowhere. Chugu decided to ignore her. After all, it was her own fault for coming over. The plane was about to land, and he needed to prepare for his work. Glancing back at the still fuming Diliriba, he shook his head in resignation. As the plane descended, he added, I have urgent matters to attend to. Here's my number. If you feel I owe you any compensation, think it over and give me a call. With that, he hurriedly left, not wishing to linger in this contentious place. Diliriba crumpled the paper into a ball, ready to throw it but stopped herself. She wouldn't give him the satisfaction. Revenge? I must get back at him. As Chugu followed the convoy into the base, he felt a rush of excitement. Having missed the chance to enlist, he had inadvertently entered the military in this manner. Wang Yun brought Chugu to the dormitory, bustling about to ensure he was settled before departing. That girl is adorable, but Diliriba is terrifying. How could I have idolized her for so long? I'm no longer a fan. Diliriba was there to film, and she took her work seriously. Despite the harsh conditions of the Gobi Desert, she diligently fulfilled the director's requirements. She was quite looking forward to this trip. Aside from the incident on the plane, the Gobi Desert housed Huaxia's satellite base, and Naza had long harbored a passion for space. The stars and the ocean were her dreams, as testing proceeded methodically in the experimental base. The following afternoon, Wang Yun came to invite Chugu to the testing site. It worked. The researchers embraced each other, and academician Sean came over to hug Chugu. Xiao Chu, you are truly a genius. We old fellows are really getting on in years. Thank you immensely for your contributions to our country. This is what I ought to do, old Chun, Chugu replied dismissively, needing to feign humility as the military-industrial complex, after a long silence, finally stirred, inundating him with a plethora of documents. Brother, how long have you been holding this back? Chapter 4. Controlled Nuclear Fusion, Handgun Advancement Plan, Rifle Advancement Plan, Unmanned Systems Advancement Plan, Bulletproof Armor Advancement Plan, Communication Radar Technology Advancement Plan, Controlled Nuclear Fusion Advancement Plan. As he surveyed the multitude of advancement schemes in his mind, Chugu was elated. System Dad, you're amazing. To provide so many options at once is quite generous. I feel a bit embarrassed, haha. I'll treat you to a massage later. However, with the system presenting so many plans, Chugu faced a dilemma. Which one should he research first? This was a technical challenge. System Recommendation. Controlled Nuclear Fusion. The Small-Scale Nuclear Fission Advancement Plan. Controlled nuclear fusion could be applied in engines, power generation, and various civilian fields, serving as the cornerstone of high-tech innovation. If we're going to do it, let us do it big, Chugu resolved. Isn't it better to create something groundbreaking than just another firearm? Wait, who just spoke? System Dad. Dad? You finally decided to speak. Chugu felt as if he had found a long-lost relative. His voice trembling. Beep, congratulations to the host for successfully activating one of the core functions, the interactive system. The interactive system will provide guidance and support when necessary. The system will grow alongside the host to activate other subsystems. Stay tuned. Enough talk. First turn me into a superhero. I want to show off, Chugu unabashedly declared. Not currently supported. Then can I at least withdraw $1 billion? Not currently supported. Chuji's boiling enthusiasm cooled instantly. Fine. I'll just focus on my solar project. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, everyone at the base woke up early, only to realize something was amiss. The time was off. Yesterday at this time, it was still dark. Today, it was already bright. As they grasped the situation, they discovered that the light was not from the sky but emanating from a particular location within the base, the laboratory. When academician Chen saw Chugu emerge holding a device, he was left utterly dumbfounded. Chu was enveloped in light, appearing almost ethereal, like a celestial being descending. Is that Xiao Chu? It seems so. What is he holding? I feel as though I'm still dreaming. Academician Shun. Here as the superconducting tokamak device. All the experimental data and video materials are in the lab. I'm dead tired. So I'm heading to catch some sleep. Casually tossing the device to old Chun, Chu paid no mind to the astonished gazes around him, striding back to his dormitory. Superconducting tokamak? What on earth is this? It feels as if I've seen the sun. Academician Chun felt a wave of confusion wash over him. While others were oblivious to the intricacies of the superconducting tokamak device, he was all too aware of its perilous nature. After a brief moment of bewilderment, he finally came to a realization. Security Department. Initiate a complete lockdown of the base, particularly in this laboratory. Additionally, assign a team to guard the Chuj dormitory, ensuring 24-hour surveillance. Excuse me, I must make a phone call. Execute the orders. In the laboratory, Qin gazed at the experimental videos of Chuj from the past 3 days. What a remarkable young man. You truly have opened my eyes. I can hardly fathom what your future holds. At the Ministry of Science and Technology, Wu Jiangwo was engrossed in his documents when the phone on his desk rang. Hello, Jiangwo, it's me, Chunhua. You finally decided to call. Aren't you at the base? Has the experiment been successful? Wu Jiangwo inquired eagerly, knowing that Academician Shun was leading the team and had been anxiously awaiting news. Never mind that system for now. I'm sending you some documents that you need to review immediately. With a sharp click, Chen ended the call. Wu Jiangwo rose to pour himself a glass of water, then turned his attention to the computer screen displaying the superconducting tokamak experimental data. After thoroughly examining the material, he clicked on a video, which included surveillance footage of Chuj holding the tokamak device. He hurriedly dialed Chen back. Hello, Academician Chen. Who is this young man? Oh, he is the developer of the new naval cannon system. By the way, the naval cannon system experiment was a resounding success, truly flawless. Fantastic, Academician Chen. You have stumbled upon a priceless gem. Be sure to nurture him well. I will come over immediately. Wu Jiangwo, forgetting to book a flight, made a call and promptly set off for the military airport. Meanwhile, the base returned to its usual state, albeit with noticeable enhancements to security. Special operations teams were stationed, outdoor access was forbidden, and certain dormitories were off-limits. Chuj awoke several hours later, and as he stepped out of his dormitory, he was met by a salute from several fully armed soldiers. Sir? I'm not. What's going on? After a moment of internal conflict, he accepted the situation, attributing it to the chemical reactions induced by the superconducting tokamak. Seems I made the right choice, he mused, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Within the base, a unique scene unfolded. A young man accompanied by 2 armed guards, their sharp gazes vigilantly scanning for any unauthorized approach. While others were barred from entering certain areas, he moved with ease. Personnel from the Weapons Research Institute regarded him with utmost respect, their eyes filled with admiration. Chuj completed a circuit of the base and entered the laboratory. Xiao Chu, have you rested well? Academician Shun inquired with concern. Yes, Academician, I feel invigorated, Chuj replied. Excellent, come here. I would like to introduce you to Commander Wang, who oversees the daily operations of the base. A robust middle-aged man with a resolute demeanor approached. So, you are the legendary Chuj? Quite impressive. Such youth and remarkable achievements. China's future relies on young talents like you. He enthusiastically shook Chuj's hand, nodding vigorously. Salute. Chuj responded with a crisp, formal salute. Previously, the highest-ranking official he had encountered was his military training class leader. Now, faced with a commander, his fervor for military service rekindled. Look at our Xiao Chu, standing so tall and proud, dressed in military attire, he could easily pass for a competent soldier. Hold on, old Wang, you can't just say that. You'd best keep your thoughts to yourself. Academician Chen quickly interjected. Who knows, it might not be out of the question, right, Xiao Chu? Chuj scratched his head, realizing that these two were once again teasing him. At that moment, a tall and imposing soldier entered. Report, Commander Wang, the filming crew just called to inquire about the previous agreement to assist them. Yes, I'm aware of that matter, but we need to reduce the number of personnel. The base has other missions? Commander Wang waved his hand decisively. The filming crew. Perhaps there will be celebrities involved. Chuj thought to himself, a plan forming in his mind. Commander Wang, Academician Shun, since I have nothing pressing, I would like to go take a look. Commander Wang glanced at Academician Shun, and both nodded. Very well, but exercise caution, Captain Gong. I entrust Chuj to you. Ensure his safety, or I will hold you accountable. Yes, Commander. I assure you I will fulfill this duty. A soldier affirmed robustly as they set off in 2 military vehicles. Chuj sought a breath of fresh air, feeling the weight of the gazes directed at him within the base. The filming location was over 50 kilometers from the base, and the military vehicles sped across the desolate Gobi Desert until they reached their destination. Upon disembarking, Chuj saw a series of military green tents lined up across the landscape. In fact, Many film productions receive support from the military. Certain scenes can only be convincingly portrayed by actual soldiers. After a segment of filming concluded, the director gathered everyone in the largest tent. Captain Gong, we sincerely appreciate the support from your base's personnel. It is our duty. Now, everyone take a break while I call the actors for the next scene. There's no rush. Let's have some water. Understood. We'll follow your lead, director. I've arrived. A tantalizing aroma wafted through the air. Familiar yet puzzling to Chuj. Oh, Naza is here. Since everyone is resting, you all should get acquainted. As Chuj turned, he locked eyes with Dilraba Dilmurat. You? It's you, you scoundrel, Dilraba hissed, her demeanor akin to a furious cat. Madam, I must implore you to watch your words. Should you disrespect the commander again, I shall not hesitate to retaliate. Captain Gong interjected, stepping protectively in front of Chuj. Commander? Naza, there must be some misunderstanding. Director G, experienced in handling tense situations, rose to diffuse the awkwardness. Commander? Both Director G and Dilraba were taken aback. How could this be? He is so young. Commander, my heavens, recalling the incident on the plane is mortifying. Dilraba stood frozen, her face a canvas of embarrassment. Captain Gong, it's all right. I actually know this esteemed celebrity, and there was merely a slight misunderstanding, Chuj remarked, stepping in to ease the tension. See, I told you. Come, everyone, take a seat. Director G pulled Chuj down beside him, and the two engaged in quiet conversation, punctuated by laughter. Dilraba observed Chuj, her mind swirling with questions. Who is this person? Does he have some sort of background? After that day, Dilraba had replayed the incident in her mind, gradually dismissing the idea that Chuj was a rogue. She realized that she had simply lost her balance due to turbulence while standing. Watching Chuj converse animatedly with Director G, she felt a mix of emotions. Chuj, meanwhile, stole glances at Dilraba, noticing her furrowed brow and intent gaze, her adorable nose twitching, and her lips shimmering. Chapter 5. Chuj was still uncertain. Moments later, everyone rose to resume filming, and seizing the opportunity, Chuj approached Dilraba from behind. Ahem, esteemed celebrity, let's reintroduce ourselves. I am Chuj, the one surrounded by adversity. Humph, so you finally recognize me? I distinctly recall someone who could not remember my name on the plane. That was merely a moment of excitement, I must confess. I am a devoted fan of yours. I took quite a beating from my girlfriend in school for your sake. Chuj recounted animatedly. Your girlfriend must be quite pleased with you. Well, one would think so. Otherwise, she wouldn't have kicked me to the curb, would she? What? She dared to kick you? Dilraba glanced at the guards flanking Chuj. Perhaps she was put off by my lack of wealth and capability. Is she blind? Of course, there are various reasons, but I'm too lazy to explain, Chuj replied, finding himself in an intimate conversation with the television star, his heart racing at the proximity of his idol. Dilraba, down-to-earth and unpretentious, was quite charming. It was no wonder she was hailed as one of the four little flowers of China. As they continued their whispered exchanges, the distant roar of engines suddenly filled the air. Moments later, a massive helicopter descended, circling overhead before landing nearby. Chuj squinted at the prominent military insignia on the aircraft and shielded Dilraba from the wind and sand with his coat. Emerging from the helicopter was none other than Academician Chen. Accompanied by a cultured middle-aged man, Chuj hurried to greet them. Academician Chen, what brings you here? Is there something amiss? Academician Chen gestured to the man beside him. This is Director Wu Jiangwo from the Ministry of Science and Technology. Hello, Director. Greetings, young Chuj. My apologies for intruding. Your brilliance was simply too radiant to ignore, and I feared that if I delayed, you would be whisked away. Academician Chen chuckled heartily at the exchange. All right, let's return directly to the base. If there is anything to say, do it back there. Don't disturb the filming. Academician Chen glanced at Delina Jia, who looked utterly bewildered behind Chu Gu. All right. Well then, you two leaders go ahead. I'll follow behind you. Wu Jiangwo patted Chu Gu on the shoulder and strode towards the military aircraft. As Chu Gu walked a short distance, he suddenly remembered something, turned around to look at Delina Jia, pointed at the phone, and smiled faintly before boarding the plane. Only then did Delina Jia realize that this guy had left, even abandoning the coat that shielded her from the wind and sand. Watching the military aircraft roar into the sky, she felt a twinge of reluctance in her heart. Moments later, the helicopter landed steadily at the base. In the conference room, several people sat in the office. And Wu Jiangwo looked at Chu Gu earnestly and asked, Xiao Chu, I've been thinking about it all the way. How about joining our Department of Science and Technology? Director Wu, please give me a few days. I am still not sure. No rush. No rush. Here is a document bag. Inside is your academician certificate. Please don't decline this. Chu Gu's mind momentarily short-circuited, leaving him momentarily speechless. What do you mean, With your current abilities, you definitely deserve this honor, Director Wu asserted firmly. Ding. Host earns 5,000 honor points, a friendly reminder. Reach 10,000 points for a surprise. What surprise? Classified for now. Damn, why do I feel like you're trying to mess with me? Are honor points that hard to come by? You guess? Do you think your guess is tougher than my head? Chugu glanced at the massive pillar nearby. All right, let us not be impulsive. Honor is officially granted. Gaining an additional title brings 5,000 points, which isn't particularly difficult. That's more like it, Chugu said, his face brimming with pride. Once the matter was settled, Wu Jiangwo hurriedly returned to Yinjing. In the base dormitory, Chugu reflected on Director Wu's parting words, feeling a surge of excitement. System Father, our partnership is finally coming into play. Chugu caught sight of the document bag, took out the gilded red booklet, and caressed it, gradually solidifying his resolve. A notification interrupted Chugu. Friend request from Xiao Tiantian. Guess who I am? Naja Xiao Tiantian. Are you insulting my intelligence? Boring by the way. Big Rogue, have you left G-City? Not yet. Wait, who's the rogue? Do you believe I'll rush over to show you what a rogue looks like? You dare? Haha. Has the filming wrapped up? Almost. The scenes in the Gobi Desert are done. Next, we'll head to Y-City for more shooting. Y-City? Chugu pondered. After exchanging light banter for a while, Delina Zhao went to sleep, saying she had to get up early to film a scene at dawn. Chugu sighed, realizing that even big stars lead such busy lives. Thinking back to his own past, he couldn't help but blush. The experts from the Weapons Research Institute gathered early today to return to the Research Institute. As Chugu's super tokamak needed to be sent back for disassembly and research. Chugu was among them. This time they did not take a flight but were directly escorted by the military. Chugu understood that such an important item could not afford the slightest mishap. In the following days, Chugu remained busy, guiding the super tokamak project. No engineer would dare to act recklessly. A tiny mistake could lead to catastrophic consequences. During this time, he maintained contact with Delina Zhao via phone, gradually becoming more familiar, like old friends who hadn't seen each other for years. With endless conversations, Delina Zhao mentioned she had also left the Gobi Desert and was now filming in Y-City. After completing a phase of research, Chugu requested leave from Academician Chen and boarded a plane straight to Y-City. Unable to resist Academician Chen's arrangements, he brought Captain Gong along. Captain Gong, a second lieutenant, had a strong physique, clearly a capable individual with considerable combat skills. Academician Chu, we will protect you in secret. Generally, we won't intervene, so don't worry. Captain Gong seemed to sense Chugu's awkwardness. I appreciate it, but I genuinely feel it's unnecessary. It is necessary. Some people are destined for greatness from birth. Your current status makes you someone we respect deeply. Captain Gong spoke sincerely, leaving Chugu somewhat flustered. After disembarking, Captain Gong vanished. Chugu turned around searching for him but found nothing. The dragon appears but never reveals its tail. Chugu muttered to himself. Big star, here I come. Be ready to treat. You really came? Did you come specially to see me? You're overthinking it. I'm just in Y-City for academic purposes. Stopping by to tidy up some things and see you on the way. Chugu emphasized the phrase on the way. Humph. I knew you didn't have that intention. Fine, considering you traveled all this way. I'll deign to accompany you for a meal. Graced by the goddess, I am honored. Chapter 6. A blow from Delina Zhao. Beside Delina Zhao, her manager, sisterly, watched her starry-eyed smile and thought. Has Na Zhao fallen in love? I must quickly prepare for public relations. In the evening. At Y-City's largest and most luxurious Western restaurant, Chugu sat with a composed demeanor. He arrived early, believing it acceptable for the girl to be late, but disastrous for her to wait for him. Chugu was no stranger to this restaurant. He had passed by several times with Yu Lu but had never dared to step inside. As the prices were beyond the means of a student, gazing at the flickering neon lights outside, Chugu shook his head. Past memories are hard to revisit. Besides the academician appointment letter, the document bag from Director Wu also contained a bank card. Upon checking, it held a staggering 50 million, a fortune for Chugu, yet, he merely glanced at it, feeling little excitement. Compared to the trust and honor bestowed by the Research Institute, monetary gain became secondary. This exemplifies the greatest difference between people. Lacking ability, one desires wealth. Possessing ability, one desires something far more profound. Chugu thoughtfully chose a secluded corner table, considering Delina Zhao's reputation and hoping to avoid any scandal that would label him a rogue. Yulu had put considerable effort into her appearance today. She had just met a promising young financier, and they hit it off well. After some time of mingling, she felt she had finally found her type and had to seize the opportunity. They had agreed to dine together today. Ironically, she used to refrain from dining at such places. Lately, she was on the verge of becoming sick of Western cuisine. When Yulu arrived and didn't see Chugu, her gentlemanly companion pulled out a chair for her. In her eyes now, how could she even notice Chugu? The two were engaged in laughter when Delina Zhao stepped in. Despite wearing large sunglasses, her exquisite features and tall stature, combined with the unique aura cultivated since childhood, captured the attention of Yulu's companion. Delina Zhao scanned the room and walked directly towards Chugu. Only then did Yulu realize that this stunning and graceful girl was there to see him. She felt a surge of irritation. Why did he know such a beautiful woman? Though she was not alone herself, women's thoughts are always so peculiar. During the meal, Yulu couldn't help but glance over at Chugu's table, where the two were laughing and enjoying themselves. By the way, you haven't told me your identity yet. Why do those people call you Commander? Delina Jha asked, her big eyes sparkling. That's a secret for now. I'll let you know when the time is right. I'm not interested. Stop being so full of yourself. But you seem quite impressive, Chugu blurted out, staring at Delina Jha's chest without thinking. Delina Jha wore a snow-white naval shirt today, her delicate neck and defined collarbones visible. You dare bring that up? Ha ha ha. Just then, Chugu's phone rang at the most inopportune moment. Delina Jha playfully stuck out her tongue at him before bouncing off to answer the call. In the distance, Yulu's companion excused himself to the restroom. Unable to resist, she walked over to Chugu. Haven't seen you in months. Wow, you have a new girlfriend? Why are you everywhere? Chugu replied irritably. Dio, you really dare to step into such a restaurant. I hope it's not the lady treating you. I can't be bothered to engage with you, Chugu. Don't think you can just dream of dating a swan. Just because you think you're handsome doesn't mean you can eat that up. Childish. What I choose to eat has nothing to do with you. It does. Just wait until your teeth fall out, and then you'll know the pain. Having my teeth fall out is still better than some people who can't eat properly and rely on others. Delina Jha, as if by divine intervention, appeared and delivered a sharp retort. Yulu shot a glance at Delina Jha, sneered, and prepared to leave. Don't rush off. Let us chat a bit more. I have nothing to say to you. When you find yourself speechless, try not to be so obnoxious, Dado, and Chugu doesn't need to worry about his teeth falling out. I believe I'm not so unpresentable. Delina Jha flicked her hair back, gently removing her sunglasses, revealing her exquisite features. Yulu casually glanced over, then stood there, dumbfounded, as if she had seen a ghost in broad daylight, her mouth agape for quite some time without closing. Why you are that Delina Jha? Absolutely. How did you end up together? Delina Jha walked right up to Chugu, bent down, and gently kissed his forehead. What do you think? After a long pause, Yulu didn't utter another word, silently turning away and mechanically walking back. Chugu hurriedly pulled Delina Jha down to sit. Indeed, one of the four little flowers, her acting skills are remarkable. Chugu had just played the role of an audience member throughout the entire event. You truly benefited from this. Is this the oblivious ex-girlfriend of yours? Ha, a woman's sixth sense is indeed formidable. So, does this count as a breath of fresh air for you? Naza blinked her large eyes. Well, it's acceptable. It seems I haven't wasted my friendship with you. Chugu spoke the truth. He had relished the sight of Yulu's embarrassment. Well then, that settles it. You are treating for this meal. Diliriba Naza flashed a mischievous smile and began to feast heartily. The meal lasted quite a while. And when Chugu looked up again, Yulu had already departed, perhaps feeling disheartened after witnessing Chuji's moment of triumph. Yulu sat silently in the car, while Zhang Yidong, behind the wheel, refrained from asking any questions. In his lexicon, the term simp did not exist, as he considered himself sufficiently exceptional as for those who needed his appeasement. He simply had none. I just saw Diliriba Naza. Yulu exclaimed impatiently. Who? Which one? Who else could it be? Hiss, is it really her? He remembered that commanding woman. Had he known, he would have introduced himself. For him, beauty was plentiful. He was well aware of the strength of the Diliriba family. Zhang Yidong glanced at Yulu, filled with regret, at the Western restaurant. The two indulged in their meal. Are you in a hurry to return? Chugu inquired of Diliriba Naza. Well, not particularly, she replied, neither confirming nor denying her status as a superstar. Shall we catch a movie then? Sure. As they descended the stairs, Diliriba Naza tossed the car keys to Chugu and eagerly hopped into the passenger seat. Chugu glanced over and noticed a striking red Panamera parked by the roadside. He could drive. He had obtained his license back in college, but had always lacked a suitable vehicle. Skillfully shifting gears and accelerating, the Panamera surged forward like a wild stallion, its red taillights fading into the distance. Diliriba Naza, donning a black mask, nestled behind Chugu like a chick trailing its mother, mimicking her every step. Look at that girl. She seems familiar. Which one? That one, wearing the black mask. Right, I just remembered. She looks like Diliriba Naza. Really? Let us go take a look. While Chugu and Naza were engrossed in selecting a film, they didn't notice a few stealthy passers-by slowly approaching. In the distance, several pairs of eyes were fixated on those closing in on Chugu. Captain, should we take action? Wait a moment, Diliriba Naza. Ha, it's really you, Naza. Oh my goddess. A man pointed at Yu Mingming as if he had discovered a new continent. The crowd began to stir. If a young person claimed not to know Diliriba Naza, they would be deemed out of touch with society. Diliriba Naza quickly ducked into Chuji's embrace, ignoring the crowd and whispering in his ear, we need to leave quickly. We won't be able to watch the movie if we stay here much longer. Right? Chugu shielded Diliriba Naza as they made their way outside, but the crowd was reluctant to let them go, snapping photos and even attempting to pull at Chuji at that moment. Several burly men with crew cuts emerged from the shadows, pushing back the throng of fans. Step back, they commanded, relieving some pressure from Chuji's side. Go ahead. We'll follow shortly, Captain Gong said in a low voice. Thank you. Please don't harm them. They're probably just fans. Understood. Who are you? Bodyguards. One of the fans questioned. Be careful. I'm recording everything. With a flurry, several security personnel stepped forward, deftly seizing phones and coldly ordering, delete all videos and pictures immediately, or you will bear the consequences. How imposing. Chugu and Diliriba Naza swiftly hopped into the car, exchanging breathless glances before bursting into laughter in a luxurious villa. Sister Lee was engrossed in her Weibo feed. Diliriba Naza's late-night rendezvous with a mysterious man uncovered. Bodyguards brawl. Sister Lee nearly dropped her tablet in shocked. Why cursed 6 cents? She lamented, shaking her head as she reached for her phone on the couch. Little ancestor, where are you causing a ruckus? I'm on my way back. We'll talk when I return. Diliriba Naza stuck out her tongue at Shugao. I'm going to get scolded by Sister Lee when I get back. Boohoo Chapter 7. Returning to familiar grounds, Chugu plans to buy a villa 2 minutes later. With an elegant flick of the steering wheel, Chugu parked the car steadily in front of the villa gate. There you go, safely delivered. I didn't realize your driving skills were quite commendable, esteemed sir. Just call me by my name. It feels awkward otherwise. By the way, it's hard to get a taxi in this villa area. You drive it away, just take it slow on the road. Diliriba Naza unconsciously began to consider Chuji's convenience. Isn't that inappropriate? Chugu scratched his head, aware that Naza had a point. Stop hesitating. The villa belongs to my father, and we have several cars. Even if you wreck it, he won't notice. With that, Diliriba Naza mischievously winked at Chugu, then bounced inside, leaving him no chance to hesitate. Chugu shook his head helplessly as the roar of the engine faded into the distance. With the wind in his hair, Chugu returned to the long-abandoned rental apartment. After a quick tidy-up, he sprawled out on the bed, drifting into dreams. Meanwhile, Diliriba Naza and Sister Lee were busy with public relations, contacting backup teams, and preparing for a press conference. When everything was finally set, they suddenly discovered that the online posts had mysteriously vanished. Exchanging bewildered glances, feeling as if their efforts had been in vain. Did your friend intervene? Sister Lee quietly asked Diliriba Naza on the balcony. I don't know. Perhaps it seemed like there was some cleanup when we were discovered. Otherwise, we'd still be stuck there. I didn't bring anyone today. Hiss, he the one from the base. Isn't he? Diliriba Naza's cheeks flushed, resembling a girl caught in a moment of embarrassment. Naza, it seems you're blossoming like an iron tree. What, are you smitten? Sister Lee began to gossip. Not at all. We just get along well. It hasn't reached that stage yet. Diliriba Naza's face turned crimson with warmth. All right then, it's even better if it's less complicated. I'm exhausted. I'm off to wash up and sleep. Good night. Diliriba Naza dashed upstairs as if fleeing for her life, feeling that if the conversation continued, she would need to dig a hole to hide in. How mortifying. Although she had never been in love, she found the situation exhilarating. The next day dawned bright and sunny. After waking up naturally, Chugu busied himself cleaning the entire apartment. Gazing at the little 2-bedroom filled with stories, a myriad of emotions surged within him. It was time to find a new place. Determined, Chugu grabbed a bag of bottles and jars and headed downstairs. Real estate agent Su Hui had been facing a string of misfortunes lately. The property market was sluggish, and her business had sharply declined. The headquarters had criticized her more than once, and she was contemplating how to secure her job. Rubbing her temples, she glanced toward the door and spotted a familiar face walking in. Oh, Manager Su, gazing at me so affectionately. I'm not quite used to it. I thought it was someone else. Isn't this Chugu, the young master? What brings you back? To gauge public sentiment. Su Hui's smile was laced with sarcasm. Maybe that's indeed the case, Chugu replied playfully. Well, it's just to come back and collect my salary. Right? I must inform you, Chugu, the company stipulates that 7 days of absence will result in termination, and you won't receive a dime. How many days have you been absent? Oh, fair enough. When you put it that way, it does make sense. Chugu wore a nonchalant expression. He hadn't come for the money today. Want to see you off then, little Lu. Let me accompany you, my esteemed predecessor, Su Hui quipped, leaving while still finding a chance to mock Chugu. All right, Su Jiaidao Ming, rubbing his hands together, approached with a dog-like expression. Don't. I'm not here for the money. I wanted to ask if the villa in Yusher family has been sold yet? Chugu genuinely wasn't looking for trouble. He remembered that villa area was the same one as Diliriba Naza's, with excellent environment and layout, birds chirping and flowers fragrant, and it was also away from the bustling city, providing tranquility.Iny city, not a particularly large city, A decent villa could be around 5 million Huaxia yuan, a price he could easily afford now. Haha, our Chu Gu truly considers himself a young master. Su Hui didn't even glance up. Ha ha ha, Lu Ming laughed uncontrollably beside her. Chu Gu, aside from that face of yours, what else do you have? Not to look down on you, but you can forget about that house for the rest of your life. You should really take a look in the mirror. Exactly, let us go, young Master Chu. Let us not embarrass ourselves here, all right? Chu Gu regarded the two sarcastic individuals, choosing silence as he turned to the neighboring agency. This was the effect he sought. The more they ridiculed, the more satisfying it would be to slap their faces later. Su Jie, hasn't he woken up yet? He has gone to the neighboring agency. He must have taken the wrong medicine today. Haha, I think so too. Haha. Moments later, Chu Gu emerged from the side, followed by a group of people who were respectfully addressing him, several young individuals setting off firecrackers in celebration. Let us go see. Su Hui's expression shifted up. Mr. Chu, thank you for considering us. I'll have someone arrange the paperwork, contract, and keys to be delivered to you shortly. You can move in today. If you have any requests, just call me directly. All right, thank you for your help. As Chu Gu ambled along, he spoke without even casting a glance at Su Hui, and in a flash, he disappeared in his Panamera. This car? His? Could it be that he rented it just to show off? Su Hui pondered. Sister Su, Chu Gu really bought that apartment. I just inquired nearby, and he paid in full with a card on the spot. What? Su Hui plopped down onto the ground, staring blankly at the road that had long since lost its occupant. Her face ashen, shaking her head like a rattled drum. This is impossible. How could he afford it? Over 5 million. Did he really just hand that over to a rival? Meanwhile, Lu Ming discreetly recorded a video, a sly smirk forming at the corners of his mouth, his eyes suddenly brightening with intrigue. Chapter 8. The helicopter's arrival sparks a commotion. Chu Gu drove his sports car, singing merrily all the way to Panjiayuan, executing a graceful drift as he parked beside the fountain. Passers-by, both boys and girls, halted in their tracks, captivated by the sight. The handsome man and his luxurious car became an instant attraction at Panjiayuan. Yu Lu and Chu Min, hand in hand, were just about to head out for a meal. Look, a handsome guy, and he has the rich type. Following Chu Min's gaze, Yu Lu spotted Chu Gu leaning against his car, smoking, and her expression turned icy. Handsome enough, but rich? Not so much. Dio, you know him? Chu Gu, have you forgotten? He was here by the fountain last time too, though. I remember now, your ex-boyfriend. Seems like he is doing well? He has certainly got a wealthy companion. Yu Lu bit her tongue, holding back her words, feeling as if admitting that would mean she had already lost. Huh? Chu Min pouted. As they approached Chu Gu, he turned around, startled to see them. Did I say, miss you? How come you always appear out of nowhere? You scared me. Perhaps you're feeling guilty? What is the matter? Chu Gu rummaged through his car for a while and handed Yu Lu a bag filled with various items. These are yours. I'm moving in a couple of days, and I can't just throw away someone else's things, so I brought them for you. Just toss them. I don't want to see either you or them again. Rest assured, I don't wish to see you either. With that, he executed a perfect arc, tossing the bag of cosmetics straight into the trash bin. Teeth, a freeloader pretending to be a rich and handsome type, murmured Chu Min softly. You. Chu Gu was about to unleash a torrent of insults when his phone rang. Hello, is this Chu Gu, academician Chu? Yes, who is this? Greetings, I'm from the Y City Garrison Command. We received a call from Yinjing. You are to come to Beijing immediately, as there is an urgent order from the Research Institute. Okay, I'm by the fountain at Panjiayuan. Where are you? I'll drive over. All right, academician Chu, please wait there. We'll be quick, goodbye. After hanging up, he muttered, quick. They must not know about the former king of Ouching Mountain, right? Chu Gu grumbled, realizing he hadn't finished venting his frustration, only to turn around and find that Yu Lu and Chu Min had already vanished. 5 minutes later, Chu Gu obediently closed his mouth. A dark green military helicopter hovered above Panjiayuan Square, the roar of its engine deafening, as it gradually descended not far from Chu Gu. Wow, is that a helicopter? In peacetime, the common folk rarely see such things outside of films, and military ones are even rarer. A military transport helicopter, model ZY-20, primarily used by the Army Aviation. Wow, handsome, you really know ALOT.is this a military helicopter? Are they conducting drills? Doesn't he seem like it? Look, there are special forces. With a hiss, a special operations team disembarked from the helicopter, fanning out to secure the area. 2 individuals approached Chu Gu, verified his identity, and then stood at attention, executing a precise military salute. Wow, they're saluting. Who are those people? They don't look very old, I don't know, but they look either rich or powerful, as the crowd murmured amongst themselves. Chu Gu had already boarded the helicopter with the special forces. Minutes later, the helicopter soared into the sky, gradually disappearing from view. Many tourists lingered to watch, and among them were those still in shock, including Yu Lu and Chu Min on the second floor. Lu, your ex-boyfriend doesn't he seem as pitiful as you described? Yulu remained silent, still in shock, as she was the one who knew Chugu best. How is this possible? Chugu. What on earth happened during my absence? Just months ago, he was like an old soldier, and now he is being escorted by a helicopter to work? Who are you? Chugu's first helicopter ride ended in nausea and dizziness, during which he awkwardly asked a nearby soldier if he could borrow a balaclava from the special forces to cover his face. It would at least conceal his humiliation. The handsome soldier shot him a look that seemed to say, "Dude, have you watched too many movies?" The military's efficiency was remarkable. The helicopter landed directly on the runway of a military airport. A gray-black military transport plane was already revving its engines, the blast from its 4 powerful jet turbines leaving Chugu squinting against the wind. The sleek transport plane thundered on the runway, its wings eager to ascend, as if it could hardly wait to soar into the blue sky. Without a moment's pause, Chugu boarded the transport plane and departed Y City. A few hours later, he found himself at the research institute, with Wang Yun trailing behind him like a little shadow, though she had become much more attentive compared to when she first arrived. Wang Yun had cut her hair to a chic bob, her face free of makeup yet radiating a refreshing beauty, and her sharp military uniform accentuated her form almost perfectly. Chugu admired her for a while until her cheeks flushed, prompting him to reluctantly avert his gaze. Chugu, you've finally returned. Academician Chun led a group of key personnel from the institute to welcome him. Hello, Chun Lao, everyone. It's been a few days, and I've missed you all, Xiao Chu. Uve become even more handsome. Whereas that true? Ha ha ha. After a round of polite exchanges, Chugu joined in the bustling experiments. The super tokamak device Chugu had developed at the base was a miniature nuclear fusion reactor, and the institute had relied on this model to perfectly replicate a much larger version, only to fail during the ignition phase. Although they were all elite scientists from the academy, they were largely novices in the field of controlled nuclear fusion, and a mishap could result in disaster. The explosive power of nuclear fusion far exceeds that of atomic bombs. The safety of millions of citizens in the capital was at stake. Thus, even the slightest issue made them hesitant to proceed without Chugu's expertise. The elders unanimously decided to wait for Xiao Chu to return. Chugu didn't decline and rolled up his sleeves, diving into troubleshooting alongside the experts and engineers. After pinpointing a flaw in a set of laser generator components, he decisively chose to use backup parts and meticulously checked everything before successfully igniting the device. Witnessing the brilliantly radiant new apparatus, the core members of the Research Institute erupted in excitement. This was a historic breakthrough. Moreover, based on the data, it was the only one of its kind in the world, a groundbreaking scientific achievement, as controlled nuclear fusion was still considered cutting-edge research, conducted only by a handful of nations, and had yet to succeed. With this breakthrough, Huaxia had emerged as the leader, far surpassing other countries, with the very foundation of this success resting on the shoulders of the 20-something Chugu. It is time to take that step. Academician Chen observed Chugu dancing with joy and meaningfully spoke to a few elder academicians beside him. Are you referring to Xiao Chu's identity? Yes, you know we're getting old, and only by taking that step can we allow Chugu to venture further, to walk more steadily. All right, let us sign together as a group of old men. Agreed, agreed. Chapter 9. The promotion days later, Chugu was at his desk writing an experimental report. He aimed to integrate a unique defense system based on controlled nuclear fusion and laser systems. An idea that had long taken root in his mind, which he continuously refined and validated. Yet, he still felt something was missing. There's no need for such trouble. Once the host's honor is satisfied, corresponding rewards will naturally follow. The system suddenly chimed in. That sounds simple, as if you're a magical cat, providing me with whatever I desire. It's not entirely impossible. Ah, really? How do I go about it? Honor points, honor points, honor points. That was as good as saying nothing. Do you think this is some easy matter? This is Huaxia, after all, not so simple. Xiao Chu, who are you talking to? Academician Chen entered, glancing around the empty room, and asked Chugu curiously. Nothing, Chen Lao, I was just talking to myself. Oh, this child, by the way, I have good news for you. You've been promoted to the rank of major. Indeed, this was the result of Academician Chen and several elder academicians advocating for Chugu, and the rank was not insignificant. It was evident that the nation had considered the contributions Chugu had made to Huaxia recently. With an identity endorsed by the military, few dared to act recklessly against him in Huaxia. What? Chen Lao, don't tease me. I might take you seriously. Haha, when have I ever tried to make you happy? Old man that I am, but I'm not entirely satisfied with this major rank. I even argued with those old fogies in the military over it, though not worry. I find it just right. I am truly overjoyed, though be candid with you. Chun Grandpa, if I were to share this news with my father, he would be elated for several days without sleep. My grandfather was a martyr, and my father has always hoped I would enlist in the military. However, that is wonderful indeed. Observing the joyful Chugu, Chun academician could see that his delight was sincere. He held a profound love for this honor. Ding! Honor points have reached 10,000. The system has activated the shop feature. The shop system is one of the main systems of this platform, allowing the host to purchase items based on their honor points or warship currency. The shop system encompasses a vast array of items. Can you even imagine a mechanical cat daring to compete with me? The system brother can also be quite sarcastic. Ah, system brother, I increasingly feel you are somewhat terrifying. You are indeed quite different from those in novels. You won't end up taking over my territory, will you? Territory, come along, Xiao Chu. The nation has prepared a small promotion ceremony for you. Chen Lao, seeing Chu Gu in a daze, hurriedly spoke. Oh, all right. Chu Gu, feeling a thrill of excitement, cast a glance at the shop system, nearly drooling. What is so joyous about attending a ceremony? I could have a fantastic time at home. You know, reluctantly, Chu Gu followed Chen Lao towards the auditorium, the grand auditorium of the Weapons Research Institute. This was Chu Ji's first visit, and upon gazing at the bright and spacious hall, adorned with red pentagrams symbolizing the machinery of the nation, he felt a deep sense of reverence. For the rise of Huaxia, he vowed to accelerate his research plan. Although it was termed a small promotion ceremony, Chu Gu guessed that all those who could attend had indeed arrived. The auditorium was densely packed. The scale of this ceremony made the school's evening events seem rather insignificant in comparison, he mused. The ceremony was both solemn and fervent. Commander Wang personally awarded the promotion to Chu Gu. Uncle Wang, what brings you here? I am somewhat flabbergasted. You rascal, could I possibly miss such an occasion? I've been transferred to the Yinjin Guard Command. Do come find me for tea when you have the time. Absolutely, I fear I might not get past your grand gates. Haha, in the past, entry was restricted, but from today onwards, you shall have unfettered access. Indeed, our youngest major officer in Huaxia, I foresee that in a few years, I will have to make room for you in my position. Are you jesting with me again? Ha ha ha. Wang Yun observed the leaders from various departments speaking on stage, feeling a strange sensation within. He was becoming so exceptional that his brilliance could no longer be hidden, even attracting the personal attention of Commander Wang. Meanwhile, herself, after several years, remained unchanged, still as she was upon arrival. The disparity between individuals is indeed vast. She stubbornly glared at Chu Gu, but slowly lowered her head. How many individuals like Chu Gu exist in this world? After bidding farewell to Commander Wang, Chu Gu could no longer contain himself. He found an excuse to speak with Chan academician and hurried back to his dormitory. His mind was still preoccupied with the shop system. Upon returning, he diligently freshened up, then sat at his desk with the seriousness of a devout Muslim in prayer. The shop system has been activated, divided into two categories. The first major category is military industry, and the second category is miscellaneous. The system brother began his introduction. A few minutes later, is that it? Yes. Oh, I have this strange feeling of being set up. After all this, you're still the same. Your focus is rather absurdly narrow, fixated solely on military industry. This is called specialization. Chu Gu ignored the system brother and began to explore the military technology tree. Within the military category, there were several major subcategories: offensive weapons, defensive weapons, secondary weaponry, materials, power systems, intelligence systems, signal exploration systems, and military complexes: offensive, unmanned space reconnaissance attack aircraft, intelligent battlefield systems, composite mech units, battlefield robots, aerospace aircraft carriers, interstellar fleets, defensive, laser defense towers, modular defense walls, arc pulse nets, phase cannons, gravity wave cannons, materials, titanium alloy materials, tritium tungsten materials, superalloy materials, programmable composite materials. Each expansive complex system contained numerous subsystems. For instance, the intelligence system includes unmanned intelligent mechs, heavy armored battlefield mechs, intelligent companion robots, automated reconnaissance robots, interstellar base intelligent construction systems. Chu Gu was thrilled. Calm down. If I could fully realize this, why bother competing on Blue Star? I could simply establish new territories in the galaxy. Wouldn't that be much more exhilarating? Goodness. The host is correct to remain calm. The shop system is not free. Please check the exchange conditions first. Ah, right, I almost forgot this crucial point. Chu Gu first examined the aerospace aircraft carrier. Acquiring this would be incredibly impressive. Aerospace aircraft carrier, all blueprints and supporting subsystems require honor points of 10,000 or Huaxia currency of 10 trillion. Holy smokes, that is so expensive? 10 trillion? Brother, we could build an aircraft carrier fleet with a super luxurious lineup without needing a tenth of that. Are you kidding me? Chapter 10 Prism Tower Project. Indeed. If I recall correctly, your so-called aircraft carrier still emits smoke, right? Or uses nuclear power. It doesn't utilize a bearing-driven propeller for propulsion? How fast can it go? 50 knots? That's pushing it. That seems to be the case. Let me take a look at your aerospace aircraft carrier subsystems: electromagnetic cannons, phase cannons, star extinction reactor systems, laser systems, anti-gravity systems, warp engines. Upon reflection, 10 trillion doesn't seem so exorbitant after all? Wait a minute, Does this mean my 10,000 honor points can be exchanged for 10 trillion huaxia currency? Yes, host. Would you like to exchange? System upgrades do not consume honor points. Your current 10,000 honor points remain intact. Importantly, no taxes are deducted. I adore you. Let us hold off for now. Chuj was elated, realizing he couldn't go all in with such limited resources. Furthermore, starting off with an aerospace carrier seems somewhat impractical. Would I just float around collecting tickets? A formidable interstellar fleet requires a complete set of auxiliary support departments: command, navigation, operations, and living quarters. Chuj felt a tingle of anxiety. Considering Huaxia's international environment, he had an epiphany. First, establish a comprehensive defense system to envelop the entire Huaxia without any blind spots, allowing for unilateral aggression while rendering the enemy impotent to retaliate. Ha ha ha, it's simply exhilarating. To achieve excellence in one's endeavors, one must first sharpen their tools. The first step for Chuj is defense. Huaxia, a nation that never bullies the weak, if any insignificant characters dare to provoke, they may come with life, but they shall return without it. The rest is left to time. Starting from the basics, developing materials, power supply, and auxiliary support, then assemble the interstellar fleet. Building greenhouses on Mars? Ha ha ha, perfect. What do you think? System brother? You have no funds. Alright, you win. I shall focus on research and leave the rest of them to deal with. How did I forget that? As clever as I am. Chuj kept his promise, setting aside the complicated matters and diligently researching the laser tower within the defense system. This device somewhat resembles the prism towers from Red Alert, with an interception range of 5,000 kilometers. It could easily target satellites. Of course, the primary objective remains those intercontinental ballistic missiles, nuclear fusion reactors, energy shields, sensing components, all integrated into a tower structure 200 meters high with a radius of 50 meters. Adding the aircraft carrier's effective defense radius of 1,000 kilometers should be sufficient to repel adversaries at the borders. It's settled. Exchange cost: 1,000 honor points. 1,000 honor points, 100 billion huaxia currency. Good grief, that's not cheap either. Thankfully, it's a one-time purchase. If it were a pay-per-use model, I would seriously consider uninstalling you, brother. The system brother took a hit without any provocation. After a moment of frustration, Chuj decisively proceeded with the exchange. He had no time to dither. If he continued to procrastinate, his dream of building greenhouses on Mars would surely be buried with him. Prism Tower Project, this was the flamboyant name Chuj had devised. And with a flourish, he meticulously compiled the progress report, subcomponent structures, and theoretical data, leaving no detail unattended. Any mistakes in construction could lead to a loss of face, or worse, a loss of head. Days later, disheveled and unshaven, Chuj emerged from seclusion. During this time, no one had disturbed him. Upon learning that Chuj was engrossed in researching the new system, Chun Academician issued orders that no one was to approach his dormitory. Team leader Gong led his squad to provide close protection outside, with Wang Yun only permitted to deliver meals. A substantial stack of documents was handed to Chun Academician, who glanced at the words Prism Tower Project, then looked again at the haggard Chuj, bloodshot eyes glaring back at him. Xiao Chu, have you just penned a science fiction novel? Pretty much. I'm off to catch up on some sleep. You all handle the research with that. He patted his backside and departed. He was utterly exhausted. Although the system brother provided the information, the complexity of the system exceeded his expectations. His head throbbed from endlessly searching the technology tree. By the way, Chun Lao.as Chuj was about to leave. He turned back. The sensing system should be the last to experiment. The research can be applied to other fields. As for the Prism Tower, the existing radar detection technology is sufficient. It only needs to be compatible to provide target indications. Regarding the energy component, utilizing controllable nuclear fusion technology is not overly challenging. The key aspect is the launch unit, specifically the energy shield, which should be prioritized for feasibility analysis and tested in isolation. Such efficiency will be significantly enhanced. With the successful experiment of the energy dome, we shall promptly arrange for the survey and construction teams to commence operations, ensuring a comprehensive layout that covers all areas without any blind spots. As this is your expertise, the success of the energy dome experiment means that the military's missile defense system can be put on standby. Compared to the laser tower, it is but a mere sibling, easily rendered inoperative by a wave of saturation attacks. The laser tower, continuously expending energy until they are overwhelmed. Chuj whistled, hands tucked into his cloth bag, striding away with an air of pride. Behind him, Academician Shen remained silent, for some matters had transcended his comprehension. Is this still human? By the way, dear system, I've trimmed a portion of the laser tower. Could you perhaps return some honor points to me? You are truly a relentless merchant, and there's no room for negotiation. Utterly shameless in your antics. Guess what? The trim data represents a decision made by Chuj based on the performance of the laser tower merged with current technologies. yielding effects that are nothing short of remarkable, enhancing efficiency substantially. Everything must proceed swiftly. The core components are ready, thanks to the formidable capabilities of Huaxia's infrastructure prowess. Establishing dozens of laser towers is merely a matter of moments. Meanwhile, academician Chun had much to attend to. After a few days of verifying the data without issues, the Armaments Research Institute exploded with excitement. Tactical-grade laser systems currently rely predominantly on chemical laser sources. The reason they have not been widely utilized strategically is due to their evident shortcomings. Either the laser energy density is insufficient, or environmental factors such as atmospheric conditions, rain, and snow lead to energy attenuation, limiting range and preventing all-weather operation. Additionally, they are constrained by electrical energy storage, which is difficult to miniaturize and thus not reliable. Therefore, while they are suitable for small-scale tactical use, they falter at the strategic level. However, the energy columns emitted by the energy dome possess the monochromaticity of lasers without their drawbacks, making them truly exceptional. Alas, this device cannot maneuver like a missile. Otherwise, if deployed near the coast, it would indiscriminately eliminate any base that dared to be insubordinate. The Armaments Research Institute reached a conclusion, leading to a trilateral conference involving the Defense Department, the Science and Technology Department, and the Research Institute. 3 days later, the meeting concluded. The project was greenlit, with the highest priority level assigned. Chapter 11. Stirring the Hornet's Nest. Chu Gu awoke revitalized after a full day of slumber, commencing a grueling routine that spanned from laboratory to office to dormitory. The only semblance of entertainment lay in flirtatious banter with Dilly Reba. Chu Gu had vanished from the world for over a week, only for Dilly Reba to message him first. Are you still alive? Of course. I'm currently enjoying the view of long legs in the capital. Today, Chu Gu finally emerged from the Research Institute. He intended to stroll through the commercial district to refresh his eyes, as excessive screen time had left him seeing words on everyone's faces. Additionally, he needed to purchase some fresh clothing. Am I that striking? You wish. Chu Gu spoke earnestly. In terms of external attributes, Dilly Reba epitomized beauty with her fair skin and long legs. At least you're not blind. And you? What are you busy with? What else could I be doing but filming? Oh, what film? Is there a kissing scene? A bed scene? Get lost. Haha. Which city? Magic City. I live here, and this film happens to be shot in this area. I've probably been here for a few months already. How wonderful. So close to home. And you're back to being the little princess of a wealthy family. Meals served and clothes handed to you. Not so great. I don't like it. It feels like being monitored every day. You are truly unaware of your blessings. A well-fed person cannot comprehend a hungry one. I merely slipped out to buy some clothes, treating it as a breath of fresh air. Is it that arduous? Quit your job and come be my bodyguard. It would be easy and delightful. Plus I'd have a stunning beauty floating before me every day. Haha, no way. I fear I'd be a rabbit nibbling on grass nearby. I'm a tiger. I eat rabbits. I'm an elephant. I trample you. I'm a monkey. I scratch you to death. As their conversation grew increasingly unserious, an entire afternoon slipped away. With the sun setting, Chu Gu returned to the Research Institute empty-handed and dejected. Within the Armaments Research Institute, Chu Gu had attained a status akin to a national treasure. Along the way, the younger staff greeted him with utmost respect. Engineer Chu, Academician Chu, our team has a challenging problem we've yet to solve. Could you spare some time to assist us? Certainly, the elder statesman remarked. Little Chu? Any new projects lately? You Haven T joined our department, have you? The benefits are generous certainly. Chu Gu felt a flutter of trepidation. Despite his numerous accolades, he remained humble among these national elites, adept in all areas. A quintessential nice guy. These old fellows were forever scheming against him. Fortunate that he wasn't inclined that way. Little Chu, come here. Academician Shen waved from afar. Academician Shen, what brings you here? You're not trying to recruit me too. Are you? I'm not like those shameless old men. You wouldn't even consider whether they could manage you. Don't mind them. Haha, look at what you're saying. I'm easy to manage. I'm here to inform you that the laser tower project is nearly ready to proceed. We'll be conducting tests on the energy dome portion in the coming days. Prepare yourself. Understood. I'm always on standby. When the machinery of the Huaxia state apparatus receives the green light for a particular mission, efficiency becomes terrifyingly high. Chu Gu calculated in his mind that within just a few days, the core device had already been produced. Days later, at a Western weapons testing base, Chu Gu and Academician Shen arrived early at the experimental site. Systems were matched, equipment installed, and preparations for the final experiment were proceeding smoothly. Little Chu, come here. Let me introduce you to the base commander, Chief Engineer Zhao Andy. Hello, Chief Engineer Zhao. Hello there, Little Chu. I've heard much about your name. Seeing you today, you truly are a heroic youth. Feel free to visit my office for tea. My door is always open for you. Is it really necessary for tea to be so trendy now? Chu Gu thought to himself, enough of this, old Zhao. Little Chu is steadfast in his revolutionary spirit. Your sweet talk won't work. What nonsense, you're the one using that term. It's inappropriate for you. You re-nitpicking? Thus, another quarrel ensued. 15 minutes later, the preparatory meeting for the interception experiment of the laser tower's core device commenced in the base's conference room. Chief Engineer Zhao, please begin by introducing the experimental details. Academician Chun initiated the meeting. Alright, the experiment is divided into two parts. The incoming targets include a KJ-2000 cruise missile launched by an offshore destroyer group. The destroyer group is estimated to be approximately 3,000 to 4,000 kilometers from the base, employing a super low-altitude penetration mode and autonomously planning its attack path based on the terrain. Additionally, the missile launch time and quantity remain unknown, simulating the stealth of a cruise missile attack. The second type involves tactical missiles, with the Huaxia missile forces conducting mobile launches, F-500 ground-to-ground tactical conventional missiles, with launch time, launch position, and quantity all unspecified. These data must be captured by our phased array radar. In summary, the experimental conditions are quite stringent, fully simulating real combat situations, with the upper echelon clearly indicating the intent to maximize response time and test the true capabilities of our laser tower. Regarding reconnaissance radar, we are utilizing the latest domestically produced CIS-1C phased array digital array radar matched with a laser tower. It can operate around the clock, with an S-band frequency, an effective warning distance of 4,000 kilometers, capable of simultaneously capturing and processing 400 land targets and 100 sea targets. Initially, the phased array radar will capture and track the target missiles. Upon entering the 1,000-kilometer range, it will accurately determine the target coordinates, allowing the laser tower to simulate target destruction. Consider the risk of collateral damage from falling debris. The 200-kilometer mark will serve as the interception node. That concludes the introduction. Excellent. Does anyone have any additional comments? None? None? Then, little Chu, shall we commence the experiment? Certainly. Academician Chun, Chu, Academician Chun, and a dozen others moved to the control hall, where a massive integrated LCD screen displayed the monitoring data and video feeds in real time. The phased array radar, with a range of 5,000 kilometers, was still deemed adequate. However, the detection range was insufficient. The next step would be to equip the laser tower with a super telescope. Chu gazed at the enormous radar monitoring video on the split screen. Determined to take action? Report. In the northeastern sea area, coordinates 120 degrees 12 minutes 3 seconds east, 38 degrees 42 minutes 4 seconds north, 80 incoming missiles detected. 2 batches report. In the southeastern direction, 112 degrees 57 minutes 5 seconds east, 22 degrees 26 minutes 6 seconds north, 30 incoming missiles detected. 3 batches. They're certainly not adhering to any protocols. Haha, little Chu, how do you feel? Do you have confidence? Absolutely. The missile count is still insufficient. It would be ideal to multiply it by several dozen times. You have the funds. Such a scale of missile attack would leave a defenseless country merely staring in disbelief. Meanwhile, in the control hall of the Aegis missile defense system stationed in Guam, the red warning lights flashed incessantly. What is happening? Report, Commander. Huaxia has simultaneously launched 110 missiles. The warning radar is calculating the attack targets and trajectories. Level 1 alert. Order all personnel at the base to return immediately. Those who fail to comply will face military justice. Understood. Stay alert. Contact the embassy in China at once to inquire about the situation. Yes. My heavens, damn. Please don't let it come towards us. I had plans tonight with a lovely girl from our country. Johnson, the radar operator, was fervently praying for divine protection. A similar scene was unfolding at various missile defense radar bases around the globe, as the entire world anxiously monitored the simulated attack trajectories on their screens. Relevant departments in China were engaged in a flurry of international phone calls. Chapter 12. The super telescope. Though Chinese diplomats had prepared in advance, the incessant ringing of phones left them overwhelmed. Report. The first batch of missiles will reach the 1,000-kilometer mark in 2 minutes. Alright, proceed with the experimental protocol. Initiate the simulated destruction program at 1,000 kilometers. Understood. 10.9.8.7.6.5.4.3.2.1. Attack. The monitoring of the core weapons of the Prism Tower shifted to the main screen, revealing 6 massive energy weapon panels emitting laser-like beams of light, flickering incessantly. Though resembling a laser system, the Prism Tower functioned quite differently. Lasers are typically emitted continuously, while the Prism Tower operates intermittently, akin to firing a shell before transitioning to the next segment of laser fire, albeit with a change in target. In the control room, the scene appeared as bursts of lasers were fired in rapid succession. Report. The main system indicates that all incoming missiles have been successfully intercepted. Wow, that was quick. It only took a few seconds. Over 100 missiles were just obliterated. This is quite a bargain. This efficiency is precisely why Chu insisted on developing the Prism Tower. Its defensive capabilities far surpass those of traditional missile defense systems, and it incurs no loss. The energy is inexhaustible. No matter how many missiles come, they can be dealt with in moments. It remains uncertain how those rogue nations that favor missile pathways will react upon learning this. Minutes later, as the 200-kilometer mark arrived, attack. The main screen switched to a sky backdrop. where ground surveillance teams had already been deployed at various experimental bases to ensure first-hand video footage reached the control room. Boom, boom, boom. The screen displayed missiles being shot down mid-air, bursting like fireworks against the azure sky. We succeeded. We succeeded. In the control room, everyone exhaled in relief and broke into applause. Little Chu. I am at a loss for words. Elder Chen was in tears. At this moment, he had waited for so long. God bless China. Our nation conducted a national missile defense system test at a Northwest base yesterday, and the experiment was a resounding success. The following day, major official media outlets issued brief reports. The content was succinct, clear to those who understood. Several rogue Western nations were momentarily alarmed, questioning why such a spectacle accompanied a mere test. Little did they know that following the experiment, construction teams were simultaneously dispatched in all 4 directions of China, accompanied by well-equipped heavy armor divisions. But that is a tale for another time. Each Prism Tower base is guarded by an organized armor division, reflecting the military's emphasis on this defense system. Wait, over 100 missiles were intercepted successfully. In the Pentagon's conference room, specifics remain unclear. Our radar failed to detect any intercepting missiles. Perhaps it was merely a show of bravado. William promptly arranged the East Asia intelligence system. I demand to know the particulars of China's recent test. Minister, that might pose some difficulty. You know how elusive China is. Penetrating their defenses may yield little result. That's your concern. I only want to see results. Those who understand will grasp the nuances. Those who do not will merely observe the spectacle. John Wilson, responsible for the intelligence system, furrowed his brow, acutely sensing the gravity of the situation. If China's missile defense system has reached such maturity, he must alert the higher-ups that the military and political landscape in Asia requires re-evaluation. As the construction of the Prism Towers progressed fervently, Chu Gu was also busy. He was delving into the super telescope and sensing systems of the Prism Tower. Another core system of the Prism Tower is its sensing system, which was not immediately implemented due to its complexity and significance, even more so than the weaponry department. Ordinary radar systems emit electromagnetic or ultrasonic waves, relying on echoes to determine an object's position and altitude. In contrast, this military-grade sensing system utilizes particle detection, specifically neutrino detection technology. Neutrino detection can ignore an object's mass, easily penetrating even the Earth, thus eliminating concerns about obstructions such as mountains or skyscrapers. Essentially, it disregards the presence of collision volumes. The thirst for knowledge is the fountainhead of human progress. With the basic structure of the Prism Tower established, Chu Gu felt it was time to develop the sensing system, having researched its applications beyond the Prism Tower itself. Moreover, he had already invested a fortune, 100 billion, to be exact. Although military-grade products are of high quality, they are not inexpensive. Several months slipped by, and as winter approached, the year-end festivities loomed. Chu Ji's research on the new system was nearing completion. This novel system, distinct from traditional radar, integrated exploration, navigation, and early warning functionalities. Chu Gu placed greater emphasis on its exploration and navigation prospects, viewing it as a foundation for future interstellar fleets. He had nearly organized the theoretical data and construction processes for the core device. The high-energy accelerator, with only minor refinements remaining in the interim, he had conferred with Elder Chen and several senior members. The institute was now providing unconditional green lights for his project. Through previous successes, Chu Gu had effectively become a prodigious figure, rendering lengthy project proposals and validations unnecessary. Although Elder Chen had felt a pang of regret upon seeing the staggering expenditure during material approvals, he ultimately signed off with tears in his eyes. Under such exceptional circumstances, Chu Ji's project progressed remarkably. For instance, during the construction of the high-energy accelerator, the materials required were primarily high-precision and even restricted-grade consumables. Yet, once Chu Gu signed, limitations ceased to exist. He could procure as much as he desired, inciting envy among other project departments within the Weaponry Research Institute. Finally, with just a week to go before the new year, Chu Gu completed the core sample of the sensing system as high-energy accelerator. Progress on the other supporting systems also advanced swiftly. The telescope project adopted a collaborative approach, with Chu Gu overseeing the core components while allied units handled the subsystems. The first segment of Chu Gu's neutrino application focused on the early warning system for the Prism Tower, the telescope project. The core segment of the telescope system spans approximately the size of 10 standard football fields. Constructed underground, complete with a main control hall, living quarters, and recreational areas, resembling an apocalyptic bunker. This location would serve as the Prism Tower's super telescope, ensuring that no missile launch from anywhere in the world would escape its gaze. Its detection range would encompass the entire planet, subsequently networking with the Prism Tower, forming an impenetrable shield for China. Glancing at the calendar, Chu Gu realized there would be no opportunity to commence construction on the bunker before the new year. He decided to take a leave of absence to return home for the holidays. This year had exhausted him, and he certainly needed a break. Moreover, he had received a direct message from his mother insisting that he must return home for the new year. Before heading back, Chu Gu planned a visit to the bustling metropolis, as Diliriba had already issued an ultimatum. If he didn't come, she would block him and sever ties. Considering the metropolis was only a 2-hour drive from home, he reluctantly agreed. Chapter 13. A date in the metropolis on a sunny day, Chu Gu and Wang Yun hurriedly made their way to Yinjing International Airport. Wang Yun, a persistent companion, was also from the metropolis, and upon learning of Chu Ji's destination, she insisted on accompanying him. In the distance, Captain Gong led his team, following closely behind Chu Gu, as safeguarding academician Chu was his most vital mission. Long legs. We'll arrive in the metropolis in 2 hours. Prepare for the reception. Hmph, who do you think you are? Just walk on your own. With my status, do you even qualify? Chu Gu chuckled, acknowledging her status as one of China's 4 little flower goddesses. 2 hours later, at the Metropolis International Airport, Chu Gu and Wang Yun exited the terminal side by side. Wang Yun's father had come to pick her up, and the young girl insisted that Chu Gu ride in her father's car, claiming it was only proper to escort him properly. Chu Gu. Chu Gu. Following the voice, Chu Gu spotted Diliriba standing amidst a throng of people, waving her arms frantically. The big star was bundled up with a mask, sunglasses, and a scarf, yet her unique aura allowed Chu Gu to recognize her instantly. After greeting Wang Yun, Chu Gu dashed over to Diliriba. Long legs, didn't you say you wouldn't come? What's this? So eager to see me? Don't flatter yourself. You came all this way just to see me, so I ought to fulfill my host duties, shouldn't I? It seems there's no fault to find. Of course not. Humph. As they chatted, they made their way to the parking lot. Beep, beep. A wine-red Porsche 911 stood out brilliantly. Diliriba tossed the keys to Chu Gu, declaring, "Driver, start the engine." "At your command, beautiful lady, please fasten your seatbelt." With that, the Ferrari roared to life, speeding out of the parking lot. How is it that a charming young lady seems to be accompanying me as I exit the airport? Quite remarkable, isn't it? It appears that one can indeed attract a lovely companion merely by boarding a flight. You are overthinking it. She is my colleague, hailing from this bustling metropolis of magic known as Modu. We are merely sharing a ride. Tisk, I can't help but notice the way that girl gazes at you. There seems to be more to it than meets the eye. What? Nonsense. I didn't perceive anything of the sort. Diliriba shot a sidelong glance at Chuj. By the way, after our meal, would you accompany me to the forest dealership? For what purpose? Are you planning to purchase a vehicle? There's no need. My family has plenty from which you can choose. What are you suggesting? Am I to be your rumored beau? I must say, being the rumored boyfriend of a stunning beauty like Diliriba sounds rather exhilarating, doesn't it? Off with you. Haha, in any case, it's not suitable. Let us just say you should heed my advice. Chuj is determined to acquire his own car, believing that Diliriba's flashy vehicle would only invite unwanted attention upon his return home. He has long since settled on a plan, the Jeep Grand Cherokee. This vehicle has been a dream of his since his student days, and now that he possesses the means, he is eager to fulfill that wish without further deliberation. After their playful banter and lunch, the two set off directly to the Jeep dealership. The sales personnel greeted them from afar. After all, one's appearance can be quite influential, and a Porsche 911 can certainly make an impression. Chuj, however, remained focused, leading Diliriba straight toward the top-of-the-line imported Grand Cherokee. Every man harbors a secret desire for a Jeep. It's rather sentimental, one might say. Haha, in our little county, driving a 911 would certainly garner attention. This vehicle suits me perfectly, and it fulfills a personal aspiration. What is not to love? Well, I must admit, this car does seem to complement you quite well. Good afternoon, sir and madam. This Grand Cherokee is the only one we have in stock at the moment. Due to the Spring Festival, many clients have already picked up their vehicles. However, if you're interested, I could arrange a discount for you. What do you think? No need for that. I'll take this one. Please take me to sign the contract. Chuj expressed his approval with nonchalance. All right. The saleswoman appeared momentarily flustered. Perhaps clients like Chuj were not a common occurrence. She hurriedly invited the two to the VIP lounge. Once seated, the young lady cheerfully set about preparing the contract. What is the plan for later? Chuj inquired while gazing at the enchanting Diliriba beside him. I have to return to the film crew shortly. This half-day off was a special exception. Perhaps it was the warmth of the room, but Diliriba removed her scarf and mask, pouting slightly in discontent. With the new year approaching, we're still filming? What do you expect? In our industry, there's no such thing as a holiday. It's quite normal to work through the Spring Festival, though we should wrap up before the new year. Chuj was about to raise his hand in a gesture of comfort toward this unfortunate girl when the saleswoman entered, causing his hand to awkwardly drop. Sir, here is the contract. Please review it, and if everything looks satisfactory, you may sign and proceed with payment. Registration and insurance are all covered by our 4S dealership as a courtesy to you. Does that sound agreeable? Certainly. Without a moment's hesitation, Chuj produced a black card and handed it to the saleswoman. Indeed, it was a black card, the prestigious VIP card from Huaxia's foremost national bank, bestowed upon Chuj by Elder Chen before his departure from Yinjing. In Elder Chen's own words, he was at a loss for how to reward Chuj, so he graciously issued him this card with no limit, unparalleled privileges across the nation. After imparting this, Elder Chen gave Chuj's shoulder a knowing pat. Chuj understood the significance of Elder Chen's gesture. It represented the nation's acknowledgement and trust in him. The saleswoman, holding the entirely black card, devoid of any identifiers, seemed incredulous, remaining motionless for a moment, no worries. Just proceed with the usual protocol. This is a black card, a type of credit card, Diliriba explained from the side. Having seen one before, her father possessed a card of similar caliber. However, she felt that Chuj's card was distinctly different. It was truly black, lacking any information, appearing almost counterfeit. Yet she was certain of its authenticity. After successfully processing a charge of 750,000 Huaxia yuan without a hitch, the salesgirl exhaled a sigh of relief and handed the card back to Chuj with a gentle smile. While the saleswoman stepped out to fetch the invoice, Diliriba began her line of questioning. I understand you might be associated with the military and unable to disclose certain details, yet my curiosity persists. Also, your black card seems quite different from my father's. Well, I work at the Yinjing Weapons Research Institute. I can probably share no more than that, haha. As for this card, I doubt I know more about it than you do. Alright, I suppose that's sufficient, Diliriba stuck out her tongue playfully. Having grown up alongside her father, she was no stranger to the workings of the national machinery. Chapter 14. Recognized returning home salesman Shaoli at the 4S dealership awaited the finance department to prepare the invoice. Manager Ma, you won't believe it. That tall gentleman who just purchased a vehicle used a credit card I've never encountered before. What an eye-opener. HM? It's a completely black card, very sleek. And the texture is unique. I thought he might be pulling my leg. What an embarrassment. A black card. It's no wonder Shaoli lacks exposure. Even Ma Fei, with years of experience, has only heard of such cards. Let us take a moment to visit that esteemed customer together. Anyone with a black card possesses a distinguished status. It's not merely wealth that grants such privileges. Befriending someone of his caliber could only be advantageous. Agreed. Shaoli nodded in acknowledgement. As Ma Fei and Shaoli entered the VIP lounge, they found Chuj and Diliriba engaged in lively conversation. Ma Fei politely presented the invoice. Good day, sir. Here's your invoice, which also includes a complimentary year of maintenance and car wash vouchers. Thank you for your support of our brand. No need for thanks. All right, everything is settled. Shall we leave? Chuj rose, addressing Diliriba. Yes. It was then that Ma Fei noticed Diliriba standing alongside Chuj, and his eyes widened in astonishment as he followed the pair out of the showroom. Shaoli, doesn't that beautiful girl seem somewhat familiar? Ah? I didn't pay attention. I glanced at her upon entering but couldn't see her face. And then I was preoccupied with the paperwork. Recently, she has become quite the sensation. How could you not recognize Diliriba? What? Are you certain, Manager Ma? 90% sure, ah. In an instant, Shaoli dashed out to gather her friends. Racing like the wind, at this age, who doesn't have a penchant for celebrity? Be discreet, though. We wouldn't want to overwhelm the customer. Understood. The group of girls responded in unison, rushing out without a backward glance. Outside, as Chuj and Diliriba were reluctantly parting ways, they were suddenly surrounded by a throng of enthusiastic fans, leaving them momentarily bewildered. Indeed. Naza. The girls encircled Diliriba, paying no mind to Chuj, whose earlier confidence dissipated in an instant. Well, comparing oneself to a star is simply self-inflicted torment. Hello, everyone. At first, Diliriba was a bit dazed, but it quickly dawned on her that she had been recognized. Observing the chattering crowd, Chuj, ever the gentleman, stepped aside and discreetly pulled out a pack of cigarettes. By the time he finished his second cigarette, the starstruck girls finally dispersed, having received their fill of photographs and autographs. The salesgirl mentioned that had she known I was coming, she could have arranged for the vehicle to be gifted. Very well. Your charm knows no bounds. Ha ha ha, I'm glad you recognize that. Why are you still lingering? Feeling neglected and a bit downhearted. Hee. Indeed, it's fortunate you're not a man. Otherwise, I might have jumped into the river. You scoundrel. Well, I truly must be going. If I don't leave now, the director will surely reprimand me. All right, I'll head straight to the highway, then. Farewell, yes. Diliriba waved as she entered her car, and with a roar. The 911 vanished in an instant. That girl drives quite swiftly. After refueling nearby, Chuj set his navigation for the highway.as for the Grand Cherokee. It performed exceptionally on the expressway, maintaining stability at high speeds. The price of around 700,000 yuan was reasonable for the value it offered, and its all-wheel drive provided excellent traction, allowing for confident cornering in such a large vehicle. With Chuj's current status, he would have no hesitation in purchasing any car, yet returning home was a different matter altogether. His work remained classified, and as long as the country kept it under wraps, he would maintain a degree of low profile, such as the mindset of a defense technology worker. Chuj's hometown is a small county beneath H City, not particularly large, but clean and well-positioned geographically, which has allowed it to develop well. At least during his childhood, Chuj had not endured much hardship. His father ran a modest company that processed mechanical parts, primarily taking on private contracts from factories. Not a grand entrepreneur, but comfortably middle class. After exiting the highway, Chuj stopped by the supermarket to procure an entire carload of New Year's goods before finally departing. Having not returned home in 2 years, this visit would finally provide his family with some reassurance, though he lamented the absence of a girlfriend in that regard. After helping to carry things back home, Chu Baba circled around the newly purchased Grand Cherokee, while Chu Gu, noticing this, tossed the car keys to him. Dad, you can keep this car. Your old Santana can finally retire. No, that Santana is still quite sturdy, he replied, though his eyes betrayed a flicker of delight. Chu Gu chuckled and shook his head, stepping into the home he hadn't returned to in a long time. Brother, a graceful girl, resembling a student, rushed out and enveloped Chu Gu in a hug. She was his sister, Chu Xiaowu, a junior in high school with commendable grades, likely on her way to becoming a university student next year. Chu Gu gently ruffled her long hair as he led her into the inner room, where their mother was preparing dinner. She looked up and shot Chu Gu a reproachful glance. Oh, so you decided to come back? I was beginning to wonder if you were planning to skip celebrating the new year with us this year. Mom, how could that be? Even if you don't call, I still have to obediently come home. Right? Hee. Humph. I have everything ready. If you hadn't returned, I would have had your father drive over to drag you back. Haha, that won't be necessary. After exchanging a few playful complaints, their mother set aside her tasks and approached Chu Gu, fussing over him. You've lost weight. A mother worries when her child is away. Seeing the concern etched on his mother's face made Chu Gu's heart ache. A year ago, he had been in a state of despair, lacking the means to return home even during holidays, only managing to call and feign busyness at work. He felt too ashamed to show his face. In truth, all parents are the same. They do not yearn for their children to achieve great wealth, but simply wish for their safety, hoping they will return home to visit whenever they can. It was then that Chu Gu resolved to carve out time to visit his parents, no matter how busy he became. For they were growing older. That evening, the family of 4 was filled with joy. Xiaowu, shall we go to H City tomorrow? Why are you still in your school uniform during the break? Mom said new clothes should only be worn during the new year. Forget about what Mom says. Tomorrow, I'll take you shopping. Pick whatever you like. Great. You're the best, brother. What a heartless little one you are. Does Mom lack for your food or clothing? Their mother began to scold Xiaowu. Brother, look, ever since you left, Mom has concentrated all her firepower on me. I can't hold the fort anymore. If you don't come back soon, I might just have to surrender. Ha ha ha. Laughter erupted among them. The next day, Chu Gu spent the whole day shopping with his sister in H City, buying her several outfits and treating her to KFC for lunch. Chu Xiaowu clung to her brother all day, her delight evident. They returned home just in time for dinner, where Xiaowu couldn't stop trying on her new clothes and showing off in front of their mother. Oh, all brand names. Your brother is quite generous with his spending. Of course, unlike some people who are stingy. Their mother raised a rolling pin playfully, prompting Xiaowu to dart into the inner room. Mom has noticed that you've had a tough time these past few years. Money is tight, so you mustn't splurge. Having failed to catch Xiaowu, their mother turned her attention to Chu Gu. I understand, Mom. And the most important thing, you're no longer a child. Have you not considered dating? No, I haven't had the time. Chu Gu refrained from mentioning Yulu, as he knew it would only lead to more scolding from his mother. Oh, your aunt mentioned it the other day. There's a girl who seems quite nice. How about meeting her sometime? Mom, not again. I don't want to. You must meet her. Your parents are getting older, and while they still can, they might want to help you find someone. Just tomorrow. You're defying me, are you? I'll call your aunt right now and have her arrange it. Chu Gu resigned himself to silence. In the Chu family, their mother held the reins, and even their father dared not speak against her. That evening, Chu Gu returned to his room to review the technological tree in the system store. The plans for the light prism tower and the telescope were progressing well, leaving only minor details that no longer required his attention. Therefore, he needed to prepare for the next project. He found himself at a crossroads, unable to decide between options that were either too extravagant or too small in value. The system urged the host to focus on the mecha system. Mecha? Reason? The system only guides and recommends. The reasoning is for you to ponder. Oh, as Chu Gu began to reflect on modern battlefield scenarios, it felt akin to a strategic deployment exercise. Acquiring a space battleship was currently beyond his means. Once such a vessel emerged, the combat paradigm on Blue Star would be utterly transformed, rendering traditional land, sea, and air forces obsolete. This was a certainty. A space battleship, along with accompanying escort vessels, would constitute a standard interstellar fleet. With its battlefield in the cosmos, leaving any naval or air force on Blue Star utterly unqualified to engage it. However, all plans must revolve around forming an interstellar fleet. Once successfully established, the only remaining military branch would likely be the Army. As even battlefield cleanup would require personnel, the battlefield robots derived from the mecha system, along with combat drones, heavy mecha units, rescue operations, and reconnaissance in complex environments, would all be essential. My elder brother is truly impressive. A slight nudge and I'm enlightened. 2,000 honor points. Shall I redeem? Why the rush? Is there no other option? Haha, just kidding. Redeem. Congratulations, the host has redeemed all information regarding the mecha system. The data has been dispatched. A friendly reminder. You now have 7,000 points remaining. Thanks for the reminder. You had to douse my excitement with a bucket of cold water, didn't you? Just as Chugu intended to examine the mecha data. A notification pinged on his phone. Rascal, what are you up to? This princess is finally free. Feeling a headache? What is wrong? Are you ill? Not exactly, just being pressured into marriage by my mom. Ha ha ha, let me laugh for a moment. Tomorrow, I'm being forced into a blind date. Oh dear, remember to take pictures. This gossip is too interesting. I can't shake the feeling you're reveling in my misery, don't feel it. Just know it. We're done. Who do you think you are? Repeat that. Delina Jha sent a voice message, playfully pretending to be a big shot. I'm sorry, princess. Good. Do you need this princess to come to your rescue? How would you rescue me? By airdropping, of course, silly. That might be a bit too much. I fear my mom won't be able to handle it. 5 minutes later. Hey, I haven't agreed yet. Delina Jha ignored him, leaving Chugu helplessly shutting off his phone. Surely, she wouldn't actually come, right? She doesn't even know where I am, he mused, shaking his head and climbing into bed for a deep sleep. Delina Jha, however, looked at her phone, chuckling at the frantic message Chugu had sent. Silly boy, she had indeed acquired the address while sneaking a peek at the information Chugu filled out at the dealership. Sitting cross-legged on her bed, Delina Jha gazed out at the dazzling neon lights of the magical city, lost in thought, unaware of what was on her mind. Early the next morning, Chugu was dragged out of bed by his mother. Sent off early and found himself walking down the empty streets of the morning. What is going on here? The county where he lived was only a 30-minute drive from H City. Following the address given by his aunt, Chugu drove over. Sitting in the designated CAF, Chugu aimlessly scrolled through his phone. Ding, he jolted, thinking it was a message from Delina Jha, only to find it was a notification from their high school class group. Classmates, are you all back? Today is our annual reunion, don't forget. The class monitor, Wang Yong, tagged everyone, and Chugu vaguely remembered him as a diligent student always seen with a book in hand. Got it, big class monitor. Oh, ascent that our campus beauty, Yin Bing, still as charming as ever. Go on, flattering from afar, and we haven't even seen her yet. Ha ha ha, exactly. The classmates seemed to awaken with Yin Bing's mention, becoming particularly lively early in the morning. Chugu gazed at her profile picture, feeling a slight stir within it. Was worth noting that he and Yin Bing had shared a brief period of ambiguity. He had even written her a love letter during high school. Winter thunder, summer snow, mountains without edges, heaven and earth united. I dare not sever ties with you. Recalling this now gave him goosebumps. Their feelings back then had been so pure. Merely holding hands and walking together was equivalent to being in a relationship. However, they inexplicably lost contact over time. Chugu wasn't sure if that counted as his first love. It was all quite hazy. Just then, another notification pinged, and someone tagged him in the group. Lao Gu, you didn't come last year. Are you back in H City this year? Let us know, we miss you. Wang Chong, Chugu's best friend from high school, tagged him. They had played hooky together, pulled all-nighters gaming, shared meals, and slept in the same dorm. I'm back. See you tonight, brother. Without hesitation, Chugu charged towards Wang Chong. He had to go. Chapter 16. High School Reunion. Chugu. You rascal, you've finally returned. Do you know you were the only one absent last year? Indeed. This year, all our classmates are here. Perhaps it was because Chugu had found success elsewhere, busying himself and neglecting his old friends. Stop talking nonsense. Once you're in the world, you can't help yourself, chimed in Feng Zheng, who had never gotten along with Chugu during school. Just wait. We've only just begun our careers. If we manage to gather half of us in 5 years, that would be quite remarkable. Wang Chong immediately defended Chugu. Yes, therefore, we must cherish this moment even more. The former class monitor stepped in to smooth things over. Exactly. Just as Chugu was about to send Wang Chong a private message, he suddenly noticed a girl sitting down across from him without any courtesy. She wore glasses, her thin lips adorned with gloss, and though her face was clean, it couldn't be described as particularly beautiful. Her makeup, however, was quite exquisite. Are you Chugu? Yes, I am. You are Zhang, that's me? The girl abruptly interrupted before Chugu could finish. Furrowing his brow, Chugu replied, You seem rather spirited. Where do you work? In Yinjing. Oh, Yinjing. Have you bought a house there? Her eyes sparkled. Not yet. Dio, you have a car. A clunker. Any savings? None. Instinctively, Chugu began to resist. Then what gave you the courage to come for a blind date? Hey, Chugu found himself momentarily speechless in response. All right, we're not suitable for each other, so let's not waste each other's time. I have things to attend to. I'll take my leave with that. She turned on her heel and walked away without a backward glance. What a straightforward character. How very decisive. What kind of person is that? Chu was nearly thrown off balance. The fast-paced society has indeed given rise to many such individuals, restless and anxious. Old Gu? Where are you? Wang Cheng texted that I'm at the CAF in Yang Square. Are you meeting a girl? Heh, no, just wandering about. Wait, I'll come find you. 20 minutes later, Chu spotted Wang Cheng sauntering towards him. His gait relaxed and carefree. Upon meeting, they exchanged a smile and then embraced tightly. After 2 years apart, our handsome lad from back in the day still looks dashing. Haha, you haven't changed much either. Still as cocky as ever. The two, as if no time had passed, chatted endlessly in the CAF throughout the afternoon. They had no idea how many cups of coffee they'd gone through. To the point where the server eventually brought over a large bucket, his eyes filled with a hint of resentment. Let us go. It's about time. Our classmates should be arriving at the hotel soon. All right, old Gu, how did you get here? Still driving your father's nearly 20-year-old Santana? No, it's my own. As Chu emerged from the parking lot with his car, he came to a sudden stop in front of Wang Cheng. The old classmate, resembling Chu Ji's father, circled around the Grand Cherokee several times before reluctantly taking the passenger seat. Nice Grand Cherokee, Chu. I remember that model is imported, not yet produced domestically. Yes, it seems so. Must be around $1 million, right? In just 2 years, you've struck it rich. Not really. This one cost around 700,000, just a small fortune. The systems overseer couldn't help but wonder if he'd sustained any internal injuries from their conversation. After enduring a torturous traffic jam, Chu and his companions finally arrived at their destination, the Legay Ruijin Hotel. Chu vaguely recalled this hotel being quite famous in H City and had just learned in the car that it was owned by Feng Zheng's family. According to Wang Cheng, they had gathered here last year, and Feng Zheng had footed the bill all by himself. Additionally, during their last meal together, Feng Zheng had fervently pursued Yan Bing, though Wang Cheng was unaware of the outcome. After sharing this, Wang Cheng cast a meaningful glance at Chu. I seem to remember that you and Yan Bing had a fling back in school. At the hotel entrance, Feng Zheng, the former class monitor Huang Yong, and Yan Bing were already there, surrounded by several classmates. After handing the car keys to the valet, Chu approached the group alongside Wang Cheng. Old monitor, Chu, our H City number 3 high school's heartthrob. You still look as handsome as ever. Haha, old monitor, you've changed. Your compliments weren't this sweet back then, Chu. Wang Cheng busily greeted a few classmates. Feng Zheng, Yan Bing, and several female classmates watched from a distance. Chu seems to be doing quite well. I saw him drive here. Indeed. Still looking handsome. A few girls whispered amongst themselves. I asked that even a car. Feng Zheng scoffed. Yan Bing remained silent, merely observing Chu with a mix of confusion and intensity in her gaze. Though it was fleeting, this moment was sharply noted by Feng Zheng, who clenched his fists involuntarily as he watched Yan Bing's delicate profile. As Chu approached, he nodded slightly at Yan Bing, offering no significant reaction, and then entered with Wang Cheng and the others, completely ignoring Feng Zheng. Such individuals were nothing more than a mere afterthought to Chu now. Best not to provoke me. Inside the luxurious private room, everyone took their seats. Feng Zheng occupied the host position, flanked by Yan Bing and Huang Yong, exuding the air of a landlord. After Chu and Wang Cheng found a spot and sat together, they began whispering, just like in their school days. Everyone's here. As per tradition, I'll treat for this meal, Feng Zheng announced, raising his glass. Cheers, brother Feng, how imposing. And after the meal, we reserved a private room at the Rich Entertainment. Tonight, we won't leave until we're all drunk. Anyone who doesn't come is disrespecting me. After Feng Zheng spoke, he glanced at Chu and the others. Chu, come on, you didn't attend last year. You were the school hunk from our number 3 high, right? Yes. A few eager female classmates began to cheer. With no choice, Chu stood up. All right, I'll drink this toast. I'd like to thank the old monitor for organizing this gathering. And also thank Feng Zheng for his generosity. Thank you all for remembering me, Chu. I'll drink first as a salute. This was how Chu operated. If others respected him by an inch, he would return the favor by a mile. Good. Straightforward. Wait, Chu, don't rush to sit down. As Feng Zheng spoke, he moved behind Yan Bing, draping an arm over her shoulders, leaning close to her cheek, and looking at Chu with an air of nonchalance. Chu, allow me to reintroduce. Yan Bing, my fiancée. A hush fell over the classmates, who erupted in excitement. Oh, congratulations to you both. Chu sat back down without any expression. For him, it required no display of emotion. That has nothing to do with me. He is doing this on purpose. Everyone knows you and Yan Bing, Wang Cheng whispered. Chapter 17. A surprise from Diliribo Wang Cheng. You know that was in the past. We were just naive kids. I didn't attend this reunion, and I've long forgotten about that affair, Chu replied, earning a thumbs up from Wang Cheng. After Feng Zheng introduced his new status, Yin Bing appeared somewhat awkward, forcing a smile at the old classmates. But when it came to Chu, it seemed she lacked even the courage to smile. As drinks flowed and laughter filled the air, the group, still wanting more, clamored for a change of venue. Aside from giving Chu a hard time initially, Feng Zheng did not pursue him further. Thus, with the encouragement of a few boisterous classmates, Chu Ji's group wrapped up the meal early and headed to KTV'd. The luxurious suite of rich entertainment. Chu couldn't recall the last time he had sung karaoke. He rarely came to such places. The reason? He was tone-deaf. So, Chu opted not to join in and instead pulled Wang Chong and a few male classmates into a card game. There were certainly a few karaoke enthusiasts among their classmates. Hand the mic to them and they could sing all night long. How about Chu's singing? Feng Zheng casually remarked to a nearby classmate. He doesn't know how to sing, Yin Bing chimed in nonchalantly. You seem to know quite well. Realizing she had misspoken, Yin Bing fell silent, lowering her head. Feng Zheng, observing Chu engrossed in his card game with Wang Chong, smirked coldly. Classmates, let us have our class's most handsome Chu perform a song for everyone. Shall we? Alright, yay, haha, this is it. Chu is going to embarrass himself, a few classmates murmured. Chu looked up, squinting at Feng Zheng. Damn, this guy just won't quit. System, it's time for you to step in, ding. Host, you can check the items available in the shop system under other categories. Oh right, how could I forget? Chu hurriedly navigated to the other categories in the shop system and found the arts section. Exchange for a lifetime master level singer, 10,000 reputation points. Exchange for a temporary master level singer, 100 reputation points. Host's current reputation points, 200. Well brother, do you think I have a choice? Ding, congratulations, host. You have exchanged for a temporary master level singer, valid for 24 hours. Remaining reputation points, 100. Thank you so much. I'll need to study what reputation points really are later. After concluding his conversation with the system, Chu turned to Feng Zheng, who was grinning with anticipation, eager to witness his embarrassment. Chu had a sudden idea. This is your own doing. Just don't call me Uncle Wang later. Chuj took the microphone and headed straight to the karaoke station, typing in the title of a song. You must be happy. As the gentle melody of a love song began to play on the screen, the classmates fell silent. Walking home alone under the streetlights, calling an old friend, inquiring about the weather, and sharing any news that could serve as a joke. Memories lingered, and I found myself lost in thoughts of her. When Chuj began to sing, the entire class was astounded. Feng Zheng, who had just lit a cigarette, dropped it to the floor in disbelief. Wow, how is it that Chuj's voice seems even more impressive than the original singer's? Wang Chong murmured, Oh, Chuj, I love you. Several female classmates began to whistle excitedly. There were some concerns in my heart, some love that we had to keep at a distance, I in the quiet of the night. I remembered the flowers she had given me, along with the heartfelt words we once exchanged, wagering on a chance at happiness, I in the bustling streets. I thought of her. Was she well? Yet, I had no answer to give you. But you must be happy. As Chuj finished the song, Zhaoyan glanced meaningfully for a moment before stepping off the stage. At this moment, Yin Bing's mind went blank, overwhelmed. She recalled how Chuj had been tone-deaf in high school. Yet this performance seemed to reach an entirely different level. Moreover, the lyrics, Yin Bing blushed, feeling the heat rise within her despite the dim lights of the private room. Feng Zheng, watching Yin Bing in a daze, dropped his second freshly lit cigarette to the ground once more. Chuj was now surrounded by female classmates, all clamoring for him to sing another song. Just as he was about to decline, he noticed his phone flashing on the table and hurriedly picked it up. Rogue, where are you? At a class reunion, singing karaoke. Singing? I love singing. Can I join? You can join them, but you're in Modu. By the time you get here, we'll be done. Don't mess around. Who says I'm in Modu? I'm in H-City. Hurry, send me your location. Come out to greet this princess. Huh? Chuj sent a location to Delina Jia and pulled Wang Chong beside him as they headed outside. Hey, old song, if you don't want to sing, just don't. Why are you so eager? I'm really eager, but it's for another matter. Hurry and come with me. The two arrived at the entrance of the luxury entertainment venue. I have a friend coming over shortly. Do you think that's convenient? Is it a male or female? A girl. Is she pretty? Very pretty. How pretty? As beautiful as Delina Jia. Convenient. Chuj was speechless. What kind of die-hard friend was this? 20 minutes later, a beam of light shone from afar, followed by the powerful roar of a 911 engine. The red 911 screeched to a halt in front of Chuj, and Delina Jia opened the door. Leaning against the window, her big eyes sparkling as she looked at Chuj. Big Rogue, long time no see. Delina Jia was dressed in a striking red coat, her flowing long hair adorned with a red and white hairpin, paired with a slightly asymmetrical black, pleated mini skirt and shimmering black stockings that hugged her thighs, exuding a playful yet wild charm. Realizing the situation, Chuj quickly stepped forward to block her. Several passers-by were already casting curious glances. Long time no see. We just met the day before yesterday. Saying this, he dragged Delina Jia into the hall, kicking Wang Chang playfully as they passed. Stop daydreaming. Let's move. Oh, wait. Old song, you need to introduce your buddy. We'll meet in the private room later. You go ahead and scout. Oh, okay. Wang Chang hurried ahead, glancing back at Delina Zha as he ran. Big rogue, surprised? Delina Zha, wearing a large mask, faced Chuj, cradling her face in her hands, shaking her head playfully. I'm surprised for me, but for them, it must be a shock. Haha. As they approached the private room door, Chuj pushed it open. Wang Chang, ever the clever one, greeted everyone as soon as he entered, and promptly turned off the spotlight and ambient lights. The private room was now brightly lit. Upon seeing Chuj and Delina Zha enter, the group immediately bowed, exclaiming, "Welcome, Sister Chuj." A chorus of female classmates cheered. Chuj closed the door and looked at Delina Zha, shrugging in resignation. All right, do as you please. Delina Zha winked at Chuj and then removed her mask. Hello everyone, I'm Delina Zha, Chuj's good friend. I hope you don't mind my intrusion. Chapter 18. Finally waiting for you. The crowd fell silent. A cigarette box clattered to the ground. Wow, old song, you really do resemble Delina Zha. What do you mean resemble? It's clearly true. You country bumpkin, a nearby girl retorted. No way. Ah. The female classmates went wild again, except for Yin Bing. She bit her lip tightly, seemingly unable to believe the scene unfolding before her. Delina Zha hopped happily and took a seat with a few girls who had gathered around. Meanwhile, the male classmates craned their necks to get a better look, especially Wang Chang, whose neck was nearly twisted into a pretzel. Aren't you worried about straining your neck? Chuj joked, giving Wang Chang a light pat. Totally worth it. This is a live star show, isn't it? Exactly. I heard online that Delina Zha has a rumored boyfriend. Who would have thought it would be one of our classmates? Don't talk nonsense. We're just friends. Yeah, right? Several male classmates chimed in. Chuj could no longer be bothered to explain. It seemed this matter only deepened the mystery in between. Delina Zha even treated everyone to a couple of love songs, glancing at Chuj with a soft gaze, embodying the charm of a young girl. The crowd exchanged knowing looks, then began to applaud and cheer for the two. Feng Zheng, mesmerized by the dazzling presence of Delina Zha, kept sending furtive glances at Chuj, nearly bursting with excitement. Meanwhile, Yin Bing paid little attention to Delina Zha, even though this should have been her moment to shine. Instead, she scrutinized Chuj, perplexed by the secret he seemed to harbor. Perhaps she felt she no longer had the right to ask such questions. Chuj, hurry up. We want to hear a duet of love songs together. 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 Chuj felt a bit like a duck being shoved into water. Although he was already on a roll, quick-thinking girls had already queued up songs. Pulling everyone to their seats and handing the stage over to Chuj and Delina Zha. Chuj glanced at the big screen, finally waiting for you. All right, who picked this? After tonight, I fear I'll be receiving threatening letters. When you reach a certain age, you come to realize that living alone can be quite challenging. Gradually, you start to taste the flavor of loneliness. Time relentlessly chips away at your pride. At that moment, Delina Zha found it hard to contain herself. She hadn't anticipated Chuj's singing prowess to be so remarkable. The melody, rhythm, and enunciation were flawless, even effortless. After so many years of training, she considered herself somewhat of a professional, yet she felt a hint of struggle to keep pace with Chuj's rhythm. What the heck? How many people are willing to walk a journey with me? And even fewer are willing to walk a lifetime together. Whether it's unforgettable or not may not matter so much. I just wish to savor the taste of love in the mundane. Finally waiting for you. Thankfully, I didn't give up. Happiness is hard to come by, which makes it even more precious. Finally waiting for you. As the song concluded, their duet was deemed nothing short of perfection. The applause echoed endlessly. As the night deepened and the crowd began to disperse, Chuj and Delina Zha stood to bid farewell. Wang Chang and a few classmates who were avid fans of Delina Zha accompanied them to the entrance. Having had a few drinks, Chuj didn't drive and settled into the passenger seat of Delina Zha's 911, waving goodbye to everyone as they departed. After a few turns, the sports car merged into the flow of traffic. By the way, I haven't asked you yet. How did the blind date go? Not great. I think I was looked down upon. Ha ha ha. Delina Zha laughed heartily, tears of laughter streaming down her face. Was it that funny? Exactly. It just felt particularly amusing. Where to now? Chuj asked, glancing at the carefree Zha. Your territory? Why are you asking me? My place. The bed is big enough. Not going there. It's too late, and going there would be improper. Oh, I see. But what if it were proper? Would you go? As Chuj said this, his face slowly leaned closer to Delina Zha's, his eyes fixated on her stunning profile, especially those long eyelashes, appearing even more beautiful and alluring from the side. At that moment, Delina Zha was extremely nervous. Gripping the steering wheel tightly, her heart pounding like a drum, feeling the breath from Chuj beside her. I don't know. This can't be hypothetical. The sounds in the background grew fainter. Ha ha ha, I guess this counts as revenge for earlier. But it's indeed inappropriate so late. You should go to the hotel up ahead. No need to see me off. It's too late. It's not safe. You bad person. I'll drive you home. It's not far. Listen to me. You can drive back after, and you still need a place to stay. I'm worried. Chu dared not allow herself to stroll on the streets, as it would draw too much attention. Very well, Dili Naja ceased her resistance. Utilizing her own identity, Chu shielded Dili Naja and sought out a hotel that appeared reasonably luxurious, where she proceeded to check in. Upon entering the room, Chu first assessed the cleanliness, then turned off the lights to inspect the infrared security devices and checked the safety bolts on the doors and windows. After a flurry of activity lasting over 10 minutes, she finally felt a sense of reassurance. Dili Naja watched Chu, who was drenched in sweat, and felt a warm flutter in her heart. I believe you have the potential to be my assistant. What are the perks of being an assistant? Get lost? Chu pushed the door open and immediately slammed it shut, only to reopen it with vigor. If you feel scared at night, just call me. I'll be available 24 hours. All right, got it. Be careful on the road. By the way, send me your home address. Sure, I'm leaving now. Are you sure you don't need a bodyguard? One of those personal protectors? Get lost. Chu darted away. After Dili Naja finished washing up, she comfortably lay on the bed and soon drifted into slumber, a faint smile gracing her lips. Chu took out her phone, where WeChat notifications revealed a barrage of messages from Wang Chong. The great romantic, not even responding. Could it be he's busy with something shameful? Chu shook her head and set the phone aside. On the road, the neon lights flickered, casting a kaleidoscope of colors that seemed to mesmerize Chu in the magical city. Chao Bo was perusing the news in his study, as the eldest son of the Chao family. He had taken over several sizable subsidiaries at a young age. The Chao Group, founded by the first-generation leader Chao Chongqing, initially thrived in the chemical industry. Benefiting from the favorable winds of reform in Huaxia and possessing a keen business acumen, they were among the first successful entrepreneurs to venture into commerce. After decades of development, the Chao Group has now evolved into a colossal conglomerate encompassing chemicals, energy, real estate, and construction, with a market value in the hundreds of billions. Renowned throughout the magical city, Chao Bo was regarded as the most likely successor to the Chao Group. However, he still needed a catalyst, which would come from an alliance with the Dili family, of which Dili Naja was the only daughter. The Dili family specializes in commercial real estate, jewelry, cosmetics, and film. If the two families were to merge, it would be a formidable alliance, potentially establishing the first conglomerate in Huaxia. Chapter 19. An affectionate Dili Naja, the foremost of the four little flower darlings, spotted on a late-night date in H City. Suspected boyfriend exposed. A striking entertainment headline surged to the top of trending searches. Naja is in love. Is that true? With pictures as proof, how could anyone deny it? My goddess, who has she fallen for? Not just any pig, but an absolute beast. Who is that man? The main character is here. Everyone come and take a look. Let us dox him. I want to send him a blade. Calm down, brother upstairs. We can't partake in illegal activities. Chao Bo observed the deluge of comments flooding the screen, a surge of anger rising within him, and he promptly dialed a number, investigate Dili Naja's whereabouts, as well as the background of the man she is with. I intend to crush him. Clearly, he had already regarded Dili Naja as his possession. The following day at Chu's home, Chu's mother was tidying the yard. Faintly, a knocking sound and some commotion could be heard from outside. When she opened the door, her aunt was there, saying, "There's a beautiful girl looking for your Chu." She then ushered in a bashful Dili Naja. Upon entering, Dili Naja removed her sunglasses and mask. Standing respectfully, "Hello, auntie. I'm a friend of Chu. Is he home?" Yes, dear. Come in. That rascal is probably still lazing in bed." Outside, a group of children and adults were gathered around a red 911, their eyes wide with wonder. Chu was drooling when suddenly someone yanked his blanket away. Just as he was about to explode with anger, he was taken aback to find Dili Naja staring intently at him. "What the heck? How did you get here? I tried calling you multiple times, but you didn't answer, so I had to come and find you myself. I hardly slept the first half of the night, and I must have slept too soundly the latter half." Chu felt a mix of surprise and delight that Dili Naja had indeed come to his home in the living room. Chu's mother was gazing at Dili Naja with a beaming smile. "She is so beautiful, just like the person on television." "Mom, she is that person, isn't she Naja Jia?" Xiao Wu protested from the side. Dili Naja sipped her tea, sitting modestly while occasionally glancing at Chu. By the way, Chu, I have a gift for auntie and uncle in the car. Could you help me get it?" Dili Naja suddenly remembered and tugged Chu outside. "What gift? At this hour, the mall isn't even open, right?" "Oh, I bought it in the magical city. No need for so much chit-chat." "Aha, so you had this planned all along." "If you say so." Chu opened the door and was instantly taken aback. Outside, people were packed in layers, creating a wall of bodies. "Come and see, the Chu family has a young bride, and she is driving that fancy car." Chu's expression darkened. Chu's mother was busy trying on new clothes that Dili Naja had bought for her. When Chu's father rushed in, looking weary. What is happening at our doorstep? They said someone came to see us. Hello, uncle. Then, upon seeing Dili Naja, Chu's father's mouth dropped open in shock. Old Chu? Naja brought you a case of Moutai, enough to keep you drinking for a while. At that moment, Dili Naja reached for Xiao Wu's hand. Xiao Wu, it's all my fault. I didn't know we had such a beautiful and adorable little sister at home. I didn't prepare your gift in advance. But I have this lovely watch. You can have it for now. Next time I come, just secretly tell me what you want, and I'll get it for you. No need, Naja Jejia. You're my idol. I want a photo and an autograph. This will make my classmates so envious. Hee, that essay must, and you absolutely must accept the watch. Xiao Wu glanced at her brother, and upon seeing Chu Gu nod, she finally accepted the gift. Chu Gu took a look. It was a pain rai. And he realized that the cost of that watch equaled his entire annual salary. Thankfully, he could still afford it now. After that, Chu Gu felt as though he was no longer involved. It wasn't until after lunch that Dili Naja stood to bid farewell, during which time the 3 members of the Chu family surrounded her without dispersing. Chu Gu stood alone outside the circle, feeling as though he was the outsider in his own home. As Dili Naja left H City, she sat in the passenger seat alongside the beleaguered Chu Gu. Before departing, Chu's mother called Chu Gu over and Asia is heading back to the magical city. You should see her off. All right, I understand. I mean to the magical city. Huh? Isn't that unnecessary, Mom? It is necessary. I've already set my sights on this daughter-in-law, so you better handle it. Fine. I'll take the car keys. Keys? You drive yours. She drives hers. How can you talk? How can you cultivate feelings? How can a girl like Naja take the initiative to come to our door, and I ended up with such a wooden block as you? Get lost. Send her off and take the bus back. Mom, aren't you going to ask your son if he is worthy of her? That's your concern. If you're unworthy, then get your act together and prove yourself. If you can't, then don't expect to come back after losing Naja. With that, Chu's mother slammed the door shut. You're tough. After hearing Chu Gu's recounting, Dili Naja burst into carefree laughter. Actually, I prepared a gift for you too, in the storage compartment of the passenger door. After their laughter subsided, Dili Naja said quietly. Chu Gu fumbled and retrieved a high-end men's watch box. Also a pain ride. A girl gifting a boy a watch carries significant meaning. What's this? This brand is the one I endorse. The manufacturer gave me a pair. I wore the women's one. And the men's one had been sitting there, so I thought, why not give it to you? Dili Naja began to backtrack, flustered. Chu Gu looked at the adorably pouting Dili Naja and changed his teasing tone to a serious one. Beautiful Naja, if one day your boyfriend were to give you a gift, what would you wish for the most? Let me think. Oh, since I was young, my wish has always been the stars and the sea. If possible, I hope he wears golden armor, steps on a rainbow cloud, and with a flip, takes me to pluck the stars and gather the moon. Dili Naja spoke. Her eyes squinted with joy. A blissful smile illuminating her face, as if she were lost in a beautiful dream. That's not too difficult. Give me some time. Wait for me. I'll don the golden armor and ride the clouds to marry you. Dili Naja shivered, choosing to ignore the boastful implications in his words, her ears ringing with the phrase marry you. After a long pause, she replied, I'll wait for you. A bond formed. The Porsche 911 in Naja's hands suddenly accelerated, the engine roaring. Hey, slow down. Chu Gu fumbled for his seatbelt. Ha, you coward. Chapter 20. Xiao Bo takes action. It was a 2-hour journey, yet it took Chu Gu and Dili Naja 3 hours to arrive. Dili Naja's home was in a villa district on the outskirts of the magical city. After some contemplation, Chu Gu decided not to follow Dili Naja inside, at least the time has not yet come. Outside the villa district, the two bid each other a reluctant farewell. Be careful on your way back. Rest assured, hurry inside. All right. After Chu Gu hailed a taxi, he departed, leaving Dili Naja gazing at the retreating vehicle. A wave of despondency washing over her, she listlessly entered the house, only to suddenly discover that the entire family, including several uncles who typically kept their distance, had gathered together. Xiao Bo was notably among them. Causing Dili Naja to furrow her brow. Naja is back? Then I can relax, said one of the elders. All right, dear uncles, I still have matters to attend to, so I won't disturb you further. With that, he adjusted his impeccably straight suit and strode away. The family elders promptly rose to their feet. Take care, virtuous nephew. Diha responded, his gaze fixed on Dili Naja. Come here and explain what this news is all about. Dili Naja approached and was met with a series of photographs from H City, vividly detailed. Although that day Chu Gu had implored everyone not to disseminate any information, it seemed someone had leaked it regardless. Such matters are like fire that cannot be concealed. Seeing that the situation had already been exposed, Dili Naja chose to acknowledge it. It's mostly true. We have privately agreed to a lifelong commitment. Impudent. Dili Naja's father, Diha slammed his hand on the table. Outside, Xiaobo, having overheard this, curled his lips slightly and proceeded to make a phone call. How's it going, Brother Chow? We are already tailing that kid. No matter what methods you employ, bring him to the old place. He hung up the phone. How dare you lay a hand on my woman? You can't blame me for being ruthless, Xiaobo said coldly. I in the back seat of the taxi. Chu Gu was busy arguing with Wang Chong. The taxi suddenly screeched to a halt, causing Chu Gu to stumble and crash into the front seat. Clutching his head, he clumsily got up, intending to scold the driver, when he noticed a dozen burly men disembarking from 3 black Autos ahead. Heh, looks like they're here for trouble. The leader, a bald man, approached and peered in. Driver, it's none of your business. Let the guys in the back out and scram. Dare to call the police, and I'll make sure you can't survive in the Magic City. Believe it or not. The driver, trembling, glanced back at Chu Gu. Listen to them. You can leave. It's fine. The driver seemed to breathe a sigh of relief before shaking his head. Chu Gu exited the car, and after the taxi drove away, he leisurely pulled out a pack of cigarettes, took one, and lit it slowly, inhaling deeply. Are you from the D family? You little brat. You sure know how to put on airs. Soon enough, you'll be calling me Grandpa. Is that so? I don't think so. Just then, a business vehicle screeched to a halt in front of them, and 4 individuals jumped out. Captain Gong has arrived. I thought so. Turns out there's back up. Just you few? Chu Gu extinguished his cigarette, shook his head, and approached Captain Gong. Asked them who sent them. Captain Gong nodded, and several Special Forces team members stepped forward to shield Chu Gu behind them. The bald leader, seeing this, signaled to his men. A few henchmen lunged forward. Bang, bang, bang. In a mere exchange, they were all sprawled on the ground, groans echoing. It appeared Captain Gong and his team were not holding back. Hemph, still skilled fighters. Brothers, arm yourselves. The remaining henchmen drew daggers, surrounding them with predatory eyes. Captain Gong gestured, and several Special Forces soldiers swiftly brandished their weapons. .40 10 military pistols, their dark muzzles aimed at the bald group. Evoked fear. The opposing henchmen immediately grew anxious, retreating, waiting for the leader to make a hasty exit. The bald man, still undeterred, muttered, What are you afraid of? We don't even know if this is real. Even if it is, do they dare? Slap. Before he could finish, he felt a warm sensation in his leg and looked down to see blood gushing out. No need for a leader now. The remaining henchmen scrambled into their vehicles. Disregarding the bald man's fate, speeding away, Captain Gong approached, gun pointed at the bald man. I'll ask you once. Who sent you? Chow Bo, the young master of the Chow family. Please, don't kill me. I am just a bodyguard. Captain Gong received the desired information and turned back to Chu Gu. Academician Chu, you can take our vehicle back to H City. I will send you the details later. All right, following this, Captain Gong assigned 1 team member to handle the aftermath and then drove alongside Chu Gu toward H City. Inside the D family villa, Dili Naja was still throwing a tantrum. Being the family's only cherished daughter, making it difficult to reason with her or discipline her. In the end, they could only let it be for the moment. Diha Naja's father, felt a headache coming on. It seemed his precious daughter did not favor the Chow family. However, both sides had already verbally agreed to a marriage alliance. Though they were not officially engaged, a promise is a promise, and the Chow family was not easily swayed. This matter required careful consideration. As for the Chu kid Naja mentioned, it would be wise to investigate. Even if Naja was unwilling to marry Chow Bo, she would not simply choose anyone. Indeed, does he even qualify? Others echoed in agreement, and Diha waved his hand, concluding the D family's grand inquiry session. Theo described it as thunderous, yet with little rainfall would be most apartment. Dili Naja's father had been in the business world for decades and saw through many matters clearly. While an alliance with the Chow family might offer certain advantages, it also posed significant risks. It was not the most prudent course of action. If the Chow family were to grow greedy, it was entirely possible that, in the future, his daughter's marriage could lead to the annexation of their family's assets. For now, if the person Dili Naja valued had the capability and was wholeheartedly devoted to his precious daughter, there remained considerable room for negotiation. After the clan members departed, Diha sat alone in the hall, contemplating how to resolve this situation. Sir, young Zhang has returned, the butler reminded him. Old master, Zhang Bao, did I not instruct you to follow that Chu kid? Why are you back? There was a change of events. While returning to H City, the Chow family made a move. And then, they failed. One of the Chow family members was also taken down. What? Please, elaborate. Yes, Zhang Bao recounted everything he had witnessed in detail to Diha. After listening, Diha fell silent for a long while, his brow furrowing tighter. A dozen men could not handle 4. And those 4 even had guns? Yes, after the gunfire, the Chu kid left 1 person behind and continued on his way. Later, the police and paramedics arrived in the Magic City, and it seemed the person he left behind was unscathed, lingering only briefly before heading to H City. They were unharmed. Could it be that the Chu kid has some official backing? Diha began to ponder deeply. We thought the situation changed quite suddenly. So we returned to report. You did well to do so. It appears the Chu kid is not an ordinary person after all. With the situation having escalated to this point, it did not seem too dire. At the very least, they were no longer in a rush to explain anything to the Chow family, who were undoubtedly preoccupied with their own matters. However, what kind of background does that kid have? H City is so close to the Magic City. There should be no family capable of shaking the Chow family, right? Could it be that he belongs to the Chu family of Yanjing? DHR's eyes suddenly sharpened. Chapter 21. The Mecha Warrior Project in the Magic City. Chow Bo was indulging in grapes handed to him by a seductive girl, his hands wandering. How annoying, haha. Suddenly, the door to the room was thrust open, and several disheveled subordinates barged in. Damn it, are you blind? Get out and come back in. Yes, young Master Chow. The group exited and re-entered. Young Master, there's been an incident. Bald Jie got shot, and that Chu kid has slipped away. What? Chow Bo pushed the nearby woman away and sprang to his feet. His subordinates hurriedly recounted the events to him, embellishing the details to the point where it seemed they were describing an AK-47 or a rocket launcher. After hearing the report, Chow Bo's face turned a myriad of colors. In this day and age, there were indeed very few who dared to act so boldly. Were they desperate criminals? It didn't seem likely. From the information reported, Chow Bo keenly sensed that Chu Gu had a formidable background, as those henchmen clearly obeyed him. He was still young, not the type to be a lawbreaker, but rather the scion of a prominent family. Damn it, I've stepped on a landmine. That little temptress, Di Li Na Jia. I thought she was so eager to throw herself at someone. Turns out she is clinging to a massive pillar. Find out the background of that Chu Kid. Do not act rashly until we have information. The group nodded and hurriedly left. All right, Chu, I'll consider this a loss for now, but we'll see how this plays out. After hurling those words in anger, Chow Bo roughly yanked the nearby woman, tearing her clothes apart in a fit of rage as he needed to vent his frustrations. Back in H City, as Chu Gu stepped out of the car, he remarked to Captain Gong, "We become quite familiar, haven't we? To be honest, I really do pay close attention to my surroundings. You all are so skilled that not a single clue escaped. I eventually gave up, but I could sense you were nearby. That feeling was quite extraordinary." Chu Gu, having a military inclination, held a particular admiration for special forces. Academician Chu, being able to sense that is already quite impressive. It shows you have potential in that area. Really? I find myself somewhat elated concerning titles of academicians. From now on, you may refer to me as Chuj or Xiao Chu. That is not permissible, as it contradicts the regulations. I am indifferent to that. Then, if you disapprove, how about Major? That will suffice. Without Captain Gong's reminder, Chuj would have forgotten his other identity. Indeed, Major. Captain Gong and several others immediately stood at attention, saluting, to which Chuj reciprocated. They exchanged smiles before parting ways. Chuj could sense that with this new identity, Captain Gong and the others seemed to harbor an additional layer of affection towards him, beyond their previous respect. Upon returning home, Chuj first reported his mission to his mother, of course, deliberately omitting the minor incidents that transpired. After the report, he retreated to his room and took out his phone. "Princess Naza, I have safely returned home and come to report." You have been relatively well behaved. How about you? I mean your family. No issues. Initially, my father was quite strict, but later even the guards assigned to me were withdrawn. Perhaps they realized this princess is unwavering and decided to back down. The princess is formidable, then I can rest easy. The two conversed for quite some time until Chuj's mother called him for dinner, prompting them to refocus. After dinner, Captain Gong sent over the information regarding the Chow family from Magic City. Chuj glanced through it and paid it no further mind and the family businesses of Huaxia. There are always a few young masters who are arrogant and overbearing. He was no stranger to such characters. This time, it seemed Chow Bo had not gained any advantage, and one of his subordinates had even been injured. Most importantly, it appeared they had not troubled Diliriba, hence Chuj ultimately decided to let the matter rest. Granting the Chow family a chance as for the future, he hoped that individual would learn from their mistakes. During the remaining days of the holiday, Chuj fully indulged in the quintessential activities of the New Year break. Sleeping, socializing, drinking, playing cards, followed by more sleeping, socializing, drinking, and card playing in an endless cycle, living blissfully. Of course, amidst the revelry, he also managed to find time to organize the mecha system report, eagerly awaiting the opportunity to return to Yinjing for validation and implementation. On the 6th day of the new year, Chuj's holiday came to an end. His mother had prepared 2 large bags of items for him. One was for him, while the other was intended for his colleagues. Chuj recognized his mother's thoughtful intentions and did not decline. Before boarding the plane, his mother shed tears, causing Chuj's little sister, Chu Xiao, to sob as well. Their father embraced the two of them tightly and waved at Chuj. Chuj nodded to his father, resolutely turning away and striding towards the boarding gate. A few tears escaped the corners of his eyes. Upon returning to the research institute, Chuj found the atmosphere within the courtyard to be a stark contrast to the outside world. Everyone was bustling with activity, devoid of any festive spirit in Huaxia. There are always individuals who dedicate themselves to the future of their country, tirelessly working, for whom holidays hold little significance. Chuj felt a pang of guilt. Setting aside the noise and immersing himself in the ensuing work, after familiarizing himself with the progress of the Prism Tower, Chuj decided to relinquish control to his colleagues, as he only needed to supervise the progress. He applied for an independent research facility from the institute. After borrowing relevant experts from decommissioned, he delved into the Mecha System project. The implementation of the Mecha project required several groups to work in synchronization. First, Chuj combined a few material experts recommended by decommissioned into one team. Led by Zheng Jun, their primary task was to research, manufacture, and assemble the individual components based on Chuj's requirements. All components were to be made from high-strength titanium alloy coated with tungsten carbide to meet the physical defense needs of the mecha's exterior. Next, the most critical aspect of the mecha, the intelligence system, energy core research, was to be personally led by Chuj, with several relevant professors providing assistance. Following that, the power energy station, weapon system, and hydraulic system would be managed by the newly established Controllable Nuclear Fusion Microapplication Group. Led by Li Gang. In fact, this segment was the simplest. Controllable nuclear fusion had become second nature in application due to Chuj's planning. However, the military demand was currently too vast, preventing any extension into civilian applications for the time being. This was a strategic measure. Huaxia needed to establish sufficient technological superiority in this field before proceeding without concerns. After all, extending into the civilian sector would also signify the potential leakage of technology. Finally, Wang Yun served as Chuj's special assistant, responsible for daily documentation and liaising between the various groups. Once all assignments were complete, the group leaders began guiding their team members to conduct experimental data verification and preliminary model manufacturing according to Chuj's research report. A few days later, academician Chen Hua sat in his office reviewing the application reports submitted below. Upon seeing the first batch of application details from Chuj's department, he took a deep breath. Just the high-purity titanium alloy and top-grade tungsten carbide alone amounted to a baseline of 1 billion Huaxia coins. This was merely the first batch. There would be 2, 3, 4, and 5 more to follow. Other relevant groups were still compiling their applications. He felt overwhelmed. No, it was time to seek additional support. Director Wu, we need your backing here at the Research Institute. Old Chen began to appeal. Old Chen? Spare me that. You know that it's just the start of the year, and all the branches are requesting funding. I can't possibly provide that much. Furthermore, I was already giving your institute the most. The other branches have voiced their concerns. I don't care. Besides, our unit is safeguarding the military. Can't you engage in a bit of Tai Chi with Minister Long? Old Chun was relentless, don't mention him. He just called me, stating that the Prism Tower project is underway, with 10 Prism Tower bases being constructed simultaneously, which is estimated to require an investment of over 100 billion. Crying poor? And yet still wanting to extract resources from my science and technology department. Sigh, how about I suggest pausing Chuj's mecha project for now? Wait a moment, clarify whose project you are referring to? Chuj's, the Mecha Warrior project? You don't know? It's incredibly costly. I'm telling you, just the first payment. How much is needed? The institute will submit a report, and I will greenlight it all the way fine. You should have said so earlier. Haha, Old Chen was cunning. Chapter 22. Soul Blade. With Director Wu's endorsement, Old Chen began to sign off on Chuj's project with his eyes closed, afraid to open them lest his blood pressure spike. Chuj had been somewhat obsessed with writing programs these past few days, occasionally complaining to the system during bouts of dizziness. System brother, when can you conjure a finished product for me? That way? I wouldn't have to exert so much effort in research, drafting, and manufacturing. I can. Really? You can't afford it. Forget I asked. The core function of the intelligent system. Energy core was not merely the utilization and operation of energy. That was the role of the power energy source. Its primary task was coordination, akin to the function of the human brain. The Mecha Chuj aimed to create was a war machine, not one intended to be an intelligent being capable of speech and thought. Inputting commands is straightforward. The crucial aspect is that once commands are inputted, it must coordinate its various functions to swiftly execute corresponding actions and relay feedback to the main system. For instance, in defense, the mecha must identify the trajectory and speed of incoming shells or missiles, subsequently evading or accumulating energy for a direct confrontation, calculating the optimal defensive maneuvers based on the effectiveness of the first wave of defense. One cannot simply confront without dodging. Regarding superintelligent robots, Chuj believed that the system's advanced technology could indeed achieve that. However, the current societal structure neither required nor could accommodate such formidable creations. Moreover, having watched the film Resident Evil, Chuj recalled the Red Queen's glitch, wary of a scenario where a superintelligent computer system might once again enact the destruction of humanity and the planet. That would be tragic. Therefore, Chuj's mecha intelligent system is essentially a streamlined version of an intelligent robot, diminishing self-awareness while enhancing control, coordination, and responsiveness. Essentially, It operates like a tank with a 20-0 record on the road, heavily armored, agile in movement, and capable of outputting damage. If tactical application is executed well, it could even lead teammates who are collapsing in 3 lanes to a direct push. A perfect crush. A month later, the hardware teams indeed demonstrated the highest efficiency. On this day, their assigned portion had largely taken shape, and the first prototype had emerged. Chuj ascended to the central assembly hall via lift, gazing at the masterpiece crafted by Li Gang and his team. Wow, why does this design seem somewhat familiar? The purple coating, along with a set of energy blades attached to the right mechanical arm, and the stylish head design. Thankfully, there were no tendrils, or it would have resembled a mecha version of Cassidon. Cassidon? No need for tendrils. The head primarily houses the sensing system, integrating reconnaissance and video systems together. Li Gang earnestly defended. No, just a casual remark. Chuj shot a glance at Li Gang, who clearly lacked any gaming instincts. Approaching the towering mecha warrior, Chuj caressed its surface, the stealth coating shimmering coldly against the tungsten carbide. You adhered strictly to the design, correct? Yes, Chief Engineer, without a single deviation. The main weapon is the laser system mounted on the back, which can retract during regular operations and automatically deploy during combat. So it has 3 arms? Ah, it indeed resembles a third arm somewhat. Never mind, continue. Chuj sighed in exasperation. The secondary weapon is the laser blade on the right arm, intended for close-quarters combat. The left arm delivers a heavy punch, capable of compressing a 60-ton heavy tank into a mere pancake. We have already conducted practical tests. A young researcher wearing glasses chimed in. Indeed, the most critical agility tests have yet to be performed. Its energy core, the brain still requires 2 to 3 days for optimization. Once installed, we can activate all systems. Only then can one discern its combat prowess, Chugu added. Indeed, the onlookers echoed in unison, their eyes sparkling with excitement. Well then, I appreciate everyone's hard work over the past month. Return to rest for 3 days, and gather here again after that. Yes. After the crowd dispersed, Chugu stretched languidly and returned to his research room. Wang Yun was busy archiving the experimental data and progress reports submitted by various groups. Chugu settled down, making the final sprint according to the programming language provided by the system. At that moment, even a world-class programming master would be puzzled by what Chugu was writing. Neither he nor Chugu understood it. Perhaps only the system knew it last. With the final segment of code completed, Chugu exhaled deeply. The remaining task was to have these programs read by the CPU. He decisively pressed the read button. In the laboratory separated by a glass wall from his research room, a circular CPU device suddenly illuminated. Chugu knew it had commenced its operations, and in about 3 days, it would evolve into the unique brain of a mech warrior in this world. It is a pity it cannot transform. You can transform. What is so difficult about that? The shop system is not lacking in options. The system began to tempt him. No, I don't need that. Chugu was no fool. Transforming robots? Extravagant nonsense. I can already fly. Why would I need to turn into a car? However, camouflage is quite appealing. There's no Megatron here. What use is disguise? Time to clock out. After work, Chugu had nothing pressing, just indulging in sweet nothings with Delina. On his first day back at the research institute, everyone regarded Chugu as if he were a national treasure, akin to a giant panda. He realized that these scientists were not entirely oblivious to entertainment news. However, as Elder Chen remarked, what's so extraordinary? Our little Chu academician is a gem of Huaxia. Associating with that Naja does not diminish his worth. You should learn from Chugu. With capability, how could the daughters of Huaxia not be enamored? Chugu dared not relay this to Naja. It was best left unheard. After Elder Chen's banter, the crowd finally reined in their gazes, akin to students of a feudal dynasty absorbing the wisdom of a sage. Except for Wang Yun, whose sharp gaze remained unchanged. 3 days later, in the central assembly hall, Chugu, hands trembling, pressed the energy core into the chest cavity's recess. The external defense structure of the recess clicked into place abruptly. The entire mech began to tremble slightly. From head to toe, the sound of mechanisms in operation filled the air. After a few minutes, the mech's head lifted slightly, and a red light emitted from its eyes. Gradually, the red glow transformed into a soft blue. Chugu recognized this as the energy core activating the entire system, and it had completed the startup process. Now, to conduct the friend or foe identification test, command. Academician Chugu has been identified as the supreme commander of this mech. Command. All personnel on site to conduct friend or foe identification test. The mech's mechanical voice resonated. Moments later, scan complete. All humans on site are researchers and doctors from the Huaxia Yinjing Weapons Research Institute. No enemies detected. End of report. Applause erupted. Well, this trivial test posed no issues. Wang Yun, contact the Western Weapons Experimental Base and prepare for performance testing. Yes. Academician Shu, as the creator of this mech, you ought to bestow it a name. Li Gang exclaimed excitedly, indeed. Chu Gu pondered, gazing at the mech enveloped in a purple aura. Let us call it Soul Blade. The soul of Huaxia, defending the borders against foes, vanquishing all malevolent spirits. Chapter 23. The opponent of Soul Blade in April. As spring graced the Earth, the construction of the Sensory System's super telescope bunker had commenced. The site was chosen not far from a military base in Yinjing, a heavily guarded area. This arrangement avoided the dispersal of security forces, demonstrating the military's practicality. Moreover, it reflected the military's emphasis on the Light Prism Tower's significance. After completing the Soul Blade Mech Warrior project, Chu Gu shifted his focus to overseeing the assembly of the neutrino detector. Before the year-end, he had already crafted the first prototype of its core high-energy accelerator. The remaining tasks were straightforward. Chu Gu acted as the overseer, directing engineers to assemble according to the blueprints. However, precision in data was paramount. The military was anxious. The bunker construction had begun, and the reserve dimensions for the detector had been finalized. If it turned out to be oversized later, it would be troublesome to rework it. As for the subsequent installation of the neutrino detector and its connection to the Light Prism Tower, Chu Gu decided to leave that aside. He felt overwhelmed. Elder Chun wished he could split himself into 8, directly forming an interstellar fleet to cover the galaxy. One day, while Chu Gu was deeply engrossed in testing data, Elder Chen hurried over, calling out his name from afar. Chu Gu, Academician Chu, Major Chu, I say. Elder Chen, just call me Xiao Chu from now on. Otherwise, it sounds like you're addressing 3 different people. Haha, Xiao Chu, I've never seen someone so grumbling about honor. You're the first. Haha, what's the matter? Elder Chen, the Northwest Experimental Base is ready. We can commence experiments. Good. How do you plan to transport Soul Blade over? By flying it directly. That won't do. Such a precious item is still in the testing phase. You want to fly it? What if something goes wrong? What could possibly go wrong? The key is, it's over 50 meters tall and weighs over 1,000 tons. You need a whole convoy to transport it by land. Air transport is even more outrageous. One convoy is just one convoy. I'd rather spend more money than risk Soul Blade being compromised. Very well, you make the arrangements, Chu Gu conceded. A day later, after issuing a series of instructions, Chu Gu set off with Elder Chen and several accompanying vehicles. The grandeur of the convoy was nothing short of luxurious. Over 20 military and police vehicles led the way, followed by a convoy of over 10 transport trucks and a dozen armed military trucks serving as the escort. Armed helicopters filled with weaponry soared overhead. Social vehicles along the route were cleared away. And the streets were packed with citizens of Yinjing, stopping to watch. Is this a drill? Probably. Look, even the WZK-20 armed helicopters are out. It doesn't look like a drill. It seems more like an important equipment escort. Look at the heavy truck in the middle. Indeed, I think so. But we can't see anything. Of course, have you ever seen a country parade its new equipment on the streets? The convoy had the Soul Blade covered with camouflage tarpaulins, making it indeed impossible to see anything. Elder Chen, why do I feel like Soul Blade is your godson? Nonsense, even my biological son wouldn't receive such treatment. This is a national investment of over 100 billion. What son is worth that much? Fine, even a golden son wouldn't be worth that much. However, Xiao Chu, there is something I'm unsure whether to say or not. Elder Chen suddenly looked seriously at Chu Gu, hesitatingly stating, go ahead, it's just that, regarding the funding for creating Soul Blade, wouldn't it be more worthwhile to produce another set of Light Prism Towers? Not at all. One is for defense, the other for offense. There's no comparison. Chu Gu replied decisively. Well, perhaps I'm getting old. My foresight isn't as far-reaching as yours, young people. Yinjing is nearly 2,000 kilometers away from the Northwest Weapons Experimental Base. And the convoy sped along, astonishingly arriving in less than 18 hours. Before departing, Elder Chun had issued orders that there would be no stops along the way. All necessities would be taken care of in the vehicles. This arrangement forced everyone to prepare in advance, as no one wished to address personal matters during the journey. Thus, upon arriving at the base, the entire convoy of over 200 people rushed to the restrooms. Leaving the station personnel utterly astonished, Soul Blade was unloaded and assembled by Chu Gu's research group. Chu Gu, Elder Chen, and others headed straight to the command hall. Xiao Chu, will we be able to conduct tests today? Today is quite tight. The reassembly of Soul Blade requires time. Moreover, once assembled, it needs to be tested by Li Gang and the others. After all, it was manually assembled, so errors are inevitable. A thorough inspection is indeed prudent. Elder Chen, you've arrived just in time. This young man here is Chu Gu, right? A tall, broad-shouldered man in military attire strode forward. Wang Yi, Colonel Wang, you've arrived faster than us. Haha, that's right. Who told us we are the Spearhead Division? Come, Chu Gu, this is Major General Wang Yi, commander of the 115th Heavy Armor Division of Group A. Elder Chun introduced with great solemnity. Colonel Wang, this is our institute's youngest academician, Chu Gu, with the rank of Major. Salute. Chu Gu performed a standard military salute to Colonel Wang. Salute. After Colonel Wong returned the salute, he began to scrutinize Chu Gu until he felt embarrassed and finally withdrew his gaze. Xiao Chu, you would look even more handsome in uniform. Would you like to give it a try? What do you mean I? Elder Chin abruptly interrupted, turning to glare at Colonel Wong, who then awkwardly chuckled. Glancing at the light above, isn't that light a bit dim? Ha ha. Chu Gu and Elder Chin exchanged knowing smiles. Colonel Wong had come this time to act as a hypothetical enemy, which was indeed his forte. Many of the most formidable and well-equipped spearhead units in various military districts were often used as hypothetical enemy forces. During the exercises, the Blue Army is often designated, while various divisions and brigades take turns acting as the Red Army. The Blue Army remains steadfast, while the Red Army is ever-changing. The confrontation between Red and Blue reveals the true essence on the battlefield. It is said that the Blue Army traditionally wins more battles while losing fewer. This kind of confrontation serves not only to hone the skills of both forces, explore strategies, and trial new training outlines, but also to verify the reliability and shortcomings of equipment. The 115th Heavy Armor Division under Commander Wong is tasked with this very mission. This time, they have come to the experimental base under the orders of the General Equipment Department of Huaxia to test the capabilities of the Soul Blade. Commander Wong, not one to hold back, has brought along a significant portion of his Division-S personnel and equipment. A heavy armored regiment consisting of 4,500 personnel, equipped with 180 units of the latest 11A2 main battle tanks, 27 units of the 40 Series 122mm modular rocket launchers, and 27 sets of the CSA 113 combined artillery and air defense systems. AN artillery regiment with 3,000 personnel, which includes 18 units of the 8 Series 370mm heavy rocket launchers, 12 units of the 6 Series tactical surface-to-surface missiles, and 81 units of the 155mm LP-78 self-propelled howitzers. AN aviation regiment of 3,000 personnel, featuring 36 WZK, 20 heavy armed helicopters, several utility helicopters, and a special operations detachment, along with various support units. At this moment, they lie in wait, concealed within 100 kilometers of the experimental base, anticipating the appearance of their quarry. Chapter 24. The glorious moment of the Soul Blade upon reviewing the information regarding Commander Wong's forces. Academician Chen felt a twinge of unease. Commander Wong, are you certain you are here to engage us in battle? Indeed. The Equipment Department's official document states that our combat adversary is the Weapons Research Institute Soul Blade. By the way, Old Chin, what does Soul Blade actually signify? Is it permissible to divulge that now? My aides and I have been pondering it for quite some time, and we have yet to uncover any clarity. The troops do not resemble troops, and the equipment does not resemble equipment. However, my aides have mentioned that whatever Academician Chu produces, it must be engaged as if facing a fully staffed division. Commander Wong rattled on. Thank you, Commander Wong, for holding the Soul Blade and myself in such high regard. No need for modesty. As a Major General, I am entitled to know about your Prism Tower project. Let me share a little secret with you. Your name has made it onto our Army Commander's little notebook. Commander Wong then shifted the conversation, speaking mysteriously to Chu Gu. Little notebook? Haha, our commander has a hobby. He keeps a record of talented individuals he hears about in that little notebook. And then? Academician Chen inquired curiously. And then, it becomes a matter of risking life to seize them. In an instant, Academician Chen's expression darkened. Well, no wonder their combat effectiveness is so formidable. They have inherited the revolutionary spirit of the older generation. Returning to the point, what exactly is Soul Blade? According to the Equipment Department's documents, it is said to be equipped with heavy armaments for the confrontation. We are about to face it shortly, so the mystery should soon be unveiled, right? Chu Gu exchanged glances with Academician Chen. In a rush, no rush, our Soul Blade is still undergoing maintenance. We can take a look this afternoon. Indeed, indeed. Come on, Old Wong, let us go for a meal. Academician Chen chimed in, attempting to ease the tension. All right, shrouded in secrecy, I am eager to see what tricks you will unveil. Whether it's a mule or a horse, it's time to take it out for a stroll. Hours later, can you tell me now? Commander Wong insisted, unwavering in his determination. All right, Li Gang's side should be nearly ready for testing. Chu Gu conceded. At least Academician Chu is straightforward. You, Old Chin, are becoming increasingly unreasonable. Li, gather the staff. We shall first meet this Soul Blade. Yes, wait, does it come with a surprise? Chu Gu silently lamented. A group of over 20 individuals marched steadily towards the largest experimental facility at the base. The Soul Blade stands an impressive 56 meters tall and weighs 1,848 tons. Such a figure would be hard to accommodate in any ordinary place. The group lined up for inspection by the sentries. Wow, this is quite serious. Commander Wong turned around to jest with a few aides in the experimental zone. Within a vast workshop, several cranes were in the process of removing the enormous canvas covering the Soul Blade. Li Gang? Tell them not to cover it anymore. Let it all come off. Someone wishes to inspect our Soul Blade warrior. Understood, Academician Chu. Let us go, Commander Wong. You can't see it well from down here. We need to stand on the ladder. As everyone climbed the ladder, it slowly ascended until it reached its zenith, where it halted. Just then, the canvas fell away, revealing the magnificent and formidable soul blade before them. Goodness, is that a transformer? What an impressive sight. Oh my, it's so handsome. Those blue eyes, wow. The aides instantly transformed into fervent admirers of the soul blade. Silence, what a disgrace, Commander Wang chastised. Soul blade, say hello to Commander Wang, Chu called out to the soul blade. Soul blade, Huaxia A Group Army 115th Heavy Armored Division Commander Wang Yi. Greetings, Major General. Even the voice is so captivating. The admirers began again. Commander Wang shot a furious glare at one of the aides. How does it know me? By your own words, your rank affords you the right to know it. Thus it surely knows you as well, Chu shrugged. All major generals and above in the Huaxia military are recorded in the Soul Blades database for ease of deployment or task directives. Below that rank, you are a unique case, particularly regarding the Soul Blade. This Soul Blade is so heavy. Even if it can withstand blows, it surely cannot contend with our heavy armored division alone, can it? Soul Blade, give Commander Wang a disco dance. With a snap, the Soul Blade spontaneously launched into an impromptu performance of an old-fashioned disco. Haha, our Soul Blade has a penchant for nostalgia. Academician Chen remarked with interest, while Chu face-bombed. This has unsettled Commander Wang. The aides had betrayed him. Their commander was quite clear-headed. As a soldier, defeating the opponent is his duty. His earlier probing was intentional. He needed to ascertain the fundamental details about this behemoth. Now, it seemed that its agility would pose a considerable challenge. Chu was fully aware of Commander Wang's caution, merely playing along with his act. Pressure is on you. We shall remain composed. Masterful combatants strike deadly blows. Order, Soul Blade. Remember Commander Wang Yi. After midnight today, he and his heavy armored division will be your hypothetical adversaries. Seek them out and obliterate them. Abruptly, Chu turned to the Soul Blade, solemnly issuing the command. Understood. With a crisp salute, the Soul Blade faced Chu as if it were a living soldier. Commander Wang's expression darkened. This was nothing short of blatant provocation. Fine, we shall see. To the command post, return to the camp. Yes, the aides saluted in unison. Commander Wang and his team stormed away, not even bidding farewell. Did we perhaps go a bit too far? Academician Chen observed Commander Wang's retreating figure and turned to Chu. Not at all. I believe Commander Wang will take this competition even more seriously now. Only in this way can our Soul Blade truly showcase its brilliance and achieve great victories. With that, Chu turned to gaze at the colossal mechanical warrior before him. The Soul Blade seemed to understand Chu's lofty declarations. Its gaze pivoting toward him. Thus, the man and the mech exchanged glances for a lengthy moment. Suddenly, an idea struck Chu. Academician Chen, do you think it would be excessive for us to have the Soul Blade conduct a surprise operation after midnight? Haha, you wish to infuriate Commander Wang. I 1T interfere. You can engage however you please. Hehe. Order, Soul Blade. After midnight today, activate the perception system, locate Commander Wang's aviation regiment, and eliminate them. Understood. Another crisp salute from the Soul Blade. After issuing the command, Chu departed the experimental facility alongside Academician Chen. As Chu whistled, wandering the base. Academician Chen, the head of the base, Engineer Zhao, has quite a busy schedule ahead. Arrangements for the accommodation of personnel from Yinjing, upgrading the security level of the experimental base, and preparing for camouflage operations around the designated battlefield for the Soul Blade tomorrow, particularly to guard against reconnaissance from space-based radars. Chapter 25. The glorious moment of the Soul Blade 105 kilometers northwest of the Northwest Experimental Base. Commander Wang was in a fit of rage at the command post, I'm telling you. If a division can't defeat a single robot tomorrow, you can expect to be drilled back at the base. Don't think my words are harsh now. If we lose, our army commander will surely berate me. Alright, I want to say more, Li. Does the operations department have a targeted attack plan? Report. Not at the moment. I see you all have turned traitorous. Report. That's not the case. It's just that everyone feels utterly at a loss. In that case, Commander, until we comprehend the true capabilities of the Soul Blade, I recommend we hold our position. Li, the aide, earnestly suggested at this moment. Surrounding the camp, be vigilant against aerial reconnaissance, and our air defense artillery should be dense. Once a target is identified, strive to concentrate all firepower for a single decisive strike. Indeed, Li's words hit the nail on the head. You all witnessed how agile that creature is, therefore, we should avoid exposing our air defense positions recklessly. Otherwise, it could lead to greater losses. To mobilize, let us all emerge and concentrate our firepower for a simultaneous strike. Understood. The 4 battalion commanders under the division salute in unison. Furthermore, we must seek higher command permission to deploy the synthetic aperture radar at the exercise base to monitor all suspicious targets in the area. Acknowledged. The overall strategy laid out by Commander Wang is to first ensure we are well informed and vigilant, patiently awaiting the appearance of Soul Blade, after which we shall collectively engage in a concerted assault. Finally, at midnight today, the Aviation Brigade will stealthily dispatch several helicopters for cover. The Special Operations Team will take advantage of the darkness to send a squad for infiltration, merely to probe the situation. Haha, understood. The commander of the Special Operations Team stands and salutes. Once Commander Wong issues the specific operational directives, the strategy targeting Soul Blade is firmly established. Each subordinate commander returns to conduct pre-battle mobilization, marking the commencement of a war without gunpowder. April 10, 00000. Inside the experimental bases factory, the crimson gaze of Soul Blade abruptly shifts to blue. It has awakened. The factory doors are wide open, revealing an expansive area, the base eerily silent in the dead of night. With a series of clicks, Soul Blade strides out of the factory, standing still in the open space. What is happening? Beside Chugu, Li Gang inquires anxiously. Hush, it's conducting reconnaissance. You focus on monitoring the back-end data? Understood. Li Gang responds in a hushed tone. The energy core of Soul Blade, China's Sentinel-2, synthetic aperture military reconnaissance radar seen center time 16:04:02. Transit time 24:04:02. 2.5 minutes later, a white flame ignites beneath Soul Blade, propelling the mech warrior into the AIR.in the blink of an eye. It catapults into the clouds, its bright blue tail flame visible against the sky. All back-end data is normal. On the outskirts of the base, 2 20 armed helicopters hover at low altitude. Wingman, maintain radar vigilance. Roger that. What could the commander possibly want us to do out here at this hour? Hunt ghosts? Quit your grumbling. We are the cover. The Special Operations Team is the main act. Understood. Just as the communication concludes, a sudden red warning alarm blares in the cockpit. What the hell? That's a collision warning radar. Wingman, do you copy? Report. My warning radar has also activated. Turn on the searchlights. Yes. 2 beams of strong light illuminate the area, revealing Soul Blade, standing tall in the air like a colossal tower. Evade. Evade. Wingman, take evasive action. The headset crackles with static noise, and moments later, an artificial voice announces in the earpiece. Attention, WZK. 20 armed helicopters numbered 2245 and 2246. Your 2 aircraft formation has been destroyed, as per the Exercise Directorate's orders. Please exit the battlefield immediately. Over and out. Captain Liao Jia removes his headset, momentarily stunned, as Soul Blade vanishes from the spotlight. The wingman's voice calls out through the headset, and Liao Jia puts it back on. Liao Jia, did you see that? Maintain discipline. I saw it. I saw a gigantic transformer. So did I. I thought I was seeing things. Well, it seems we won't be dying in vain. Return to the base. Acknowledged. At the Aviation Regiment Station, Liao Jia and his team disembark from the aircraft, and Wingman Wei Jianhua rushes over. Liao Jia, it seems our adversary will be quite formidable this time. Indeed, not just formidable. I fear tomorrow's exercise may turn into a massacre. What do you mean? Liao Jia gazes towards the west side of the landing pad, his mouth opening and closing as he points. Wei Jianhua turns to look. To the west, Soul Blade, nearly 60 meters tall, stands out conspicuously. Behind it, laser weaponry is charged and ready, its sharp head shimmering with blinding light. A piercing alarm sounds, prompting the camp's guard battalion to mobilize. Upon witnessing the scene, they halt in their tracks, locked in a standoff. Surrounding the camp, for massive searchlights shine upon Soul Blade. At this moment, Soul Blade retracts its primary weapon and begins to advance. With each colossal step, it approaches the main gate of the camp, shaking the ground beneath Liao Jia and his comrades. The searchlights follow its movement. Haha, academician Chu, Soul Blade, is strutting down a runway. This does look a bit like that. Within the experimental base, Chu Ji's support team continues to monitor the unfolding events in the factory. Soul Blade approaches Liao Jia and his team, then pivots to face them. Soul Blade, greetings to all personnel of the 115th Armored Division Aviation Regiment. This is our first meeting, and you may call me Soul Blade. Holy cow, Liao Jia, this thing can talk? Silence, Soul Blade. At the behest of academician Chu Gu, I have come here tonight to meet my future comrades. Additionally, it is my unfortunate duty to inform you that, according to exercise regulations, you have all been declared deceased. With that, Soul Blade salutes. After a moment of silence, Liao Jia is the first to return the salute, followed by nearly 3,000 soldiers in the regiment, all saluting in unison. Soul Blade is mighty. Soul Blade is mighty. Soul Blade is mighty. The collective roar of 3,000 men reverberates across the ground. In this moment, they no longer dwell on their own demise. They regard Soul Blade as their comrade. Amidst the soldiers' rallying cheers, Soul Blade activates its boosters and ascends into the clouds. Gradually disappearing from view. At the division command post, Commander Wang Yu slowly removes his headset, casting his gaze upon the commanding officers below. The Directorate has announced that the Aviation Regiment has been annihilated and must withdraw from the exercise. What? Chapter 26, Crushing Victory 1. Command Post of the 115th Heavy Armored Division. The Assembly is at a loss. Commander, what are our next steps? We haven't even begun, and we already lost a full aviation regiment. Indeed, the assembled staff and several battalion commanders echo in agreement. Commander Wang Yi furrows his brow. What's the panic? We must not lose our composure. This Chu kid is impressive. His display today aligns quite well with my temperament. What about the Air Defense Battalion? Are your reconnaissance radars still asleep? Report, Commander. Our radar has been operational 24 hours a day. I suspect Soulblade possesses stealth technology. A battalion commander stands to respond. Quickly connecting the dots. Gasp. Such formidable combat power, and it took out a fully equipped aviation regiment in one round. Coupled with stealth technology, the assembly collectively inhales sharply. Wang Yi nods in agreement, pondering briefly. Order. The entire division must contract its defensive perimeter, establishing a defensive depth within a 20-kilometer radius of the division command post. Order. The armed forces shall abandon conventional weapons and utilize individual anti-aircraft weaponry as the primary armament. To be distributed immediately, to confront Soulblade. Wang Yi has resolved to deviate from conventional tactics. Perhaps an unconventional approach will yield unexpected results. Order. The reconnaissance battalion is to deploy in squads, advancing 50 to 100 kilometers to search for Soulblade. Upon locating a target, report the coordinates to the division headquarters immediately. Wang Yi issues several commands in one breath. At this moment, he must stand firm as a leader. If a division's backbone is lost, its fate will not fare well. By the way, what is the status of the Special Operations Team dispatched? Wang Yi inquires of the Special Operations Commander. Report, Commander. The team is currently in radio silence, and no information has been relayed back. No news is good news. All right, everyone, in previous exercises, we've been the ones pushing our limits against our peers. The tides have turned, and I sense that our opponent may be unprecedentedly formidable. Nevertheless, the 115th Division will not fear any enemy. When the time comes to engage in close combat, I shall lead you all from the front. Yes, that concludes today's briefing. Return and rest well. Tomorrow will be a fierce battle. Yes, all personnel in the division rise and salute in unison. The elite forces are indeed exceptional. Thus far, their morale remains high, spirits unbroken, and combat effectiveness intact. 25 kilometers outside the experimental base. In the darkness, a fully armed special operations team advances cautiously. They operate in groups of 3, providing alternating cover, remaining vigilant. Suddenly, the foremost special operations soldier halts, raising his arm, prompting the others to stop, bend low, and observe their surroundings warily. He is the team leader, codenamed Vulture. Captain, is there a situation? A team member inquires via wireless mic. Maintain vigilance. There's nothing yet, but I can't shake the feeling of being watched. Team leader Vulture peers through a high-definition night vision device, scanning a patch of small woods ahead. Captain, according to the map, we are currently 25 kilometers southwest of the experimental base, a nearby team member reports after checking the electronic display on his forearm. Understood. All team members, heed my orders. We will rest here for now, maintaining silence and remain observant of our surroundings. According to the clock, it is now 1 a.m. We will proceed as planned in 1 hour. Captain Vulture adjusted himself after patting Mike on the shoulder and commanded, at 2 a.m. Most people are in the deepest slumber. Vulture has chosen this hour to act, intending to catch Chu and his team off guard. Yes, the team members replied in unison. However, unbeknownst to them, over 100 meters above, the Soulblade hovered, observing the special operations team below. This scene was accurately transmitted to the computer in Chuji's command center. Academician Chu, how should we proceed? They estimated it was waiting for deeper night. I have no intention of playing along. I still need my rest. Let Soulblade trap them. Let's go and capture some prisoners. Chu declared, briskly walking outside. 20 minutes later, Chu Li Gang, and an entire company of guards arrived at the coordinates of Soulblade. After disembarking, Chu approached the colossal foot of the mech. At that moment, the 12 members of the special operations team sat huddled together, encircled by a perfectly drawn circle, clearly the marks left by Soulblade's laser weapon, with small flames still flickering in some places. A powerful spotlight from Soulblade illuminated the circle, blinding the special forces members who shielded their eyes, rendering them unable to see Chu and his team. Turn on the headlights. Yes, Major Chu. A guard rushed to a nearby truck. All right, Soulblade, turn off your lights. Can't you conserve some energy? With a snap, the bright light disappeared. Chu hurried forward. Brothers, you've worked hard. Ha ha ha. Vulture took a moment to adjust his eyes to the current environment. Ignoring Chu, his gaze was fixed on the towering Soulblade. Is this our opponent? Indeed, it's called Soulblade. Its speed is astonishing. Even with our utmost caution, we couldn't inflict any damage during its attack. Ha ha, It knew you were out the moment you stepped out, but had other missions. Otherwise, do you think you could have reached this point? Now I understand why there's always a feeling of being watched. I suspect it has been tailing us all along, hasn't it? Correct. Truly the elite of the special forces. All right, we should return to base. We need to rise early tomorrow. Oh, Soul Blade, you needn't return. Find a place to hide on your own to avoid further commotion tomorrow. After saying this, Chuj turned and walked away. Captain, where are we headed? The special operations team members quickly gathered around Captain Vulture. Where are we going? Strictly speaking, we have already become his captives. Where else could we go? The special operations members trailed behind Chuj's convoy. After walking a considerable distance, the team members glanced back at the imposing figure of Soul Blade. It stood motionless, watching them depart. Captain, why do I feel like I haven't fully awakened? A petite team member suddenly remarked. Hummingbird, do you want me to help confirm whether you're awake? Scram, scram, scram. Hummingbird, you are our team's mechanical expert. Drones, unmanned tanks, and tractors are all your little toys. How does this big toy feel? Ha ha ha, a towering man, nearly 1.9 meters tall and holding a massive light machine gun, teased him. All right, you too, there's no comparison here. You saw its agility earlier. Our rocket launcher couldn't even touch it. As for guns, they wouldn't even be a mere tickle. Captain, what do you think about high explosives or grenades? The burly man was not ready to give up. Grenades won't suffice. Their power is inadequate. High explosives? Who knows how thick its outer armor is? It might be possible from the inside. The key is, can you get close enough? It can fly. A real-life Iron Man. Throughout the journey, the special operations team argued about how to dismantle this formidable machine. Indeed, special forces, especially those infiltrating behind enemy lines, rarely find themselves captured in real warfare. Either they can't be caught, or they are killed. For them, the odds of survival if captured are slim and utterly disgraceful. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night for this special operations team. Chapter 27. Crushing victory to this night. The winds were calmed in the morning. Chuj, Li Gang, and a host of logistical and technical personnel arrived early at the experimental facility. This was a temporary control, communication, and logistics center for Soul Blade at the weapon testing base, responsible for monitoring its status, data collection, and some performance tests. How is the testing program arranged? Chuj inquired. Report, Academician Chu. All program commands have been inputted. Soul Blade will conduct performance tests in the order of evasion, hard blocking, long-range attacks, and close combat. Good. Proceed as planned. Yes. At the 115th Armored Division Command, Commander Wang Yi arrived early to oversee operations. Eager for a showdown with the mech warrior. Has the surveillance radar detected it yet? Report, Commander, not yet. What about the reconnaissance battalion? Nothing. What the hell? Continue searching. Yes, report, Commander. Sentinel Satellite Number 6 has spotted the target. An excited radar operator reported. Good. Relay the position coordinates and target images to the big screen immediately. Yes. Synchronized to the information display. On the command center's operational information screen, clear images unfolded one after another. Soul Blade stood alone amidst a barren expanse. Surrounded by yellow sand, the sun casting a lonely light upon its form. Somewhat desolate, somewhat solemn. Why is it so still? Commander Wang Yi felt a twinge of unease. Commander, from the coordinates, it seems to be at the weapon testing site northwest of the experimental base. Distance to target? 250 kilometers. 250 kilometers? Only long-range artillery and missiles can reach it. Yes. Deploy unmanned reconnaissance drones to keep it under observation. Immediately relay the coordinates to the missile battalion and artillery regiment. Damn it. Let us shower it with iron rain first. Commander Wang Yi, having endured much frustration over the past few days, could not help but curse order. Deploy 18 units of 370mm heavy long-range rocket artillery. Commence rapid fire on the target coordinates in 5 minutes. Let us give it a taste of our firepower. Yes. 5 minutes later, at the long-range artillery positions, a cacophony erupted as 18 rocket launchers fired almost simultaneously. Each rocket soaring toward the target with fiery trails. A full salvo of the 370mm artillery unleashed 144 rockets, capable of covering a significant area. The Chinese version of long-range artillery had already achieved impressive accuracy. Comparable to precision-guided missiles on the arid expanse, Soul Blade's energy core meticulously calculated the trajectories, speeds, and impact points of the incoming shells. In the next instant, Soul Blade leaped up and then landed heavily, shifting its position. Moments later, the rockets exploded, creating billowing smoke and showers of sparks. Removing the warhead still left the heavy rockets with considerable destructive power. As the smoke cleared, Soul Blade stood there, resembling a statue. Commander, the command center estimates that it perfectly avoided the lethal radius of all the rockets. What? The missile battalion commander and artillery regiment commander rose simultaneously. Commander, allow me to join in. I'll unleash a significant amount of ammunition on it. I refuse to believe it. The missile battalion commander was unwilling to back down. Commander Wang Yi remained silent, fixated on the information screen, seemingly deep in thought. Replay the footage captured by the drone? Yes. After a lengthy pause, did you notice anything? Commander, are you suggesting it was playing with our timing? Staff Officer Lee suddenly interjected. Exactly. The timing of the rocket launch, its movement, the flight time of the rockets, and the explosion timing. When you connect the dots, you'll uncover the issue. The burly men were somewhat befuddled. In total, it only took 2 minutes, yet it accurately calculated our rocket's landing time and even their impact points and explosion radii. So, that's why it perfectly evaded. The burly men finally understood. In other words, during the rocket's flight, it precisely tracked their trajectories for interception. For it, however, it wasn't about interception. It was evasion. It possesses a complete set of detection and early warning radar, very advanced. Its calculation speed is astonishing. We may indeed need to treat it like Iron Man, Commander Wang Yi concluded. How do we even contend with this? Iron Man? A sci-fi movie? Ridiculous. We might as well have Robert Downey Jr. Calculate? Huh? Who is this Robert? All right, this is an exercise, and it's not over yet. Commander Wang Yi was furious. Well, Academician Chuj, I truly underestimated your capabilities. Order. Artillery regiment and missile battalion to withdraw from combat. Armored troops to advance, moving into the range of the artillery and individual anti-aircraft rocket launchers. Order. Report to the command center, requesting Air Force deployment. All fighter jets to carry composite-guided combat missiles. Command. Deploy all unmanned combat drones, equipped solely with composite-guided missiles or television-guided missiles. Old Wang was truly enraged. He issued his commands in one breath, hardly pausing for air. He had been holding back his frustration. This, Commander? Deploying the Air Force? This seems to exceed the scope of the exercise. Have no fear. The command center will consent. Commander, why specifically request these types of guided missiles? From the images, I suspect that this mech warrior's stealth technology and power systems are unconventional. Standard infrared and radar guidance may prove ineffective, explained Commander Wang. Indeed, experience speaks volumes. Report. The command center has approved the request for Air Force deployment, communicated the signals officer. Did I not say so? Haha, how many aircraft have been deployed? A squadron of JK-20S, hiss, quite generous indeed. At a certain Air Force base in the west, 26 armed JK-20S, the latest stealth fighters of Huaxia, glided out of the parking area. 2 aircraft took off simultaneously from each runway, soon forming a formidable attack formation in the sky. 01. What s with such a large display? What s the situation? The incident arose suddenly. The squadron alarm sounded, and all aircraft were urgently scrambled without any combat orders issued. 02. Unclear. The combat system has received a combat briefing. AWACS 045 is rendezvousing with us in the designated airspace. Acknowledged. Meeting at 045 airspace. Experimental base, Soulblade, temporary control center. Chuj was yawning at that moment. What is the situation with Commander Wang? Has the exercise already come to a halt? How stingy? Li Gang began to grumble. It's not stinginess. It's knowing that we are playing hide and seek with him, Chuj asserted firmly, genuinely admiring Commander Wang's capabilities. All right then, we can skip the subsequent experimental procedures. Why? Li Gang asked, puzzled. Because Soulblade is about to enter close combat mode. Activate Soulblade for free combat mode. Chuj's gaze sharpened with intensity. Yes. Chapter 28. Overwhelming Victory 3 in the 045 airspace. The Flying Dragon Squadron, with this aircraft serving as the early warning command aircraft, numbered 169, on channel 11560, concluded. Flying Dragon 01 received. Flying Dragon 02 received. Flying Dragon 03 received. Target coordinates have been transmitted to all aircraft's ICS, 4 combat command systems. The mission is to reach the target airspace, lock onto the target, and destroy it. This aircraft will continuously update the target coordinates and provide you with aerial intelligence. Good luck. Thank you, AWACS 169, for the short-range service. After reading the mission file transmitted by the AWACS, lead aircraft 01 executed a roll, ascending to the attack altitude first. The other aircraft followed suit in identical maneuvers. Squadron, be advised, we will reach the target airspace in 5 minutes. Understood, 01. Is this such a straightforward task that requires the entire squadron? The 02 wingman began to stir trouble. 02. You're rather chatty. Be careful lest the boss give you a beating on the way back. 01. At this altitude, it seems we are targeting ground objectives. Why are we all carrying air-to-air combat missiles? Who issued this order? 02, upon seriously reviewing the documentation, immediately raised a question. 02. I'm your lead, not your search engine. Inside the AWACS 169, the radar screen marked by drones showed that Soulblade was moving and at an astonishing speed. Flying Dragon Squadron, attention, the target is in motion, coordinates updated to. The next moment. Oh no. The target is directly ahead of the AWACS, quickly evade. Evade. The Flying Dragon Squadron was taken aback. How extraordinarily rare. The usually serious AWACS operations officer was now cursing into the headset. Subsequently, the communication with the AWACS was severed, leaving only static in the headset's .01 calling AWACS, 01 calling AWACS, 01. Things aren't looking good. The 02 wingman spoke with a tone that seemed to invite trouble. Squadron, take note, command is now under 01's leadership. Switch back to the original squadron channel. Immediately engage afterburners and head towards the AWACS last known coordinates .02, acknowledged, 03 acknowledged. Moments later, ahead of the Flying Dragon squadron, the 169 AWACS remained at cruising altitude, its silhouette becoming increasingly distinct, appearing nonchalant and normal .01. Isn't the AWACS still there? Is it a ghost? Yet radio communication was impossible. Use the spotlight to signal in Morse code, inquiring about the situation. Acknowledged, 01. The AWACS reports that they have been shot down and are withdrawing from the exercise. What? Oh, and there's one more thing. What? Good luck to you. Danger. Spread the formation, pair up 2 aircraft, and disperse. Activate search radar. Stay alert for enemy presence. 01 sensed danger from this statement and hurriedly issued combat orders. Then, with a sudden jerk of the control stick, the aircraft executed a roll, breaking free from the aerial formation. Quickly engaging afterburners, the aircraft's tailpipe erupted with brilliant blue flames. The series of actions flowed seamlessly. .02 wingman closely followed. Wingman, stay on my tail. Engage afterburners and exit this airspace first. Acknowledged. The usually joking 02 felt the tension creeping in. Moments later, 01 attempted to call other groups on the squadron channel, but all he received was static. .01. It seems they've all withdrawn. Is this a complete loss? Ironically, we have yet to even see what the enemy looks like. Stay close to me. Acknowledged, 02. The enemy must possess stealth technology. Otherwise, our radar wouldn't be so unresponsive. 02 understood. Identify the target, lock on with close-range air-to-air missiles, and fire 2 at once. 02 acknowledged. Within the clouds ahead, Soul Blade stood like a guardian amidst the swirling mist, appearing and disappearing. The deity descended. It raised its right hand, the light blade shimmering. .01. Do you see it? Am I imagining things? No, it is indeed the target. My heavens! Is this an alien invasion of Earth? Moments later, after regaining composure, 01 decisively pressed the launch button. .02. After firing, swiftly disengage. Yes. The 2 fighter jets, one to the left and one to the right, soared straight ahead. Then executed a side roll, tracing a beautiful semicircular arc. The central flight path shot straight upwards, with 4 close-range combat missiles speeding towards Soul Blade at Mach 4. Soul Blade weaved through the clouds, leading the 4 missiles straight down towards the Earth. If you were to monitor, you'd notice that the distance between them wasn't closing. Rather, it was gradually widening. 15 seconds later, 01. The combat missiles have lost their target. 01. That monster is coming back. Lock onto it and engage with the cannon. Soul Blade, in front, the 2 fighter jets flanking it, forming a shape as they ascended. The fighter jet's cannons unleashed a barrage, while Soul Blade merely adjusted its angle slightly, continuing its ascent into the heavens. Their distance was increasing. Beep, beep, beep. The cockpit warning sounded. 01. We've reached maximum cruising altitude. If we pursue any further, we risk stalling. My goodness, that thing is nearly out of sight. Is it heading into outer space? The 2 fighter jets finally reached their limits and began to bank downwards. Can you see it? 01 asked anxiously. Right behind us, getting closer. I see its face, blue eyes. Strangely enough, it looks quite handsome from this angle. Soul Blade illuminated its right hand's light blade and swung it downwards. A familiar electronic broadcast echoed. Command Center of the 115th Division. Commander Wang shook his head helplessly as he listened to the assessment of the battle situation from the directing team. He set down the headset. The Flying Dragon squadron has been completely annihilated. This? So quickly? That monstrous humanoid iron behemoth emerged unscathed. Wang slammed his fist on the table. That moment, the communications officer stood up, reporting to the commander that the armored units had advanced to within 5 kilometers of the weapons testing base. And the commander inquired whether to proceed. Understood. Wang slumped back into his seat. Commander, what's our next deployment? There's no deployment to speak of. We've lost this confrontation, and it was a resounding defeat. But we still have armored units. The voice of the nearby staff member had turned unsteady. The Flying Dragon squadron has been completely annihilated. Do you understand what that means? I don't grasp the commander's intent. Your armored units are up against a squadron equipped with the most advanced radar and stealth technology, formidable JK-20 What are the odds of victory? Commander Wang turned to inquire. Well, perhaps 46 to 54? Enough with the nonsense. You have no chance whatsoever. Yet the Flying Dragon squadron was completely obliterated. We are several magnitudes apart in strength. Continuing to push forward will only lead to humiliation. Let us go. Since we cannot defeat the iron behemoth, let us take down its lair instead. Wang Yi began to act recklessly. Chapter 29. Soul Blade. Under fire at the Northwest Weapons Testing Base, a military jeep sped along. Kicking up dust, Chu Gu, Li Gang, and several others were busy recording the combat data of Soul Blade. Xiao Chu, Commander Wang has arrived. Academician Shan ran in, panting heavily. That, I noticed his complexion doesn't appear too favorable. What happened to him? Not much, Li Gang replied. We just eliminated an aerial squadron, which doesn't he fall under his command. Chu Gu, where are you? Come out. From afar, Commander Wang's deep military voice resonated. Guards, let Commander Wang in. Chu Gu remained composed. Upon entering, Wang Yu gazed at Chu Gu, and after 2 minutes, his broad, dark face suddenly broke into a grin. I say, Xiao Chu, why don't you let our army have one of these magnificent iron behemoths? What iron behemoth? Do you think it's your family's broken tank? Li Gang muttered from the side. Soul Blade is now a prized possession of the Research Institute. It cannot be disparaged by others. I was wrong. Just save one for us, this incredible Iron Man. I must clarify, Commander Wang, you should consult your direct superior. We are solely responsible for the research. How it is used and who it is given to is determined by the military's higher-ups. Chu Gu spoke the truth. All right then. Wang Yu's eyes darted about, seemingly plotting something. Just in time, Commander Wang, since you're here, I have to invite you. There are a few tests that require the cooperation of the Armored Division. Chu Gu said earnestly. No problem. The 115th Armored Division is willing to cooperate unconditionally with the base's experiments. Very well, first send 10 of the latest tanks to the Northern Weapons Testing Range. Then prepare 2 tanks that are to be scrapped and bring them over. No problem. Should I go prepare now? Yes, thank you. No need for formalities. Soon we will be like one big family. Wang Yu readily agreed and quickly left, leaving a group of bewildered individuals behind. Meanwhile, as soon as Wang Yu stepped out, he pulled out a military phone and hurriedly dialed a number. The command center of the Huaxia A Group Army. Commander Long was writing something in a small notebook on the table when the phone rang. Hello, this is Long Feng. Commander, it's me, Wang Yu. Why are you calling me instead of focusing on the exercises? How are the drills going? Let me tell you, if you don't perform well, I'll deal with you. You might as well deal with me now. Wang Yu retorted defiantly. He then briefly updated the commander on the recent battles. Commander, let's set aside your threats for now. We need to hurry with the recruitment of personnel and equipment. Act fast, or we might not even get a sip of soup. Understood. You rascal, I've never seen anyone so excited after a defeat. Complete the remaining tasks with Academician Chu at the experimental base, and I'll deal with you when you return. Commander Long concluded before hanging up. Go take on 1,000 alone? My goodness, a storm is brewing. He looked at his notebook, tracing over Chu Ji's name, then solemnly added, Soul Blade, to it. Soon, a smile spread across his face, back at the base. After Wang Yu made the arrangements as instructed by Chu Gu, he turned and returned. The allure of this place was so strong that even if offered the position of commander, he wouldn't leave. Chu Gu picked up the microphone. Soul Blade, proceed to the Northern Weapons Testing Ground. Seconds later, the ground surveillance and aerial drones captured the imposing silhouette of Soul Blade. This speed, is it instant movement? Commander Wang marveled beside him. Commander Wang, have the tanks been sent over? We still need to wait a bit. Do you think everyone can zip around like your Iron Man? After several minutes, Chu Gu picked up the microphone again to address Soul Blade through the camera, launching into a lecture. What was that during the last aerial battle? There were only 26 planes on the opposite side. It took you over 10 minutes to resolve that. Moreover, I instructed you to decisively defeat the enemy, yet you were dancing around, soaring in the clouds. What's that about? Posing for the camera. Should I get you a maternal mech to seek approval? Chu Gu scolded for 10 minutes. Only when Soul Blade, this massive iron head dipped almost to its chest, did he reluctantly stop. From the sidelines, Commander Wang and Academician Chun stared at Chu Gu as if he were a monster, their mouths agape in disbelief. Wait, Academician Chu, do you think it understands what you are saying? It can discern basic emotions, or else it would be too dull, wouldn't it? Chu Gu smiled. Indeed, during the construction of Soul Blade, its artificial intelligence capabilities had been somewhat diminished. Chu Gu had deliberately left a margin. Otherwise, facing a featureless humanoid mech daily would be exceedingly tedious. Since it resembled a transformer, although it couldn't indulge in extensive theatrics, simple communication was still necessary. Just treat it as a straightforward entity. It won't understand anything too complicated. Just avoid being indirect, like with some people. After saying that, Chu Gu cast a meaningful glance at Commander Wang. Hey, Academician Chu, I haven't offended you, have I? I've just been beaten black and blue by you these past few days. Commander Wang quickly waved his hands. All right, Soul Blade, we will now commence testing your armor strength. It's time to showcase your skills. So all that before was child's play. Wang Yu felt a bit unsteady. Commander Wang, what about the 10 tanks? Oh, Academician Chu will command directly. Numbers 410-419. Understood. Tank formation. Follow my command. Fire armor-piercing rounds at the mech warrior in front of you. Do you hear me? Number 410. Understood. Number 411. Understood. Good. For the first test. 125mm single armor-piercing round. Number 410. Prepare. Fire. In the footage, 1011A2 tanks lined up. The main battle tank numbered 410 roared as flames burst from its barrel. Soul Blade's chest, once the smoke cleared, remained as steady as a mountain. Chu Gu examined the monitoring data, noting no changes. For the second test, 125mm simultaneous armor-piercing rounds, all tanks, aim at the previous impact point. In 10 seconds, free fire, boom, boom, boom. After a round of simultaneous fire, Chu Gu closely monitored the screen data. As the smoke dissipated, the data reflected a change. Armor value decreased from 100 to 98. Please activate idle armor. Chu Gu hastily grabbed the microphone. Soul Blade, do you want to be remade? I told you to focus. And you fell asleep? Report. Apologies, Academician Chu. I thought it could withstand it. What did you think? Do you have any idea how much effort, money, and worry goes into replacing that section of armor? Chapter 30. Armor Mechanism. Yes, it won't happen again. For the third test, all tanks prepare to fire at the previous impact point for another round. Yes, boom, boom, boom. All 10 main battle tanks fired simultaneously, the resulting dust cloud enveloping the tank formation. Chu Gu glanced at the surveillance video, witnessing the previously struck armor being swiftly replaced, while the charred armor was relocated elsewhere. What? It can do that? The armor can repair itself? Commander Wang's eyes widened in astonishment. The armor made from current material technology is not truly invulnerable. Once it reaches its fatigue threshold, it will be damaged. Thus, we VE designed Soul Blade's armor to function as a living mechanism. Theoretically, if the head armor is relocated to the feet, it can be done in seconds or even faster. It also contains backup armor plates, considered expendable components, enabling it to withstand high-intensity warfare. Li Gang elaborated to Commander Wang about Soul Blade's armor mechanism. This is a temporary measure. When suitable invulnerable armor becomes available, it can be replaced. Finally, Chu Gu added. After the smoke cleared, Chu Gu checked the monitoring data. The 98 armor value had not changed. Alright, final armor test. Tank formation, free fire with a base ammunition amount. Yes, boom, boom, boom. The sounds of explosions echoed through the earpiece. Our poor mech warrior stood motionless, enduring the onslaught. However, judging by its demeanor, it seemed quite relaxed. Commander Wang, would you like a cup of tea? Not for a while, Chu Gu said, sipping his tea leisurely. No, thank you. Commander Wang's eyes remained glued to the monitoring video and data point. 5 minutes later, as the dust settled, Chu Gu glanced at the data. The 98 armor value remained unchanged. Alright, the armor experiment is concluded. We're done. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Commander Wang, thank you very much for the armored division's cooperation. The tank formation can return to base. He then instructed to have the scrap tanks unloaded in an open area. Understood. 30 minutes later, Soul Blade, engage in hand-to-hand combat with those two tanks, free play. Chu Gu commanded to in the testing ground. Soul Blade's colossal form soared into the sky, climbing higher until it was out of the drone's view. In the data center hall, everyone exchanged bewildered glances, utterly perplexed. You said free play, and here we go with the showmanship again. Chu Gu shielded his eyes with his hands. In the next moment, Soul Blade plummeted from the sky, its left fist retracting before delivering a thunderous blow upon a tank. The dust, rising over 10 meters high, settled. The tank had vanished from sight, having been forcefully driven deep into the ground by Soul Blade's fist. A substantial crater appeared within the scene. Are you performing a scene from Kung Fu? Just raise your fist and smash it down? Chu Gu shouted at Mike. Soul Blade, facing the camera, disregarded the tank and raised its fist, crashing down with a resounding bang, instantly reducing the tank to mere fragments. This could have been resolved sooner. It was Chu Ji's first encounter with Soul Blade's heavy strike, and he appeared rather pleased. He's scolding his son. Commander Wang whispered to Academician Qian beside him. Well, technically, he is indeed Soul Blade's father. Fine, let us pretend I didn't ask. Soul Blade's debut concluded amidst the father-son banter. Once, Soul Blade returned to the experimental facility, Li Gang and others hurried to conduct a thorough inspection. Anxious that any part might be scratched, the entire 115th Division watched as the mechanized warrior descended from the heavens, landing gently before entering the experimental base. Wow, seeing this creature up close is truly awe-inspiring. It was more than awe. It was rumored that the entire Flying Dragon Squadron had been obliterated within 10 minutes by it. Is that true? Why did our commander grant us a holiday today? Weren't we supposed to be in a drill? You little rascal, Haven T, you had enough of a beating. Why do I feel like we might be out of a job soon? Oh, hush. The might of Soul Blade began to spread throughout the group army from that day forth, triggering a chain reaction that would leave Chugu regretting it in the days to come. At the Huaxia weapon experimental base, Chugu and his team did not rush to leave. He needed to guide Li Gang and the others through the operational and testing processes of Soul Blade. After all, Chugu couldn't possibly carry such a colossal machine around with him in the future. Taking advantage of the next few days at the base, they would rigorously train with Soul Blade and thoroughly organize its data. Once confirmed accurate and complete, they would proceed with data backup. Huaxia would undoubtedly possess more than just this one mechanized warrior in the future. They were merely accumulating experience, and the information they were gathering would serve as a framework for future endeavors. The subsequent mechanized units would follow suit, thus rapidly enhancing combat effectiveness. Chugu addressed Li Gang beside him. Li Gang, now Chu Ji's reliable aide, was a graduate of Huaxia Qinghua's physics program and a true academic prodigy. With a solid foundation in physics, many technical aspects that posed a challenge for Chugu were easily grasped by Li Gang. This realization brought Chugu immense joy, leading him to decide to cultivate this talented individual vigorously. After a busy morning, Chugu felt a bit lightheaded and called everyone to lunch. Just then, his phone buzzed with a message, and upon checking, he discovered it was from his almost girlfriend, Delina Jia. They had been at the base for several days, and this was their first contact. Well, Engineer Chu, I see you didn't think to contact me, did you? The young lady began her inquiry with a tone of playful accusation. I'm sorry, my little princess. I've been so wrapped up in experiments that I've been too exhausted to stay awake. I haven't bathed in days. Want to come and take a whiff? EW, are you serious? I just had lunch. Haha, I'll probably head back to Yinjing after this busy period. Alright, I'll be going to Yinjing in a few days too. Want to join? Delina Jia sent a flurry of playful emojis. What does that mean? Did I lure you in too easily? Be careful. Oh, I meant to meet up. Where did your mind wander? You pervert. I'm starting to suspect your intentions on the plane. Come on. We've not even flipped the calendar to that yet, by the way. Are you going to Yinjing for something important? How long will you stay? My new drama has finished filming and I'm heading there for promotions. I should be there for about 3 to 4 days. I almost forgot that our little princess is a big star. What is the name of the drama? I'll promote it for you. Oh, and let me not forget to ask, is the male lead more handsome than me? Your Glory is far more handsome than you. See you. Say that again. I'm sorry. Li Gang, while eating, watched Chugu with a silly grin. Wow, this restaurant was worth it. Just look at Chief Engineer Chu. He grinning like a fool. Haha, brother Gang, you're doomed. I'm recording this. I'll tell on you. No, brother. Just tell me what you want. I'll swipe my card for anything under 1,000. Ha ha ha. Chapter 31. The arrival of the commanders at the Huaxia A Group Army Command. After returning, Commander Wang hurried to report to the general. General, this is the general situation regarding Soul Blade. Cold Front glanced at the report submitted by Commander Wang. Wang detailed everything he witnessed at the experimental base. The Flying Dragon Squadron didn't last 10 minutes? Confirmed, it was essentially a complete rout. Even the radar couldn't detect where Soul Blade was. This mechanized warrior was developed by Chugu, yes, and he is practically Soul Blade's father. You should have seen him at the base. His lectures were harsher than a father scolding his son. I recall the Light Prism Tower project, the controllable nuclear fusion technology, also originated from him? Cold Front inquired eagerly. Indeed. This individual is truly a once-in-a-lifetime talent. Have you noticed? The projects he researches, any one of them could be considered a national treasure, yet he seems to disdain projects like individual weaponry? I hadn't considered that in detail, Wang replied honestly. Prepare a plane for tomorrow. I need to visit the base. Regardless of whether we can acquire Soul Blade or not, even a few insights from academician Chu would significantly elevate our capabilities. Cold General understood that, fundamentally, this individual and the mechanized unit were not in a position to negotiate. He had his own plans in mind. The next day, at a military airport in the northwest. Just after 6 o'clock, as Cold General disembarked the plane, he had yet to enter the vehicle when he spotted a transport aircraft approaching from afar. This plane looks familiar. Ascent that Commander Lu's private jet from the Western Military District? Having interacted frequently with Commander Lu in the neighboring military district, Cold Front decided to wait. The plane landed, and before anyone disembarked, Cold Front approached. I knew my eyesight wasn't failing me, old Lu. What brings you here? I thought it was someone else. Ascent this Cold General. Hey, didn't you finish your drills? Oh, I'm just here to gain some insights. How about you, old Lu? I'm here for the same reason. Shall we go together? Sure. Just as they were about to leave, another transport aircraft appeared in the distance. They exchanged glances. Should we wait? All right, I thought it was someone else. Ascent this Commander Wang from the Northern Military District. Thus, Cold Front found himself at the airport from 6 in the morning until 9, with a gathering of 8 commanders. Leaders from all military districts of Huaxia converged at the Northwest Weapons Experimental Base. All right, everyone, let us skip the pretenses. We're all soldiers here, so let us speak frankly. Cold Front expressed his frustration. Exactly. Cold Front-S troops are at least a practice squad. What about you all? A dark-skinned man chimed in. Hey, Meng Shichong, I can understand the army and even the air force being here, but what business do you have as a naval commander? Why can't I come? The first results of academician Chu's research were for our navy. As for that iron lump of a robot, I'm not here to compete with you. When it comes to Chu Gu, anyone who dares to contest with me, I'll be furious. Laughter erupted among the old friends and comrades, many of whom had fought together as they playfully bickered before finally embracing tightly. With such steadfast leaders in Huaxia, the nation's future is secure. Meanwhile, Chu Gu was still diligently analyzing data. Academician Chen rushed in, exclaiming, Chu Gu, hurry up and delegate tasks to Li Gang. Many commanders have arrived. Huh? Which commanders? As Chu Gu stepped outside, he inquired. Basically, all the prominent leaders from Huaxia are here. I can't shake the feeling that we're being targeted by these wolves. Academician Chen sighed. Do you think the news about Soul Blade spread that quickly? I say, you forget it, you blockhead. Inside an office at the base, various commanders were exchanging intelligence when Chu Gu unexpectedly entered, only to hurriedly retreat upon realizing the distinguished guest within. Now, Chu Gu felt nervous. This old Chen, messing around at such a critical moment. Why did he have to bring someone else in? Why did I have to come here? Chu Gu pondered anxiously. You must be Xiao Chu, also known as Chu Gu, correct? Colonel Long, with his keen perception, hastily rose to inquire. At this moment, Chu Gu had to muster the courage to enter. Greetings to all esteemed leaders. I am Chu Gu. I apologize for the lack of courtesy in your long journey here. Haha, our esteemed academician Chu seems a bit anxious. Ha ha ha. Inside the room, all the leaders erupted into laughter. No worries. Come, sit down quickly. Are you afraid that we old folks might devour you? No, not at all. I wonder who would dare to feast upon our esteemed academician Xiao Chu. Just then, a soldier with a refined yet resolute demeanor pushed the door open and entered. Upon seeing the newcomer, all the leaders straightened their backs and rose in unison. Good day, Minister Long. The visitor was none other than the military's Minister Long. What occasion brings you here today? Did you arrange this in advance? Ah, yes. The testing of the mecha warriors is nearing completion, and we were contemplating whether to come and have an early look. It's still Colonel Long who has the audacity, speaking without a hint of embarrassment. Well, that does make sense, aligning with your style. Every time new equipment is introduced, there's always a skirmish. I say, Commander Ming, they are here to gather intelligence on the mechas, and what about you? As a naval commander, do you intend for our mecha warriors to float along with your warships at sea? Well, that is not entirely out of the question. Hey, Meng Shichong, you weren't saying that just now. This time? The other commanders were not pleased. Nonsense. Minister Long's face turned serious. Minister Long, isn't it true that academician Xiao Chu has already equipped our navy with the cannon systems he researched? As the naval commander, I ought to come and express my gratitude, right? Seeing the opportunity, Commander Ming quickly added. That's a reasonable justification. Minister Long, uninterested in the antics of these seasoned veterans, turned and approached Chu Gu with a kind demeanor. You must be Chu Gu, correct? Reporting to Minister Long, yes, that is I. Chu Gu promptly stood at attention and saluted. Minister Long is indeed an idol from Chu Ji's school days. This venerable leader, who has seen battle, has been at the helm of the Chinese military's continuous development and expansion for nearly 2 decades. His commitment to technological advancement and the nurturing of talented individuals has propelled the Chinese military's new equipment and technologies to unprecedented heights. The Navy and Air Force, once considered weaknesses, have now surged to become among the top 3 in the world. Chapter 32. Future Plans. Xiao Chu, come here, sit beside me. Minister Long patted the chair beside him. Chu Gu hurriedly took a seat. First, I wish to share some preliminary insights regarding the future deployment of Soul Blade. It is best you all cease your little schemes to take advantage of the situation. Minister Long cleared his throat. Furthermore, academician Chu Gu, do not harbor any thoughts of keeping him to yourselves. He is now a national treasure. Have you ever seen a treasure kept hidden? The commanders lowered their heads. However, research outcomes can still be considered. As Minister Long concluded, the eyes of everyone present sparkled with interest. Since we are all gathered today, Xiao Chu, why don't you share the subsequent plans for Soul Blade with everyone? Certainly, Minister. The testing for Soul Blade is now essentially complete, and my team is in the process of further refining these research data to establish a log-based operational maintenance program. Following that, we will initiate a production plan. With a preliminary goal of 10 mecha warriors to form a mecha combat group, the mecha group will require a comprehensive logistical support base, ideally located in the west, as the environment here is more suitable for their daily maintenance. The support base must also include a command center and a data center, which can be integrated to form the hive for the mecha group. The overall planning and construction is estimated to require at least a year, possibly extending to 4 or 5 years if it proceeds slowly. As he spoke, Chu Gu glanced at Minister Long. Xiao Chu, you need not worry about this. China will fully support the construction of the base, striving to provide the best and fastest means for our mecha warriors to establish their new home. Very well. I will keep track of the production of the mecha warriors, ensuring it progresses in parallel. And by this time next year, we shall have a formidable force, a deterrent for all. Excellent. The other commanders listened intently, their spirits ignited, and upon hearing Chuji's final statement, they erupted into applause. Minister Long gazed at the spirited young man before him for quite some time. By the way, there is another matter that everyone should congratulate Chu Gu on. Secretary Zhang, please bring the commendation order. Minister Long spoke to an aide nearby, who promptly handed him a prepared document. In recognition of Chu Ji's outstanding contributions to the nation's defense, the entire military shall be informed and commend academician Chu Gu. This has already been disseminated to military organizations at all levels nationwide. The sound of applause resonated throughout the room. Additionally, Chu Ji's rank has been elevated from major to colonel. Minister Long took a deep breath. Goodness, a 3-rank leap. What? Does our Colonel Chu's contributions not merit this? Should I directly? Exactly. The assembly began to murmur among themselves. Beside him, academician Qian nodded in satisfaction at his beloved protege. Chu Gu stood solemnly, saluting the assembly, his eyes misty with emotion. Ding, congratulations host, rank elevated by 3 levels. Honor points 15,000, system reward 5,000 points, current honor points 27,000. Haha, what does 27,000 points amount to? 10,000 points can be exchanged for 10 trillion Huaxia dollars. The system suggests the child calculate the arithmetic himself. Ding, congratulations host, commendation order disseminated throughout the military, reputation points 3000000, current reputation points 300000500. An additional 500 surplus? I recall having used some before. Reputation points can be cumulative. In this manner, today truly is my lucky day. Ha ha ha! Chu Gu was internally ecstatic, though he maintained an outward demeanor of solemnity. This internal monologue was nothing short of masterful. At this moment, Minister Long cleared his throat, and the crowd gradually quieted down. Minister Long scanned the room, finally focusing on Commander Meng Shichang. Commander Meng, given the current budget constraints, your plan for the construction of the 4th Aircraft Carrier Group will likely be delayed. Alas, I knew it. But Minister Long waved his hand, addressing everyone. With that said, let us open up the discussion. From today onward, the Navy, Air Force, and Army may undergo significant transformations. Your previous equipment plans and new weapon research projects will need to be reassessed. Thus, some predetermined military budget allocations will also require adjustments. At this moment, the commanders were uncertain whether to voice their objections. Academician Shen, upon returning to Yinjing, you must coordinate with the military regarding redundant projects. Those that overlap should be halted. Yes, Minister. Academician Shen nodded earnestly. You all must look ahead. Quality resources must be utilized effectively, am I correct? Xiao Chu. Chu Gu, lost in his internal musings, was jolted back to reality upon hearing his name called by Minister Long and hastily responded. Yes, previously, I was solely focused on research and did not coordinate this aspect adequately, resulting in the waste of some resources. With this in mind, Chu Gu turned to Commander Meng Shichang. Commander Meng, for now, let us heed Minister Long's suggestion and pause the construction of the Navy's 4th Aircraft Carrier Group. Once my current projects conclude, I may initiate the Aerospace Aircraft Carrier plan. Aerospace Aircraft Carrier? Everyone, including Minister Long, turned to look at Chu Gu. Yes, we are already undertaking some preliminary technical accumulations for this plan. Although I have yet to finalize the complete construction proposal, it should not take too long. Should the Aerospace Aircraft Carrier plan be implemented, the future of Huaxia will no longer be confined to mere land and sea. We shall establish our presence in space. Academician Chu, what level of confidence do you have? Commander Ming inquired with excitement. 90%. However, many of the technologies are groundbreaking. From completing the technical data to perfecting the blueprints, I estimate it will require about a year. So soon? Chu Gu had forgotten that his timeline was calculated with the system's assistance. Just to design and research a conventional aircraft carrier from laying the keel to launching it typically takes 3 to 4 years at a minimum. Ultimately, for it to be operational, 6 to 7 years is the norm. For new vessels, achieving combat readiness within 10 years is not considered too long, especially given that the lifespan of a warship is only around 40 to 50 years. Without utilization, half of its lifespan would already be spent. Therefore, such large-scale strategic weapons are truly beyond the reach of smaller nations. Gasp! Several commanders were astonished. Xiao Chu, why did you not inform me of such significant news earlier? Minister Long hurriedly interrupted, his demeanor gentle but filled with concern. This, actually has been in the planning stages for quite some time. I intended to present it to you once there was a tangible prototype. Chu Gu fabricated an excuse, knowing full well that he was previously unable to afford it. Very well, Academician Chen, upon your return, establish a corresponding expert group. For specific personnel and funding matters, consult academician Chu. The project application will receive a green light, and I will report back to the higher-ups. You need only execute. Yes, academician Shin affirmed. Minister Long, however, I have yet to provide you with any data. This is quite the favor you are granting. Chu Gu was taken aback by how swiftly this matter was settled. What are you looking at? Do you think any of these old codgers could comprehend this? Xiao Chu, take the reins and proceed. The nation places its unconditional trust in you. Yes. Chapter 33. The arrival of my girlfriend having concluded all that needed to be said, Minister Long rose to his feet. Ladies and gentlemen, let us proceed to witness our mech warriors. Is this not one of the purposes of your visit? Indeed. The crowd rose in unison, with academician Shun leading the way. At the data center, Li Gang and his team were still bustling about. Upon the arrival of the high-ranking officials, Chen academician called out, "Everyone, pause for a moment and see who has come to visit." It was only then that the group lifted their heads, and upon spotting Minister Long and his companions, they promptly stood at attention. "Good day, Minister. Greetings, esteemed leaders. Haha, no need to heed old Chen's ramblings. You may continue with your tasks. Here, you have Chief Engineer Chu accompanying you, which suffices." "Yes, Minister." Chu Gu ascended with Minister Long and the others via the lift. It was the first encounter for the leaders with Soul Blade, and the sensation was far more astonishing than that conveyed by the large screens. Academician Chu, what is the primary weapon of Soul Blade? Commander Meng seemed somewhat perplexed, likely having heard of the Mech Warrior initiative but lacking specifics. The main weapon of Soul Blade is the laser system mounted on its back, derived from the Light Prism Tower. Its range and destructive capabilities significantly surpass current laser technology. For now, we shall refer to it as the laser system. The secondary weapons consist of its hands. The right hand wields a light sword, which can effortlessly shatter the hardest diamond. The left hand is a heavy fist capable of crushing a 60-ton heavy tank with ease, as Chu Gu elaborated. Everyone, including Minister Long, listened intently. These are merely the surface features. The advanced technology integrated into it is far from limited to these aspects, is it not? Xiaohua. Minister Long turned and gazed affectionately at a middle-aged general clad in blue military attire. Yu Xiaohua was the Air Force commander, the head honcho of the Flying Dragon Squadron. Haha, how embarrassing. Upon my return that day, my troops were utterly astounded, incessantly exclaiming that they had seen a ghost. Thus, I hurried over to witness the Soul Blade, which had left my subordinates in disarray. As the lift reached its pinnacle, Soul Blade gracefully lifted its titanium alloy head. Soul Blade. Minister Long, esteemed leaders. The Mech Warrior, Soul Blade, reports for duty. It then executed a precise military salute. It can even speak. Basic communication is certainly feasible. The azure glow emanating from Soul Blade's eyes exuded a chilling aura. Its mechanical visage adorned with a robust chest plate shielding its energy core, radiating an undeniable metallic essence and immense power. The leaders stood in awe, rendered speechless by the imposing Mech Warrior before them. Perhaps they would require some time to fully digest this novel behemoth. Minister Long and the others did not linger long. Though the visit was brief, it proved to be immensely fruitful. Chu Gu, academician Shin, and several leaders from the base accompanied them to the airport. Xiao Chu, do come visit me when you have the time. My doors are always open for you, Minister Long earnestly stated as he turned before boarding the vehicle. Certainly, Chu Gu replied hurriedly, though academician Shun furrowed his brow slightly. This statement sounded rather familiar. After spending another day at the weapon experimental base, Chu Gu confirmed that Li Gang and his team could handle matters independently before returning to Yinjing with academician Shun. In the arid expanse of the northwest Gobi Desert, the environment was dry, with winds carrying fine sand that hindered one's vision. Such conditions made survival challenging not only for plants but for humans as well. As Chu Gu disembarked from the plane, stepping back into the realm of humanity, he felt his skin greedily absorbing the moist air, attempting to replenish the moisture lost during his days in the Gobi. He exaggeratedly inhaled deeply, declaring, "Academician Shun, I may need to take a few days off as my girlfriend is coming to Yinjing." Very well, just inform the institute when the time comes. You certainly deserve a break. Look at you, your eyes are bloodshot. Academician Chen expressed concern for Chu Ji's weary appearance. Upon returning to the research institute, Chu Gu took a shower before indulging in a lengthy sleep, which lasted until the next day. When he finally awoke and checked his phone, he discovered 2 text messages from Dilly Reba. "Big Rogue, I'm heading to Yinjing tomorrow. Are you back yet? Don't go disappearing on me again, just you wait." Noting the timestamps, he realized the messages had been sent the previous night. Well, I was likely in a dream state then, Chu Gu mused, deciding to call her back. After a brief ringing, the call connected. "I just returned yesterday, was too exhausted, showered, and went straight to sleep. I only just saw your messages." "I knew it. You pig head." Dilariba's voice was somewhat muddled, yet her soft, adorable tone remained distinctly recognizable. "My event is about to commence, so I can't chat for long. Send me your location, and once I'm done, I'll come find you." "All right, I'm hanging up now." "Okay." After sending her the location, Chugu set down the phone. It seemed she hadn't specified when she would conclude, but he decided to head to the lab first. He rose to groom himself. Oh, I am the handsome brother Chu. His voice echoed amusingly in the washroom. Fortunately, his classmates were absent. Unable to remain idle, Chugu turned and made his way to the laboratory. His colleagues working on the neutrino detector greeted him warmly upon his arrival. Chuji's standing at the research institute had risen significantly, and he was now regarded as an esteemed elder. Wang Yun approached him excitedly. Academician Chu, Chen Lao mentioned you would be taking a few days off, so we didn't want to intrude. This girl seemed overly concerned about possibly upsetting Chugu by their presence. The plan was to rest, but I couldn't sit still, so I came to see how things were going. Haha, it's still the good old Yanjing. Look at you, Wang Yun. You've become even more beautiful. Where? Wang Yun's cheeks flushed a deep red, making her look quite adorable. How is the telescope project progressing? When will we begin assembly? Chugu, oblivious to Wang Yun's bashfulness, inquired anxiously about the equipment. Reporting to Academician Chu, the adjustments are nearly complete, and we should proceed to installation in the next couple of days. The bunker is pressing us, stating that if we don't expedite the process, it may affect their construction schedule. Do not concern yourselves with them. Maintain your own pace and be meticulous. Often, haste leads to mistakes, understood. With Academician Chu's endorsement, their confidence soared. I will join you. With that, Chugu began verifying data alongside his colleagues. As noon approached, a guard approached him. Academician Chu, there's a young lady at the entrance looking for you. She claims to be your girlfriend. Wearing a mask, our guards could not discern her appearance. Adhering to protocol, they did not permit her entry without confirmation. Oh, very well, I will accompany you. Chugu responded eagerly as he followed the guard towards the entrance. And why girlfriend? If I recall correctly, our Academician Chu's girlfriend is quite the celebrity. Diliriba, remember? She was in the news not long ago. I was astounded. Speaking of which, Diliriba is absolutely stunning, and our Academician Chu is a genius. They truly are a match made in heaven. Indeed, it's quite enviable. Are you envious of Academician Chu's talent or his good fortune with women? Does it even need to be said? Ha ha ha. Wang Yun shot a glare at the boisterous group, stamping her foot before scampering away. Chapter 34. Naza's first kiss. Diliriba stood elegantly at the entrance of the research institute, peering inside when Chugu arrived. She playfully stuck out her tongue at the guard from time to time. Chugu. Spotting him from afar, Diliriba began to wave enthusiastically. If you had called me beforehand, I wouldn't have kept you waiting outside for so long. Chugu approached, grasping her icy hand and feigning annoyance. I wanted to surprise you. Didn't he anticipate that I wouldn't even be allowed through the door? Haha, this is a military research institute. Of course, it's under military control. Silly. Care to repeat that? The nearby guard, observing the flirtatious exchange, nearly burst into laughter. Chugu led Diliriba through the entrance and past the guard. He returned the salute. Diliriba gazed at Chugu, her eyes filled with bashful tenderness. Why aren't you in uniform? I'm not quite used to it yet. You would look so handsome in uniform. What nonsense. I can look handsome even without it. Oh, you shameless flirt. In front of the office building of the research institute lay a small lake, where the two decided to stroll along its banks. Hurry, take off your mask so I can see if you've become ugly. As Chugu admired Diliriba's long eyelashes, he felt an insatiable desire to see more. Why do I feel like your eyes are sparkling? As she spoke, Diliriba removed her mask. Nonsense, it's not just sparkling. It's glowing green, if you must know. Chugu silently repeated this in his mind. Diliriba's exquisitely beautiful face was now fully revealed to Chugu, her fair skin, high nose, and delicate, soft lips. This breathtaking visage had graced many of Chuji's dreams, but the beauty in reality was unparalleled. Chugu gazed at her, utterly entranced. Diliriba, feeling the weight of his intense stare, shyly lowered her head, her heart racing. What are you staring at me for? Naza, there's something on your eyelashes. Close your eyes, and I'll blow it away. Oh, confused, Diliriba obediently shut her eyes. In the next moment, Chugu leaned in, his lips aligning perfectly with hers. A potent masculine aroma wafted from his lips, enveloping the atmosphere. Woo-woo, D-Lina's delicate hands flailed, striving to push Chugu away. Yet, Chugu, unyielding, forcefully pried open D-Lina's mouth. At long last, he had ensnared his quarry, cool and sweet. Observing from a distance, D-Lina's hands gradually surrendered their resistance, gently embracing the man's shoulders from behind. After a prolonged moment, they slowly parted. Chugu smacked his lips. So sweet. Have you been eating candy? You naughty boy. How embarrassing to be seen. Haha, no worries. The folks at the institute are all busily whirling like tops. Who has the time to notice, except for me? Humph. D-Lina bit her lip, casting a sidelong glance at the domineering man before her, suppressing a laugh. Wait, I've seen you in several dramas. There were plenty of kissing scenes. Why was that so awkward just now? Chu Gu elongated the last two syllables of his name. I in film and television. Many kissing scenes are staged. They're just for show, you know? That explains it. But still. Something felt amiss. Chu Gu gazed at Delina, who lowered her head further. This is my first kiss. Exactly right, Chu Gu replied, suddenly startled. Back in school, no one dared pursue me. Those who did were frightened off by my father. After starting work, I've been so busy, I never had the chance. As he spoke, his voice dwindled, and his cheeks flushed like ripe apples. Haha, my Naja is shy. Chu Gu abruptly lifted Delina, twirling her around. The early spring lake was crystal clear, revealing tiny fish frolicking beneath the surface. In the distance, a pair of mandarin ducks nestled together, their little toes playfully paddling beneath the water. Delina's hand was held firmly by Chu Gu as they entered the institute's dining hall. It was mealtime, and the restaurant buzzed with activity. How about we sample the culinary skills of our master chef for lunch? Sounds good, Delina replied, her face still flushed from earlier, nearly hiding in Chu Ji's embrace. Chu Ji's colleagues, who had been chatting in small groups, fell silent upon their entrance. Initially, a small cluster of people, then a larger crowd, until the entire dining hall was enveloped in silence, the sound of a pin dropping audible. Suddenly, someone whistled, and the entire restaurant erupted. Whistles, applause, and cheers converged into a rousing symphony. Delina looked at Chu Gu, her small hand tightly grasping his larger one, and Chu Gu understood. He squeezed her hand tightly before releasing it. In that moment, Delina seemed to gain newfound strength, no longer hiding, smiling at everyone, and waving her hand graciously. Truly, her training shone through, effortlessly transitioning between roles. Chu Gu leaned down, gently whispering in Naja's ear. Delina did not respond, instead greeting everyone with her right hand while her left found Chu Ji's waist, giving it a playful twist. Chu Ji's cry was one of theatrical despair. Laughter erupted from the surrounding crowd. After ensuring Delina was settled, Chu Gu busied himself with serving food. Chef Sheng, a balanced meal. Please, 2 portions. Sure thing, academician Chu. Is that your girlfriend? She has quite the beauty, far more stunning than the flower of our village. Chu Gu and a few fellow researchers burst into laughter at this remark. As Chu Gu moved to fetch food, Delina's gentle gaze never left him, following him wherever he went, occasionally smiling back at those who greeted her. Aja, may we sit? Wang Yun and several young colleagues smiled at her. Of course, Delina eagerly responded. Oh, it's you? I remember you from the airport in Magic City. Yes, I'm Wang Yun, academician Chu's assistant. They are all his subordinates. Chu, academician Chu. You mean Chu Gu? He is already an academician? Indeed, he has been for quite some time, but it seems he recently received a promotion from major to colonel, advancing 3 ranks. Colleagues say it won't be long before he becomes a major general. The youngest academician in Huaxia, and now a colonel, a bespectacled male colleague added. Delina had speculated about Chu Ji's identity before, but hearing Wang Yun's words today shocked her, both regarding his academic title and the astonishing military rank. You didn't know? Wang Yun discerned Delina's expression. Well, I genuinely had no idea. I never asked. I thought he was just a researcher or some minor official, Delina said, taking a sip of water. Still reeling from the shocking revelation. Chapter 35. The Institute causes a stir. Wang Yun, you're all here too? Chu Gu approached, carrying 2 plates of food, and sat beside Delina. Yes, academician Chu. We came to get a closer look at the big star on the screen. Haha, come on, Naja, try our cafeteria's food. Sure, academician Chu. Delina fixed her gaze on him, enunciating each word deliberately. Haha, Chu Gu chuckled awkwardly at Wang Yun, who discreetly stuck out his tongue. Delina wasn't truly upset. She shot Chu Gu a glance and turned to Wang Yun to share a secret conversation. As the meal progressed, the table quickly became familiar. Old Qian, is that little Chu's girlfriend? In the distance, academician Qian and several senior figures from the institute were dining together. Yes, she is a big star, I asked my grandson, and it seems she has been crowned the foremost of Huaxia's 4 little flower goddesses. A girl with a good reputation. She seems quite well matched with our little Chu. Hey, old Jiang, I thought you all would oppose this, considering little Chu is in an institution like ours while she is in the limelight. Times have changed. Who says today's scientific workers must remain anonymous? Look at those renowned physicists in M country. Every Nobel laureate is a socialite. True, old Jiang, you speak to my heart. Initially, colleagues from the Security Bureau attempted to conceal Chu Ji's personal information. However, higher-ups decided that with the way Chu Gu was heading, becoming a household name was inevitable. So they opted to let it be. Of course, they still needed to manage public opinion, especially anything detrimental to little Chu. Exactly, tell them, anyone who dares to bully little Chu and tarnish his reputation, I, Zhang Donglai, will be the first to step up, and me. A group of protective professors rallied around Chu Gu. The two soon finished their meal and prepared to leave. As they exited the dining hall, They greeted people along the way until they reached the door. Sister Delina is truly beautiful. Wang Yun's youngest colleague, a student-like young man, remarked as he watched their figures disappear. Sister? Soon at LLB's sister-in-law? Huh. But I'm still her fan. Won't it be a bit awkward to call her sister-in-law? What is it to you, little Wang? So you're saying we lost our chance with your goddess because academician Chu has caught her? Several older researchers began teasing the young man. No, not at all. I'm even more of a fan now. Her chosen boyfriend is also my idol. Double the idol? Haha, you sound like Ultraman, merging into one. She's worth your admiration. Wang Yun interjected thoughtfully. She genuinely didn't know our academician Chu's identity. I could tell she wasn't lying. So, they must be truly in love. After Wang Yun finished speaking, he stood and left, leaving a few colleagues still in disbelief. What did Sister Yun just say? That was profound. I didn't quite catch it. The young man wondered. You're still young, little Ultraman. Chu Gu and Delina stepped out of the institute's gates. Your colleagues are quite enthusiastic. They're different from what I imagined. What did you expect? I pictured them as very serious and solemn. That was in the past. Now, with fresh blood continuously flowing in, the institute keeps pace with societal trends. By the way, the kid who wanted your autograph just graduated this year and was just recruited. He can't be older than us. Indeed, just a little brother. Delina chuckled. What are your plans for the afternoon? I have an event tonight where I need to perform on stage. Sisterly said it's very important, so I'll be rehearsing a dance this afternoon. An unfriendly image flashed through Chu Ji's mind. A little dance. I like that. I'll accompany you. I took the day off. Great. Delina happily linked her arm with Chu Ji's. 30 minutes later, at a sizable dance center in Yanjing. After registering, the couple pushed open the door. This dance center boasted many renowned dance instructors, and the sponsor had high demands for quality. There was no choice but to spend lavishly. Delina pouted as she explained to Chu Gu. Especially for the dance directing. Sisterly mentioned they were specifically hired from abroad. An afternoon is indeed too short. The backup dancers must be particularly professional to achieve quick results. Chu Gu, with a semblance of understanding, remarked, My Naza, you have finally returned. Quickly, go and familiarize yourself with the accompanying dance instructor for tonight. Managerly, in a brisk manner, approached. Upon seeing Chu Gu, she was momentarily taken aback, but then greeted him with warmth. Chu Gu settled into a comfortable spot, preparing to relish the scenery. Naza, you should get to know them first. The dance instructor hasn't arrived yet. He is likely delayed by his flight. I'll step out to welcome him. All right, Li Jie, you take care of your matters, responded Li Naza, who then dashed backstage to change into suitable attire for dancing. Clad in canvas shoes, short hot pants, and a loose t-shirt, Li Naza's chestnut waves were casually tied up, topped with a black baseball cap. She exuded beauty and enthusiasm. As Li Naza took the stage, she became a striking sight, and Chu Gu watched with great delight. Time flew by, and after a few dozen minutes, Li Jie returned, accompanied by a group of people. Leading the way was a man of imposing stature, followed by a mix of men and women dragging large black suitcases, all of them exuding an air of arrogance. Chu Gu noticed that the leading figure had a square face, donned spectacles and squinted eyes, with yellowish skin. It was unclear whether he was from H country or our island, but he appeared rather unsavory. Chu Gu felt a sense of discomfort in his heart. Li Jie waved to Naza. Li Naza jogged over, stealing a glance at Chu Gu during her run. Noticing this, he pouted, only to be met with a sharp glare from Naza. Teacher Chui, this is our Naza. I entrust her to you today, Li Jie said, pulling Li Naza towards the bespectacled man. Hello, Teacher Chui. I am Li Naza. I look forward to your guidance, she said with a polite bow. Ah, I have heard of you in our Great H Republic. Miss Naza is indeed beautiful. Rest assured, I will ensure you shine brightly tonight. Our stage directors and dance instructors in the Great H Republic are the finest in the world, far superior to what you have in China. We are a developed nation. Listening to the translator relay this nauseating arrogance, Chu Gu could no longer sit still. He fished out a cigarette, stood up, and strolled toward the exit, teasing as he passed the group. Semida, everything you do is impressive, but this person is quite unimpressive. He winked at Naza and her companions before heading outside for a smoke. Li Naza stifled a laugh, her lips paling from the effort. The translator, whether from Huaxia or H country, merely shot a glance at Chu Gu before turning back to continue translating the bespectacled man's absurd confidence. Chapter 36. Chu Ji's fury against the unsavory man. After finishing a cigarette, Chu Gu re-entered, just as the boastful group began to engage in earnest work. The bespectacled man removed his noticeably oversized trench coat, revealing a snug gray sweater that enveloped his neck, and began to warm up. He then commenced instructing a few already skilled dance teachers. Chu Gu observed, although he did not particularly like the man, it was evident he possessed some technical prowess. Within mere minutes, the movements demonstrated by the teachers began to take shape. When it comes to entertainment, girl groups, and variety shows, Each country has aspects we can certainly learn from. Thought Chuj. An hour later, the basic routine for the accompanying dance instructors had been established, and the bespectacled man called Naza over for individual instruction. Dealy Naza exhibited a commendable sense of stage presence, quickly grasping the choreography, which left Chu Gu feeling exhilarated, especially during the high leg lift sequences that showcased her long, alluring legs to perfection. As Chu Gu was engrossed in admiring her legs, he suddenly noticed the bespectacled man's hand subtly brushing against Naza's thigh, albeit discreetly. Dealy Naza momentarily froze, but quickly resumed dancing under the man's direction. After a number concluded, she took a brief respite before returning to practice. Chu Gu, now on high alert, closely monitored the bespectacled man's hands. Sure enough, when they reached the high leg lift portion again, the man repeated his previous behavior. Damn it! If Chu Gu were to tolerate this, he would no longer be a man. He sprang to his feet, leaping onto the stage in 2 strides, delivering a powerful kick. The impact of his large frame striking the 170 centimeters frail bespectacled man was akin to an adult striking a child. Ah, you bastard! With a cry of H country's profanities, the bespectacled man was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Dealy Naza, already incensed, was just about to admonish the man when she witnessed Chu Gu's intervention. Stunned yet somewhat pleased, she stood there, flustered. The most bewildered were Li Jie and the assistants accompanying the bespectacled man. Oh dear, oh dear. The bespectacled man's pained groans echoed as the assistants rushed over. Hurriedly lifting him up, clutching his waist, the bespectacled man pointed at Chu Gu, his expression twisted in rage, mumbling incoherently in a foreign tongue. Who are you? You violent man, assaulting an international friend. Do you realize the gravity of your actions? You've committed a serious offense. We shall report you. The nearby translator hastily translated this outburst. Chu Gu stepped closer to the bespectacled man, raising his fist as if to strike again. Say another word, and I'll ask what your filthy hands were doing. Did you think no one was watching? Chu Gu glared fiercely, yet he refrained from further violence. The bespectacled man, instinctively raising his hands in defense, thought Chu Gu was backing down. After a moment's contemplation, he regained his bravado. I don't know what you're talking about. Physical contact is inevitable in dance instruction. You suspect me? Do you have any evidence? If not, just wait. This kick will cost you dearly, you damn Huaxia person. It seemed the bespectacled man was seasoned, aware that his covert actions would likely go unnoticed on surveillance footage. Upon hearing the latter remark, Chu Ji's temper flared again, preparing to unleash further punishment. Li Jie. Naza quickly intervened, pulling him aside. What is going on? I didn't notice anything amiss, and now it's escalated so severely. Li Jie. No, it's not Chu Ji's fault. That man was being inappropriate. Dealy Naza explained the situation in haste. How could such a thing occur? This teacher Chui was recommended and supposedly had a good reputation, especially in H country. A good reputation is relative, isn't it? They're probably used to such behavior over there. Chu Gu scoffed. Xiao Chu, you two were impulsive. The moment this happened, you should have come to me. I wouldn't let Naza be taken advantage of like that. Now that you've acted out, even if you're in the right, it may be difficult to negotiate. If they call the police, it could lead to unnecessary trouble. Li Jie looked at Chu Gu with concern, understanding that Naza held feelings for this young man. Thus, as her manager, she was now protecting Chu Gu to safeguard her artist. Chu Gu remained silent. What if they do report us? Dealy Naza's anxiety was palpable. She hadn't anticipated the situation escalating to this extent. While the three conversed, the boastful translator approached. Our teacher Chui has stated that he did nothing wrong. Here are a few suggestions for your consideration. First, we can avoid involving the police, but this violent man must sincerely apologize. If you wish to continue working together, the contract fee must be increased by 300,000 Huaxia dollars. That would be fair for everyone. What about the second option? Chu Gu chuckled, inquiring. Alternatively, we can report this to the police and let them handle it. We will demand economic compensation from the perpetrator. As for our collaboration, we will naturally adhere to the contract. The translator then turned to face Chu Gu. Brother, you're being too impulsive. As far as I know, our country has strict penalties for unprovoked assaults. Not to mention, with teacher Chui as an international friend, you'll have a hard time escaping this. He finished with a feigned smile directed at Chu Gu. Damn it. So you're a Huaxia person. Truly a competent little sycophant. Fine. Just wait. Hold on. Don't be hasty. Good sycophant, I have a third proposal. Let that unsavory H countryman leave Huaxia, and he should not expect to take a single cent with him. We will report his atrocious behavior to the relevant Huaxia authorities, warning our female artists to be wary of his lewdness. As for the future, he should forget about making money in Huaxia. Oh, and as for reporting, do as you please. Justice will prevail, and I trust the police to handle this impartially. Chu Gu spoke in one breath, ignoring Li Jie's tug at his sleeve, as he had already made up his mind. The translator's face flushed with a mix of red and white. He had not anticipated that the seemingly brawny Chu would possess such eloquence. Very well. Is this also your company's stance, Li Jie? Before Li Jie could respond, Chu shook his head at her and nodded slightly. Seeing this, Li Jie chose to remain silent. All right, wait for it, the translator declared before rushing back to the group of H country individuals, likely concocting a plan against Chu and his companions. After a while, he returned, embodying the essence of a sycophant. Our teacher Chuj has already reported this. Just wait and see. I'm eager to see how far you can flaunt your bravado. Humph. Having said that, he hurriedly retreated, fearful of inciting Chu's ire upon him. Chu, what should we do? They VE called the police. Dili Naza grasped Chu's hand anxiously, her eyes full of concern. Oh, not be anxious. Naza, I still have some connections in Yinjing. If all else fails, I can sell my looks. It should not pose a significant problem to him. My current concern, however, is how your performance this evening will unfold. If it goes awry and offends the sponsors, then your future, alas. Sister Li did not continue her words, merely letting out a sigh. Naza's performance will proceed as scheduled. As for the choreography, I shall handle it, Chu said slowly, gazing tenderly at Dilraba Naza. Chapter 37. Transformation into a dance master. Sister Li looked utterly astonished. Dilraba Naza, however, did not display much reaction. Perhaps she was already awestruck by Chu during their last gathering. Reflecting on it now, she still found it hard to believe that someone with Chu's supposed singing talent, as per the system, he has no talent whatsoever, being utterly tone-deaf, could outshine a multitude of professional singers. System, I demand the immediate acquisition of the dance master skill. Just for a day will suffice. Do not attempt to deceive me into thinking I can possess it for a lifetime. I am unworthy. I do not desire it. I am impoverished. Thank you, system. Never mind. I shall maintain my composure. Ding, congratulations, host. You have successfully exchanged for the dance master skill, valid for 24 hours. Remaining prestige points, 3000300. Wait a moment. I recall that exchanging for the singing master only cost 100 points last time, yet you are deducting 200 this time? I originally had 500 points remaining. Do not attempt to fool me. Has the price increased? Who claims that singing and dancing are priced the same? There are renowned singers aplenty in Huaxia, but can you name a famous dancer? Chu was momentarily speechless. Fine, you are the boss. Your word is law, you cunning merchant. With the mastery in hand, I shall indulge in some pretentiousness. Although, I must admit, this act of pretension is somewhat overwhelming. Chu and the system engaged in a verbal tussle for 5 minutes, during which Sister Li and Dilraba Naza observed him in silence. Naza maintained her adorable demeanor, while Sister Li's expression grew increasingly grim. Ahem, Sister Li, do you not believe me? Very well, I understand. It is a test of loyalty. Chu began his performance. He rifled through his mental music library, selected an upbeat song, We Belong Together, handed it to the live music instructor, and stepped onto the stage. As the music commenced, Chu raised his hands to his chest, then executed a hip sway. These initial movements utterly astonished Sister Li, as they exuded charm surpassing that of many women, fluid and pleasing to the eye. Those in the know appreciated the intricacies, while the uninitiated merely watched in amusement. The individuals from H country initially stood by, ready to mock, fully aware that Dilraba Naza had urgently engaged them. Therefore, they assumed that Sister Li and her team would hesitate to breach their contract, leading to their initial bargaining attempts. However, Chu's flawless dance performance dismantled their arrogance entirely. Particularly, the bespectacled man, who held a superiority complex in H country, suddenly realized that he had been outclassed. He meticulously scrutinized every action, every expression, every beat of Chu's performance, ultimately dejectedly conceding that there were no flaws. He could never achieve such perfection. His pride shattered, he slumped down, finally grasping why Dilraba Naza and her team dared to dismiss his suggestions so audaciously. The 3-minute and 21-second song concluded swiftly, and Chu took a breath before approaching Sister Li and Naza. Wow, Chu, I had no idea you could dance so well, and you're an exceptional singer as well. Is there anything else about you that I have yet to discover? Dilraba Naza exclaimed, her demeanor resembling that of an enamored fan. Sister Li opened her mouth but remained speechless. Most people's first encounter with Chu's extraordinary performance elicited similar reactions. The H country girl group, Humph, is really just average. Stage presence is one aspect, but many stage directors in Huaxia overlook the importance of backup dancers. Why do we often feel so captivated when watching performances from H country girl groups? Much of it is due to their exceptional backup dancers, who possess near master level skills. What about us? Often, we are left with inexperienced trainees, let alone dance instructors of questionable proficiency. The disparity in results is undeniable. Chu's eloquent remarks left Sister Li and the nearby dance instructor momentarily stunned. After a while, the audience erupted into applause, recognizing Chu as their mentor. Naza, I will accompany you on stage tonight. Right by your side that I will choreograph for you. And we can discuss the finer details as we practice, striving to achieve the best results in the shortest time possible. Sister Lee, what do you say? After speaking, Chu turned to Sister Lee, who appeared lost in thought. Huh? Oh, you call the shots. Director Chu? Haha. Alright, I shall not hold back. Chu, along with Naza and several dance instructors, promptly commenced rigorous practice, breaking the song into sections and gradually piecing them together. Just as everyone was becoming increasingly adept, several police officers entered. The bespectacled man, who had been sulking, instantly perked up upon seeing the officers. Right? I almost forgot about the assault incident. You not only hit me but also stole my business. How can I endure this? This double blow ignited inspiration within him. He stumbled over to the police officers, weeping profusely as he began to recount his tale. Essentially, he portrayed himself as an international friend, claiming to promote the spirit of internationalism in Huaxia. He asserted that he had made significant contributions to the cultural exchange between the two nations, demanding that they take action against the assailant and enforce the contractual obligations of Dilraba Naza. Upon witnessing this so-called international friend, the police perceived that he had indeed suffered considerably, a rare sight in Huaxia, where locals are typically warm and hospitable, seldom initiating conflict with foreigners. In contrast, police often receive calls from Huaxia citizens reporting being mistreated by foreigners. This scenario was quite unusual, and adhering to the principle that no report is too trivial, the officers began to question the remaining witnesses. Eventually, they arrived at Chu. Are you the assailant? Indeed, he replied. Straightforwardly. No need for subterfuge. You should inquire why I struck him. Ask if he exhibited any lewd behavior towards Dilraba Naza. Never mind, it would be pointless to ask. He lacks the courage to admit it. After hearing everything, the police were taken aback when they questioned Dilraba Naza. She blinked her big eyes and asked, Yes, moreover, police officer, I wish to report his indecent behavior. If a report is made, will you not take action against him? Well, if the claims are valid, action will indeed be taken, then apprehend him. The police officers found themselves utterly bemused by the turn of events. Ultimately, it became a case of differing perspectives, and according to procedure, they had no choice but to escort everyone back to the police station. Officers, we truly cannot leave. We have a performance tonight. Is there any way you could be accommodating? Sister Lee, sensing the police's demeanor, grew anxious. No. Regardless of whether you are an international friend, you must return to file a report. Sister Lee attempted to protest but was pulled back by Chu. Sister Lee, allow me to handle this. Chu rummaged through his pocket and produced an identification card, presenting it to the lead officer. Chapter 38. The altercation incident. The police officer, perplexed, accepted the identification card from Chu. Upon observing the prominent star on the red certificate, he became somewhat flustered. He hurriedly opened it to reveal Chu's military officer credentials. Chu, 22 years old, H City native, affiliated with the Yinjing Weapon Research Institute, position, academician, rank, colonel. A 22-year-old academician, a colonel? The officer scrutinized the military ID for quite some time, unable to ascertain its authenticity. If you doubt it, you may confirm it by phone. Very well, the police officer complied, recognizing the gravity of the situation and deciding to verify it. At the Yinjing Garrison Command, Commander Wang was sifting through documents when the phone on his desk rang. Commander Wang, this is the duty room. I have a situation to report. Go ahead. Earlier, the local police department reported a group involved in a civil dispute, and one of them presented a military ID. Oh, it's one of ours. Just send the patrol to retrieve them. The name on the military ID is Chu. Colonel Chu. What the hell, you little brat? Can you speak in complete sentences? Tell those officers to behave themselves. If they dare lay a finger on Chu, I will not spare them. Yes, bring the guard platoon. We are heading out. Understood. At the entrance of the command headquarters, an off-road vehicle led the way, followed closely by 2 trucks racing down the road. Back at the dance center, the lead officer, having hung up the phone, felt increasingly uneasy. Judging by the tone of that soldier, it did not seem very friendly. What is going on? The relationship between the police and the garrison has always been cordial. What has stirred up trouble today? Or could this young man truly be an academician? A colonel? The officer shook his head. It seemed improbable, as he appeared merely a child. A colonel? What nonsense! Commander Wang sped through the streets with sirens blaring, continuously honking to clear the way. The scene unfolded with an unimpeded momentum, rivaling that of a fire truck. The urgency of the situation was palpable. If Chu were to encounter trouble on his own turf, it would spell disaster, rendering him a scapegoat for the entire army. The convoy swiftly arrived at the dance center. Inside, the police were still scrutinizing the officer's credentials. Suddenly, the door was thrust open, and 4 or 5 plainclothes officers rushed in, making their way to Chu. One of them saluted, announcing, Colonel Chu, Commander Wang has arrived with his MEN.IT. Turned out to be Captain Gong and his team. Captain Gong, there you are. I thought you might take the day off. Chu exclaimed. Reporting in, I've been here all along. Those few inept individuals were no match for you. Colonel, as for the police, just as we were about to enter, you pulled it out. Captain Gong pointed towards the officer's credentials. Ha! There's no helping it. I had pressing matters at hand and truly couldn't leave. Once this is resolved, I will voluntarily go to the police station to clarify the situation and accept any punishment deemed necessary. Chuj replied, his officer's credentials slipping from his grasp and falling to the floor, leaving several officers staring in disbelief at the unfolding scene, their expressions a mix of confusion and skepticism. Chuj, where are you? Commander Wang's booming voice preceded his entrance. As he pushed the door open, a dozen armed soldiers followed closely behind. This time, it was not just the police. On the H countryside, Sister Lee was taken aback, and a few timid young women began to tremble. Chuj patted Diliriba on the shoulder. It's all right. It'll be sorted out shortly. Just wait for me. Okay. Diliriba replied obediently. Commander Wang, what brings you here? Chuj greeted him. Good to see you, Colonel. Captain Gong and his colleagues immediately saluted. Hello, everyone. Stand down. I need to have a word with young Chu. Commander Wang waved his hand. Young Chu, are you all right? Let me see that if they laid a finger on you, do not hesitate to speak up. Captain Gong, I instructed you to ensure the safety of academician Chu. What happened? Do you have any idea how tense my journey was? My heart was in my throat. Thankfully, I received a call. Had it reached other old-timers, they would have scolded me mercilessly. Do you believe that? Commander Wang's heartfelt words left Chuj momentarily stunned. At that moment, he truly felt the warmth of official support. The assurance of having the nation behind him was indeed exhilarating. It's nothing, Commander Wang. I was merely accompanying Diliriba for dance practice. I didn't expect to run into this ruffian from H country. I just gave him a lesson, and that's how it transpired. Good. As long as there's no issue, I'll handle it. Rest assured. Commander Wang approached the police officers, picking up the officer's credentials from the ground. My credentials, he stated, producing his own. Would you like to verify? The Ministry of Defense's contact number? No need, Commander Wang. We are already familiar with you, several officers hurriedly replied. Very well. I understand the situation now. Chuj. You are not authorized to interrogate them. Therefore, this matter will be handed over to the military. As for that ruffian from H country harassing Diliriba, this is no small matter. You will need to investigate thoroughly. Understood. We will take those individuals back to the station immediately. Diliriba, you are Chuj's girlfriend, correct? Quite right, Commander Wang remarked, acknowledging her presence. Huh? Oh, Commander Wang, hello, young Chu, are you rehearsing a performance? Commander Wang scanned the area before addressing Chuj. Indeed, Diliriba has a performance tonight, so we are practicing here. All right then, continue with your preparations. If you need anything, just call me. You know my number. You are still the same, always so cautious. Chuj felt a bit embarrassed under Commander Wang's admonition. After Commander Wang and the soldiers departed, Captain Gong and the others stayed behind to handle the aftermath. The police officers, upon Commander Wang's exit, respectfully apologized to Chuj. Colonel Chu, we were remiss in our duties today. It is quite all right. You have your responsibilities. Had I not been preoccupied, I would have returned with you to assist in the investigation, Chuj replied honestly, not feeling any sense of entitlement. Manhwa. One must abide by its laws, even with his current special status. Having exchanged pleasantries, the police turned their disdainful gazes towards the H country individuals. Let us go, gentlemen. You think you can get away with your antics in Huaxia? If you weren't raised properly in your own country, don't blame us for our strict laws here. Take them away. The leading officer stated sternly. How dare you? I will lodge a complaint with our Grand H Republic's embassy. I will expose how Huaxia treats international friends to the world. Enough with your blabbering. Let us move. The police recognized the translator's obsequiousness and kicked him, asserting that it was inappropriate to kick a foreigner. Apologies, I simply couldn't restrain myself. After all, the police were human too. Chapter 39. The spirits on stage with the distractions now behind them, Chuj focused intently on imparting dance techniques and stage experience to Diliriba and her fellow dancers. Following the earlier commotion, the dance instructors held Chuj in even higher regard, particularly the young women, whose eyes sparkled with admiration, albeit tempered by the presence of the almost ethereal Diliriba. With the divine support of the system's superior skills, Diliriba and her accompanying instructors could now flawlessly perform the entire dance piece. Chuj finally exhaled with relief, offering them a few final pointers before allowing them to practice independently. He settled in the rest area with a cup of coffee, reflecting on the surprisingly exhausting nature of dance. The dancers on stage sparkled and shone, but beneath that splendor lay countless beads of sweat. Mr. Chu, I'm uncertain how to address you, Sister Lee said with a smile. Approaching with her coffee, Mr. Chu works just fine, Chuj chuckled, feeling a bit thick-skinned. Your stage presence is simply outstanding. I assure you tonight's gala will be a resounding success. Indeed. I heard from Diliriba that you can sing as well? According to her, her talents pale in comparison to yours. Diliriba is not one to exaggerate. Thus, if you are considering a career in the entertainment industry, you ought to prioritize signing with our agency. After all, it's best to keep the benefits within the family, Sisterly said, blushing as she spoke, appearing almost bashful. Ha, absolutely, Chugu replied, amused by Sisterly's keen eye. After chatting with Sisterly for a while, Chugu stood up to resume his practice. Before long, dusk fell and the lights began to twinkle. The gala commenced. Diliriba was set to perform at a charity event sponsored by a renowned real estate firm in Huaxia. The event drew numerous celebrities and dignitaries, including Diliriba herself in the opulent hotel lobby. Men donned exquisite suits, while women glided past in luxurious evening gowns. For them, the gala was not merely an event. It was the talent on stage that took precedence. The dancers had honed their skills to perfection and were now preparing backstage for their performance. Such an event naturally attracted media attention. Chugu peeked out to see cameras and reporters, including a local television station from Yinjing. 4 television news networks, sponsors were essential partners, while for new media and live broadcasts, celebrities were the main attraction. Fans eagerly anticipated their idols outshining others in a certain live streaming room. The host was introducing the evening's guests, while viewers began to engage in heated discussions below. Diliriba, my goddess, truly the foremost of the 4 little flower goddesses. Stop boasting. If we're talking about allure, Yu Qingzhen is the true goddess of sensuality in Huaxia. Your Diliriba hasn't fully developed yet. Yu Qingzhen, please, her rise to fame likely has more to do with her revealing outfits. You re just a bitter grape, unable to partake, and thus you slander her. Do you think Diliriba is pure? Recent rumors had tangible evidence, didn't they? Where's the evidence? I can't find it anywhere. Private chat upstairs, backstage in the dressing room. The outfit Diliriba wore for her performance nearly caused Chugu to faint. The sight of her slender legs accentuated by a tiny leather skirt was mesmerizing. He felt he could gaze at her for a year without blinking. Diliriba, you're showcasing a new style today? Embracing the sexy look? A sultry voice wafted through the air, accompanied by an alluring fragrance. Really, it's nothing compared to what you wear, Diliriba replied, glancing at Chugu, realizing that deciding to join her on stage today was indeed a wise choice. This woman was undeniably captivating. Her enchanting gaze, coupled with her alluring figure, particularly her abundant bosom, made her an irresistible sight for any man. Chugu swallowed hard. Diliriba rolled her eyes at Chuji's lecherous expression, recognizing once more that men could be quite base. Oh, and who is this handsome fellow? Diliriba, why don't you introduce him? Chugu rubbed his hands together, standing up. This is my partner. Nothing special. Oh. Yu Qingzhen immediately lost interest. Chuj resembled a deflated balloon, sniffling as he sat obediently. All right, you get ready then. I shall return. Very well, dear sister. Just as the door clicked shut, Dilanaza swiftly turned and grasped Chuj's ear. Hey, little princess, what is the meaning of this? It hurts. Well, General Chuj. You've grown bold, daring to flirt with ladies right in front of me. What are you talking about? She's nowhere near my Naja. Our Naja is pure and elegant, with a hint of sensuality. Heh. Oh, so she is the embodiment of sensuality then? Chuj nearly replied but caught himself. Choking momentarily, Naja attempted to maintain her authoritative stance, but just then, Sisterly entered, witnessing the scene and merely chuckling awkwardly. What are you two fussing about? You're about to go on stage. Hurry up and prepare. You're quite the handful. Chuj darted out, bowing to Sisterly from a distance, and Naja. Regarding what I mentioned about Chuj during our meal, what are your thoughts? Oh, Sisterly, I suddenly feel it's not suitable for him. The entertainment industry is not his realm. Hey, you didn't say that during dinner. I must prepare now. We're going on stage soon. Goodbye, Sisterly. Sisterly looked on, bewildered, at the hastily retreating Dilanaza. This child, her mood swings are quite rapid. Soon, Dilanaza's performance commenced. Clad in a black leather miniskirt, her bare calves exposed, and a cropped t-shirt with princess puff sleeves, complete with a headset, Naja was destined to be a captivating sprite today. As the stage dimmed, under the spotlight, she and her backup dancers soared with the rhythm of her song, their movements fluid and skilled, igniting a surge of hormones among the audience. Perhaps the discerning eye would notice that among the front row of backup dancers, one stood out as the most flawless, every gaze, every move, every detail. That was our Chuj, the divine. A lively dance paired with her exceptional vocal prowess sent the audience into a frenzy, elevating the atmosphere instantaneously. Dilanaza has delivered a perfect performance today. The audience is thrilled. The fundraising segment follows her act. Inform the host not to wait for the grand finale. Change it immediately. Understood, Director Su. In the VIP box above. The sponsor of the evening, Mr. Su, nodded in satisfaction as he watched the performance unfold. That little vixen, Dilanaza, is indeed putting in a lot of effort today. In the backstage corridor, Yu Qingzhen observed the interaction between the stage and the audience. Her face a mask of frosty discontent. Director Yuan, I'm speaking to you. Do you think we can outperform them? Huh? Oh, I wasn't watching Dilanaza. I was focused on that young man. Look, the one behind Dilanaza on the left. Have you noticed? Throughout the entire dance, he is the true lead. Following the man's finger, Yu Qingjin looked towards the young Ma and, oh, it's him. No wonder. Do you know him? Based on my years of experience, his dancing skills are likely of master level. Is that true? You're not deceiving me, are you? Yu Qingjin's gaze, previously withdrawn, returned to the stage once more. You still doubt my judgment? Not at all. The man ceased to engage with Yu Qingjin. His eyes fixated on Chuj as if he had discovered a new world. Little did Chuj know, his spontaneous decision to assist on stage would trigger a chain reaction, and mere hours later, he unexpectedly topped the trending searches as a passerby. In a certain streaming room, netizens began to flood the screen. Wow, I never realized Dilanaza danced so well before. After seeing today's performance, I'm a newfound fan. Hmph, our Naja is inherently versatile, unlike some who merely resort to stripping and flaunting their pectorals. Naja was truly remarkable today, but don't you think the young man beside her danced even better? He is like a dancing god. I agree. I've replayed it multiple times. That guy is indeed a master, don't question me. I'm a professor at the Yinjing National Dance Academy. Wow, professor, hello? I'm your student. Are the two of you performing a duet up there? Listening to you, I took another look at that young man, and I can't shake the feeling that he looks somewhat familiar. I also noticed. Doesn't he resemble the one rumored to be linked with Dilanaza recently? I can confirm, that's him. What a monumental scoop. Well, it's not hard to understand. Being dance partners with your instructor every day surely cultivates feelings over time. Haha, but isn't it strange? What about the young man SH? He looks quite youthful, yet his dance skills are so advanced. There's something amiss. Wow, a mystery unfolds. Dilanaza's rumored boyfriend performs on stage. Dilanaza's rumored boyfriend turns out to be a dance master. Professional analysis of Dilanaza's rumored boyfriend's dancing, brought to you by a prestigious dance academy. After the performance, the entertainment industry erupted, with various platforms, networks, and news outlets flooding with similar headlines. Chuj was firmly labeled as Dilanaza's rumored boyfriend. At this moment, having just exited the stage and still in a state of exhilaration, Chuj remained oblivious, apologizing to his little princess. Oh, it seems the rumors online hold some truth. You two are indeed entangled. Publicly displaying affection? Yu Qingjin remarked, observing the two in their playful banter. Her irritation was understandable. After all, she had exerted significant effort and even dipped into her own pockets to secure the closing act, solely to overshadow Dilanaza's spotlight, and now it was all in vain. Handsome guy, if she is ignoring you, I shall pay you some attention. Here is my business card, do remember to call me. After handing Chuj her card, she wafted away gracefully. This? Chuj was somewhat taken aback. Humph, what is this? Just as you wish. If she had been a bit more reserved, perhaps he might have been inclined to glance her way a few more times. However, now he felt compelled to keep his distance. It seemed that she was not even in the same league as Dilanaza. Haha. After saying this, Chuj casually tossed the business card into the trash, and he had not lied. Some beauties are best admired from afar. Should it come to serious matters, Chuj would retreat faster than anyone else. What a jest. He ought to consider his current appetite, which had already been elevated several notches by Dilanaza. Ordinary flattery no longer captured his interest. Seeing this, Naja secretly delighted while maintaining a facade of indifference. By the way, what did she mean by the online rumors? What else could it mean? It signifies that the two of you have been exposed once more. Sisterly arrived fashionably late. Here, take a look for yourself. Saying this, she handed Dilanaza a tablet. The two huddled together, beginning to peruse the trending news, with the top 3 headlines prominently featuring them. After reading, they exchanged bewildered glances, sensing that the rhythm was somewhat off. In the past, they had made headlines, but it had mostly been mere text, with few pictures, if any, or they were quickly suppressed. The usual outcome was that the public's enthusiasm waned within 3 minutes, and for such an ambiguous entertainment news story, lacking substance or clarity, people generally remained indifferent or simply disbelieving. Dilanaza understood that it was Chuj's backing that had kept these news stories at bay, but this time, despite the passage of time, discussions online showed no signs of abating. Netizens were keen on digging up past news along with today's events, unearthing every detail. Thus, Chuj was flamboyantly exposed under the guise of a mere passerby in Asia. It seems our company will need to address this matter. We cannot allow public sentiment to fester unchecked, Sisterly remarked with a frown at Dilanaza. Well, there is no need for extensive explanations. We can simply state that we are in a normal relationship. And as for Chuj's identity, it's confidential, and Asia decisively stated, casting a glance at Chuj for confirmation. Seeing that he had no objections, they settled on this approach. And Asia's proposed strategy seemed sound to Chuj. Regarding his identity, he would not disclose it voluntarily, as it pertained to certain national secrets, and such matters would be decided by the state. He vaguely sensed some official stance at play, which could explain the lack of any official intervention thus far. Since that was the case, there was no need for him to feel overly troubled. After a simple late-night snack, Chuj and Dilanaza returned to their respective homes. In this sensitive moment, it was best to maintain a low profile. The two resorted to chatting on their phones for solace. Little did they expect, however, that the rumor mill would surge once more in an unexpected manner. The following day, major news websites dropped another bombshell. H country's renowned dance instructor accused of molesting Dilanaza under the guise of teaching, mysteriously assaulted by her rumored boyfriend assaulted H country dance instructor sues Huaxia police. True interview with the of Dilanaza's rumored boyfriend. The hero who saved her. Among these reports, one official brief indirectly corroborated the authenticity of the events. Regarding the detention of personnel from a certain country in China. Yesterday, individuals from a certain nation, under the pretext of teaching dance, committed indecent acts towards a renowned Chinese actress. A complete chain of evidence has been established, including video footage and witness statements. The individual in question has been summoned by the police, and relevant authorities have officially intervened, disregarding their disrespectful demands. A stern warning has been issued to individuals from that nation. While in China, one must adhere to Chinese laws. Any violations will result in stringent legal repercussions. This incident has ignited a tumultuous wave of public discourse both domestically and internationally. Chapter 41. Aftermath of the incident. Is this true? Wow, this news is quite shocking. Our dance god seems to have such a fierce side. Still questioning its authenticity? The person upstairs must be rather dim-witted. The official announcement has been made. Can't you comprehend? You are the dimwit, not the person above. My apologies. I misdirected my comments. It can't be true. How could my goddess Naza have a boyfriend? The brother above. It's already confirmed. Even the neighboring side has released a statement. I suggest you switch your allegiance to Yu Qingjin. Haha. Sisterly has indeed issued a statement. The content is straightforward. It confirms that Dilraba Naza is indeed in a relationship, and the couple has recently established their bond. As for the identity of the boyfriend, there is currently no information available. Oh, my goddess, how can you have a boyfriend? I haven't even matured yet. Wait for me for 10 years. Wow, the person above must be a child. How amusing, little one. I suggest you don't rush, or by the time you grow up, that child over there will be well past the point of being merely a bystander. Haha. Later, Chuj encountered old Chen, who indicated that this indeed reflects the tacit approval of the authorities. The higher-ups believe that, at the appropriate moment, Chuj's identity may also be revealed, but it is not yet suitable. Chuj understood old Chen's implication. This suitable moment likely rests in his hands. However, Chuj felt this was the most fitting course of action, as he needed to focus all his energy on the upcoming military upgrade plan. Once the dust settles and the truth comes to light, it will naturally be Chuj's time to shine. Chuj is not in a hurry. He knows that day may arrive sooner than expected. Chuj's system, however, has grown anxious, suddenly interjecting with a taunt. Revealing your identity means the host will gain a reputation score of 1 for billion, which can accumulate, and calculating the interest compounded over a year might be quite complex. You can do the math yourself? Chuj felt disoriented. He had forgotten about reputation scores, recalling how just days ago he had been infuriated over a mere 100 points. And now, over 1.4 billion, along with compounded interest. How many lifetime level masters would that require? Chuj's blood pressure spiked, his frustration mounting. Forget being a dance god. Right now, he wished to be the god of death. Currently, perhaps most people do not recognize this dance god, but some do. For instance, Chao Bo, the young master of the Chao family from the Magic City. Upon hearing that Dilraba Naza had publicly acknowledged her relationship, he was furious. Other cities might be unaware, but the prominent young masters in the Magic City were somewhat aware of his pursuit of Naza. Now, the one who reigns supreme in the Magic City has been outdone by an unknown young man? Moreover, after suffering a setback in the Magic City, Chao Bo had investigated Chuj extensively, nearly tracing back through his ancestral lineage. However, after much inquiry, he found no significant background, even consulting connections regarding the prominent families in Yinjing. Naturally, nothing was uncovered, and in the end, even the typically cautious Chao Bo considered that maybe it was just a fortuitous coincidence for that young man. Thus, when he witnessed this scene early in the morning, he could no longer contain himself. He resolved that he would seize the opportunity to enact revenge. That, of course, when it reached Yulu and Chu Min, all that remained was astonishment. The two had followed the development from the video yesterday to Naza's declaration this morning. Chu Min looked at Yulu with wide, innocent eyes. Lele, is this still your former boyfriend? He dances so impressively. It's simply divine. How could that be? I dated him for 4 years in university, and I never knew he could dance. Lele, is this still your former boyfriend? The wealthy woman you mentioned is actually Dilraba Naza. At this point, Yulu found herself at a loss for words. She could no longer comprehend Chug. It felt as though the previous Chuj was a mere shadow of his current radiant self. Online, netizens have successfully tagged Chuj with a second identity, the dance god. Fortunately, after a night of contemplation, She resisted the urge to call Chuj. After all, he has not yet attained the status of a diamond bachelor. Although he might be a promising stock, Yulu remains as astute as ever. As for domestic affairs, they have reached a temporary conclusion. Dilraba Naz's popularity has not waned due to this incident. On the contrary, it continues to rise, largely due to Chuj. The news of Chuj's confrontation with individuals from H nation quickly spread to H country, inciting a wave of outrage among their netizens, who believed Chuj had affronted their national dignity. The reasoning behind H nationals' peculiar mindset has always been baffling. This has nothing to do with dignity. Many netizens in China, upon hearing this, shifted their focus. Thus began an unprecedented international war of words. The uncivilized nature of the Chinese people is vividly apparent. I suggest our great H nation refrain from visiting China in the future. As if we welcome you. The nation of thieves is banned from entering China, a bunch of barbarians. Our great H nation is a developed country, unbothered by visiting an underdeveloped nation like China. What have we stolen from you? Our great H nation boasts a history of 10,000 years. Do we need to steal from you? It is you who have pilfered from us. 10,000 years? Why don't you claim you existed since the dawn of the universe? Your great lord, I suggest you give these H nationals a good thrashing. Our nation stands with China this time. I agree with the previous speaker. The entertainment industry scandals in H nation are now widely known. Trying to play this game in other countries has led to a rude awakening, hasn't it? Let us track down that assailant. He must not be allowed to enter our great H nation, or I will certainly make him regret it. Make him regret it. Have you consulted the opinions of 1.4 billion Chinese citizens? One spit from each of us could drown you. Agreed. Chuj observed the fervent sentiments expressed by netizens online and shook his head. In the past, he would have felt compelled to chime in. Now, however, he felt significantly more composed. In the face of absolute strength, resorting to insults is the weakest display. Chuj aims to elevate China to the pinnacle of the world, leaving these arrogant nations with nothing but their idle chatter. Ultimately, it is strength that holds value. Verbal prowess amounts to little. By that time, who will have the time for a verbal spar? Wouldn't it be more exhilarating to seek out extraterrestrials in the universe for a battle? Just the thought of it stirred excitement within Chuj at that moment. One wonders what excuses these boastful H nationals will conjure to mask their national inferiority. Chapter 42. Pentagon Intelligence Office in the United States. At the Pentagon's East Asia Intelligence Analysis Office, John Wilson paced his office. The monthly intelligence analysis report concerning China lay on his desk. William, the situation does not look optimistic. By the way, have we received any intelligence regarding their missile defense tests? Wilson suddenly inquired. Regarding missile interception? Apologies, boss. We have not gathered specific details, but the intelligence department received word that after China's interception experiment, several large projects commenced in various directions within their territory. Initially, our spies dismissed it, thinking it was ordinary construction, but later realized it was not. Please elaborate. Wilson's interest was piqued. Each of these massive construction sites has military forces stationed nearby, and the scale suggests at least one heavy armored division. Such caution? Based on my understanding of them, this project is likely a military undertaking and of a highly classified nature. Have them continue monitoring. Keep an eye on this project. Understood, boss. William, these images were captured by our military satellites. Take a look and share your thoughts. As Wilson's chief intelligence officer, William Miller possesses a remarkable skill set. Wilson requires such a subordinate to assist him in analyzing intelligence. William examined the photos closely. Though the images were hazy, one could discern a humanoid outline. Our satellites seem to have encountered some interference during transit, resulting in unclear images. Subsequently, the military dispatched several backup reconnaissance satellites, but the results were the same. We suspect that China has implemented technical shielding at this military base. Wilson explained. Is there anything particularly noteworthy about this indistinct object? William scrutinized the photo, unable to comprehend it. There is indeed something special. Although our satellites cannot capture a clear image, they have detected its flight speed. At its fastest, it reached 10 Mach. Are you suggesting that China has developed hypervelocity missiles? No. The situation might be even more dire. Look at the photo. It does not resemble conventional missiles, and strangely, its minimum speed is infinitely close to zero. What does zero mean? Suspended in midair, akin to a helicopter's hovering stance, this appears to resemble some novel piece of equipment. Indeed, William, we lack any frontal photographs of it, rendering it challenging to ascertain the intended purpose of this advanced weaponry. Recently, the actions of Huaxia have been quite significant. William Miller began to ponder the intricacies of life. Several minutes later, boss, I recommend that you directly lobby those old-timers at the Ministry of Defense to dispatch a mixed fleet to the eastern seas of Huaxia. Destroyers and reconnaissance vessels would suffice. Let us avoid aircraft carriers to prevent an overreaction from Huaxia. And then? Wilson listened intently. Then we must undertake a daring infiltration reconnaissance. William concluded with a smile directed at Wilson. William, You certainly have a way with things. I shall draft the report immediately. Very well, boss. I too shall return to reorganize. Many of our infiltrating intelligence personnel are still dormant, and I need to awaken a portion of them to gather as much useful intelligence as possible. Wilson nodded and then opened his computer to begin drafting the report. While netizens engaged in fervent discussions with their foreign counterparts, the protagonist of the incident, Chuj, was diligently occupied with his work as usual. The telescope project had now reached the installation and debugging phase. Chuj, along with relevant personnel from the project team, arrived at the bunker. Approaching the bunker, around 50 kilometers away, checkpoints began to question their passage. If one was not affiliated with the bunker, they would be politely informed that entry was prohibited ahead. Chuj's convoy, escorted by the military, enjoyed an unobstructed journey. He observed that the closer they got to the bunker, the more military personnel were patrolling the area. Within 10 kilometers of the bunker, numerous armored vehicles could be seen scattered about, predominantly missile launchers or combined artillery vehicles for air defense. At last, Chuj arrived at their destination, the main complex of the bunker. Here, construction was underway in many areas, with cranes, excavators, and engineering vehicles bustling in and out. This was merely a FAAD. The surface of the bunker was to house a military encampment, serving as the main base for 4 combined brigades, which would form the outer defense of the bunker base. Beneath the encampment lay the engineering core. A massive pit nearly 2,000 meters deep presented itself before Chuj. From a distance, one could observe layers of underground construction taking place simultaneously, with vast voids connecting the entirety. Once the core apparatus was installed, the bunker would gradually cover from the bottom layer upwards. Sealing itself, the bunker resembled an inverted cone, with its core zone housing the main high-energy accelerator at the base. The accelerator was circular, vertically connected to a spherical array of 360 detection panels, each arranged in a hexagonal prism pattern. The spherical array, fixed in place, was capable of detecting any military equipment, missiles, aircraft, ships, submarines, across Blue Star without any blind spots. The detection data was directly compiled by microprocessors to a central processor located behind the wall. Each detection panel was paired with a microprocessor, ultimately consolidating the information into 10 substantial central processors, ensuring that the sheer volume of data would not cause system failures. The data hall was designed in a circular fashion, featuring a central lift that differed from a standard elevator. This lift included a massive sleeve-like cylindrical structure, with personnel standing around it and an open railing on the exterior, drawing design inspiration from submarine periscopes. One level above was the rest area, accommodating over 1,600 personnel, including more than 1,000 for daily operations of the detectors, 100 internal security personnel, 200 maintenance staff, and over 100 senior engineers responsible for the core equipment and processors' normal operations, with an additional 200 for various utilities. Given the substantial number of personnel, the rest area was indeed vast, resembling a small community. Above the rest area was the supply storage zone, designated for stockpiling daily necessities and consumables for equipment operation. The topmost level was a recreational area. Access to this secret military bunker was strictly regulated. Aside from a week of leave every 3 months, this level would serve as their respite during duty rotations. Although the bunker was situated more than 60 meters underground, well beyond the reach of advanced subterranean missiles, the layers between levels were reinforced with super-strong reinforced concrete, reaching a depth of 2 meters. Such protective measures surpassed mere description of being formidable. As Chuj reviewed the detailed plans of the bunker, he couldn't help but admire the designers. They exhibited a phobia of firepower, while he seemed to possess a fear of being targeted. Chapter 43. The bunker. At the uppermost level of the bunker, a colossal gantry crane was meticulously lowering the accelerator into the depths below. This section was entrusted to more specialized engineering personnel. After observing for a while, Chuj began to wander aimlessly. Throughout his journey, military personnel saluted him, leaving Chuj perplexed. Had he become a figure of notoriety overnight? No, the military was unlike civilians. They hardly had time to scroll through smartphones or computers. Looking down, he chuckled softly. Today, he had donned military attire, and the insignia of 2 stars and 4 bars served as his identification. Shaking his head, he continued on his way. In the distance, a group of individuals resembling officers gathered for a smoke. Did I just see Colonel Chu? Who? Chuj, the colonel. The most renowned figure in the military right now. You fool. He has come to the base. Yes, he should be. This base was built for him, and the critical equipment installation surely requires his oversight. Oh, where is he? I want to see him. I've only heard stories of his remarkable feats without ever laying eyes on him. As they approached, a particularly young individual remarked, if not for the 2 stars and 4 bars on his shoulders. I wouldn't dare believe it, of course, at 22. Who wouldn't be young? Forget it, stop dawdling. We need to find the brigade commander. He has been longing to meet Colonel Chu. If he finds out we didn't inform him of his arrival, he might just flay us alive. How could I forget that? Let's go. Several officers hurriedly made their way towards the temporary brigade headquarters. Inside a massive camouflage tent, Several officers were gathered together. Yunnan, the brigade commander of the 224th Combined Brigade, was currently examining construction blueprints. Damn it, as someone who wields a rifle in combat, why am I tasked with reviewing construction plans? This is absurd. There's no choice. Higher ranks impose their authority. The orders from the group army are not merely for council. They merely want to see if there are any more reasonable suggestions. If not, they will proceed according to the equipment department's designs. Remarked an aid measuring dimensions. That may be, but once it's built, if there are any unreasonable aspects, do you think our commander won't take it out on me? Well enough. You aides need to put military matters aside for now. The priority of the bunker base has surpassed even that of the Ray Tower. Is that not clear? Yes, Brigade Commander. Report. Come in. Lu Nan's frustration was still palpable. Several captain-level officers stumbled in, and hearing the brigade commander's tone, none dared to take the initiative. You rascals, why aren't you down below keeping watch? What brings you here? Report, Brigade Commander. We saw Colonel Chu. Oh? Who? Chu go. Colonel Chu. What? Where? Go. Lu Nan wasted no time, snatching his cap and dragging several captains out. Lead the way quickly. If we can't find him, you lot will be doing a 5-kilometer armed cross-country run. The captains, realizing the gravity of the situation, sprang into action, leaving the brigade commander trailing far behind. Hey, you rascals, wait for me by now. Chu Gu was examining the concrete, curious about whether military construction adhered to the same standards as civilian structures. Logically, they should differ, yet as he touched the surface, he felt little distinction. It was a puzzling endeavor, given it was not his area of expertise. He was merely idling. Suddenly, several officers rushed towards him, halting abruptly, nearly colliding with him due to their haste. A cloud of dust settled, leaving Chu Ji's brows and hair coated in a layer of gray, instantly transforming him into a figure reminiscent of the earth. Colonel Chu, good day. Ah, hello there. Their sudden appearance startled him, Chu Gu replied, smoothing his hair. After all, a handsome figure like him could not afford to have a disheveled look. You lot, step aside. I can't get through. Brigade Commander Lu, anxious from behind, shouted, prompting everyone to finally remember him and hurriedly clear a path. The person approaching was none other than Brigade Commander Lu Nan. Upon seeing the young man, his eyes widened, and he quickly extended his hand to shake Chu Ji's, enthusiastically shaking it. I finally meet the living Colonel Chu. Ha ha, such words. Chu Gu, slightly dizzy from the vigorous shaking, finally felt Lu Nan release his hand. The commander, with eyes gleaming, straightened his uniform to render a crisp military salute. Report, Colonel Chu, I am Lu Nan, Colonel and Brigade Commander of the 224th Combined Operational Brigade of Army Group A, here to report to you. Hello, I am Chu Gadot. Haha, indeed, Colonel Chu is as youthful and handsome as the legends say. What a pity, my daughter is still too young, by the way. My battalion is just ahead. Does Colonel Chu mind if we stop by for a moment? Sure, I suppose the installation and debugging will take a while. So I'll go and disturb Commander Lu for a bit. Let's go. Lu Nan appears to be a northerner, exuding a refreshing and unrestrained demeanor. Upon entering the tent, Chu Gu was quite astonished to find that instead of a sand table, blueprints were laid out on the table in the center. Commander Lu, have you transformed into a construction corps? Not at all. To be honest, it gives me a headache. Commander Long is really pushing us to the limits. Well, only you, Colonel Chu, would dare to say such things about Commander Long, and I can only imagine he would still be chuckling afterward. It's not that exaggerated. Not exaggerated at all. You have no idea what Commander Long said about you in front of us. Colonel Sichu Yunnan rambled on about Commander Long's speech during the last military district meeting, selling it thoroughly. Should I mention to Commander Long your construction corps idea? No, absolutely not. If Commander Long hears that I brought up such irrelevant nonsense about military development, he would tear me apart. Commander Long said, you're currently working on major weapons. Any one of them is strategic grade. When you have some free time to tinker with things, what we have on hand might as well be a firewood stick. As Lu Nan spoke, he pulled out a handgun and tossed it onto the table. Chu Gu gazed at the handgun, lost in contemplation. Previously, due to limited resources, every good steel had to be utilized effectively. So he had chosen a few military-industrial developments with care. Now, however, things were different. He still had 27,000 honor points in his pocket. After deducting 10,000 for the space carrier, there remained 17,000 honor points, necessitating a thoughtful allocation of development directions. Realizing this, Chu Gu snapped back to reality, noticing that everyone was silent and simply watching him. The room was eerily quiet, as everyone held their breath, afraid to disrupt his thoughts. Perhaps I should inform Commander Lu that our military will focus on outer space in the future. As for the trivial matters on Earth, they truly lack significance. Wouldn't you agree? Yes, our Commander Long has said the same. Don't you believe it? Within a year, the Mecha Warriors will be formed, the Light Prism Towers will be completed, strategic weapons will become scrap metal, and no one will dare provoke Huaxiad, at that point. It will be our time to seize resources from outer space. Chuji's goal with the good steel is to first deal with the few rogue nations on Earth, like swatting flies, disarming them, and then letting them fight among themselves while he cultivates his empire across the galaxy. Colonel Chu's intention is to prepare a space force and establish extraterrestrial bases? Roughly speaking, yes, of course. This is a complex system engineering task, requiring the resolution of one issue at a time. Much like this one, after finishing his statement, Chu Gu picked up the handgun from the table. Chapter 44. Individual equipment in the Space Force. This item is surely inadequate. Chu Gu weighed the handgun in his hand, realizing it was quite heavy. During his initial appraisal, he nearly dropped it. Its power, magazine capacity, range, and accuracy all fell short in the context of space combat. This is nothing but industrial waste. A modern weapon reduced to worthless scrap. I'll modify it for you. It's only a matter of time. Splendid. We've been waiting for your word, Academician Chu. Haha, El Yunan was quite straightforward. Then we shall await the good news from Academician Chu. By the way, shouldn't you go and debug the equipment? Please ensure your safety. I want to see you off. Goodbye. Chu Gu walked out with a grim expression, utterly taken aback by such straightforwardness. A small consolation was that the accelerator and the accompanying detection ball installations proceeded smoothly. The remaining task was the entry of related equipment into the data center. Taking advantage of the daylight, Chu Gu decided to leave early, realizing that debugging would not be feasible today, and he handed over the final touches to the Research Institute personnel, since he had made grand promises. Chu Gu prepared to fulfill them. After a thorough wash-up that evening, he sat at his desk to converse with the system. System, I still love you. I cherish the armament over beauty. Look, I haven't even paid attention to my little princess. The system may not be adept at handling the complexities of human emotions, as it remains silent for a considerable time. Shall we get to work? Why are you so reserved today? Congratulations, host, for successfully redeeming the complete research plan for the space carrier. Relevant materials have been dispatched. Remaining honor points, 17,000. Wait, I didn't request that first. I was intending to study something smaller. Like firearms. System redemption is non-refundable. How did I find you to be even more cash-strapped than I am? I'm truly at a loss. Alright, it's bound to happen sooner or later. Better to die early and be reborn quickly. The space carrier can wait. I'll start with some smaller items. You just mentioned the blueprints weren't ready yesterday, and now they're suddenly available. How does that work? Aren't you afraid of being sent to the non-human research center for dissection? Caution is the mother of safety. Chu Gu, despite all your grandiose plans, remains but a small arm. I need to tread carefully. Or I might easily find myself capsizing in a ditch. Please recommend a few individual equipment options, thank you. System recommendations: electromagnetic pulse rifle, electromagnetic kinetic energy sniper rifle, laser handgun, laser grenade, exoskeleton individual assistance equipment. Multifunctional helmet system. Enough with the jargon. Just give me the prices. One for 200, bundled for 1,000. Let us go for the bundled. By the way, system, are you running a market here? I've never heard of bundling before. In the past, you couldn't even afford it, could you? Do you have the funds? Fine. It's true I couldn't afford it before. Are you hinting that I'm poor? Beep, congratulations host, successfully redeemed electromagnetic pulse rifle, electromagnetic kinetic energy sniper rifle, laser handgun, laser grenade, exoskeleton individual assistance equipment, multifunctional helmet system, 7 individual protective armor options. Documents have been dispatched. Remaining honor points, 16,000. The system ignored him, directly tallying the expenses. Chu Gu flipped through the research paths for each type of individual equipment, finding them remarkably simple compared to the light prism towers and mechas. Particularly for the first few items, several submodules were already under research at the Weapons Research Institute, requiring mere integration. For instance, the electromagnetic pulse rifle comprises submodules including high-energy batteries, pulse oscillators, caseless bullets, and high-speed alloy rifle barrels. Chu Gu checked. The caseless bullets and high-energy batteries were already in the final stages of development. Needing only to adjust the caliber and energy output mode, he merely needed to complete the other 2 modules, and a new style of rifle would emerge. However, compared to current rifles, this one was not just marginally superior. Firstly, the bullet exit speed reached 8,000 meters per second, significantly amplifying its power, such that upon impact, it would be akin to high-caliber ballistics. Secondly, the magazine capacity was high. The traditional gunpowder propulsion mode had been eliminated, reducing the size of each bullet by 2/3, effectively increasing the magazine capacity to 100 rounds per magazine. Thirdly, the firing rate was elevated, featuring 4 shooting modes: single shot, fully automatic, semi-automatic, and 4-shot pulse mode, with a fully automatic rate of 900 rounds per minute, and the pulse mode reaching a staggering 2,000 rounds per minute. Finally, the range was impressive, with the electromagnetic rifle boasting a range of 000 meters and an effective range of 1,500 meters, nearly rivaling that of current sniper rifles. Chuj beamed with satisfaction as he examined the new rifle's data. It felt like a gift from the heavens. He immediately decided to practice with the electromagnetic pulse rifle first. As the clock struck 2 a.m., Chuj stretched, presenting a complete rifle improvement plan before him. The last step was to assign an imposing name to finalize the work. HQL 411A, huh? What does that mean? Have you already named it? What an odd name. System recommendation. Love it or leave it. Is there a copyright fee? None? Well then, I'll make do with it. That stingy system. I'm too tired to think of a name after working from 6 p.m. to past 2 a.m. I'll settle for this peculiar code name. Chuj hadn't slept this soundly in ages. And when he finally did, it was already past 8 a.m. The sound of knocking at the door roused him from slumber. Report. Li Gang reporting to academician. Li Gang stood erect outside the door. Oh, you're back. Has everything over there been taken care of? Yes, it's all done. The authority has been transferred to the base. The mecha hive will enter hibernation until completion, automatically awakening only under special circumstances. Good, just in time for your return. It saves me some trouble. Chuj turned and handed the report he had prepared last night to Li Gang. The new project isn't overly complicated. IVE marked the few challenging points along with their solutions. The rest is up to your team. Li Gang opened the report. Electromagnetic pulse rifle? Academician, are you planning to fight extraterrestrial creatures? What extraterrestrial creatures? If you fall behind, you'll take a beating. Do you understand? Yes, by the way, the ergonomic matching for the electromagnetic rifle needs your team's refinement, as well as the auxiliary equipment. It's urgent. So please expedite the finalization. Understood. Academician.0. I'll have Academician Sean add more personnel to your department later. Remember, only the elite. Let us triple the current number. What? We already have 50 people, half of whom are professors. If we triple it, there won't be anyone left in the other departments of our research institute. No worries. I will discuss this matter with Chian. Is it because there are too many people? Oh, I almost forgot. I still have a sniper rifle, a laser pistol, multifunctional laser grenades, an exoskeleton system, and several individual armor projects to initiate. Perhaps 3 times is a bit insufficient? How about 5 times? Li Gang's expression changed significantly. Chapter 45. Recruitment. Academician Chun was in his office reviewing research proposals from various departments. Chuj abruptly knocked and entered, sitting across from Academician Chun and simply gazing at him in silence. Xiao Chu, is there something you need? Academician Chun shivered. The last time Chuj looked at him like that for 10 minutes, he tearfully approved a research funding application of 200 billion. There is a shortage of personnel, and Chun must help resolve it. Chuj got straight to the point. That's fine. At the Weapons Research Institute, Xiao Chu, you can select freely. Academician Chun sighed in relief. As long as it doesn't cost money, it's manageable. The institute has already exhausted its available personnel. Everyone who could go is gone, and there remains a need for 200 individuals, all of whom must be elite talents sourced from across the nation. The pen in Academician Chin's hand clattered onto the table. Indeed, every visit from Chuj seemed to elevate Chin's blood pressure. Chuj, in the future, just call me to discuss. I can't bear your gaze. Wait, why do you suddenly need so many researchers? Is it possible that the project is about to commence? Academician Chin's eyes brightened sharply. Is it really that imminent? Nonetheless, it cannot be ruled out. It is all part of the future Space Force plan. Subsequently, Chuj laid out the recent research plans. This is an entire set of individual combat gear? Yes, but the operational environment is set in space. The helmet system will be equipped with quantum communications, a facial shield, and an ecological monitoring system. The protective armor will primarily focus on anti-gravity, electromagnetic protection, and radiation shielding. This such an extensive plan, I must report it to the Ministry of Science and Technology, and perhaps even the military. Academician Chin looked at Chuj, pausing for a moment before responding. All right, as for funding, stop right there. If my blood pressure rises any further, it might explode. I will prepare the report and submit it. Academician Chun quickly waved his hand. He was genuinely afraid of Chuj. Inform Minister Wu that this time, it is a targeted development of an individual system for the military. Surely the military must contribute something. Right? After Chuj finished speaking, he dashed off, relishing the feeling of soliciting funds from others. That scoundrel. Once Chuj left, Academician Chin hastily picked up the phone on his desk. Such thrilling news must be shared with old Wu. If he were to elevate his blood pressure, it should be a collective endeavor. Hello, old Chen. Is there something going on? Director Wu answered the call directly, indicating he was busy. Old Wu, Chuj has a new project about a launch. Short on funds, I presume? Just submit a request. You know the drill. Chuj's name alone signifies a green light. I can't even halt it. Ha ha. The budget hasn't been finalized yet. This time, besides funds, we might also need personnel. Personnel? What do you mean? Director Wu set down the materials in his hands, beginning to take the matter seriously. Technical talents, research personnel, essentially, elites from all fields are required. This What do you mean? What I mean is that you need to screen talents nationwide in the name of the Ministry of Science and Technology. Our research institute and several subordinate units have already been thoroughly swept clean by him, and we still need over 200 more, regardless of regional research talents or promising students in school. Gather as many as you can. Academician Shin directly suggested to Director Wu. Ensure they arrive at the Yinjing Weapons Research Institute promptly. I will prepare the necessary support on my end. Inform them that as long as they can deliver results in their respective fields, they will receive compensation at the highest standards. The several branches of the Weapons Research Institute that commenced construction last year are nearing completion. Only some precision research equipment has yet to arrive. Once it does, we can fill the positions, and I estimate that once they arrive, they want to leave. Their files will be transferred here, directly affiliated with the Weapons Research Institute, which will also guarantee them a form of honor. Academician Chen spoke in one breath. Old Chin, you are going all out, aren't you? Could it be? You need not speculate. Chuji's research report will likely be submitted in the next couple of days. We can discuss it in detail when we meet again. You are already aware of the subsequent plans in the coming years. The nation will revolve around these top-secret projects initiated by Chu Guo. Yes, the high-ranking officials have already briefed me. Director Wu nodded. Therefore, old Wu, we might truly witness a miraculous era. Not long from now, China will undoubtedly wield power across the seas and lead the trend of military technology. Can we afford to not give our all in this matter? Agreed. I will immediately convene a relevant meeting to finalize specific personnel arrangements. Once sorted, I will have them report to you. Excellent. Director Wu hung up the phone, pondering Academician Chin's words for a long while. Gradually, a spark ignited in his eyes, and the corners of his mouth lifted. Ha ha, great. The time to elevate our national prestige is near. In the following days, scientific workers and graduates from relevant universities across China experienced an unforgettable and unique event in a certain electronic research institute in Province N. Old Lu. Have you seen the red-headed document from the Ministry of Science and Technology today? I have seen it. It states that experts in related fields must report to the Yinjing Weapons Research Institute within 3 days, with all procedures streamlined. You are one of our institute's top students. Specifically named in the document, the best research institute in the country has extended an olive branch. Your days of rising are not far away. Zhao Gong, you are just flattering me. The document mentions not only researchers. Have you seen that senior engineers are also included in the special recruitment range? Do you think you can escape? Haha, why do you think the country is organizing such a large-scale gathering of US? IVE heard that this time, it's not just our unit. Nearly all brother units have received notifications. Is that true? If so, there must be a significant project underway. Shoo, this is not mere speculation. We will find out once we go, right? The seemingly ordinary conversation between Dr. Liu and Engineer Zhao was echoing across the vast expanse of China at a prestigious engineering university in City H. Yin Tianhao was a graduate student in the Department of Astrophysics, distinguished by his imaginative thinking since childhood. With unwavering determination and passion, he had arrived at his current position. Although several reputable multinational corporations had extended offers to him, he had yet to accept any. He wished to explore further. While working for a company might provide considerable material rewards, it would also mean bidding farewell to the laboratory. Thus, he found himself in a state of indecision. Today, his supervisor suddenly called him over, appearing quite anxious. At this moment, he was hastily making his way to his supervisor's office. Teacher, you called for me? Xiao Yin, you arrived just in time. How have you been lately? Have you found any suitable opportunities? Not yet, teacher, you know me. I want to continue doing research. However, I applied to a few research institutes, but all were politely declined, saying my qualifications were too shallow. Humph, as Yin Tianhao spoke. He became a bit agitated, feeling particularly indignant. Haha, don't be anxious. There is one research institute you might consider. Which one? The Yinjing Weapons Research Institute. The Weapons Research Institute? But, teacher, that seems unrelated to my major. The Ministry of Science and Technology specifically sent a document to the institute. The Weapons Research Institute urgently requires top talents from various fields. The benefits are the best, and the research equipment is also top-notch in the country. Therefore, I recommended you to them, and the outcome. They replied that after reviewing some of your research reports, they are quite interested in you. The Weapons Research Institute also has relevant studies in space. And there is a dedicated academician leading the team. The future looks promising. If you are willing, report to the Yinjing Weapons Research Institute within 3 days. Is this for real, teacher? Yin Tianhao was as joyful as a child. Do you want to see the red-headed document? Or perhaps you don't recognize the grand seal of the Ministry of Science and Technology? Hurry back and pack your things. Time is of the essence. If necessary, take a direct flight. You must not be late for your first report. Get moving. I believe in you. Yes, teacher. With that, the two embraced tightly, patting each other on the back. There was a sense of reluctant parting, mixed with blessings for each other's future. Chapter 46. Eye of Hell. Chu Gu arose early today. as the primary equipment for the telescope project had been installed and debugged over the past few days. He planned to head over to take a look because, according to the schedule, today would mark its first trial. Are you in? As Chugu stepped outside, he encountered academician Chin approaching him, accompanied by two young individuals. Xiao Chu, just in time. I have two newly arrived graduate students here, one of whom is an outstanding talent in astrophysics. They currently cannot assist with the Institute's projects. How about they follow you for now? Astrophysics? All right. Chugu understood academician Chin's intention. This was a preparatory measure for his space carrier program, aimed at reserving technical talents. Realizing this, Chugu readily agreed. Academician Chin was indeed thinking ahead. Launching the space plan would require an astronomical number of research talents and even highly skilled technicians. Starting the reserve now might still be a bit late. However, Chugu remained unperturbed. If we consider the journey from theoretical research, it is indeed not too late. Yet with his system brother providing assistance akin to a cheat, it feels as though one is still contemplating how to upgrade a landline to a mobile phone while I have already progressed to 5G remote control. The disparity is not merely a matter of magnitude. Two young men stood at a distance, gazing at Chugu with wide-eyed astonishment. Brother Yin, I heard from some colleagues who arrived earlier that our Weapon Research Institute has a godlike academician. Not only a genius but also remarkably young. Could it be him? How would I know? I am no physiognomist. Yin Tianhao had also heard of this individual. While one might not be acquainted with the directors of various branches within the Research Institute, failing to recognize academician Chugu would render one unworthy of remaining there. Aren't you studying celestial bodies? You can see through stars billions of years old, yet you can't easily discern a person? Yin Tianhao, Zheng Jun, come over here. Just as they were conversing, they were suddenly called over by academician Chen and hurriedly jogged to his side. Let me introduce you. This is our Weapon Research Institute's academician Chugu. Age 22. Greetings, academician Chu. The two quickly offered their salutations, their eyes brimming with excitement. Oh, Xiao Chu, this is Yin Tianhao, a graduate student in astrophysics. And this is Zheng Jun, a prodigy in quantum physics. Well, you two represent extremes. One in planetary and cosmic studies and the other in the microscopic realm of atoms and molecules. Quite the contrast, haha. Chugu assessed the two young men and began to jest. All right, you two will follow me from now on. The work ahead won't be easy, so prepare yourselves mentally. If you're not resolute enough to endure hardships, then you might as well not accompany me. Chugu adopted a serious expression, stating the unpleasant truths up front for smoother cooperation later. We shall heed academician Chu's guidance. Yin Tianhao and Zheng Jun replied earnestly. Haha, good. Now let us head to a certain location. Yes. The three bid farewell to academician Chen and boarded a nearby military jeep, following a convoy of lead vehicles towards their destination. Chugu closed his eyes to rest in the passenger seat, while the two behind him engaged in hushed conversation. I wonder, does the Weapon Research Institute always have such a grandiose presence? They even have military police clearing the way? I have no idea. Perhaps it's special for our academician Chu. I hadn't heard of this before. This feels rather impressive. I want to open that sunroof and stick my head out. Maybe some big shot will snap a photo and post it online, and then I'd be famous. Whether you become famous or not, getting reprimanded when we return is a certainty. Oh, look, there's a sentry saluting us. Goodness, is that a missile reflection vehicle in the distance? Zhang Jun exclaimed, his curiosity piqued. Though Yin Tianhao was less dramatic, it was his first time witnessing a field combat unit, leaving him speechless in amazement. Chugu ignored them, smirking slightly as he turned away to continue resting. After several minutes, the jeep came to a halt with a screech. Academician Chu, we have arrived, the driver announced, glancing at the sleeping Chugu with hesitation. Thank you for your trouble, you two. Get out. All right. After disembarking, Chugu walked ahead, with the two of them flanking him. Along the route, numerous soldiers saluted Chugu, their expressions filled with admiration. I just saw a lieutenant colonel salute our academician Chu. My goodness, 2 bars and 2 stars, at least a regimental commander. Zheng Jun remarked again. Indeed. In contrast to Zheng Jun's observations, Yin focused on the construction site. Strange, doesn't the military camp they are building resemble a fortress? Oh? Well, I've visited my uncle's unit before, so I have a general idea of what a military camp looks like. This one clearly has enhanced defenses. Just look at how tall and thick the outer protective walls are. And there are watchtowers all around, likely for sentry or fire support. Moreover, I even spotted a semi-permanent air defense base earlier. Hearing this, Chugu turned to glance at the young man named Yin Tianhao, intending to say something when suddenly, academician Chu, it's wonderful to see you again. Brigadier General Lunan approached from afar, wearing a broad smile. Hello, Brigadier General Lu. Academician Chu, I've missed you these past few days. Come, let us have a chat. No, I have work to attend to. I won't disturb you today. Chugu instinctively resisted. Oh, I see. Brigadier General Lu's face fell slightly with disappointment. However, I remember what you mentioned the other day, and I've kept it in mind. In a few days, we should have samples ready for you to provide feedback as a representative of the military. Oh? Haha, Great, Lunan, who had just seemed dejected, instantly brightened. Shall I go ahead then? Of course. Brigadier General Lu turned on his heel and walked away without looking back. Well, that was quite straightforward. Chu Gu felt an inexplicable pang of sadness. The three soon arrived at the entrance of the bunker base. Where the enormous pit remained, though scaffolding now covered its walls, indicating a significant acceleration in construction speed. Is this the Kola's super-deep borehole? Zhang Jun exclaimed. What borehole? Yin asked, bewildered. Oh. It's a massive hole drilled by former alliance nations near the Kola Peninsula, reportedly intended to reach the Earth's core. However, it was halted after reaching over 12,000 meters due to unforeseen events. The pit still exists, and people refer to it as the gateway to hell, the Kola super-deep borehole. Zhang Jun elaborated. You seem to know quite a bit, but the tales about that Kola borehole being mysterious, with talk of hellish sounds and whatnot, are largely fabrications of people's imaginations. If we had to associate it with hell, we could at least stretch it to call it the Eye of Hell. Haha. After saying this, Chu Gu boarded a nearby temporary construction elevator, with Zhang Jun and Yin Tianhao following, puzzled by his words. Chapter 47. The telescope detection array, powering up as the construction elevator descended. An oppressive feeling began to envelop the three. The deeper they went, the dimmer the lights became, with bright sparks from occasional welding illuminating the darkness. Despite several large ventilation fans operating, the acrid smell caused the three to frown in discomfort. Thankfully, numerous engineering personnel filled each level. Otherwise, Chu Gu felt as if he were in a tomb raiding film, especially with the occasional whiff of soil invading his nostrils. After what felt like an eternity, the elevator came to a jarring halt, and the three stepped out into a data hall bustling with a dozen individuals recording various data. A ring of LCD screens adorned the walls, densely packed with programming languages. Above a row of screens, massive composite displays appeared every couple of meters, with the largest one showing a series of numbers in rapid descent. Time until system startup, 020, 03. Above several screens, a row of alarm lights spun, though they were all in yellow standby mode at present. Chu Gu contemplated the alarm indicators. Those are danger warning lights. A gentle voice interrupted his thoughts. Turning around, they found Wang Yun, clad in military attire, standing behind Chu Gu. Though she wore no makeup, her uniform accentuated her striking demeanor. We calculate the number of incoming missiles or shells, and the system automatically computes the response. Blue indicates a base of 10. If all 10 are lit, it represents approximately 100 projectiles. Red represents a base of 100. All lit signifies around 1,000 projectiles. If it's below 1,000, we can manually select which light beam tower to activate for interception. And what if it exceeds 1,000? Chu Gu inquired curiously. When the red lights all illuminate, the system switches to full defense mode. The system enters automatic operation, and the telescope detectors go into maximum capacity, coordinating the light beam towers for tiered interception. Manual intervention is not permitted until the threat is neutralized. That's quite intuitive and thrilling. Just imagine everyone sitting there, staring blankly when the red light comes on. It's exhilarating that it's not that simple. When the red light activates, the system operates automatically, directly linked to the military systems. It will mark the coordinates of incoming missiles, and we will retaliate. Wang Yun pouted proudly, then stood at attention before Chu Gu. Colonel Chu, I have completed the introduction. We welcome your presence. The telescope project will commence its initial power-up test in 10 minutes. The staff in the data center rose in unison to greet him. Hello, everyone. No need for such formality. Please continue your work. Yes. The crowd took their seats again, resuming their data recording, while Chu Gu began to inspect the area with his two young companions trailing behind. Gradually, Zhang Jun leaned closer to Yin Tianhao. Brother Yin, I just realized that Academician Chu holds a military rank as well. Colonel, that's a rank equivalent to a brigade commander or division commander, and my goodness. At just 22 years old, an academician and a colonel, my admiration for Academician Chu grows ever more profound. I feel the same. Let us hold off on discussing Academician Chu for now. Is this bunker a radar center? It seems so, but given its scale, it must be a national-level missile defense center. I saw in the news that Huaxia has been testing missile defense technology. I didn't expect them to have established a base already. Indeed, I now comprehend the rationale behind the layout of the outdoor training camp. It is all centered around this bunker, indicating that the training camp is merely a facade, while the security forces are the true essence. It makes perfect sense. Zhang Jun nodded in agreement. What, then, is the crystalline tower that the beautiful female officer mentioned? I seem to recall something similar in Red Alert. Perhaps it is some sort of interception system? A missile? Himph. In Red Alert, the crystalline tower is nothing but a useless piece of equipment. One could simply deploy a nuclear bomb. Yuri, indeed. Zhang Jun's interest was piqued. Chu Gu, overhearing the hushed conversation between the two, shook his head. These two must be here for comic relief. Nevertheless, considering their similar ages, they had plenty to discuss, such as the game of Red Alert they were currently conversing about in the past. He too would have relished the opportunity to exchange gaming insights and engage in some friendly competition. However, now, if he brought it up, would they deem him insane? Maintaining this facade is proving quite challenging. Glancing at the time on the large screen, he noted there were still 3 minutes remaining. Remember, you two, whatever you see and hear here today, you are forbidden to disclose anything upon your return. Do you understand? The confidentiality level here is classified as top secret. The consequences of any breach are well understood by you. Yes, the two responded solemnly, aware that the first lesson upon arriving at the research institute would be centered around confidentiality. All right, the system will boot up shortly. Pay close attention and learn well. Refrain from discussing anything related to Red Alert. Lest I be tempted to play around myself, Chu Gu nearly blurted out the latter part of his thought. Colonel Chu, the countdown has commenced. Please follow me, Wang Yun instructed. Understood. Chu Gu followed Wang Yun to a mainframe, where the so-called booting process was merely the initiation of a program. His task was simply to press the enter key at the designated time. While it appeared straightforward, only he had the authority to execute that action. Point 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. As the collective countdown echoed throughout the hall, Chu Gu pressed the enter key. The large data screens on the wall transformed with a series of rapid switches to data maps, showcasing areas around Huaxia, Europe, and the Americas, while the alarm light on the wall remained motionless, its yellow hue slowly revolving. Chu Gu glanced at the data screens. Monitor the status of the high-energy accelerator and report. Reporting to academician Chu, all data is operating within normal parameters. From a distance, a researcher raised a book, prompting Chu Gu to hurry over, fixating on the fluctuations in the data displayed. Yes, your position is crucial. Should any anomalies arise, operate according to protocol. Understood. Chu Gu returned to Wang Yun's side, continuing to observe the large screen. The land displayed boundary lines extending 5,000 kilometers outward, where all military operations and troop movements would be monitored by the system. At sea, vessels, including submarines, within a 300-kilometer radius of territorial waters would be tracked. In the air, all aircraft beyond a 5,000-kilometer boundary would also be subject to monitoring. Wang Yun elaborated on the refined operational mechanisms. Some military activities unrelated to Huaxia will merely be recorded, but we will not overly focus on them. For instance, while the system can detect short-range missiles, these will be swiftly filtered out, with our primary focus on the surrounding areas extending 8,000 kilometers from Huaxia's borders, as well as intercontinental missiles. Indeed, their actions are of little concern to us, Chu Gu affirmed with ANOD. By the way, how is the construction of the crystalline tower base progressing? Chu Gu recalled that while the defensive components had been completed, the crystalline towers had yet to become operational. Approximately a month. All 12 crystalline towers will be completed. That's quite acceptable. Not too late. As they conversed, a sharp alarm suddenly pierced the air. Chu Gu had turned his gaze to the flashing blue warning light on the wall. Goodness, are they really going to throw us into action right away? Chapter 48. A false alarm. Chu Gu assigned tasks to his two aides, and the personnel in the data center fell silent. He focused on the large screen beneath the blue alert light, where the data map was in constant flux, revealing the East Asian region. Report, the system has detected the launch of an intercontinental missile towards the Northeast Asia Peninsula. The peninsula? Well, that's a relief. It's likely just that chubby fellow at home tinkering with missiles again, Chu Gu jested. A few minutes later, the blue warning light shifted to yellow, and the alarm ceased. I presume it was another failed attempt. After spending 4 to 5 hours at the data center, observing that the system was functioning smoothly, Chu Gu prepared to return to the research institute. Wang Yun, I have matters to attend to at the institute. If any issues arise, feel free to contact me directly. Yes, academician Chu. Wang Yun saluted, and after Chu Gu returned the gesture, he gestured for Zhang Jun and the other to follow as he exited the data center. In the engineering elevator, Zhang Jun inquired, Academician Chu, what exactly is the high-energy accelerator? Hearing this term had startled him, and he had been eager to ask Chu Gu, but the earlier incident had interrupted his thoughts. He could no longer contain his curiosity. Did you not notice, upon your arrival, that this so-called radar center lacks any of those massive long-range surveillance radar antennas? Indeed, I did not see any. However, such radar antennas can be placed elsewhere. Connected here by military-grade optical cables, Zhang Jun replied candidly. Correct, yet our antennas are not situated at a distance. They lie directly beneath your feet. You mean underground in this bunker? Precisely. This is the first time I've heard of underground radar systems. Yin Tianhao interjected, unable to resist joining the conversation. Our radar is quite unique. Perhaps Zhang Jun knows a little more about the specifics. The neutrino detection technology requires no antennas. It can detect global military activities through neutrino oscillations. And the core of this technology lies within the high-energy accelerator. What? This is simply astounding. You've already begun applying neutrino technology? Academician Chu, did you develop this technology? That's definitely worthy of a Nobel Prize in physics. Zhang Jun's gaze towards Chu Gu shifted dramatically. Nobel? What significance does a Nobel Prize hold? The pinnacle of Huaxia's cutting-edge technology does not require their approval, Chu Gu stated as the engineering elevator came to a smooth stop. He stepped out with purpose, striding confidently away. Neutrino detection technology? Is it truly that challenging? Yin Tianhao couldn't help but ask Zheng Jiuyuan, a researcher in astrophysics. He had encountered neutrinos, but only in a cursory manner. Challenging? To put it simply, there are perhaps only a handful of individuals worldwide who have even grazed its surface, yet our academician Chu has already put it into practical application. Do you understand what this signifies? What? Huaxia stands at the pinnacle of quantum physics. With that proclamation, Zhang Jun too walked with newfound pride. Yin Tianhao observed their retreating figures, feeling a surge of energy coursing through his being. He clenched his fist tightly and hurried to catch up with Chu Gu. Academician Chu, upon returning to the Weapons Research Institute, please assign us tasks. Everyone is busy conducting research, and I feel we cannot afford to be idle for even a moment. This was his heartfelt sentiment. He felt as though he had suddenly discovered his purpose in life, especially with a resplendent beacon guiding him ahead. Chu Gu glanced back at this promising student, calculating that he was likely a few years older than himself. And he understood the urgency within Yin Tianhao's heart. Patience is key in our endeavors. We must proceed slowly. Tianhao, I shall address you by your first name, so please do not take offense. Chu Gu slowed his pace, adopting a mentor-like demeanor. Knowledge knows no bounds. The worthy are the true teachers. He had gradually grown accustomed to the admiration others held for him. As an accomplished astrophysicist, have you ever delved into the topics of cosmic velocity, anti-gravity systems, or warp drives? The seemingly casual inquiry left Yin Tianhao momentarily speechless. He had anticipated Chu Gu might lean towards Zhang Jun's study of quantum theory, but was taken aback by this sudden inquiry into his field of expertise. After a brief contemplation, he responded somewhat apprehensively. The first cosmic velocity is 7.9 kilometers s, while the second cosmic velocity, known as escape velocity, is 11.2 kilometers s. In simpler terms, it refers to the speed required to break free from Earth's gravitational pull and orbit within the solar system. The third cosmic velocity is 16.7 kilometers s, which can be understood as the speed necessary to escape the sun's gravitational influence and navigate through the galaxy. Indeed, Chu Gu nodded in acknowledgement. He then gestured for the two to enter the vehicle. Once inside, he instructed the driver to return to the research institute before turning to Yin Tianhao. Continue. As for anti-gravity, it essentially involves the utilization of two opposing electromagnetic fields to create a potential difference, which, when applied to an object, can counteract gravitational effects, achieving a state of levitation. Continue. Chu Gu nodded with satisfaction, appreciating Yin Tianhao's succinct explanation. Although he might have to provide a slight correction later, the fundamental physics concepts he presented bore a superficial resemblance to the theories within his advanced system, with the majority representing either a blank slate or an entirely contradictory knowledge structure. Thus, for a considerable period thereafter, Chu Gu was convinced that his system father hailed from an extraterrestrial civilization, one that was at least several magnitudes more advanced than contemporary human society. As for the warp drive, that seemed entirely like a plot device from a science fiction novel, didn't it? Ha ha! Yin Tianhao glanced at Chu Gu, indicating that he had finished speaking and was eager for his elder's guidance. Ha ha! Let us set aside theoretical discussions for now, given your current knowledge base. It would be futile to delve into those matters. Instead, let us discuss your work for the upcoming year. Chu Gu completely disregarded Yin Tianhao's remarks, jesting, why should I explain anything to you? I can't even wrap my own mind around it. If I must say something, it's simply this. I spent a significant amount of money, mind you. After performing his mental theatrics, Chu Gu cleared his throat. Zhang Jun, upon returning to the Weapon Research Institute, please report to Team Leader Li Gang. He is currently engaged in the development of a new rifle. While you may not be of much assistance for now, we will soon require talents in quantum communication for the new individual soldier helmet, which falls squarely within your area of expertise. Understood. Zhang Jun responded promptly. Chu Gu nodded, turning back to ponder thoughtfully. After waiting for 10 minutes without any further instructions from Academician Chu, Yin Tianhao could no longer contain himself. What about me, Academician Chu? Oh, you will join the preliminary planning team for the aerospace carrier. First, I need you to develop several subsystems for me. I will provide you with the specific blueprint later. Aerospace carrier? Yin Tianhao stammered, momentarily doubting whether he had experienced a bout of tinnitus, leading to auditory hallucinations. Not only Yin Tianhao, but Zhang Jun also widened his eyes, glancing at Yin, who was still digging in his ears. Brother Yin, did we just hear the words aerospace carrier? Yin Tianhao ceased his ear digging and vigorously nodded. Wow, that's incredibly exciting, Zhang Jun exclaimed, causing the driver to shudder, abruptly swerving the military jeep, nearly losing control before stabilizing. In the future, try not to be so startled. Your exuberance nearly cost you your voice, Chu Gu remarked, still feeling apprehensive. Indeed, it refers to the aerospace carrier within the interstellar fleet, which will also encompass several escort ships and transport vessels, ultimately conducting interstellar exploration in a mixed fleet formation. Chu Gu had already reached a definitive conclusion regarding the matter. With that, he ceased to engage with him further and returned to his slumber. But, I wish to join the aerospace carrier project, Zhang Jun lamented internally. Yin Tianhao, observing Zhang Jun's expression akin to constipation, felt a surge of smugness. After approximately 20 minutes, Chu Gu and his companions returned to the research institute. You two, follow me. I will take you to the laboratory to meet some people. Certainly, academician Chu. Zhang Jun and Yin Tianhao fell into step behind Chu Gu, resembling loyal guardians. At the Individual Equipment Weapons Experiment Center of the Weapon Research Institute, Li Gang was meticulously assembling the newly arrived modules. After a few minutes of clicking and clacking, a uniquely designed new rifle emerged before everyone's eyes. The electromagnetic pulse rifle was coated in a matte gray finish, with the barrel seamlessly integrated into the body. The rear end of the rifle featured a no-drag design, merely accompanied by an adjustable telescopic component to allow users to customize it according to their preferred stance. The front portion of the stock eliminated ejection ports, adopting a fully enclosed structure, which was slightly thicker at the front, likely due to the incorporation of a high-energy battery and an oscillator. The upper section housed a composite rail system, which had yet to be fitted with a sighting component. Viewed from a distance, if the front barrel were retracted and the trigger removed, it resembled an elongated rectangle. Team leader, this rifle looks impressive, of course. Who do you think designed it? A nearby team member remarked with admiration. Academician Chu, no less. The mech warriors are practically child's play. This creation is not something one simply dreams up. As Li Gang was about to turn around to offer praise, he caught sight of Academician Chu entering with two youthful students in tow. Academician Chu, over here, Li Gang swiftly called out, his demeanor lively. Chu Gu, feeling somewhat drowsy from the car ride, perked up at the sight of the impressive firearm in Li Gang's grasp. Is this the prototype of the electromagnetic pulse rifle? Indeed, Academician Chu. The most crucial modules have been assembled. However, the sighting device is yet to be determined by you. We have reserved a rail for it, and based on our data calculations over the past few days, we have selected a 10mm caliber for the caseless ammunition. Originally, the Research Institute had designed the new rifle to be in 7.62mm caliber, which necessitated a remolding process, thereby delaying progress slightly. We should receive samples tomorrow, allowing the electromagnetic pulse rifle to be essentially finalized. After Li Gang spoke, he confidently patted the rifle's body. A green light electro sight will suffice for the sighting device, as clustered lasers facilitate our ability to concentrate fire on targets. Moreover, green lasers perform better than red ones in low visibility environments. The electro sight is intended to provide target designation for infantry supported by heavy firepower. Future iterations can be improved based on the first-generation weapon, such as adding various new auxiliary kits, grenade launchers, and so forth. Understood. Oh, and please reach out to Wang Yun later, instructing her to have a few personnel from the 224th Brigade verify the rifle's performance tomorrow. If the military finds it satisfactory, we can archive the design, submit it, and inform their arsenal to commence trial production. Chu Gu straightforwardly outlined Li Gang's next steps, without any unnecessary elaboration, as if reading from a pre-written script. Although the essence was similar, the scriptwriter was from the military-industrial system. Zhang Jun, come here. This is Li Gang, the head of the Individual Soldier System Research Group. You will be following him from now on. Chu Gu turned to awaken Zhang Jun, who was engrossed in a mental connection with the electromagnetic pulse rifle. Oh, okay. Academician Chu. Zhang Jun replied while stepping forward to Li Gang. Report to Team Leader Li, I am Zhang Jun, a graduate student in quantum physics from Yinjing University. I look forward to your guidance. A junior. Come, since we are alma mater, there is no need for formality. I actually have a project I would like to discuss with you. Chu Gu observed the two quickly becoming acquainted and engaging in lively discussions. Feeling a sense of satisfaction, the academic atmosphere at the Weapon Research Institute had always been commendable, and he hoped they would spark not only intellectual, but also romantic flames. No, the sparks of diligent work. Perhaps I should not intrude on their enthusiasm, Chu Gu mused, patting Yin Tianhao's shoulder as they exited together. Academician Chu, is that new rifle also your masterpiece? Just a little trial of my skills. Ha, Academician Chu, there's a rather clitch question I'm unsure whether to ask. Yin Tianhao hesitated. What is it? It's just that you're so remarkable. Does your mother know? She probably doesn't. But my girlfriend's situation is known to her. Ha. Yin Tianhao instantaneously wished he could retract his earlier statement. Well, let us forget about that. The colleagues in the institute had long since informed him about Academician Chu's romantic prospects. Having such a girlfriend, if I were in his shoes, I suspect my mother would be oblivious to many things, and that would be of little concern. Tianhao, let us put the boasting aside for now. I just want to emphasize that one should always look forward. Whether you believe it or not, I may have once lagged far behind you. You study astrophysics, so you should be aware of the evolutionary process of stars. From obscurity to brilliance and finally to dimness. The last phase of dimness can lead to a few outcomes. One collapses to a certain extent, redeeming itself to become a supernova or the beginning of another star. The other continues collapsing until it becomes a neutron star or a black hole, which embodies true dark power. This parallels humanity. Wherever one stands, one should strive to exert their utmost energy. After shining brightly, if one does not remain true to their original intentions, they may find themselves on the brink of an endless abyss. After delivering this poignant reflection, Chugu cast a deep glance at Yin Tianhao. Whether a prodigy or an ordinary citizen, certain opportunities indeed require a touch of sensibility. Come to see me tomorrow morning to report. With that, Chugu departed directly, leaving Yin Tianhao in a state of confusion. He watched Chugu as the sun set, casting an elongated shadow behind him. The following day, Chugu was awakened around 5 by a series of knocks on the door. He opened it to find a vibrant Yin Tianhao waiting outside, prompting Chugu to regret his attempts at brainwashing the previous day. After a swift kick, Chugu turned back to resume his slumber. He was utterly exhausted, having stayed up until 2 in the morning the night before. The work on Li Gang's end was largely completed, and next, he intended to have Li Gang prioritize the development of the helmet system. Despite its seemingly modest appearance, it was, in fact, quite intricate. Chugu had scrutinized the remaining projects for the individual soldier system the previous day. This helmet system was the most complex, needing to integrate a head protection shield, life support system, communication system, and even a night vision system. Among these subsystems, aside from the relatively straightforward night vision system, the others required a comprehensive new blueprint. Otherwise, Li Gang and his team would be entirely in the dark. Thus, upon returning from the laboratory, Chugu began to write fervently, ignoring Yin Tianhao's calls for lunch. He was deeply engrossed in his work when his departure felt like an unwelcome interruption. After napping for another 2 hours, Chugu had no choice but to rise. Hunger had set in. Freshening up, he stepped out of his dormitory to find Yin Tianhao waiting for him outside. Good morning, academician Chu. It is indeed early, and I must apologize for my previous absence. I stayed up until the early hours yesterday, and I am relying on these few hours this morning to recuperate. No worries, no worries. I was unaware that you had worked so late yesterday. As they conversed, they walked towards the cafeteria of the research institute. After queuing and obtaining their meals, Chugu began to devour his food ravenously, turning what should have been a simple breakfast into an experience reminiscent of a grand banquet. While the battlefield had yet to be cleared, he heard Li Gang bellowing for him. Academician Chu, the personnel from the 224th Brigade have arrived and are insisting on seeing you. Understood. Please attend to them for now. I will be there shortly. All right. Chugu briskly finished the remainder of his meal and, accompanied by Yin Tianhao, made his way to Li Gang's laboratory. From a distance, Chugu could already hear the booming voice of Brigade Commander Liu. You could have simply sent someone over to try out the firearm. Why did you come in person? Of course. Ever since you mentioned it yesterday, I've been itching to give it a go. So as soon as I received the news today, I rushed over without delay. Where's the gun? Brigade Commander Liu showed no signs of hesitation. He was accustomed to the back-and-forth banter with Chugu. Haha, the gun won't run away. Li Gang. Have the shell-less bullets from the Research Institute arrived? Report, Academician Chu. They were delivered early this morning. Good. Then we can test the firearm. However, our laboratory lacks a shooting range. As this individual combat systems lab has only just been established, Chugu frowned, prompting Brigade Commander Liu to speak up. A shooting range is not an issue. While my situation is rather complicated and may not be suitable, the 223rd Brigade has a designated area outside the bunker base. All right then, Li Gang. Take the electromagnetic pulse rifle and head to the shooting range. Yes. 10 minutes later, Brigade Commander Liu eagerly awaited the arrival of a large metallic box, which required 2 individuals to carry. Chugu cast a glance at it, noting it was secured with a code. Can't I take a peek? Brigade Commander Liu sensed that his opportunity was slipping away. Haha, you can't wait even an hour? Come on, my esteemed Brigade Commander. After Chugu finished speaking, he and Li Gang, along with a few others, departed in several military jeeps, while Brigade Commander Liu helplessly shook his head and instructed the soldiers to follow closely behind. Thus, the convoy set forth towards the shooting range in grand fashion. At the perimeter of the bunker base, the training grounds of the 223rd Combined Battalion awaited the arrival of Brigade Commander Gu Jianhua, who had been anticipating Chu Ji's arrival. The name of Colonel Chu had long since resonated throughout the military. However, as his brigade had only just been deployed to this location, there were numerous tasks that required his attention, and he could not immediately visit to pay his respects to Chugu. Fortunately, upon receiving a call from Lu Nan, he learned that Chugu was bringing new weapons to the shooting range for testing. Excitedly, Brigade Commander Gu praised Lu Nan over the phone and arrived early to wait. After a few dozen minutes, a convoy appeared in the distance, kicking up a cloud of dust as Chugu and his party finally arrived. Greetings, Colonel Chu. I am Gu Jianhua, Brigade Commander of the 223rd Digital Combined Operations Brigade. Before Chugu could disembark from the vehicle, Brigade Commander Gu's deep voice resonated from outside. Hello, Brigade Commander Gu. I am Chugu. After returning the salute, Chugu studied Gu Jianhua, who, despite his shorter stature, boasted a robust physique, and his deep-set eyes reflected the unique determination of a soldier. A pair of strong hands grasped Chuji's, shaking it firmly. Is this how soldiers greet one another? Chugu mused internally. Chugu, the two brigade commanders are ahead. Let us proceed towards the training grounds. Colonel Chu, could you first share some basic data about the new rifle with us? Brigade Commander Liu inquired, rubbing his hands together. Certainly. The electromagnetic pulse rifle measures 95 centimeters in length, weighs 3.2 kilograms when unloaded, utilizes shell-less ammunition, has a range of 2,000 meters, an effective range of 1,500 meters, a magazine capacity of 100 rounds, and employs a 10-24mm caliber projectile, boasting significant power. It features 4 firing modes with a maximum rate of fire of 2,000 rounds per minute. That is the general data. We will need to verify its performance against the design specifications shortly. That should be no problem, given Colonel Chu's esteemed reputation. Brigade Commander Gu chimed in. With such ammunition capacity and lethal power, I believe this rifle will outclass all the renowned firearms currently available in the world. At that moment, with a sharp click, Li Gang opened the coded case, revealing the HQL 411A first-generation electromagnetic pulse rifle for all to see. After a lengthy inspection, Brigade Commander Liu bent over as if scanning the object, finally remembered to touch it, his calloused hands delicately gliding from the muzzle to the butt, as if he were caressing an infant. Oh, what is this small display screen? Brigade Commander Gu asked, not wanting to miss out on the opportunity to examine the rifle. This screen displays the energy level of the high-energy battery and the remaining ammunition in the magazine. Li Gang explained from the side. After both brigade commanders took turns examining the electromagnetic pulse rifle, they finally proceeded to the shooting test. The first experiment involved penetration power, using two 0.7 centimeters steel plates placed 100 meters apart. In comparison with the 7.62 millimeters caliber Type 81 rifle. Li Gang recorded the experiment while 2 soldiers prepared to fire in a prone position with their respective weapons. Type 81 rifle. Fire! The soldier wielding the Type 81 decisively pulled the trigger. Electromagnetic pulse rifle. Fire! Whoosh! Brigade Commander Liu glanced at Gu Jianhua. Does this rifle have a silencer? No, without the explosive sound of gunpowder and given the fully enclosed structure at the rear. The noise level is lower than that of a standard rifle equipped with a silencer. Well, that certainly saves us a budget on silencers, Chu Gu thought to himself. The results of the shooting test quickly came in. The Type 81 bullet penetrated the first steel plate and lodged itself between the 2 plates. At 100 meters, 0.7 cm steel was its limit. The second plate displayed 2 noticeably larger penetration holes, while the bullet's whereabouts remained a mystery. Electromagnetic pulse rifle penetration experiment 2, testing against 10 layers of 0.7 cm steel. Li Gang continued to record. With Li Gang's command, the electromagnetic pulse rifle fired once more. The results came back. After penetrating 6 layers of steel, the projectile finally came to a halt. That's acceptable. However, the bullet material still lacks strength. This result is sufficient, Li Gang. Proceed, Chu Gu concluded. Next, they prepared for the distance and trajectory testing experiments, setting targets at 1,500 meters and 2,000 meters, Li Gang instructed over the intercom. And a few minutes later, colleagues from the Research Institute reported that the targets and related equipment had been installed and the experiment could continue. The electromagnetic pulse rifle fired again. After 2 shots, the results were revealed. At 1,500 meters, the bullet's trajectory height was 0.35 meters, while at 2,000 meters, it was 0.50 meters. Now that is somewhat alarming. The Type 81 rifle reaches a trajectory height of 0.35 meters at a distance of 300 meters, Chan and remarked in shock. The electromagnetic pulse emits energy with high kinetic impact, making the bullet fly closer to a straight line. Quite normal, Chu Gu replied with a composed demeanor. Following this, the test for semi-automatic and fully automatic firing modes, 4-round pulse mode switching, adverse environment simulations, as well as module disassembly and assembly proceeded according to the pre-established protocol, with each experiment unfolding seamlessly. The electromagnetic pulse rifle met all its performance specifications, effectively delivering a flawless report card. Those present at the training range erupted with joy. After Chu Gu and the 2 brigade commanders signed the experimental log, the actual testing of the electromagnetic pulse rifle concluded. Chu Gu finally relaxed, stretching his limbs. Li Gang, the blueprints and related research data can be sealed for submission to the equipment department for trial production at the arsenal. The preliminary experiments could only conclude here. Further plans required small-scale testing before the weapon could be integrated into the forces and observed for potential improvements over time. Understood, Academician Chu. All right then, let us tidy up. It is getting late, and we should prepare to return to the Research Institute. Just as Chu Gu intended to bid farewell to the 2 brigade commanders, Brigade Commander Liu approached with a beaming smile. Colonel Chu, you see, the Research Institute will need to equip the troops with a batch of this electromagnetic, what is it called again? To collect data. Why not directly outfit our 224th Brigade? Being nearby makes it easier for mutual visits. Doesn't it, Colonel Chu? I would like to add that we of the 223rd Brigade would also appreciate the same. Brigade Commander Gu swiftly interjected. Come now, old goo, I have already done you a favor by conducting this experiment for you. Do not take advantage of me here, Chu Gu retorted. Hey, I say, Lunan, can you really compare the two? Each has its own merits. How can we mix them together? Is your 224th Brigade truly the favored child here? Just because it is favored, does that mean? Chu Ji's expression grew increasingly exasperated as he observed the two men, both in their 40s, bickering like children. If I may interject, he began, attempting to mediate. This is not something that our Weapons Research Institute can decide. It requires approval from the military and the general staff. Upon hearing this, the two brigade commanders pondered for a moment and deemed it somewhat reasonable, exchanging glances before quieting down. Haha, all right then, rest assured that there will be an increasing number of these weapons. And both of your brigades are elite forces. I am confident you will be among the first to receive them. Very well, there's no need for farewells. We shall be on our way now. I extend my gratitude to both commanders for accompanying us through a day filled with dust and wind. After Chu Gu exchanged handshakes and farewells with the two commanders, he waved at Yin Tianhao, prompting everyone to board the vehicles. The convoy hurriedly set off towards the Research Institute. Inside the vehicle, a cheerful Chu Gu pulled out his phone and clicked on Dilariba's avatar. Recently, he had learned to be proactive, occasionally reaching out to the princess to avoid forgetting during busy times, lest she flash her teeth at him again. Your Highness, are you busy? Quite good. You've been performing well lately. Of course, one must learn from past lessons. Right? Haha, oh dear. I'm preparing a new song. The Magic City Music Festival is just over 40 days away, and I haven't made sufficient preparations. The music festival? Chu Gu was somewhat familiar with this event, which held considerable renown in Asia, attracting even popular stars from each country and our country. By the way, do you have time? I have a great spot, and I miss you, Dilariba murmured softly, falling silent afterward. And Chu Gu recognized that the girl had become shy again. That shouldn't be a problem. I'll arrange my schedule. Shall we meet then? Chu Gu calculated that the Prism Tower would be fully constructed in a month, and he would certainly need to find time to check on it before integrating it with the telescope. He had to finalize the design blueprints for the helmet system and several subsystems of the space battleship in the next half-month. Time was indeed tight, and he would have to forsake sleep and food once more. Who would have thought that after acquiring an impressive military-industrial system, I wouldn't even have time to woo a girl? Chu Gu self-deprecatingly mused, drifting off again. He needed to recover a bit before things got too dire, akin to the tragic figure in Memorial of the Troops. Upon waking, he discovered that only he and Yin Tianhao remained in the vehicle. Leaning over, he noticed Yin Tianhao engrossed in an academic report on black holes. Academician Chu, you're awake. Team Leader Li saw that you were exhausted and instructed us not to disturb you. He has gone to report the experimental results to Elder Chun. Where's Zheng Jun? Go find him and bring him to my office. I suddenly remembered there are a few matters I need to discuss with him. Understood. The communication system within the Helmet project, along with one of the core devices of the space battleship, would utilize quantum technology, thus it was time to refine the quantum project. As Chu Gu pondered, he made his way towards the Research Institute's office area. A quarter of an hour later, Zheng Jun rushed in, panting. Academician Chu, you called for me? Yes, I have two tasks to assign to you. First, the helmet in the individual soldier system needs to be equipped with a quantum communication system. I will provide the specific process plan and blueprint report by tomorrow. Second, you are to coordinate with the most authoritative quantum experts in the country to assist in transforming the existing quantum computer bin Yuan-C NAN into a super quantum computer suitable for the space battleship's application. The detailed modification plan will be given to you in a few days. Yes, Academician Chu, regarding quantum communication, the Chinese Academy of Sciences has already been researching it, but they are currently facing two challenges, the relay and the distance attenuation of quantum entangled states. I am aware, so I will present you with solutions to these issues tomorrow. What? Academician Chu, have you already overcome these two challenges? Zheng Jun stared at Chu Gu, his expression contorting as he nearly blurted out. Are you even human? Chapter 52. Mass production of electromagnetic pulse rifles. Are these two particularly difficult? Chu Gu abruptly inquired, leaving Zheng Jun nearly exploding from shock. What drives the progress of civilization? It is merely the birth and breakthrough of new technologies. I am merely transitioning from the steam engine to the internal combustion engine. Hey, are you sure? Is it really you? Sorry, I couldn't hold back. The system seamlessly connects. What is yours is mine, brother. We are like conjoined twins, do you not remember? That doesn't sound like a good phrase. Well, go on and keep boasting. Chu Gu instantly lost interest, waving Zheng Jun away. Checking the time, he realized it was almost mealtime and decided to visit Academician Chen for a bite. 5 minutes later, at Academician Chen's office. Elder Chen, I've arrived. How have you been lately? Chu Gu beamed with a smile. Xiao Chu, you're here. I was just about to look for you. Regarding the electromagnetic pulse rifle, isn't it already finalized? The military leaders were very satisfied with the experimental data and immediately requested equipment from the General Equipment Department. They suggested I consult you first to gauge the cost. How much do you estimate it will be per unit? not expensive. I estimate it will be around 1 million huaxia coins each. Academician Chen's face twitched, and he said nothing. Chu casually picked up an apple from the coffee table, savoring it while glancing at Academician Chen with his captivating eyes. Then, what is the planned quantity for the first batch of this verification type? Academician Chen took a breath and continued his inquiry. Point 4 synthetic brigades. Considering 7,000 personnel per brigade, that would be 28,000 units. Rounding it up to 30,000? Just like that, several hundred billion huaxia coins vanished. Alright, let us finish eating and wrap up. The two walked side by side toward the cafeteria. By the way, Elder Chen, are you familiar with the Chinese Academy of Sciences? Fairly familiar. Why do you ask? Oh, it's nothing. I just need to lure all their quantum computing experts over here, Chu said casually, as if he was merely picking a scallion from the garden. Xiao Chu, I can't shake the feeling that it won't be long before you dominate the field. Haha, it appears Elder Chen can crack a joke too. Ha. Chu laughed heartily, which prompted a soft chuckle from Academician Chen as well. By the way, Elder Chen, I plan to develop the helmet for the individual soldier system in the coming days. As for the quantum communication aspect, I'll let Jingjun take the lead on that tomorrow. Xiao Chu, go ahead and do it. You're given special permission. Regarding the quantum computer experts, very well, tomorrow I will call Director Wu to arrange it. Academician Chen responded to Chu after a moment's thought. Thank you, Grandpa Chen, you little rascal. Over their time spent together, Chu had come to regard Academician Chen as a grandfather. Chu Ji's biological grandfather was a martyr who sacrificed his life during the conflict against Old Me, leaving him devoid of a grandfather's love and care during his childhood. Academician Chen, in his own way, filled that void. It was a warmth across generations. The two finally set aside work and shared light-hearted conversations over dinner. For some reason, Chu found tonight's meal exceptionally delectable. After parting with Elder Chen, Chu returned to his dormitory, prepared some Red Bull, and began working late into the night. He aimed to resolve the quantum communication issues, while the quantum computer matters could wait until the experts arrived. Chu enjoyed the fruits of his labor, as completing tasks allowed him to immediately proceed with the next steps, which had its advantages, significantly reducing safety risks. After all, the system's output was of utmost importance. Even a minor leak could be a grave error. Thus, after finishing his fourth can of Red Bull, he finally completed his work plan for the evening. As the clock ticked past 2 a.m., the Red Bull could no longer stave off sleep, and Chu slumped over his desk, snoring softly. The next day, Chu promptly delivered the solutions to the several challenges of quantum communication to Zheng Jun. Zheng Jun, in a hurry, dashed off to the laboratory without any exaggerated gestures. For him, there was no time for astonishment. If these issues that had perplexed quantum research experts for ages were resolved, the allure for him would be immense. Moreover, quantum communication was crucial for Chu's space plans. The harsh conditions of space, including strong electromagnetic radiation, cosmic rays, and solar winds, posed high demands on communication systems. Two of the prominent features of quantum communication, high security and strong anti-interference capabilities, were precisely what Chu required. The high level of security ensured that transmissions would not be intercepted or eavesdropped, making it ideal for extensive military applications. Chu intended to first popularize the technology within the huaxia military, as the military currently maintained a high level of security, but during critical moments, he preferred not to be disturbed, ready to address any potential threats. Of course, once the fleet was formed, communication among ships in space would also necessitate this technology. After finishing breakfast, Chu jogged a few laps around the artificial lake, feeling as though his body had been drained after a month of high-intensity work. Once the helmet system was completed, he planned to visit the Prism Tower base for a quick inspection and a chance to rest. Chu resolved to do so. After several laps, feeling much better, he hurried to Li Gang's laboratory. The remaining subsystems of the multifunctional helmet included the protective shield, life support system, and night vision system. The night vision system was not complex. Current technology could easily handle it. It merely required the integration of modules into the helmet, capable of deployment when needed, which involved relatively simple craftsmanship. The life support system had two directions, one for oxygen supply and the other for monitoring vital signs. The second matter is relatively straightforward. It merely involves the integration of data chains, combined with quantum communication, to ensure that the vital signs of personnel on external missions are transmitted promptly to the monitoring department aboard the mothership. The first issue, however, necessitates significant alterations. The current oxygen system for astronauts is overly cumbersome. Although a substantial portion of its complexity stems from precautions against space radiation, it is still excessively intricate and requires considerable downsizing. Additionally, there is the question of duration. Compared to the provided system data, the existing astronaut system is utterly inadequate. Chu perceives these challenges as remarkably trivial. Thus, when he meets with Li Gang and casually outlines the tasks at hand, Li Gang becomes visibly agitated. You dare to call these technological upgrades trivial? Each one is of national significance. Are we still dealing with humans here, or have we encountered extraterrestrials? This is absurd. as a technology worker? I cannot abide by such dismissive attitudes, he retorts, feeling a deep sense of inadequacy. All his astonishment, skepticism, and dissatisfaction with himself ultimately coalesce into a singular, powerful exclamation. Yes, Chapter 53. Helium-3, the final component. The protective shield poses a considerable challenge for Chuj, as its materials are simply unavailable on Earth. Strictly speaking, they cannot be supplied in bulk. The foundational material for the shield is a high-strength polymer organic glass, with the edges integrating a set of circuits and sensors. Ultimately, after data processing, basic environmental parameters such as temperature, humidity, atmospheric composition, and radiation intensity are displayed on a glass screen, akin to the heads-up displays found in modern automobiles. However, the crux of the matter lies in the shield's primary function. When Chuj studies its triggering mechanism and material composition, he initially overlooks the latter. The triggering mechanism is easily comprehensible. It can withstand typical bullets and electromagnetic attacks due to the inherent strength of the shield itself. When the intensity of physical or electromagnetic assaults exceeds a certain threshold, the shield activates. However, upon closely examining its composition, Chuj is taken aback. The shield's internal constituents consist of a mixture of two gases that, upon activation, instantaneously release high-intensity electrical currents. At a certain intensity, these currents shatter the gas atoms, resulting in the formation of a superdense gas wall from the released electrons. This wall possesses an exceptionally high density, capable of defending against any attack, rendering the user temporarily invincible. But of course, this shameless mode of defense can only be employed once, as the energy supply is sufficient for a single activation. Following the system's provided equations, Chuj deduces that these two gases are, in fact, helium-3 and helium-4. A sense of unease washes over him. Finally, when he informs Professor Chen that he requires 1 ton each of helium-3 and helium-4, the gravity of the situation dawns upon him. Helium-3? 1 ton? Xiao Chu, I can pull strings for you to acquire funds or personnel, even if it means halting other projects at the research institute. However, the entire planet's confirmed reserves of helium-3 amount to only 500 kilograms. Where do you expect me to procure 1 ton? Forget 1 ton. Even 1 kilogram would be a challenge. What? No, wait. I remember helium-3 being quite familiar. But I can't quite place it at all. There is a place where the reserves are extraordinarily abundant, practically everywhere. Where? On the moon. Chuj was furious and immediately sought to demand a refund from the system. Hey, wake up. What kind of nonsense is this? We don't have helium-3 here. Is this not consumer fraud? The system defaults to the assumption that helium-3 is exceedingly abundant. What? Is your hometown the moon? Chuj felt a chill run down his spine. What on earth is the moon? You will only understand the origins of this system after reaching the final upgrade. Please continue your efforts. Host. Wait a moment. Let us set aside the upgrades for now. You expect me to use this protective shield, which consumes an entire battery, costly, hidden here, for a single activation? And you call it simple? Why not just employ a light shield, particle shield, or physical shield? Why go through the trouble of a fanciful gas shield? The system defaults that this activation mode is the simplest and most effective, primarily due to the abundance of materials. Abundant, my foot. Helium-3 is scarce on this blue planet. Even if you mined every last bit, you'd only find 500 kilograms for a mask. Are you not concerned they might take me and you for research? Oh, and one more thing. I can't comprehend why an ordinary bulletproof mask wouldn't suffice. Why the complexity with shields and all, just to prolong a life? 1. The application of the superdense gas shield extends beyond mere survival. It can also be utilized for large-scale defensive barriers for battleships and even interstellar fleets, with costs and effects being commensurate, requiring the fleet to mobilize a super-strong electrical current to maintain it. Effectively capable of withstanding a single lethal strike from an enemy's ultimate strategic weapon. 2. The system defaults that the life of the shield's user is incredibly valuable and should not be easily sacrificed. If your planetary population is vast and lives can be casually discarded, it is not mandatory to equip individual soldiers. The system does not intervene. 3. No refunds. After patiently listening, Chuj was astonished. Wow, it seems like this system has never spoken this much since its inception. Remarkable. Yet, he recalled the system's dismissive attitude, which seemed to belittle human rights. What did it mean that the lives of its original masters were incredibly valuable? On Blue Planet, regardless of how other nations fare, lives in Huaxia must always hold equal worth. The more he pondered, the angrier he became, until he couldn't help but exclaim, You? Let me ask you, do you have a mother? The system defaults that origin questions require an upgrade. Chuj capitulated. This entity was impenetrable in its defenses, rendering his inquiries futile. After a series of operations, he dejectedly returned to his office. At this point, it seemed the helmet could only be fashioned into a scaled-down version. It wasn't that he disrespected life. Rather, there simply were insufficient resources, and the moon was far too distant. Even a rocket journey would not suffice. Nevertheless, the system's lengthy discourse had awakened him. This super-dense gas shield was indeed a remarkable innovation. Aside from the difficulties in procuring helium-3, it was straightforward and effective. Importantly, future interstellar fleets would require it. For who knew what lay beyond Earth? If he eagerly set out to explore the stars, only to be captured by Martians, that would be utterly disastrous. Chuj began to organize the scaled-back protective shield until the moon hung high and bright in the sky. After completing the final programming task, he lit a cigarette and approached the window. Outside, the moon shone brightly. Helium-3, helium-3. If his memory served him correctly, it was a very clean fuel and the ideal energy source for nuclear fusion. A super energy source indeed. Now he stood at a crossroads, faced with two choices. Either construct a transport spacecraft for travel between Earth and the moon, focusing solely on excavation, or establish a lunar base, necessitating the construction of a greenhouse at home first. Chuj's indecision flared up once again. After much contemplation, he leaned towards the latter option. Human society was far too complex. Huaxia would undoubtedly rise to prominence in the not-so-distant future. In his mind, he envisioned a simulation where Huaxia, with its unparalleled military might, declares itself the dominant force while smaller nations fall in line, looking to Huaxia for leadership. However, there would always be those dissenters and neighboring countries historically at odds with Huaxia. Perhaps on the surface, they would acknowledge Huaxia as the leader, but behind closed doors, who knew what they were plotting? Their behavior was akin to that of rogues, espousing one thing while acting in opposition. He found it hard to believe that these nations would submit obediently. Thus, the question arose. If a foolhardy nation provoked Huaxia, would there be a call for bloodshed? And if so, what would the repercussions be? It was difficult to predict. Chuj modeled the worst-case scenario. He could not hope to obliterate their military might or colonize their citizens and territory. He understood that in today's world, populism was rampant, leading to endless cycles of suppression and counter-suppression, unless a bloodbath were to occur over vast territories. However, such actions were not in alignment with Huaxia's ethos. They were not a bloodthirsty people. The ideal simulation would involve showcasing the aerial mothership, heavy battleships, interstellar fleets, light towers, and mech warriors, compelling all nations to submit and inviting Huaxia to spearhead the formation of a global alliance. While this was a possibility, it was by no means guaranteed, especially with thousands of nuclear weapons lurking outside. Should tensions escalate beyond reason, it could lead to catastrophic self-destruction, leaving no room for diplomacy. After several simulations, Chuj resolutely decided to pursue the lunar base plan. Believing that such a decision would require high-level leadership approval, he felt it was time to propose this initiative. Chapter 54. A heart-to-heart with the military-industrial system in the following week. Chuj fully immersed himself in the daily grind and hardships faced by firefighters. Wherever there was a need among various research and experimental teams, he made it a point to be present. This was precisely why he had initially gathered them all in a single location at the Weapons Research Institute. If they were scattered across the country, it would have necessitated the summoning of Soul Blade, leading to a chaotic situation. Gradually, the Weapons Research Institute began to exhibit peculiar scenes. Good day, Academician Chu. Ah, greetings. Good day, Academician Chu. Wait, Academician Chu, weren't you just in the quantum research team? Huh? Academician Chu, weren't you just with the individual weapon research team? Goodness, how many of you are there? After spinning around like a top for days on end, the various teams began to work in a more organized manner, particularly Li Gang's individual equipment team, which made rapid strides in developing the helmet subsystems. Finally, Chuj found himself with some free time. He glanced at the calendar and realized that the Light Tower project should be nearing completion, prompting him to prepare for a visit to the site. Once the tasks at hand were meticulously organized, Chuj made his way directly to Academician Chen's office. Chen Lao, I plan to visit the Guangling Tower base tomorrow. Everything at the bunker seems to be in order, and the construction at the Guangling Tower base should be fully completed. According to the schedule, it will be ready for grid connection tomorrow. Xiao Chu, your intuition is quite impressive. The 12 Guangling Towers were completed yesterday, and today the military has been urging you to make the trip soon. I see you've been rather fatigued lately. So thank you, Chen Lao, but I'm perfectly fine and my health is splendid. A trip tomorrow would also serve as a refreshing break for me. Wouldn't it? Chuj gestured towards his head as he spoke. Haha, so, which Guangling Tower base are you planning to visit? I'll have the military make the necessary arrangements in advance. Q City, I believe. It boasts the sea and our Huaxia Navy base. I intend to seize this rare opportunity to mix business with pleasure. Heh. Not a problem. That I will immediately instruct Commander Wang to arrange a military aircraft for you. Tomorrow, you can head directly to the military airport for your flight. Isn't that a bit extravagant? I could just take a commercial flight. After all, I'll have Captain Gong and the others accompanying me, so there wouldn't be any issues. That's not feasible, I'm afraid. Concerns regarding your safety have been discussed by the higher-ups. Your future responsibilities are substantial, with many projects requiring your leadership. Thus, you must not encounter any setbacks. Within the Weapon Research Institute, and even in Yinjing, we have ample security forces, both overt and covert. However, once you step outside, every route must be coordinated under military protection. Local police and armed forces can only provide peripheral support. You must be surrounded by our most trusted and elite special forces. That gives off a bit of a panda vibe. Doesn't he it? Haha, that is somewhat accurate. No, at least there are still around 2,000 pandas. You, Chuj, are but 1.1. Chin Grandpa, you're being a bit cheeky lately, haha. Chuj lingered in academician's office for quite some time, consuming an unknown number of apples while they conversed about family matters, future directions, and the development of Huaxia. The affairs of home and country have always been interdependent throughout history. One cannot have a home without a nation. And vice versa. After bidding farewell, academician Chun's gaze followed Chuj's retreating figure. Chuj, I hope this old body of mine can witness the moment you lead Huaxia to greatness. With a face full of expectation, academician Chen lowered his head, his eyes landing on a photograph on his desk. The smile that had graced his face moments ago faded instantly as he pulled out his phone. Grandpa sigh. Sigh, what have I done this time? Dad, Grandpa scolded me again. How many times has it been this month? After dinner, Chuj returned to his dormitory. Tonight, he had no intention of overexerting himself. He planned to retire early. Perhaps due to not having gone to bed so early in quite some time, he found himself tossing and turning, unable to drift into slumber. His biological clock evidently needed some adjustment. He stared at the ceiling, recalling the conversation he had with academician Chen earlier that afternoon. System brother, have you gone to sleep yet? No way. Your learning ability is remarkable, IT. Seems you've adapted to this old married couple style of communication. I was thinking about our discussion on personal safety this afternoon. I suddenly want to ask if you have any miscellaneous items regarding inner strength techniques or superhero upgrades. Let us have a chat. Instead of cramming more information into my head, it's about a burst. None. Didn't you claim to be more impressive than a robotic cat? A robotic cat, doesn't he possess what you're referring to? I've seen it. Is that so? Impressive. Do you have any formulas for concocting elixirs? Perhaps something like 1 for cleansing bones, 2 for forming cores, or you on infant types? No need for those land god levels. The environment isn't suitable. None. Sigh, as expected, your industrial era knowledge doesn't align with those cultivation systems at all. I'm the host, after all. I need a bit of self-defense, just in case I meet an untimely end. Wouldn't you perish too? I cannot perish. However, the ultra-dense energy shield can provide protection. You're quite amusing, so I must wear a helmet when I go out. Winter is fine. I'll just consider it performance art. But what about in summer? By the way, that system can be mounted elsewhere. There's no need to embed it in a helmet. Chuj suddenly had a moment of clarity. However, it felt somewhat impractical. If it came to that, your contraption would only be invincible for a brief moment, likely not even lasting 5 seconds. 2 attacks with a slight interval would undoubtedly lead to demise. There is an upgraded version. The system could hardly endure the incessant chatter of this host. What? Is that true? Where? In the shop system, other categories, category 255, subcategory 1324. Stop. How much? How do I use it? Instant activation, but only the host can utilize it. It consumes the host's reputation points. Why didn't you mention this earlier? Host benefits, a few hundred. Let me check your remaining reputation points. 6,000,000 can be exchanged for non-uses. Chuj glanced at his reputation points, noting a significant increase to 6,000,500. I seriously suspect you quoted me a price based on my remaining balance. Various amazing master skills are 100 or 200, and this one costs 6 million? Are you trying to create competition? The main task of the military-industrial system is to assist the host in establishing a formidable military alliance. It doesn't wish for the host to misuse other resources to avoid losing focus. Now you're getting all philosophical. Fine, you're the boss. I submit. Where did you learn this? Even motivational quotes are coming out. 0.9 exchanges before Chuj could finish. Ding. Congratulations to the host for a successful exchange. Remaining reputation points, 500. Chapter 55. The subtle intentions of the United States. The system brother completed the exchange with astonishing speed. Chuj sprang up in surprise. What was exchanged? I meant to say 9 exchanges weren't necessary. 3 would suffice. You? 6,000,000. How many outstanding master skills could that buy? The lifetime kind. No less, brother. I've been scrimping and saving here, and you went all in. Don't pretend to be oblivious. It's always the same with you. Most people take the money and enjoy themselves. You take the money and vanish. You're the greediest system in the entire system. Chuj vented his frustrations for half an hour, while the system brother remained unfazed. Downstairs in the dormitory, distant streetlights flickered a few times. The weather was still slightly cool, and a few reckless little flying insects ventured out early to chase after the light. By Chuj's window, a shadow of a fist-waving figure was cast upon the screen. The lights in the adjacent dormitory suddenly dimmed. The common folk of Huaxia had completed another day, either loving or bickering in their homes. Truly living.at this moment, in the United States, it was precisely 7 a.m. Along the banks of the Potomac River, the vast parking lot of the Pentagon was gradually filling with vehicles. John Wilson arrived early at the intelligence office. Unusually excited that day. Leaning against the office door, holding a steaming cup of coffee, he cast his gaze at several striking figures in the office, mentally calculating who he might ask out next. "Hey boss, you're here quite early today." William Miller, carrying a brown briefcase, greeted his boss while pulling out his chair. "Hi, William. You're looking particularly agreeable today." Every time you speak like that, it must mean you're in a good mood." "Haha, you know the reason. Come, let us talk in my office." John Wilson diverted his gaze and slowly returned to his seat, picking up a few photographs his subordinates had handed him the previous day, squinting at them while occasionally sipping his coffee. "Boss, any good news coming in?" William entered the office, standing in front of the desk, adjusting his tie knot. "Regarding the satellite reconnaissance photos of those mysterious structures in Huaxia that you mentioned last time." John set down the photographs, glancing over them as William hurriedly picked them up and began flipping through them one by one. From the photos, it appeared that these 5 structures shared a consistent appearance. Are there only these 5? Based on this size ratio, they're circular structures with a diameter of 50 meters. For now, we've only identified these 5 locations. Perhaps there are others yet to be discovered. Let us see what we can deduce from these photos. William Miller adjusted his position, sitting down, and began marking the coordinates of each photo on a standard map of Huaxia. Though several locations appeared unremarkable, he pointed out to his boss, "Look, disregarding the 2 structures in the upper half, the 3 below seem to be arranged in a regular pattern, and their distances should be approximately equal, roughly 3,000 kilometers apart. There's definitely something significant here, but perhaps the mystery is about to be unraveled." John no longer focused on the map, comfortably reclining in his chair. The destroyer Martin and the electronic reconnaissance ship Victory will arrive in the eastern seas of Huaxia in about 15 hours. "Oh, so those young masters have finally arrived." William Miller smirked. "Haha, I am quite fond of your appellation for them. This time, they will conduct close reconnaissance approximately 160 nautical miles off the coast of Huaxia. The Huaxia Navy will undoubtedly shadow them closely. Hence, they will seek an opportune moment to deploy high-altitude stealth drones to conduct reconnaissance and capture photographs of these locations. The Victory is merely a cover." "Oh, William, what do they call this tactic in Huaxia?" "Feigning an attack in the east while striking in the west." "Yes, exactly. Wow. When it comes to understanding Huaxia, you truly excel. Haha. However, boss, is that reconnaissance drone reliable? We mustn't be discovered before even entering Huaxia's territorial waters. It should be fine." The military asserts that this Tier 5 Dark Star stealth drone is the latest development by Lockheed Martin, having undergone rigorous testing with our military radar, making it exceedingly difficult to detect. This is the only one, and it comes at a hefty price. It took me considerable time to persuade those old-timers to lend it to us temporarily. But what if something goes awry? Boss, you won't be able to explain that to them. What if? Do you believe Huaxia possesses such radar technology? Or do you think their military radar is superior to that of our esteemed nation? Nonsense. Well then, let us hope they bring us good news tomorrow. Yes. John Wilson snapped his fingers. In a certain area of the Pacific, 2 gray warships cleaved through the waves in the howling wind under the cover of night. Captain George Wells of the Martin destroyer stood on the bridge, peering through his binoculars. "Brown, it's another dreadful night. We are indeed unfortunate. We must travel through such a night. Captain, what is the meaning of this shadow operation from Washington? While we have conducted close reconnaissance before, we never crossed their line." "You ask me? Who should I ask? At this moment, I should be comfortably basking in the sunshine at home, yet here I am, temporarily assigned to this duty." George set down his binoculars and picked up a cup of coffee from the table. "I am merely concerned. Although we have had minor skirmishes with the Huaxia Navy in the past, no one has ever torn the veil of civility. We merely cruised in close proximity. Yet this time, we are sending reconnaissance aircraft deep into their airspace. If something unexpected occurs, dear heavens, we will be at their doorstep. We would be the first to suffer the consequences. Brown, that is not something for you or me to worry about. If it comes to that, perhaps there are others who would be more anxious than we are. Wouldn't you agree?" "Ha. The captain is wise." Meanwhile, radar operator David was dozing off when suddenly a sharp alarm pierced the silence. David instantly awoke, straining to discern the source. Soon, he sprang to his feet. "Reporting to the captain, northwest at 310 nautical miles, the maritime surveillance radar has detected 2 warships, but the phased array identification friend or foe system received no response in that location, aside from the Our Country. It could only be the Huaxia Navy, and the Our Country's vessels would have long since returned home to rest. Brown, our old friends have come out early to greet us. Oh my God. Are they not sleeping?" Chapter 56, Confrontation 1. Simultaneously, a similar scene unfolded aboard the destroyer Shining. After reporting the surface targets, Captain Sukai picked up the ship's phone. Yanshan, this is Xining. Received. Xining, please proceed. Two unidentified vessels detected in the southeastern maritime area, presumed to be foreign ships, heading towards our eastern waters. Maintain close observation. Maintain close observation. Understood. Yanshan, two immaculate white warships, one behind the other, hastened towards the target area. A confrontation without gunfire had officially commenced. As the clock struck 6 the following morning, Chu Gu finished washing up and proceeded directly to the Research Institute's cafeteria. On the way, Zhang Jun and Yin Tianhao spotted him and hurriedly greeted him. Academician Chu, good morning. By the way, Tianhao, after breakfast, accompany me on a trip. Zhang Jun will stay at the Military Research Institute to tackle the challenging issue of quantum communication. Yes, they replied in unison. Oh, and Zhang Jun, the experts in quantum computing should be arriving in the next couple of days. Coordinate with them, and if there are any difficulties with quantum communication, feel free to consult a few of the experts. Yes. Where are you headed, Academician Chu? Zhang Jun inquired, rubbing his hands as he approached Chu Gu with a curious expression. The Prismatic Tower Base. Today, the Prismatic Tower project will officially go online. Ah, the Prismatic Tower Base? I want to go too. Why do good things always fall to Yin Tianhao? Why am I always the one left out? Watching Chu Gu walk away, Zhang Jun stood frozen in place, filled with regret. 20 minutes later, several military jeeps rolled out of the Research Institute's entrance in succession. Outside the gate, 4 duty vehicles and 4 motorcycles from the Beijing traffic police had long been waiting. After merging with the convoy, the motorcycles led the way while the duty vehicles brought up the rear. The motorcycles blared their sirens, and the military vehicles flashed their lights as they set off towards the Beijing military airport. Amidst the azure sea and sky aboard the Martin destroyer, Captain George Wells returned to the bridge after finishing breakfast. Captain returning to the command room, shouted the duty guard, standing at the cabin door. Hands clasped and legs apart. Brown, what's the situation, Captain? All is normal. The fleet has finally sailed out of the storm zone, heading northwest. What about them? George Wells asked, lifting his binoculars to gaze into the distance. Still the same, maintaining a distance of about 500 meters from our fleet. Oh my God. They've been tailing us like vampires since yesterday morning, biting down and refusing to let go. Haha, we've grown accustomed to it. Haven Tiwi? We all know the drill. As long as we don't overstep, we'll be fine. Haha, it has a certain Tom and Jerry feel to it. As for who plays which role, we shall see how it unfolds. As the two captains chatted, the ship's phone crackled to life. Martin, good morning. This is the Eagle Eye electronic reconnaissance aircraft. I will remain alongside your fleet, providing aerial support. Please settle fuel costs back at base. Over. Good morning, Eagle Eye. Thank you for your aerial support. As for fuel costs, you might want to inquire with the Huaxia fleet up ahead. Over. Martin, no unidentified submarines have been detected in the surrounding waters. Proceed with your mission confidently. There is an RC-135 strategic reconnaissance aircraft monitoring the movements of Huaxia's missile forces and collecting signals in the distant airspace. As for fuel costs, the Huaxia military probably doesn't know my account number. Over. Martin acknowledges. Over. George Wells hung up the phone. Brown, it seems Washington is still concerned that Huaxia might use missiles to target reconnaissance aircraft, given that they've even dispatched the RC-135. It is said that this stealth reconnaissance aircraft is the latest development, requiring considerable investment of both money and effort. Yet these fools, what use is a single 135? Brown, the best offense is a psychological one. Sukai, holding binoculars, focused on the 2 American warships ahead. Old Lay? What do you think these Americans are up to this time? Old Lay, the ship's navigator with over 20 years of service, intended to retire this year but had yet to submit his report to the base. Sukai, the captain, said, I believe they are merely repeating their old tricks, circling around to annoy us. Perhaps, before Sukai could finish, a report came in. Captain, the 357 radar team has detected 2 batches of aerial vehicles, located 80 nautical miles northeast of the fleet, presumed to be American EP-3 electronic reconnaissance aircraft. Another batch is 260 nautical miles to the north, presumed to be a large reconnaissance aircraft of unknown type. A large reconnaissance aircraft? The EP-3 is here too. This is getting interesting. Immediately report the situation in the relevant maritime area to the base. Yes, Old Lay, it seems this time things are not as straightforward. Sukai concluded, picking up the binoculars again to continue monitoring the 2 warships. The surface of the sea was tumultuous and unpredictable. Chu Gu and his party arrived in Q City, where the base's military vehicles had been waiting for some time. After disembarking from the plane, Chu Gu and Yin Tianhao transferred to the base's jeep and headed towards the Prismatic Tower Q City base. The Prismatic Tower base is adjacent to the northern fleet of Q City's navy. During the reconnaissance of the 12 base locations, every military presence was ideally clustered to form a base group. The capabilities of the Prismatic Tower would significantly reduce the defensive pressure surrounding the base, allowing for a more concentrated use of guard forces and saving considerable additional expenses for the base. As the vehicle approached the base, the massive silhouette of the prismatic tower came into view. Glistening under the sunlight as its energy shield refracted dazzling rays, Chu gazed in awe. Tianhao, do you see that magnificent tower? That is the prismatic tower. Tianhao, who had been engrossed in the documents in his hands, looked up eagerly upon hearing Chu mention the prismatic tower. After a moment, he exclaimed, Academician Chu, that prismatic tower is so imposing, coupled with the vibrant red flags and military insignia on its body. It looks even more formidable, but won't this make it a conspicuous target? It will inevitably draw the eye of outsiders. Conspicuous? The threat from aerial assaults is hardly discernible. It poses no danger to us in the air. As for the ground, that is a jest. This is a military base, specifically the stronghold of the Northern Navy fleet. What kind of prowess would one require to infiltrate such a facility? The ground may be secure. But my concern lies with the skies, for after all, this is also one of our strategic weapons. Tianhao had a vague understanding of the exploits of the Prism Tower, yet the specifics eluded him. His interests were primarily inclined towards aerospace and rocketry, with little knowledge of other military domains, particularly the Navy and Army. After navigating through several layers of sentry posts and inspections by the vigilant personnel, the convoy finally arrived at the base. Outside the vehicle, Commander Ming anxiously gazed within. Chapter 57. The contest to Commander Ming. Greetings. Chu saluted the commander, whom he had met once before. Little Chu, how delightful to see you. It has been over a few months since our last encounter, and this time, thankfully, that bunch of old geezers is here to vie for your attention. Ha ha. You certainly have a penchant for humor. By the way, Little Chu, this is Commander Manhwa of the Northern Navy Base. Chu had already noticed the Major General beside him, but had not yet taken the opportunity to greet him. Commander Wan, I salute you. Chu Colonel Chu, your name is indeed renowned. Today, I finally have the pleasure of meeting you. Ha ha. Were it not for the imminent operation of the Prism Tower, I doubt someone of my rank would have the chance to meet you. Isn't that so, Commander Ming? Ha ha. You? Commander Ming gestured towards Manhwa, completing the introductions as the two commanders led Chu towards the conference room. Commander Ming, Little Chu, before we proceed to the Prism Tower, there is a situation that requires your attention. Just now, our fleet off the eastern coast reported to the base command that they have detected a U.S. fleet advancing towards us at full speed. The particulars are still unclear, but aside from this small contingent, there are also unusual aerial activities. At present, 2 reconnaissance aircraft are operating in this maritime region, and we suspect their destination is right here. Commander Wan spoke with a grave expression before turning to Commander Ming. Quite perceptive indeed. How do you propose we respond? Our naval vessels are closely monitoring the situation, and we have dispatched 2 destroyers to patrol the predicted route. Additionally, in the air, we have deployed a KJ-2000 early warning aircraft, 2 KH-500 electronic reconnaissance planes, and 10 JP-16 fighter jets, forming a mixed aerial formation, which is currently en route to the relevant maritime area. 10 fighter jets? Ha ha, Commander Wan. You certainly hold them in high regard. Them? I care not for them. My focus is on our Prism Tower and on Academician Chu. Commander Wan couldn't help but let out a curse and then turned his gentle gaze towards Chu. What are your thoughts, Little Chu? Commander Ming turned to Chuj. It is evident that we will be under their keen observation, considering this is a naval base. Moreover, with the simultaneous construction of numerous Prism Tower facilities and our security forces, it is only natural that they would detect our activities via satellite. It is highly likely they wish to ascertain what we are building. Since the satellites in the air cannot capture sufficiently useful information, they will undoubtedly resort to alternative methods. What those methods entail remains to be seen. However, I estimate there is a significant probability that they will attempt to unveil our operations today. Upon completing his thoughts, Chu looked towards Commander Ming. Did you hear that, Commander Wan? Our Colonel Chu possesses the potential to serve as a strategist. Perhaps it is time for me to soar to the weapons testing base to recruit personnel? Ha ha, however, they may not have time. Let us unveil our operations. The 3 exited the conference room, where Tianhao and several base officers awaited at the entrance. Everyone boarded the jeep and headed towards the Prism Tower base. After passing through a security checkpoint, the convoy truly entered the Prism Tower facility. Little Chu, did you notice? The Prism Tower base is indeed situated within the naval base, yet our naval personnel cannot simply enter without higher authorization. This underscores the nation's emphasis on this strategic weapon. Indeed, the base officers have attempted to seek you out several times. It seems they are quite frustrated that they cannot even enter their own base for a visit. These spirited young men often come to the isolation zone just to catch a glimpse, creating quite a spectacle. Commander Wan added from the front row. Seek me? It would be futile, as I too require permission to enter. Chu remained unaware of such protocols. Commander Wan, you see, I am of no use here. You know my role is solely in research and development, and I cannot speak on such matters, he chuckled. After passing through 2 more security checks within the Prism Tower base, the group finally arrived at the tower's base. What should have been a 5-minute journey inexplicably took 15, a testament to the strictness of the inspections. Chu observed that the sentries did not recognize individuals but strictly verified identities. As the prism tower loomed before him, in its schematic form, Chu felt little impact. However, at this moment, the 50-meter diameter and 200-meter height of the colossal structure standing before him exuded a palpable aura of menace. The main body of the prism tower was constructed from high-strength steel, with a 10-meter circular base made of reinforced concrete. Above this base, a ventilated hollow structure was implemented to mitigate wind load. The connecting sections were formed by 36 vertical pillars, interlaced with diagonal bracing components, arranged in a circular formation with equal spacing. At the apex resided the tower's offensive component, the energy dome 0.5 meters below the energy dome. A massive red flag and military emblem unfurled, the golden edges of the red pentagram glimmering in the sky. All present gazed upwards, rendered momentarily speechless. Colonel Chu, what were you thinking when you designed this? Commander Ming mused aloud. I thought of nothing, but ensuring that the territory of Huaxia would no longer suffer the ravages of gunfire, and that the people of Huaxia would forever remain distanced from war. Living in peace and prosperity. At these words, everyone turned to gaze at Chu, while he continued to look up at the red pentagram in the East China Sea, approximately 160 nautical miles from Q City. Aboard the USS Martin, the voice of the E-2C Flamingo resonated. This is E-2C Flamingo from the our nation's Guam base. You have 6 aerial fighters providing cover behind you. BE advised. Radar indicates that Huaxia is approaching with a substantial formation consisting of 1 early warning aircraft, 2 reconnaissance planes, and 10 fighter jets. Exercise caution. In transmission. USS Martin acknowledges. In transmission. 10 jets. Brown. Have the Huaxians lost their minds? The more intense the reaction, the more necessary the reconnaissance. Huasdenton must know something. Otherwise, they would not be sending us into such tumult. Well, let us hope you are correct. This indicates they likely have a backup plan. Captain, that is a certainty. Otherwise, we would not have redirected fighter jets from the our nation base for support. Very well. Helmsman, maintain course and proceed at full speed. George resolved firmly. Traditionally, this distance was the closest that both sides tacitly accepted. Upon reaching approximately 160 nautical miles from Huaxia, the U.S. warships would navigate along the outer edge of the route, while Huaxia's vessels would remain inward, allowing for a period of cordial passage before each side would depart at full throttle. George Wells quickly seized his binoculars, intent on monitoring the movements of Huaxia's naval vessels. As anticipated, as they advanced, Huaxia's ships began to close the distance. 500 meters, 400 meters, 300 meters, 200 meters, 100 meters, 50 meters. The process was slow, yet for George, time seemed to fly as his heartbeat quickened. At this distance, he could see clearly without the binoculars. Just as he intended to step out to greet an old friend, the lookout rushed in, reporting, Captain, the Huaxia reinforcement vessel that was previously maneuvering in front of us has suddenly halted and hoisted the Z flag. What? Shit, Brown, quickly, reduce speed. Chapter 58. The Contest 3. As the USS Martin struggled to decelerate amidst chaos, aboard the Shining, Captain Sukai was methodically assigning combat tasks. Yinshan, now is the time. Take advantage of their reduced speed to accelerate and position yourself to their right. Constraining their navigational space, I want to see if these Americans dare to venture further. Yinshan acknowledges, Captain, you truly are cunning. The arriving vessels are now directly obstructing their path. It appears we are about to encircle them. Old Lei exclaimed, his face flushed with excitement. Sukai did not respond to Old Lei. After contemplating for a moment, he picked up the ship's phone. Ishui-class frigate. You are to keep a close watch on that reconnaissance vessel. Its escort has been detained, and I want to see how it can maneuver now. Ishui acknowledges. Sukai finally breathed a sigh of relief. Old Lei, if anyone is cunning, it is Su Rue. I instructed him to intercept the American's path, and lo and behold, he has hoisted the Z flag instead. Ha ha! You two are the cleverest in the entire base. Ha ha! Sukai chuckled as he exited the bridge, gazing at the white warship that now obstructed their path. The conspicuous Z flag fluttered in the wind. His eyes fixated on the waving banner, his blood surged. In a moment of clarity, he seemed to grasp Su Rue's intent, a resolve of no retreat, a spirit of unparalleled bravery. Signalman, issue orders to hoist the Z flag immediately. Since our brother ship has sounded the charge, we cannot lag behind. Yes, Captain. The signalman saluted Sukai, his eyes filled with admiration. Minutes later, all Huaxia warships simultaneously hoisted the flag. At this moment, aboard the USS Martin, a report came in, Captain, the Victory-class electronic reconnaissance vessel has also come to a halt. Their path is now blocked by Huaxia's naval vessels. Captain, the Huaxia warships at the rear have taken advantage of our deceleration to maneuver to our right side, continually closing the distance between our vessels. Captain, the air radar indicates that a formation of 4 aircraft is swiftly approaching our fleet. Accompanied by a group of 8 more in the rear, cruising in the command room, crew members incessantly report the surrounding dynamics to George Wells, who was fixated on the comprehensive information screen before him. The screen is expansive, divided into 3 sections. The central display features surveillance footage of several nearby Huaxiao warships, while the adjacent screens showcase radar imaging of the surrounding waters and aerial radar alerts. Within the aerial alert display, several red dots are rapidly moving within the electronic target-like circles. George is feeling somewhat anxious, sensing that something is amiss. Captain, what does it mean when the Huaxiao warship raises the Z flag? Could it really be experiencing a malfunction? Brown inquires anxiously from the side. Without responding, George Wells glances around, then lifts his binoculars to observe the distant victory. Brown, do you think 4 warships would malfunction simultaneously? What should we do? Perhaps this is an opportunity. Amidst the chaos, with everyone's attention focused on the opposing warship, we should promptly deploy that reconnaissance aircraft and release our drones to disrupt their line of sight. Understood. Brown hurriedly departs from the bridge. This moment, George Wells also exits the bridge, making his way to the deck, where he gazes at the large white warships not far away, his expression unusually grave. As he contemplates while rubbing his chin, the distant roar of fighter jets becomes increasingly audible. Suddenly, 4 fighter jets fly overhead in a standard combat formation, and George can clearly see the star insignia on their tail fins. The deafening sound causes a pressure sensation in his ears, the buzzing resonating directly into his brain. This small stretch of sea is particularly lively today, as aircraft from both nations are astonished to discover that 6 enormous warships are unexpectedly anchored together, neither advancing nor retreating, akin to pedestrians casually greeting each other. The aircraft above find themselves in an awkward position, as early warning and reconnaissance aircraft are typically designated for long-range accompaniment and combat, rarely venturing to the front lines. Today, however, both sides are close enough to engage in friendly banter. The aerial and maritime standoff continues, with both parties cautiously probing each other. At the Guam base, fortunately, neither side has taken further action. Inform the forward warships and aircraft to maintain their current status and prioritize safety. Our focus is not on the sea. Commander Kao commands, intently observing the real-time footage from the reconnaissance aircraft. After exhaling a sigh of relief, he sips his now lukewarm coffee, barely registering its once robust flavor. He remains anxious, as the prior footage was perilously close. Any friction could lead to an uncontrollable situation. And the astute Kyle understands that this is not the intention of those in Washington. If the situation escalates significantly, he could find himself bearing the blame. Presently, he is eager to have that wretched reconnaissance aircraft take photographs, allowing him to order the fleet to withdraw from the dangerous waters. Thus, upon witnessing 2 drones launch from the Martin-class destroyer, Kyle finally feels a sense of reassurance. All right, direct the RC-135 and the early warning aircraft to monitor Huaxiao's missile and radar signals. Report any anomalies immediately. As for the maritime situation, let them engage with the Huaxiao Navy in a game of cards. Ha. At the Q City Prism Tower base, Chu is currently with 2 commanders, fixated on the large screen on the wall. They are situated within the Prism Tower, which serves as the command center for the entire Q City base, resembling a bunker. This moment, the screen displays a network connection progress bar, 98, 99, 100. The screen flickers and, upon restoration, the charming figure of Wang Yun appears before everyone. Greetings, Academician Chu. Hello, commanders. This is Wang Yun from the Telescope Detection Center reporting. Hello, Wang Yun. Commander Ming responds. Commander, the detection center has successfully connected with the 12 Prism Towers, and they are now ready to unleash their formidable combat capabilities. Excellent, 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 Commander Ming exclaims excitedly, leading a fervent round of applause. Under his guidance, personnel from both the Prism Tower base and the detection center enthusiastically join in, especially Yin Tianhao, who nearly claps his hands to shreds. Once the applause subsides, Wang Yun's demeanor shifts to seriousness. Commander Ming, there is an urgent situation that requires immediate attention. The telescope has detected that not far from the Q City base, a U.S. warship has launched 2 small aircraft, one of which is approaching the border. Approaching the border? Activate the base's air defense radar display immediately. Commander Wan promptly instructs an adjacent operator. The monitoring shows that the radar is operational. Yet the military radar display reveals only distant aircraft signals, with the border area appearing blank. It must be a stealth aircraft. Wang Yun communicates the telescope's data. Chu hastily takes a seat at a computer, fingers flying over the keyboard. Yes, Academician Chu. The 2 work in perfect synchrony, rapidly inputting lines of programming instructions. Stealth aircraft are not undetectable by our radar. Rather, current radar systems scan for very small targets and deem them safe before automatically filtering them out. After undergoing special treatment with stealth coatings, these aircraft may appear as diminutive as a sparrow on radar. Although today's meter-wave radars can detect faint signals from stealth fighters, they are easily disrupted and lack precision. Even if detected, effective interception remains exceedingly challenging. As Chu operates the computer, he explains to those nearby, this intruding aircraft appears to be a drone. I seem to recall that the Americans do not possess unmanned stealth reconnaissance aircraft. Could it be something they have newly developed? Commander Wan responds hastily that it's possible. Chu taps the enter key and rises, prompting everyone's gaze to the wall screen, which has switched to real-time monitoring from the telescope. It's about to enter Huaxia's territory. Commander Ming, should we? Commander Wan interjects anxiously. Commander Ming simply smiles and gestures for silence, fixated on the screen as if awaiting its entry into national airspace. Within a small room aboard the Martin-class destroyer, a makeshift control platform for the stealth drone is set up. Captain George Wells is intently focused on the screen. Captain, we are about to enter Huaxia's territory, the drone pilot murmurs, gripping the control stick. Proceed as planned, first circle around, then head straight for that mysterious structure. Exercise caution. Yes, at this moment, at an altitude of approximately 12,500 meters, an unmarked drone is cruising swiftly along the coastline. In the next instant, the stealth drone suddenly veers, crossing over the coastline and heading directly towards Q City. It's in. It's in. Commander Wan exclaims, his eyes glued to the screen. This moment, everyone in the command center is fixated on that screen. Silence enveloping the room as they await Commander Ming's decision. Little Chu, as the chief engineer of the Prism Tower and a lieutenant colonel, soon to be a senior officer like Old Wan. Ha, you are now the highest commander of this base and should take charge. You need not consult me. I am from the Navy, and the state has not authorized me to oversee the Prism Tower base. Thus, Commander Ming gestures for Chu to proceed, while Commander Wan appears slightly puzzled, hesitating to speak. Chu does not respond immediately. He glances at Commander Ming, confirming that he is not jesting, then looks back at the screen displaying the stealth drone's trajectory, pondering briefly. Very well, since Commander Ming has said so, I shall not hold back. All personnel at the Q City Prism Tower base, heed my command. Understood. The officers respond in unison, their gazes resolute as they fixate on Chu. Hands poised over the control panel, ready to input commands at any moment. All right. Initiate the Prism Tower according to protocol. Activate. The 12 Prism Towers, typically in a dormant state, are coordinated and directed by the Telescope Control Center. Upon detecting an enemy threat, the telescope will sequentially awaken the corresponding Prism Towers based on the number of attacks and their trajectories. Report. Controlled nuclear fusion energy input is normal. Report. Energy shield functioning properly. Report. Signal input and tracking normal. Good, Wang Yun. Calculate the most suitable attack zone for the Q City Prism Towers, simulating the drone's crash trajectory to minimize collateral damage and avoid harming the civilians below. Yes, Lieutenant Colonel Chu. Wang Yun casts a deep glance at Chu, then salutes solemnly before disappearing from the screen, presumably to operate the computer. Commander Wan, standing behind Chu, looks at Commander Ming, who merely smiles and shakes his head, placing a finger to his lips in a gentle gesture. Upon observing the unfolding events, Commander Wan appeared to grasp a certain understanding, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he fixated intently on the screen mounted on the wall. Moments later, Colonel Chu's voice resonated, announcing that the computer simulation data had been successfully transmitted. Wang Yun re-entered the collective focus of the group. Commence authorization for unrestricted strikes from the Q City Prism Tower base. Affirmative. Authorization for Q City Prism Tower base to engage freely granted. Report. Authorization complete. Excellent. Chu's gaze remained locked on the large display, where the stealth drone continued its circular patrol. He remained unperturbed, biding his time. The densely populated Q City had yielded a calculation from the supercomputer indicating that only the periphery of the base was a safe zone for interception. A red zone had been automatically marked. And upon the drone's entry into this area, an attack command would trigger an immediate response from the Prism Tower. Commander Ming, do you believe that the stealth drone will breach that designated red zone? Commander Wan, anxiously observing the drone's movements on the screen, inquired. I have complete faith in Xiao Chu's judgment. Commander Ming replied without hesitation. Minutes passed, and the previously wandering stealth drone abruptly altered its course towards the base. Maintaining its trajectory, tension gripped the room as everyone fixated on the drone's flight pattern on the screen. Apart from the faint hum of machinery, silence enveloped the hall. It would be disingenuous for Chu to claim he was not anxious. His heart raced as he intently monitored the aircraft, each beat growing quicker. As the drone neared, his hand slowly ascended, resting upon the vivid red launch button. At last, the stealth drone plunged into the pre-designated red zone, prompting Chu to decisively press the launch button. In an instant, the luminous ring on the screen vanished, and the room fell into a momentary stillness, as if nothing had transpired. The Prism Tower, while lacking the thunderous roar of cannons or missiles that normally instilled a sense of awe, possessed an enigmatic quality that rendered the act of killing imperceptible, sending shivers down their spines. Mere seconds later, muffled explosions reverberated around the base. Chu rose, his palms slick with sweat, exhaling deeply. He had been holding his breath, and it felt as though he might suffocate if he did not release it. Commander Ming regarded Chu with a piercing gaze, placing a reassuring hand upon his shoulder. Colonel Chu, indeed, heroes emerge in youth. Your composure and decisiveness are commendable. It would be a grave loss not to lead troops. Perhaps I should advocate for you to the higher-ups? You might as well join our Navy. Ha. I cannot make such decisions. You should consult academician from our research institute first. Ha ha. Laughter erupted among the group. All right, Xiao Chu, old one. Let us proceed to inspect the outcomes of our Prism Tower's inaugural operation. Commander Meng ceased his jesting, though his thoughts remained sincere. Understood. Meanwhile, in distant Yinjing, academician Shun was reviewing documents when he suddenly sneezed. Adjusting his slightly askew glasses, did Xiao Chu leave the research institute today? Why do I feel so uneasy? Alas, my age is catching up with me. My memory is deteriorating. Chapter 60. The 10 billion of the United States inside the small darkroom of the USS Marston. The stealth drone operator appeared bewildered. Despite numerous attempts, the display screen remained blank, leading him to reluctantly announce, Captain, it seems our drone is unresponsive. Seems? Are you jesting with me? Retrieve the footage from the minute prior to its loss of contact, frame by frame, and then elucidate the situation. Captain George Wells was incensed. He had traveled a great distance not to play the role of a mere courier. Minutes later, the drone operator shook his head. His expression gloomy. Captain Wells, feeling deflated, sank into his chair, experiencing an unprecedented sense of defeat after a lifetime of bravado. I always sensed something was amiss. Have we unwittingly fallen into a trap set by Huaxia? Furthermore, the scene at sea today is unlike anything seen from Huaxia before. Americans, as ever, clung to conspiracy theories. The stealth reconnaissance drone had gone silent, yet the naval fleet remained poised for confrontation. George steeled himself, determined to report this unforeseen development to our country's Guangdao base. Commander Kyle brewed himself another cup of coffee, leisurely crossing his legs while glancing at the surveillance feed on the screen. Report, Captain of the USS Marston requests communication. Oh? Is the matter resolved? Thank heavens, George has finally accomplished something commendable. Kyle answered the call, one hand cradling his coffee, the other holding the phone, exuding calmness. Gradually, a smile faded from his face as he fell into a stupor. Then, with a sudden jolt, the coffee cup slipped from his grasp, crashing onto the gleaming marble floor with a resounding thud. The coffee splattered, sliding across the smooth surface. The personnel in the command room were startled by the noise. Looking up in unison. All right, George, you must inform Huaxia's fleet that you intend to vacate that maritime area. The rest is up to the Washington group. Yes, right now, immediately evacuate, Kyle shouted, abruptly hanging up the phone. His breath coming in heavy gasps. On the Azure Sea, at the battlefront, the USS Xining, Captain Su Kai set down the phone, a puzzled expression on his face. Captain, what did the Americans say? Shall we collide with them? His companion, Old Lei, was brimming with excitement. Collide? They are retreating. If you attempt to ram them now, do you seek a world war? To be honest, Su Kai felt a twinge of disappointment. After all this, was that all? The naval personnel were unaware that the Prism Tower had completed its mission, and with the main act concluded, there was no longer a performance to be had. The Americans arrived swiftly and departed even more so. Within mere minutes, the two warships and the aircraft above had vanished without a trace. After reporting this situation to the base command, Su Kai followed the USS Marston from a safe distance until he confirmed its return course before turning back towards the Q City Naval Base. This spectacle was not solely a contest between the United States and Huaxia. A third nation was observing closely. Our country's Maritime Self-Defense Force, AS the Huaxia fleet faced off against the American fleet. Their aircraft circled in the rear airspace, continuously relaying the live footage back to headquarters. It was as if the two nations were engaged in a grand arena, with our country acting as the enthusiastic audience, fervently waving flags and cheering. Thus, following the amicable withdrawal of both parties, Commander Hiroichi Hirota of the Self-Defense Force found himself utterly astonished. How could this be? It was not surprising he felt disheartened. Upon receiving this news, he hastily convened his staff, meticulously conducting wargame simulations, busier than either of the involved nations. Yet, he had not anticipated such a swift resolution, leading Hirota to slam his fist on the table in frustration. Huaxia, at the Q City Naval Base, amidst the lush pine forest, lay the red zone designated on the computer screen. Chu Gu and Commander Meng stood atop a small hill, while base security had already established a perimeter around the area. Within the yellow cordon, the wreckage of a sizable gray-black drone smoldered, with firefighters battling the flames. Commander Meng, this stealth drone appears to be a new model developed by the Americans. Should we notify the experts from the military industry to come and dissect it? Commander Wan expressed with enthusiasm. Dissect if you wish. I have no interest in a heap of scrap metal, do I? Xiao Chu. Commander Meng turned to Chu Gu, pride swelling within him. While there may not be much of interest, we could certainly examine the stealth materials for comparison and the electronic control and flight control systems warrant investigation. Drones will undoubtedly become a significant military branch, whether on Earth or in outer space. Chu Gu analyzed thoughtfully. Although he was part of the military-industrial complex, learning from others was essential, as much of the technology was built upon existing frameworks. Yet, would the Americans seek to reclaim this wreckage? Chugu remained somewhat naive regarding international negotiations. Haha, I fear they lack the face to do so. There will be designated personnel to handle negotiations, but based on my experience, it typically remains confidential. With both sides passing the buck, Tio put it bluntly, should they wish to reclaim it, they must provide a compelling justification, no? Haha, that's true, Chugu replied, somewhat understanding. At this hour, it was approximately 2 a.m. in the United States. Inside an antiquated hotel, the dark red carpet was strewn with various unsightly garments, adult toys, and pharmaceutical packaging. John Wilson, the head of the East Asia Intelligence System, lay in a deep slumber, while beside him, one of his subordinates, a heavily made-up woman, energetically scrolled through TikTok videos. Buzzing, the phone on the table lit up. The woman glanced at the screen, then at the slumbering John, smirking before turning back to her videos, occasionally stifling laughter. James, the director of the Pentagon's Strategic Intelligence Office, set down the phone, infuriated. That damn John, where the hell has he wandered off to? Meanwhile, he sleeps like a baby. Damn. After pouring $100 billion into that new stealth drone, it's reported as a total loss. How am I supposed to explain this to the military? Oh, that wretched John Wilson. Tomorrow I shall have your skin. Today, Chugu did not leave Q City immediately. For over a year, he had been confined to that Weapons Research Institute. Having long yearned for a life in the military, he felt compelled to experience it today, especially with the naval forces he had always admired from afar. Naturally, this aligned perfectly with the wishes of the naval commander, Meng Shirchong. Young Chu, come, let me introduce you to the naval officers who have just returned from overseas. I heard they displayed the Z flag during their standoff with the American fleet, demonstrating commendable bravery. As the commander, it is my duty to personally welcome our valiant warriors. As they arrived at the dock, the soldiers were in the midst of recuperation, dressed in crisp white uniforms. They shone brightly under the sun. The sight of their meticulously arranged formation was awe-inspiring, comprising no less than 1,000 individuals. Old Ming, Xue Rui, and the others performed admirably today, delivering a fierce blow to the arrogance of certain individuals. You must address them. Indeed, Old Wan is right. Today is a day to commend these young men. He strode confidently to the makeshift podium and adjusted the microphone, his gaze sharp. I am Meng Shirchong. First and foremost, I wish to commend you all. Why do I commend you? Because you executed your duties splendidly today. Chugu listened intently from below, the impassioned speech from Ming igniting a fire within him. In the formation, Su Kai stood alongside Xue Rui, both with chests puffed out and arms straightened at their sides, exuding vitality. Their courage in battle and professional acumen were unparalleled within the ranks. Meng spoke at length, primarily affirming Su Kai and his comrades' unwavering spirit. Following his fervent oration, the crowd erupted into enthusiastic applause. Xue Rui squinted, scrutinizing Chugu. Su Kai, your eyes are sharp. Do you recognize the individual standing beside the commander? He is clad in army attire. Xue Rui, upon hearing this, followed Su Kai's gaze. He looks quite young and somewhat familiar. Is there such a young officer in the army? The two exchanged glances and whispered softly. Wait, I've just recalled. There is indeed such a person. Xue Rui's expression shifted suddenly, his voice trembling slightly. Who? Chugu, academician Chu. What? No wonder, no wonder. A collective gasp rippled through the crowd as they overheard those two words. It was understandable that they did not recognize him. Initial descriptions had lacked accompanying photographs. On stage, the leader of their unit ascended the podium. Su Kai and the others fell silent, attentively listening while subtly glancing towards Chugu. The simple celebration at the dock swiftly concluded, and they made their way to the base together. Young Chu, since you are staying here today, you are now under my guidance, even if just for a day. Thus, I, Old Ming, will unabashedly ask you what role you envision for us in your grand design. Chugu looked at the elderly man, who had spent a lifetime in military service, though resolute and valiant. He was also a man of genuine character. Chugu immediately sensed that this was not a mere casual inquiry. The elder was genuinely perplexed. The rapid advancements Chugu had made recently, especially in cutting-edge technologies, had somewhat unsettled the old man's preconceptions. Although he was not conservative, he still felt out of sync with Chuji's pace. I believe our operational scope should be expanded, encompassing every nook and cranny of this blue planet, as well as the vastness of the cosmic sea. Therefore, our primary focus henceforth will not be limited to this planet, but rather to the countless unknown realms in outer space. Chuji's words rang with conviction, causing the two men to furrow their brows in contemplation, then relax as they exchanged resolute nods. This was Chuji's vision, which was also, in essence, their OWN in the distance. Su Kai, Xue Rui, and a few others stealthily trailed Chugu, hesitant to approach, silently following along. Old Su, have you heard? What? During our standoff with the foreigners in the open sea, do you recall that destroyer launched 2 drones? Yes, after being deployed, they circled around and then flew off into the distance. Later, our radar only picked up one of them. The other simply vanished. I thought it was a momentary oversight and gave them a thorough reprimand. Sukai reminisced while conversing with Shui Rue. You have such a short fuse. You explode at the slightest provocation. Have you considered how they could make such an error, slacking off, at such a moment? They wouldn't even dare to step away for a bathroom break. Reflecting on it now, in that tense atmosphere, he hadn't given it much thought and had reacted instinctively. Just now, I overheard Airmouse say that drone was some sort of stealth reconnaissance drone. Hence our radar couldn't detect it. Like the JK-20? Indeed. And even more formidable. This, Shui Rue halted, pointing at the towering prism tower. That stealth drone was headed straight for it, after disappearing from our view. It flew towards our base and then, Sukai inquired anxiously, haha, shouldn't you express your sentiments now? Shui Rue mimicked a smoking gesture, his expression comical. There are plenty of dormitories. I'll return you later. Ah, that's the very line I was hoping for. When that stealth drone neared the base, just as it reached that grove of pine trees, it was abruptly obliterated mid-air. The personnel at the base are still cleaning up the wreckage. Many have gone to watch the spectacle. What are we waiting for? Let's go see. Sukai was ready to race off. Wait, there's no point in going. They've cordoned off the area, and we won't see anything from afar, Shui Rue shouted, managing to catch Sukai, who was already on the move. Why didn't you mention earlier that it was shot down? Do you mean it was by that legendary prism tower? What else could it be? Someone witnessed it firing a beam of white light. And then the aircraft vanished. It felt as if it just blinked out of existence. I couldn't tell if it was an illusion or what, but the rumors are quite eerie. My goodness, it's like something out of a sci-fi film. While Shui Rue continued to indulge in his sci-fi fantasies, Sukai stared blankly at the prism tower, his mind racing. After all, it was the very project he had overseen the research and construction of. What sort of individual possesses such extraordinary talent? By the way, there's a small celebration dinner tonight. He might show up. All right, stop standing around like a fool. They've already moved on. Head back to your dormitory. And you better not backtrack on what you just said. What did I just say? Hey, Sukai, you rascal, don't play tricks like that. Chapter 62. Chuji's spaceborne aircraft carrier. As evening approached, it was already 6 o'clock. Chu and the others had been chatting in the office for several hours, discussing naval equipment, future layouts, spaceborne aircraft carriers, heavy cruisers, interstellar fleets, lunar bases. Chu briefly outlined some crucial points for the 2 senior officials, especially regarding the lunar base. The prospect of helium-3 there made Chu drool. It was an essential element for the ultra-dense energy shield. He could not afford to take risks. Once the spaceborne aircraft carrier was completed, the most critical task would be to establish a base on the moon. Only then could he, or rather dare he, continue his explorations. Setting aside the number of personnel, military units, and various top-tier experts that would eventually inhabit the base, the financial and material investments alone would be astronomical, a risk not to be taken lightly. As Chu concluded, his stomach let out a loud growl, leading to an awkward moment. Ming laughed heartily and, blushing, led Chu to the base cafeteria. Upon entering, the cafeteria was silent. The soldiers sat upright. The meticulously prepared meals on the tables included roasted chicken, braised pork, and fish, a bountiful spread. The 2 elders brought Chu to the officers' table, where Sukai, Shui Rue, and Old Lei were all present, sitting as straight as their soldiers. All right, no need to be so serious. Today is a celebratory occasion, so you needn't be so formal. Cooks, bring over a few cases of beer. 2 cases per table, 1 bottle per person. No more? Yes, sir. The cooks quickly complied. Applause erupted, and the atmosphere relaxed. A few audacious individuals, known for their mischief, began to whisper amongst themselves. Sukai, Shui Rue, here. The 2 captains stood up promptly. Haha, come here. Let me introduce you to someone exceptional. The 2 hurried over. Sukai, Shui Rue, meet our latest destroyer's 2 captains, Chu academician of the Weapons Research Institute. Your rank is well known to you. This statement confirmed Sukai and the others' suspicions, and all gazes turned toward Chu. Salute. The 2 captains stood at attention, chests out and stomachs in, executing a perfect salute. Salute. With a rustle, all the soldiers rose, facing Chu, hands raised high, gazes fervent. Tou, who bravely forged ahead in the open sea today, salute. As Chu returned the salute, he slowly turned to face everyone. For quite some time, the resonance among passionate men is, in fact, quite simple. It may stem from a person, an event, or a belief. Well, it seems that you are making this resemble a matchmaking scene. What is the plan? Are you intending to stand around, savoring the aroma? Simply to satisfy your hunger? If you are not hungry, I shall proceed to serve myself. Haha. The soldiers erupted in laughter, and Meng Lao felt that if he did not step forward soon, these rascals might very well devour Chu. Sukai, Shui Rue, I entrust you with a task. Ensure that young Chu is well taken care of today, lest my old comrades accuse me of neglecting him. Certainly, would it be possible for academician Chu to sit with us? Shui Rui grinned brazenly. Chu go ahead. All right, oh. Shui Rui and the others took hold of him and ran off. Ha ha ha. This atmosphere was something Chu Gu had not encountered in a long while, and he felt fortunate for his decision to stay. The celebration banquet officially commenced, and the soldiers finally relaxed their usual meticulousness. The cafeteria was filled with laughter. As soon as Chu Gu sat down, he began to play the role of an impromptu information source. With several deputy captains and the navigation officer brimming with curiosity, posing a barrage of questions. Academician Chu, I heard that we shot down a stealth drone today? Chu Gu was about to recount the circumstances. Academician Chu, I heard that our naval artillery was also designed by you? Academician Chu, why didn't T. Soulblade accompany you? I absolutely adore mechas and would love to embrace one. Academician Chu, I heard you have a girlfriend? A particularly famous actress? You too. This conversation has become unmanageable. Alright, if you keep this up, Academician Chu will end up starving tonight, and I'll make sure you all go hungry for a few days. Su Kai timely intervened, and Chu Gu quickly cast a grateful glance his way. As the meal progressed, Su Kai could no longer contain himself. Academician Chu, I heard you were preparing to construct a space aircraft carrier? Chu Gu glanced at the crowd. Well, this time he could provide a thorough answer. Yes, the overall construction blueprint has yet to be finalized, but it should be ready by the end of the year. With construction likely commencing next year, however, several smaller subsystems are already undergoing preliminary development. What will the space aircraft carrier look like? Oh, if it involves confidentiality regulations, I retract my previous question. Not at all. If it were as simple as a few words to construct this, I would have mentioned it long ago, haha. So, in your minds, what does a space aircraft carrier resemble? Chu Gu refrained from answering directly. Returning the question to Su Kai, a flying aircraft carrier? Exactly, Shui Rui chimed in with a nod. From a functional perspective, it's quite similar. Both serve as platforms for the takeoff and landing of fighter jets, drones, and reconnaissance aircraft. A space aircraft carrier is also a platform, accommodating various types of aircraft. However, it resembles a large, mobile scientific research platform, with its defining characteristic being its immense size, truly vast. Oh, akin to a secluded island? Equipped with everything necessary for its operations, where individuals can live and work comfortably, with the paramount focus being research. Research into the moon, the solar system, the Milky Way, and the cosmos at large. Chu Gu concluded his explanation in one breath. Just how large must that be? Shui Rui remarked, his mouth capable of holding a chicken egg. So, will there be escort warships, similar to the destroyers and frigates currently accompanying our aircraft carriers? Su Kai, momentarily stunned, quickly pondered before inquiring. Yes, there will be escort ships, but no destroyers. Ah? The two captains sighed in disappointment. As the captains of destroyers, they naturally held a special attachment to their class of vessel. There will be heavy cruisers, though. I wonder if you two are interested? Cruisers? Are they the same size as the current ones? Not quite. Size, They're probably comparable to modern heavy aircraft carriers, I suppose. After recalling the data, Chu Gu answered with certainty. Hiss, that would be at least 100,000 tons. How will the crew be selected? Hearing this, Chu Gu looked at the crowd, knowing this was precisely what they wished to learn. Thus saving the best for last. He understood. From among you, of course. Otherwise, would I recruit from the army? Or the Air Force? They have their own missions. Yay! The crowd erupted in joyful laughter. Old Lei, momentarily dazed, stealthily reached into his pocket, vigorously rubbing his hand. The poor demobilization report was thus ruthlessly cast aside. Chapter 63. Laser Grenade. The entire banquet concluded in this peculiar atmosphere. Chu Gu felt he had not come to dine but rather to partake in a symposium. Perhaps Chu Gu's speech had gone rather well, for long after the banquet had ended, Shui Rui and a few others continued to hold onto his hands, reluctant to part. Were it not for Meng Lao's intervention, Chu Gu feared he would have been dragged into a dormitory for relentless questioning. The room Chu Gu occupied, while not large, was quite refined. It had all the necessary amenities and was impeccably clean, clearly designated for hosting guests. Lying on the bed, the pristine sheets felt soft to the touch, imbued with the scent of sunlight. With nothing pressing to do, he began to browse through the remaining individual soldier equipment: electromagnetic kinetic sniper rifle, laser grenade, laser pistol, exoskeleton individual assistive gear. As Chu Gu examined the core component configuration of the electromagnetic kinetic sniper rifle, he discovered that several parts were interchangeable with those of the electromagnetic pulse rifle. The high-energy battery and the pulse oscillator shared identical component codes, HQL1, C1 for the high-energy battery and HQL2, N1 for the pulse oscillator. This indicated that these individual systems belonged to a series. Regarding the coding, it likely held particular significance. Chu Gu had once subtly probed the system, but according to it, even it was unaware of what the coding represented. merely stating that this was how it appeared in the system database. This left Chuj in a quandary for quite some time, even leading him to question whether the system had memory loss. Returning to the electromagnetic kinetic sniper rifle, he noted that two core components were entirely new and required fresh blueprint designs. One was a kinetic energy storage chamber coded HQL3-V1, and the other was the electromagnetic rail. The electromagnetic kinetic sniper rifle lacked a barrel. It operated via rail launch. Interestingly, the system did not provide any specific coding for the electromagnetic rail, which puzzled him. Perhaps there was some underlying complexity? As Chuj pondered this for a good 20 minutes, his final conclusion was, firstly, it was possible that these subsystems were widely compatible, necessitating coded preservation. Secondly, the system might have experienced a lapse in coherence, resulting in data confusion. Chuj leaned towards the first possibility. It was akin to our current ammunition. A caliber of 7.62 mm denotes a standardized round. Theoretically, firearms from different nations could utilize this model of ammunition, with the distinction lying in the specifics, such as 7.62 39 mm for a machine gun and 7.62 54 mm for a sniper rifle. Chuj set aside the electromagnetic kinetic sniper rifle and continued to peruse the laser pistol. This appeared rather straightforward, as evidenced by the system's data. While others spanned several pages, this one was succinctly encapsulated in a single page. Without a second thought, he skimmed past it. A small close-quarters weapon was not particularly necessary at the moment, and he assumed it would be a simple task to delegate to Li Gang and the others. Perhaps they could whip it up during meal breaks or trips to the restroom. Chuj felt he possessed a certain aptitude for capitalism. Exploiting labor was proving to be remarkably effortless. Next, he examined the exoskeleton individual assistive gear, and his head began to throb. This exoskeleton posed more challenges, primarily concerning materials. He would likely need to enlist Academician Chun for another round of recruitment efforts. Chuj chose to set this aside. There was no rush, as it could wait until Academician Chen brought him the necessary personnel for development. Laser grenade? Suddenly, Chuj recalled that this device seemed rather formidable. He turned over. System, are you awake? Come out and elucidate this for me. I'm growing quite perplexed. Not available. The system flatly declined. You sleep all day and still claim to be unavailable? Did you not sleep in your previous life? No response. Chuj decided against further calls. The system was likely in a foul mood today, and it was best not to provoke it. Half an hour passed. And after examining the performance of the laser grenade, Chuj was genuinely astonished. This device was entirely unlike modern grenades. Contemporary grenades operate by pulling a pin, causing a spring to eject and ignite the fuse, resulting in either a delayed detonation or impact, as in grenade launchers, using the explosive fragments or embedded steel balls and nails to incapacitate surrounding targets. As for their efficacy, Chuj recalled it being effective within a range of 10 to 20 meters, nothing particularly exceptional. Moreover, grenades have blind spots where casualties can sometimes escape if fortunate. The laser grenade, however, diverged entirely from this model. It lacked any pulling cords or pins during deployment, functioning instead via a button activation. The laser grenade weighs 0.81 kg, measures 11.6 centimeters in length, and boasts a shape reminiscent of an apple, featuring a circular structure. Its throwing range extends to approximately 50 meters, with a laser radius of 30 meters. Not only can it inflict widespread damage upon adversaries, but it can also provide cover for retreat. Additionally, it possesses a rather friendly feature. The laser grenade does not harm allies, merely requiring a backup sensor integrated into any individual soldier system subsystem. In Chuj's eyes, the adversarial mode appeared rather impressive. Not the traditional fragmentation damage, the laser grenade possesses a brief hovering time upon reaching its target, lasting approximately 5 seconds, after which the projectile emits laser beams in a full 360-degree arc without any blind spots. The laser beams have a striking radius of 30 meters, and their formidable intensity can effortlessly pierce through ordinary walls within that 5-second window, allowing for wall breach kills against soft targets. Such a grenade, once thrown, could incapacitate a large area, leaving no place to hide. One could easily find themselves riddled with its beams. However, this very characteristic seemingly dictates that the operational environment for such grenades is rather stringent, as friendly fire is a distinct possibility unless one can ascertain that the throwing area is entirely populated by enemies. In the present day, it would undoubtedly qualify as a weapon of mass destruction. Likely to find itself on a blacklist, it bears resemblance to the former white phosphorus munitions, impressive in their lethality. Yet the aftermath could inflict tremendous physical and psychological trauma on both sides, ultimately leading to their abandonment by all nations. As for the retreat function, it necessitates switching the button to the second mode prior to throwing. After reaching the target area, the hovering time extends to 20 seconds, followed by the emission of laser beams in a vertical cross-section, with the laser range also increased to 50 meters. This equates to casting a laser net while retreating. Chuj felt a sense of déjà vu, recalling a scene from a film, though the specifics eluded him momentarily. This is indeed a remarkable device. If it were merely the first two functionalities, Chugu might not have been so intrigued. However, upon discovering its capability to distinguish between friend and foe, akin to a friend or foe identification system, he promptly decided to prioritize its development. It would be a game changer, allowing one to charge into enemy ranks while clutching a grenade, eliminating the need for mutually assured destruction. The mere thought exhilarated him. It is truly an essential tool for home defense, travel, and silencing adversaries. Chugu mused that although it may seem of little use on Blue Star, in the vastness of space, such an eye-catching grenade could prove invaluable in emergencies. Chapter 64. The continued pursuit of talent time slipped by unnoticed, and before long, it was noon. Chugu turned over in bed. System brother, this laser grenade is rather unappealing, isn't it? Nevertheless, its combat capabilities are somewhat acceptable. Although the data blueprint provided by the system lacked visual representation, Chugu had scrutinized it earlier and concluded that the actual object must not be particularly attractive. Its round, ungainly shape and uneven surface resemble that of a toad. It's hard to imagine it being aesthetically pleasing. In our world, there is a saying that resonates with me. Beauty is a form of power. And another, all that glitters is not gold. Chugu was momentarily taken aback, and he could not be bothered to retort. Falling asleep in a huff, a night of silence passed, and at 6 in the morning, the sunrise over the coastal city was stunning, especially at its emergence, with a rosy halo adorning the tranquil sea, exuding a unique charm. Tianhao, you are a brilliant astrophysics student, aren't you? Can you explain why both dawn and dusk are so vividly red? Oh, in the morning and evening, the sunlight strikes at an angle, and the atmosphere is thicker, scattering other colors of light, leaving only red and orange, which is why we observe the crimson dawn. Indeed. Yin Tianhao is a walking encyclopedia, albeit limited to astrophysics. Today, Chugu had deliberately risen early and jogged along the coastal embankment. Feeling fatigued, he paused on the steps, inhaling deeply the salty sea air, which mingled with a scent reminiscent of a certain type of seaweed. He couldn't quite place it, but he found it pleasant, even delightful. After taking a final glance at the sea, the sunrise, and the chattering seagulls, Chugu felt invigorated and ready to tackle whatever lay ahead. Tianhao, we're off, back to Yanjing. With a private jet, travel was swift. Upon arriving at the research institute, everyone had just finished breakfast. In their haste to depart, Chugu and his companions had skipped breakfast in Q City, earning him a mild reproach from Old Ming. Chugu and Yin Tianhao decided to try their luck at the institute's cafeteria. Thus, they unexpectedly encountered Wang Yun, who was stuffing a bun into her mouth. Cough, cough, academician Chu, you're back? Upon speaking, she turned her head, forcefully swallowing her mouthful, her eyes brimming with tears from coughing. Take your time. There's no rush. Have the handover at the observatory base been completed? Yes, academician Chu. Everything has been transferred to the military professionals, so I can return to report to you today. Good. Let us do this. In an hour, have Li Gang, Zhang Jun, and the others come to my office. Understood. Upon returning, Chugu made it a point to report to academician Chen first, of course, not wanting to leave empty-handed. He pondered what he might need. People. Realizing this, Chugu lost his appetite, greeting Wang Yun and her companion before heading straight to academician Chen's office. Upon entering, he found academician Chen practicing Tai Chi. Chugu watched intently for a while. Chen's stance was impressive, exuding a strong aura, indicating he had been at it for quite some time. Though Chugu did not possess extensive knowledge in this area, academician Chen, your Tai Chi is quite remarkable. Oh, little Chu, you're back. Have you eaten? Yes. Chugu picked up an apple from the coffee table. So, do you understand Tai Chi? Not really, but it feels quite substantial. If you were to don a proper training outfit and practice on a mountain, you would truly resemble a Tai Chi master. Haha, you're quite the flatterer. What training outfit? When would I have time for that? Can't you see I'm practicing here in my office just to loosen my muscles? The dedication of these older generations of researchers is truly inspiring to Chugu. Has everything been arranged at the Light Prism Tower base? Yes, Wang Yun has completed the handover, and the Light Prism Tower base is functioning without issues. It has officially commenced its mission. Excellent. Academician Chen expressed his excitement. After a long pause, Chugu remained silent, focusing on his apple. Little Chu, do you have anything else to discuss? If not, shouldn't you go check on Li Gang and the others? Academician Chen glanced at the now empty fruit plate and spoke leisurely. Indeed, we need the top experts in material science. About 100 should suffice. Cough, cough. Academician Chen nearly choked on his tea. I've noticed that it's been a while since you visited without making a request. At this rate, it's becoming a conditioned reflex. Whenever you enter my office, my blood pressure rises. That's called a stress response, haha. Well, in the future, if you're not making requests, you should come by more often. That way, we can avoid triggering that stress response. Academician Chen complained for less than a minute before switching his tone. All right then. Chugu finished the last apple and replied cheerfully, that little rascal. What kind of material experts do you need? Metals, non-metals, polymers, electronic materials, aerospace materials, nuclear materials, construction materials, energy materials, biological materials, and so forth. I'm not quite sure how to distinguish them all, but these are the general categories. Chu rattled off a list. Academician Shen pondered, you claim to know nothing, yet you've encompassed nearly all of contemporary material science without omission. With such a plethora of classifications, 100 people is indeed not excessive. These must all be the top-tier elites. I fear old Wu will need to coordinate this, as many are currently in enterprises, which will take time. Academician Shun, you may have misunderstood. I meant 100 experts per material category. How many categories are we discussing? Chu began counting on his fingers. All right, write up a detailed report later, and I'll pass it along to old W. Is there anything else? Suddenly feeling slightly unwell. When Chu returned to his office, Li Gang and the others were already waiting outside. Academician Chu, you're back? Yes, come in. What is the progress on your respective projects? Li Gang, Zhang Jun, and the others quickly reported their recent advancements to Chu. Good, here's the plan. Zhang Jun will continue focusing on quantum communication and quantum computing projects. Pay attention to quality. These are foundational and crucial components, so don't rush. As for you, Li Gang, hand over the finishing touches on the helmet system to the deputy team leader and select a portion of the team to prepare for new projects. The latest by tomorrow, I'll provide the relevant data and progress reports. Understood, Academician Chu. After a period of adjustment, the team had grown accustomed to Chu's working style. Chapter 65. Electromagnetic Kinetic Energy Sniper Rifle. Once Li Gang and the others departed, Chu immediately accessed the information on the laser grenade. Beginning to write feverishly, before he knew it, evening had arrived. Throughout the afternoon, he had only paused once to stretch his sore limbs before diving back into work. He finally completed all the necessary documentation just before 6 o'clock. At that moment, a notification pinged from his phone in his pocket. After tidying his desk, he pulled out his phone. Big rascal, have you returned to Yinjing? Yes, I arrived early this morning. Will you be able to attend the music festival tomorrow? If Diliriba hadn't reminded him, Chu would have completely forgotten about this event. I should be able to make it, but I'll likely have to return the same day. Chuj candidly expressed that he has recently expanded his operations significantly, necessitating constant vigilance and readiness to extinguish any potential crises. Oh, even a single day would suffice, considering your esteemed self is perpetually occupied with myriad tasks. Dilireza replied, leaving Chuj uncertain whether her tone conveyed joy or displeasure. Their conversation continued for a while until Yin Tianhao and a few others arrived to summon Chuj for a meal, leading to a reluctant farewell in the cafeteria. After preparing his meal, Chuj scanned the room and, upon spotting Academician Shen, turned to beckon Yin Tianhao and the others. You all eat first. I need to visit Elder Chen for a moment to discuss a matter. Understood, Academician Shen, they replied. Elder Chen? Chuj grinned, unsure if the elder's temperament had mellowed. Academician Shen looked up, gestured towards a seat, and glanced at Chuj's plate. Sit, Xiao Chuj. Why is your meal so sparse? Is the cafeteria food unpalatable? No, not at all. I just ate too many apples this afternoon, Chuj stammered. Haha, I see. Has the thought of new material classification crossed your mind again? It appears the incident in Academician Shen's office this afternoon still lingers. No, I will inform you when I think of it. I intend to take a day off tomorrow to visit Modu. Well, I should be back by evening. Tomorrow morning, I will gather Li Gang and the others to divide the work. It shouldn't cause any delays. Chuj spoke cautiously, aware of the bustling atmosphere and the inappropriateness of requesting leave at such a time. Modu? Going to see your girlfriend? Yes, she has a music festival to attend, and I want to show my support. Oh, in that case, let Captain Gong and the others accompany you. I will arrange personnel from the military. As usual, you will have access through the military airport. No objections. Otherwise, your leave won't be granted. Academician Shen decisively cut off Chuj's chance to respond, leaving him no option but to comply with the elder's arrangements for his trip to Modu. Chuj suddenly felt that he might not have the opportunity to board a commercial flight again. After much discussion, Chuj succinctly introduced the laser grenade project to Elder Chen, outlining its potential future role. The elder was astonished by Chuj's efficiency, having consolidated an entirely new weapons project in just one afternoon. Such speed was rarely seen even in the most rapid of readings. With the recent influx of projects, the Research Institute's territory was expanding rapidly, potentially fulfilling the ominous prophecy that either the Institute or Chuj would dominate the military research sector entirely. As Chuj and Academician Shan walked side by side to the cafeteria entrance. The elder remarked, Xiao Chuj, do not neglect your girlfriend. Pursuing scientific research does not necessitate abandoning personal relationships. We are still human, and there are many aspects of life that require attention beyond work. As for the military side, I will coordinate upon my return. Rest assured. Thank you for the trouble, Elder Chen. Then, I shall take my leave. On his way back to the dormitory, Chuj pulled out his phone. Naza, you needn't pick me up tomorrow. Why not? I just told Sisterly that I would go to Modu Airport to meet you. And your leave has been approved. Well, I will be taking a military aircraft. You won't be able to access it. I will send you my address later, and I'll come find you. A military aircraft? All right, fine. Dilireza, momentarily confused, couldn't fathom how Chuj had managed to secure a military flight. In Academician Shin's office, the elder pondered for a moment before picking up the phone on his desk and dialing a familiar number. Commander Wang, it's me, old Shin. Yes, here's the situation. Xiao Chuj needs to go to Modu tomorrow. I rely on you to coordinate on the military side. All right, just ensure everything goes smoothly. Also, regarding that audacious individual who attempted to target Xiao Chuj, you should collaborate closely with the police. If he has any ulterior motives, now is the time to apprehend him. Good, that's settled. After hanging up, Academician Chen contemplated briefly before hastily retrieving a contact book, donning his glasses, and dialing another number. Chuj, meanwhile, was not idle upon returning. He tidied himself up and, after some grooming, realized he was not unattractive at all. Who was that previous version of himself? He had entirely forgotten that he was a rather standard handsome fellow. Once satisfied with his appearance, Chuj switched on the desk lamp and delved into the specific data of the electromagnetic kinetic sniper rifle. Length, 115 cm. Weight, 8.1 kg. Rate of fire, 1 round minute. Ammunition capacity, dependent on high-energy battery charge. Effective range, 10,000 meters. Lethal range on living targets, 12,000 meters. Regarding the latter figure, the system provided a detailed explanation. Beyond 10,000 meters, the electromagnetic energy projectile disperses, yet the shockwave retains considerable lethality, albeit with diminished effectiveness against hard targets. Wow, system brother, this electromagnetic kinetic sniper rifle is technically no longer a rifle. It resembles a direct-fire cannon, Chuj exclaimed excitedly to the system. Generally acceptable. Note, this electromagnetic kinetic sniper rifle is rated A in the military system. A rating? How did I miss that? You're blind. Chuj accessed the data, browsing from beginning to end. After 10 minutes, what on earth? There's no rating mentioned. Attack-type weapon, page 120, category 1278. All right, what about the laser grenade rating? A grade. And the laser pistol? B grade. How about the prism tower? ES grade. The aerospace carrier? SS grade. The heavy cruiser? SS grade. What's the highest grade? SSS grade. What constitutes that? The system defaults this question for the host to upgrade. You? MMD. Chuj had intended to take advantage of the system's good mood today to glean more information without effort, especially after the revelation of what appeared to be new insights. Alas, his plans fell short, proving that habitual thinking is a uniquely human trait. Chapter 66. The journey to Modu the following day. After transferring the relevant laser grenade materials to Li Gang, Chuj boarded a jeep heading to the military airport. Due to the handover with Li Gang, time was delayed, and Chuj's convoy found itself caught in the morning rush hour traffic of Yanjing, where vehicles were congested and slow-moving. Chuj's convoy was particularly conspicuous amidst the traffic, and curious onlookers cast surprised glances, with some daring individuals hurriedly snapping photos. The windows of the military jeep were bulletproof and specially treated, rendering the outside view obscured. Captain Gong's sharp gaze continuously scanned the surroundings, a professional habit ingrained in them. Fortunately, traffic police were actively directing the flow, and with everyone's cooperation, the convoy gradually maneuvered onto the highway, reaching the military airport without significant delay. Chuj boarded the YJ-20, which had already taxied onto the runway. Soon, the aircraft surged forward, ascending sharply and breaking free from the ground. Soaring into the sky in less than 2 hours, the aircraft landed steadily in Modu. As Chuj disembarked, he took a deep breath. Since returning to the research institute after the new year, Chuj had either remained within the confines of the institute or occasionally visited other military industrial units or bases, rarely engaging with the clamor of social life. Now, seated in the vehicle and observing the towering skyscrapers and sprawling CBD along the roadside, he felt somewhat disoriented. He had once been among these individuals, and yet his past seemed a distant memory, as if he no longer belonged. Following the address Dilireza provided, the convoy swiftly arrived at the destination. Once inside Modu, Chuj and his team switched to civilian vehicles. Captain Gong and the others also changed out of their military uniforms into their everyday attire. After the convoy halted, Captain Gong approached to open Chuj's car door and settled inside. Academician Chuj, here as the positioning device. I've tucked it into your clothing. Chuj regarded Captain Gong, who was clad in a suit. You all are becoming increasingly professional. You could pass for actors without needing makeup. He chuckled. Transitioning to civilian life is vastly different from military life. Just look at this attire. If we were still in uniform, it would undoubtedly attract undue attention. Oh, by the way, Academician Chuj, the venue for the concert has been preemptively secured by the military and local special police. So there's no need to worry about safety. As he installed the positioning device, Captain Gong briefly outlined the arrangements he had made. Well, it's just you all being overly cautious. If I were to walk down the street, I doubt anyone would recognize me. As Chuj spoke, he opened the car door. Just as he stepped out, the doors of 5 black sedans were flung open nearly simultaneously. Chuj watched as over 20 elite soldiers disembarked. Feeling a sense of awe, perhaps due to his detachment from military surroundings, when he traveled to Q City, there had also been a considerable security detail, but the contrast in environments rendered the current situation distinctly different. Thankfully, the address Dilireza provided appeared to be her private residence, located in an upscale suburban villa area, where foot traffic was scarce during the day, preventing any undue attention. Certainly, aside from Dilraba and her manager. Sisterly, the two of them were momentarily taken aback upon witnessing the scene, likely believing that it was not Chugu who had arrived, but rather some notable figure from the entertainment industry. The grandeur of the occasion seemed characteristic of such celebrities. As Chugu approached Dilraba, he playfully nudged her, asking, "What's the matter? Don't you recognize me? Your mouth is agape enough to fit an apple." No, it's just that I didn't react immediately. I was momentarily dazed, thinking a major star had come, she replied, as she came over to link her arm with Chuji's. Chugu nodded at Captain Gong before they entered together with Sisterly. Upon stepping into the villa, Chugu took a cursory glance around. It was elegantly simple, embodying a touch of Nordic style. The first-floor hall was predominantly adorned in white, light gray, and natural wood tones, evoking a warm and inviting atmosphere. The furnishings, including the sofas, were not ostentatiously luxurious. Rather, they embraced a minimalist and practical design. Even the corridor's decorative paintings were composed of mere strokes, which Chugu found to be simple yet imbued with charm. As he surveyed the living room, the only standout feature was the grand piano positioned in a side room, a Steinway finished in glossy black, exuding an air of opulence. Chugu vaguely recalled its significance. Dilraba urged him to sit, and after Sisterly served a platter of fruit, she discreetly excused herself and the cozy reunion of Chugu and Dilraba. They exchanged heartfelt sentiments of longing. "Though, I almost forgot. I prepared a dress for you. Let me fetch it so you can try it on. If it doesn't fit, we still have time for a change," she said. "Is that really necessary?" Chugu pondered aloud. "It is," she insisted. After considering the matter, Chugu realized that the event would involve a red carpet, and appearing in casual attire would indeed seem disrespectful, both to the organizers and to Dilraba. So he acquiesced to her wishes. He tried on the dress. It fit well, not too snug, just tailored enough. Turning to Dilraba, he found her engrossed in adjusting Captain Gong's locator device. "What is that? Why do you have such odd gadgets?" he inquired. "Oh, it's nothing, just an electronic device. By the way, what are you wearing tonight?" Chugu, unsure how to explain, quickly changed the subject. "You'll find out tonight," she teased playfully. The air was filled with an air of mystery, and Chugu refrained from probing further, understanding that girls often enjoyed such intrigue. After a brief conversation, they sought Sisterly to prepare lunch, opting to handle it themselves since the ingredients were readily available. Going out would only complicate matters. During this time, Chugu stepped out to find Captain Gong, only to discover that of the 20 or so people, only 4 or 5 remained, the others likely having dispersed. It was only sensible. Congregating in such a manner would be too conspicuous, akin to a clumsy attempt to hide something. "Captain Gong, you should join us for lunch. I can have them prepare a bit more," Chugu suggested. "No need, academician Chu. We have our own methods of resolving this. It's a matter of discipline. You needn't concern yourself with us," came the reply. Chugu understood the futility of pressing the issue. After lunch, the afternoon unfolded with Chugu and Dilraba exchanging affectionate moments, while he diligently listened as she practiced a song she would perform that evening. After hearing it a few times, he found it refreshingly melodic, perfectly complemented by Dilraba's crystal-clear voice. Time passes swiftly, 3 years gone in the blink of an eye. Everything in my heart shines bright as a clear night sky. Now only a few days remain, with scraps of paper at my feet, unpicked, as if about to break free from a cocoon of pressure. Post-graduation, we each endure our sleepless nights, morning dark circles, drowsiness in class. Day after day, I simply wish to grasp the fleeting years, to bid farewell properly. Regrets and gratitude cannot return to yesterday. I only wish to cherish this moment, the light years we traversed together. After June, these light years become cherished memories. As the sun began to set, Chugu donned the evening gown Dilraba had prepared for him, quietly awaiting her return in the living room. When Dilraba emerged, he felt as though time had momentarily paused. She wore a white evening gown reminiscent of a wedding dress, its pristine fabric accentuating her ethereal beauty, complemented by a crystal crown atop her head, making her resemble a princess. Shyly, she linked her arm with Chugu's, and together they exited the villa, boarding Dilraba's caravan, while Captain Gong and the others followed at a distance, heading towards the concert. The concert in the bustling city was held in an outdoor music plaza located within a well-known park, recognized in the music scene for its significance. Upon arrival, the venue was teeming with people, a veritable sea of luxury vehicles and attractive individuals creating a lively atmosphere. The music festival was indeed a realm for the young, drawing crowds from all corners of the nation. Wealthy scions were splurging extravagantly to secure a few prime spots, eager to catch a glimpse of their favorite domestic and international stars. Among these affluent youths was Chao Bo, the well-known golden boy of the city, who often lavished extravagant sums on his favored companions. While he relished the festivities, he remained acutely aware of family matters, planning a grand spectacle for a public proposal during this event. He dismissed any declarations regarding Dilraba's relationships as mere child's play, indifferent to her past or future. The ultimate goal of this union was a powerful alliance between families. As for Chugu, he was nearly forgotten until moments later, when he and Dilraba were seen hand in hand walking down the red carpet. Wait, is that Dilraba? She looks like a little princess today. I'm more interested in the handsome guy beside her. Could he be the mysterious boyfriend she's been rumored to be with? It seems so. Wow, they really do complement each other. A match made in heaven. The surrounding whispers reached Chao Bo's ears, and the anticipated spectacle crumbled before it had even begun. Inciting his fury, a cold smirk crept across his face. For someone like him, the more he suppressed his anger, the more volatile it became. Well, they dare to show up. It seems fate has brought us together, Jia. If you mess this up again, don't bother coming back. Yes, Boss Bo. Chao Bo's associates retreated, while Chu Gu remained blissfully unaware of the brewing storm. After traversing the red carpet, Dilraba headed backstage, while Chu Gu settled into the seat she had reserved for him, patiently awaiting the festival's commencement. Gradually, the surrounding empty seats filled, and whispers erupted among the crowd. Dressed in a high-end suit, Chu Gu sat alone, creating a striking contrast. He had glanced at the dress label, which was entirely in English, leaving him somewhat puzzled. Who is that handsome guy sitting in front? Doesn't he look familiar? I think he is a scion of a wealthy family. I heard that the premium seats for today's concert went for over 100,000, indeed, and that suit he is wearing is from a luxury European brand, Brioni or something. Even the off-the-rack pieces cost over 70 or 80,000. Gosh, he is so handsome. Don't stop me, I think I'm in love. Haha, you little infatuated fool. The excited chatter of several girls drifted into Chu Gu's ears, prompting him to smile and shake his head. He glanced at the label inside his suit. It indeed was that brand. Dilraba had certainly spared no expense. Chu Gu felt it was somewhat wasteful, as the suit would likely be a one-time wear. After this occasion, it would remain untouched for who knows how long. However, he rationalized that many everyday items were often used just once, making it somewhat justifiable. Hello. Just as Chu Gu was lost in thought, a hesitant voice interrupted him. Hello, may I sit here? I can't quite read the characters above. Oh, let me see, Chu Gu replied, examining the ticket. It indeed corresponded to the seat beside him. He noticed the girl was likely a popular singer from a neighboring country, but he couldn't recall her name. To him, they all seemed rather similar. Yes, your seat is right here. Please, sit down. Welcome to China. Chu Gu replied courteously. Once she was seated, he turned his gaze back to the stage, as the lights began to dim, signaling the impending start of the music festival. A thumping beat resonated through the air as the organizers kicked off the event with an upbeat song, gradually quieting the once boisterous atmosphere to leave only the music in the audience. Small groups of friends ceased their chatter, swaying to the rhythm of the melodies. However, Chao Bo was far from enjoying this moment. Boss Bo, our people are ready. As soon as the event disperses, we can act. Is that kid coming alone? Let us not have a repeat of last time. He should be alone. We observed closely. Rest assured, this time it will go off without a hitch. All right, go ahead. Chao Bo nodded, casting a glance towards Chu Gu. Kid, today we'll settle both old and new scores. Chuj remained engrossed in the live music festival, relishing each note that resonated through the in his earlier days. He had always harbored a fondness for melodies, and although he lacked perfect pitch, it did little to diminish his passion for music. Today provided a rare opportunity for him to unwind, and he listened intently to each song. Soon enough, Dilanaza took the stage, performing a refreshing tune that sent many young souls, freshly embarked on their professional journeys, into a frenzy. Observing their unbridled enthusiasm, Chuj felt a pang of nostalgia, reflecting on how he too must have once reveled in such fervor. After finishing her performance, Dilanaza gracefully descended the stage and stealthily approached Chuj, bending slightly as she did so. Hey, Naza, a girl beside Chuj suddenly whispered. Oh, hi, it's you. You've come to the music festival too? Why aren't you performing? I came to Modu for a promotional event. When I learned about the festival, I asked a friend from Huaxia for a ticket, but I didn't intend to perform, she replied. What a pity. If they knew you were here, they would go wild. Dilanaza gestured toward the group of young fans nearby. Thank you for the compliment. By the way, is this your boyfriend? Oh, I almost forgot. This is my boyfriend, Chuj. Hello. Hi. Chuj and the girl exchanged pleasantries once more. There aren't any more songs left, just some activities organized by the hosts. Awards and such, if you're not interested. We can head out, Dilanaza whispered in Chuj's ear, always considerate of his feelings. Chuj hesitated slightly before responding. That sounds fine. Besides, your performance has concluded, and they can't compare to you. Off you go. I know my own worth, she chuckled. After exchanging farewells with the girl, Chuj and Dilanaza gradually made their way toward the aisle. Not far off, several pairs of eyes fixated on the slowly retreating couple, exchanging glances as they prepared to approach when suddenly, a chill ran through their waists. Behave yourselves and come with us, or it will really get loud, a few men warned, revealing dark firearms that flickered ominously in the strobe lights of the venue. Gang leader Jayat suddenly broke into a cold sweat, recognizing the eerily familiar scene. Meanwhile, Xiao Bo was bewildered, watching as Chuj and Dilanaza distanced themselves while his subordinates stood frozen, seemingly under some spell. Clad in identical black attire, Xiao Bo mistakenly assumed that Captain Gong's crew were thugs hired by gang leader Jayat. As he began to rise from his seat, a heavy force pressed him back down, as if a giant hand had returned him to his place. Xiao Bo, current general manager of the Chao Group in Modu. Your grandfather is Chao Chongqing, your father is Chao Ruoyang, and you reside in the luxurious Lidu Jincheng Garden, right? You have brothers and cousins, all high-ranking executives in your family business, correct? Xiao Bo's mind went blank, unable to grasp what was happening as the gravity of the situation dawned upon him. After a moment of stunned silence, he regained some composure and looked up at the imposing figure before him. Who are you? Are you with that kid? Bold of you to move against me in Modu. You should know. No need to inquire further. We have already thoroughly investigated you, including all your family's subsidiaries and related industries, even your connections in Modu and Huaxia. Would you like me to lay it all out for you? Xiao Bo's legs began to tremble. Is there any point in further discussion? Come with us. Where to? I want to go. Let us see what you can do to me. Before he could finish, a sharp pain shot through his arm, rendering him oblivious to its existence. No need to look that I've dislocated it. Any questions? I can easily remove something else if you prefer. Xiao Bo was genuinely terrified, meeting the man's cold, menacing gaze, realizing that if he persisted, he might truly meet a gruesome fate. When he finally met up with gang leader Jayat, he discovered that they were two separate groups. Jayat and his men appeared drained, far from their usual swagger. A chill ran down Xiao Bo's spine as the two factions merged, marching purposefully toward the festival's periphery, while the surrounding youth remained oblivious to their plight. Upon reaching the outer plaza, a few delinquent youths, leaning against their cars and smoking, hurried to greet Xiao Bo before he could signal them. He suddenly noticed several soldiers rushing towards him, halting him in his tracks. Biogu, hey, hey, hey. The gangsters began to curse when they caught sight of the soldiers' uniforms, silencing their words. You arrived just in time. I need to report a situation. These people are attempting to kidnap me, Xiao Bo stammered, still bewildered by the circumstances. Captain. The soldiers saluted the figure behind Xiao Bo, leaving him even more confused. Xiao Bo, I forgot to introduce myself. I am Xiao Jie, captain of the Modu Garrison Special Operations Team. Xiao, Captain Xiao, but I still don't understand. You will soon enough. Xiao Bo stays. The rest of you, get in the vehicle and return to the headquarters for processing. Yes. Xiao Jie commanded, glancing anxiously toward the park's exit. Chuj had yet to emerge, and today was the day he would meet his idol. He couldn't believe he was feeling nervous at nearly 40 years old. As a crowd began to gather, curious about the presence of the special police and military personnel, whispers circulated. What's going on? With so many people at the music festival, the police are there to maintain order, which is understandable, but why are the military here too? Who knows? Look over there. There are more soldiers, and those are real weapons, right? This is quite the sight. Could it be there are many foreign guests at the festival? But that wouldn't warrant military intervention, would it? I see a lot of soldiers on this street. And they don't seem like regular troops. They look like special forces from the TV. Should I take a picture? They want to arrest me, right? Don't even think about it. Oh no, the police are coming. This scene unfolded among the crowd, yet just as they were getting engrossed, they were urged to disperse by waves of police officers. Reluctantly, many turned back, glancing over their shoulders. Meanwhile, Xiao Bo's eyes darted around as he contemplated who to call. Xiao Jie shot a glance at him, his eyes betraying not only disdain but also a hint of murderous intent, causing Xiao Bo to shudder and suddenly grasp the gravity of the situation. Unbeknownst to Chuj, he and Dilanaza strolled leisurely through the park after exiting the music festival. Numerous vendors selling small crafts lined the path, and Dilanaza flitted from one stall to another, captivated by various trinkets. They indulged in dozens of skewers from a nearby stall, thoroughly enjoying themselves. It wasn't until nearly an hour later that they reached the park entrance. Academician Chuj. A sudden voice startled him, and turning around, he found Captain Gong, dressed casually. Captain Gong, what time is it? Shouldn't we be heading back to Yanjing? We still have some time. There are comrades from Modu who wish to meet you, and there is someone you may know as well. Would you like to go say hello? Sure, there's someone I know? Chuj queried, puzzled, glancing at Dilanaza, who shook her head in confusion. At that moment, a soldier rushed toward them. Hello, Colonel Chu. I am Xiao Jie, captain of the Modu Garrison's Special Operations Team. Hello. Chuj returned the greeting, stepping forward to shake Xiao Jie's hand. I apologize for the trouble I've caused. It's quite embarrassing, really. Not at all. Such troubles are likely to be sought after by others, he chuckled. By the way, that Chaobo is up ahead. Do you want to meet him? Who is Chaobo? Chuj inquired as they walked. He did not recognize the name, while Dilanaza pondered why he was there. After a moment of thought, she shook her head and hurried to catch up. Sometimes, it's best not to take oneself too seriously. Perhaps in others' eyes, you're simply inconsequential. Xiao to Xiao, this is Chaobo. Captain Xiao pointed out. Unfamiliar, Chuj replied, scrutinizing Chaobo for half a minute before confirming he did not know him. He then turned to leave. All right, I understand now, Xiao Jie replied somewhat absently. Huh? Understand what? Hey, what about me? You don't know me, but Dilanaza does. I came to see the concert today. Let me go. Chuj ignored him, continuing to walk away with Dilanaza. Naza, I need to return to Yinjing. I have to catch a military flight tonight. The academy is quite busy lately. Oh, okay, then I'll see you off. No need. You can't enter the military airport. Captain Gong and his team will handle it. Oh, right? I almost forgot. Dilanaza gazed at Chuj, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Their gazes locked, and Chuj gently kissed her forehead. In the distance, Captain Gong and his team stood with their backs to them, vigilantly observing the surrounding crowd. This small area temporarily belonged solely to them. After a long while, go call Sister Lee to take you home. I will watch. Chu Gu finally spoke. All right, yes, the performance concluded and people dispersed. There inevitably came a time for gathering and parting. Chu Gu gazed at the departing Naza, a wave of sadness washing over him, uncertain of when they would meet again. Captain Gong, let us go back to Yinjing. Yes, Academician Chu. Shortly thereafter, a convoy of military jeeps emerged from a side road. Chu Gu boarded the vehicle, and Captain Gong and his team promptly opened the doors. The fleet of military vehicles gradually vanished amidst the murmurs of the surrounding populace. Xiao Jie watched as the convoy disappeared from sight and saluted from a distance. For them, Chu Gu was akin to a legendary figure. Let us go, young Master Chao. It's time for you to hit the road. Chaobo, now trembling, remarked, why does this sound so unsettling, that Captain Xiao? I suddenly recalled. What did you call that young man earlier, Colonel Chu? Is he also one of your military personnel? Indeed. You've finally come to your senses, though it's a bit late. Tio dare to touch Colonel Chu. You would be the first in history. From now on, I estimate you won't have another opportunity in this lifetime. But you must understand some truths. There are certain individuals you simply cannot provoke. Upon hearing this, Chao Bo's mouth twitched violently, and he collapsed onto the ground, his face as pale as a ghost. This time, it wasn't just a chill in his heart, but rather a chill that permeated his entire being. Captain Xiao cast a disdainful glance at him and signaled his subordinates, and thus, young Master Chao was escorted into the vehicle. The sirens flashed, slowly merging with the neon lights of the largest city in Huaxia until they reached their end. At 2300 hours Yinjing time, Chu Gu had finished washing up and comfortably lay on the large bed in the dormitory. After reassuring Delina Zhao of his safety, he accessed the database in his mind. He had developed a habit of studying the system even with his eyes closed at night, regardless of whether he wrote progress reports. His good friend in the hurried rush of yesterday, he had yet to finish reviewing information on the electromagnetic kinetic energy sniper rifle. So he continued from where he had left off. System brother, what is the rating for the electromagnetic kinetic energy sniper rifle? A class. It seems today this thing is in a decent mood. With a range of 10,000 meters, even with a 16x scope, I can't see the target. If I can't see the target, how can I shoot a bird? Besides, I seem to remember that currently, various countries' militaries only use an 8x scope at most. What is your target? Humans? Who told you that the electromagnetic kinetic energy sniper rifle is meant to shoot humans? Do humans even qualify? Well, Chu Gu held back, continuing the conversation. He could not afford to stoop to the level of this non-human entity. Then what should I shoot? According to your military system, high-value targets are the primary objectives for the electromagnetic kinetic energy sniper rifle, such as radar stations, missile launchers, armored targets, etc. Oh, I seem to understand. Similar to an anti-material sniper rifle. What else? What else? Does Godzilla, aliens, or Transformers count? What the heck? You know about these? The system learns parts of new knowledge frameworks alongside the host. These items do not have original data in the database. I am currently saving them. Ahem, you need not save those. They are of no use, mere fabrications. It would be better to store some small books for comfort. Chu Gu was genuinely shocked by the system brother's earlier words and began to joke with it. What else have you learned? He was quite interested in such matters, but upon reflection, it felt a bit chilling. Later, it was proven that Chu Gu was not merely overthinking. The host's knowledge is lacking. This system is attempting other methods to continue learning. Alright, you can go to sleep now. Chu was ready to sleep. It had been a wonderfully joyous day, yet this entity had stirred him into a sleepless night. As Chu tossed and turned, academician Shun was also awake, conversing on the phone with Director Wu. Old Wu, are you saying we can initiate the Red Shore Plan? Yes, Old Shun. This evening, the high-ranking officials held an emergency meeting, ultimately deciding to implement the Red Shore Plan ahead of schedule. Then, it seems young Chu may soon find himself in the eye of the storm. Haha, what are you worried about? Do you fear that Huaxia cannot protect him now? Moreover, we have 1.4 billion people backing him. Alright, I will obey the orders. However, once this plan is executed, the security measures for young Chu's family may need to be upgraded. You need not worry about that. Relevant deployments are already in progress. Good. Academician Shin ended the call, stood up, and slowly strolled to the window. He removed his glasses, rubbed his temples, then put them back on, standing quietly as he gazed out at the dark night. After darkness, comes dawn? Academician Chen murmured. The Red Shore Plan had been set in motion from the moment Chu developed a complete set of controllable nuclear fusion technology. During this time, Huaxia had already completed technological upgrades and generational accumulation regarding this technology. It was time to present it to the world, to transform it into a technological barrier, and then use it to harvest wealth globally. This method had long been the strategy of developed Western nations, leveraging technological advantages to continuously seize high profits and plunder wealth. Huaxia had to pay an incalculable amount of foreign exchange for this every year. Although the nation had invested heavily in the research of advanced technologies in recent years, it had started too late and still made little progress. However, once the truncated version of controllable nuclear fusion technology was released, it would inevitably be exploited by interested nations for reverse engineering in pursuit of technological upgrades. Nevertheless, Huaxia was unperturbed, for by that time, they estimated they would have already ascended to the heavens. This was the ultimate version of being one step behind, always falling further behind. Furthermore, the implementation of this plan also signified that its creator, Chu was about to emerge into the limelight. Chapter 70. Chu's meteoric rise to fame. Though ridiculed by the system brother yesterday, Chu believed the electromagnetic kinetic energy sniper rifle was still an excellent creation. His motto was, if it's a good thing, it cannot remain solely in his possession. It must be handed over to Li Gang. After a morning of intense work, Chu punctually delivered the blueprint plan to Li Gang that afternoon. But, Academician Chu, my team for the laser grenade has just been established. You can't just keep seizing my sheep. Li Gang's expression was one of despair. Although he was excited to see new projects, he could hardly withstand Chu's relentless bombardment. I don't care. The other projects in the team can be delegated further. You figure it out, it's not the first time. If it doesn't work, just ask Academician Shin for more personnel. Regardless, I will come to you for the final product. Chu began to adopt the demeanor of a dismissive superior. Alright, Academician Chu, who am I to argue with you? The boss? Haha. The other team members, witnessing Li Gang's plight, burst into laughter. Within the team, Li Gang was the leader, and they were merely on the receiving end of his reprimands. Today, they finally took revenge through Chu's hands. What is so funny, Wang Lei, Zhang Yuanqing? You two laughed the loudest. Come on, let us go pick some people. Hey, team leader Li. Chu had already walked far away. Listening to Li Gang and the others bantering behind him, his mouth stretched into a grin. Li Gang was a guy with unlimited potential. This was true. Chu's high-intensity development plans were always completed on time, and there had never been any mistakes. Chu was quite pleased. The soldiers he had chosen were indeed quite capable. While he was teasing Li Gang, little did he expect that soon enough, he himself would become the one being tormented, and the onslaught would be fierce. The matter first began to ferment online. Famous film and music star Delina Jia makes an appearance at the Magic City Music Festival. With a mysterious boyfriend supporting her live, the two hand in hand on the red carpet. When Chu saw this marathon-like headline, he nearly broke down. Indeed, it was a classic case of clickbait, executed with remarkable skill. Below the title, a detailed account of the music festival, documenting all the moments from when he and Naza got out of the car to their discreet departure, was presented, accompanied by very clear photographs. Notably, Chu was captured from various angles, with many images showcasing him in greater detail and quantity than Delina Jia. This was clearly the work of professional paparazzi. Chu mumbled something, suddenly sensing that something was amiss. A single stone stirred up 1,000 waves. Within an afternoon, this sensational clickbait report went viral across the internet. The scene. There was proof that this report was absolutely genuine. Wow, I envy the person above. Speaking of Delina Jia, her mysterious boyfriend's identity remains a mystery. The person above is spot on. During the previous exposure, this handsome guy was already identified, only for the results to end inconclusively. There wasn't even a clear photo back then, but this time, we finally caught him. Hats off to the photography predecessors. Whether he's mysterious or not, all I know is that I'm quite taken with this handsome young man. The person above suggested, immediately looking in the mirror. asking the reflection if they had the confidence to compare with Delinaja. Haha, the person above is ruthless. You all seem to have gone off topic. We are discussing the identity of this mysterious boyfriend. If it were only this, Chuj would not have bothered at all. In the online world, trends are fleeting, and he had been on the hot search list before. Now he was still Chuj, without having inflated his ego into that of Brother Chu. However, the subsequent antics of the Weapons Research Institute left Chuj somewhat bewildered. Goodness, this is akin to a fire breaking out in the backyard. Chuj could hardly contain his frustration. Way the youngest academician of the institute, Chuj. It seems our protagonist is but one individual, doesn't it? Unlike the paparazzi snapshots, the images from the Research Institute predominantly featured candid shots of Chuj at work, with the commonality being that they were taken from various angles with complete transparency, and in terms of detail and quantity, they far exceeded those circulated online. What on earth is this? Are they so eager for the netizens to realize this is one person? And so meticulously arranged like a couplet? Without further ado, Chuj dashed towards Academician Chen's office. Chen, oh no, I must tell you, there are paparazzi at our research institute, and they've thoroughly sold me out. My photos are flooding the internet. Beside Academician Chen was a colleague, both engrossed in their computer screens and conversing, seemingly unfazed by Chuj's frantic demeanor. As they continued their discussion, Xiaojiang, the photos taken by your publicity department are quite professional. I dare say they rival those of any high-end studio photographer. Haha, Academician Chen is joking again. Our institute's photography is rather amateurish, but it's passable. It's primarily because Academician Chu is quite handsome, hence the good results. Wouldn't you agree, Academician Chen? Well, it's decent enough, not too shabby. Academician Chen replied with a hint of reluctance. After catching his breath, Chuj finally discerned the underlying truth after listening to the duo for a while. It was these two who had sold him out. In a moment of realization, just as he was about to call for security, he noticed the nameplate and remembered this was Academician Chen's office. Who is Academician Chen? A man of great virtue and reputation. A venerable elder, the leading figure of the entire research institute. Furthermore, Academician Chen regarded Chuj as his own child. How could he possibly expose him without cause? Chuj composed himself. All right, Xiaojiang, let's wrap it up for today. Just ensure you manage the direction and call me if anything arises. Certainly, Academician Chen. The colleague surnamed Jiang smiled and nodded at Chuj before pushing the door to leave, even taking care to close it gently behind him. Xiao Chu, would you like an apple? There are some on the table. Chuj initially intended to decline, but upon meeting Academician Chen's warm gaze, he obediently picked up an apple and began to eat. I knew you would come. Look, I've prepared a whole plate of apples for you. Academician Chen. That? Academician Chen waved his hand dismissively. This was a plan established early on. In the past, the nation kept certain talents under wraps, hidden away, sometimes even for decades without a word. Now, times have changed, perspectives have shifted, communication methods have evolved, and the modes of interaction have transformed. Thus, the nation's comprehensive considerations should also adapt in how it treats talent. Just think, it's one thing when we nurture our own talent, but what if foreign experts wish to contribute their skills and knowledge to Huaxia? Should they be expected to abandon their families too? If we refuse them, our paths will narrow. Product sharing, logistics sharing, technology sharing, talent is no longer the private property of any single nation. Do you understand? Academician Chen spoke at length, observing Chuj deep in thought. Before pausing to sip his tea and inquiring, Chapter 71. The butterfly effect. Chuj was somewhat enlightened. He engaged in a lengthy conversation with Academician Chen, which eventually turned to the Red Shore Project. Academician Chen had no intention of keeping secrets from Chuj. The applicability of controllable nuclear fusion technology was vast, whether for military or civilian use. Therefore, if Huaxia decided to share this technology, the financial resources and influence it would generate would be unprecedented. Regarding Chuj's grand vision of the stars and the sea, he honestly had not calculated the amount of financial support required. He only knew that the blueprint for an aerospace carrier alone would cost 10,000 honor points, equivalent to 1 trillion Huaxia dollars. As for the construction expenses, he dared not even contemplate. That was just for one vessel. There were also heavy cruisers, for which he currently lacked the honor points to unlock, and the system's quote remained steadfast at 10,000 honor points, with no room for negotiation. 1 trillion Huaxia dollars. And that was merely the technology, a concept on paper. As the system would say, though the aerospace carrier is vast, at its core, it is merely a platform, while the heavy cruiser represents the pinnacle of armament. Although in terms of tonnage and size it may not surpass the aerospace carrier, its complexity is of a higher order. Chuj had once rolled his eyes at this, thinking, after all, you are the seller. The terms are entirely at your discretion. As for auxiliary vessels, core engines, computers, construction materials, armaments, and even individual weapons, such as laser turrets and mecha warriors, he had not even begun to calculate their cumulative costs. But it was likely an astronomical figure as well. The introduction of the Red Shore project could be said to perfectly resolve many issues. Most importantly, it would continuously nourish Huaxia, which could then be channeled into Chuji's grand vision of the stars and the sea, allowing him to indulge in boundless purchasing and construction without worry. Thus, Chu Gu finally grasped the situation. He couldn't help but admire the foresight and boldness of the higher-ups, truly deserving of being Huaxia's stewards. Feeling a bit humbled, he said, "Academician Shun, I understand now. What do you need me to cooperate with? I will brave any challenges without hesitation. Haha, it's not that exaggerated. You mustn't put yourself in harm's way. You are the key protected figure in this plan. Just continue your stars and sea project quietly, and the rest will be taken care of by Huaxia and its people, who will safeguard you." Well, with this, Chu Gu would undoubtedly gain fame, and not just in Huaxia, but likely throughout the world. An official endorsement from the Research Institute exploded across the internet like a heavy bomb, and everyone was astonished to find that the top 3 trending topics were all about someone named Chu Gu. Chu Gu, the academician, quickly eclipsed his other title as Dilariba's boyfriend. He is actually an academician? Wow, that is simply blinding to my titanium alloy eyes. The upstairs crowd was so incensed they were nearly biting themselves. What does it mean to be a 22-year-old academician? I haven't read much. Could some deity explain it to me? What does it mean? To put it simply, before academician Chu was recognized as an academician. The average age of Huaxia's academicians was close to 60 years. Note that this average age refers to recent years. The rest is for you to ponder. The implication upstairs is that academician Chu single-handedly lowered this so-called average age? Absolutely right. Goodness, before I was unaware. I thought Reba had found a wealthy heir, and felt a bit disappointed. This revelation is simply explosive. I now understand what the best embodiment of a talented man and a beautiful woman is. My utmost admiration for Reba. This individual is clearly a fan of Dilly Reba. The upstairs crowd urged, "Go over to that other place called Dilly Reba and leave us be. She's just a celebrity. Can she really be compared to a Huaxia academician?" Agreed, agreed, agreed. This was the online frenzy, all of which was anticipated by academician Shin and his colleagues. However, certain developments unfolded that exceeded their expectations in the lives of ordinary citizens. Later, Professor Chin would reflect. Who could have imagined? This young lad Chu Gu appeals to both the young and the old alike. Mischievous children, I told you to study well, and look at Chu Gu, only 22 and already an academician. What about you? You just know how to eat? Mom, I'm only 12. 22 is still far away from me. Far away? It may be far, but even if you sat on a rocket, you wouldn't catch up. Studious children, I see. So a 22-year-old can actually be an academician. I thought my dream of attending Yinjing University was already quite lofty, but it seems my goals were still set too low. Chu Gu is my role model. Children, parents, bus drivers, office workers, company owners, and even leaders in various fields were all astonished by Chu Ji's remarkable achievements. Tonight, the name Chu Gu became a household name. After finishing his meal, Chu Gu did not engage in any other activities as he witnessed something extraordinary. The prestige value from the system began to rise incessantly. Previously, it had remained static. Occasionally, when Chu Gu checked information, he would glance at it, thinking, "Oh, it has increased." But today, the numbers were changing continuously, and all the figures were fluctuating 0.3 digits, 4 digits, 5 digits, 6 digits, 7 digits, 8 digits, 9 digits. System, can this prestige value be exchanged for money? You are overthinking it. At 7:20 p.m. Yinjing time, the citizens of Huaxia were having their meals while discussing Chu Gu and watching the news. The latest announcement from Huaxia's Ministry of Science and Technology reported that the controllable nuclear fusion technology developed by academician Chu Gu at the Weapons Research Institute had completed its feasibility report research. And the miniaturization of the device along with its practical applications were being extended into the civilian sector. Please see the following for a detailed introduction. The news segment was brief, lasting only 5 minutes. Not long? Apologies, but in the context of Huaxia's comprehensive news report lasting a total of 30 minutes, this is indeed quite lengthy. Dad, what is controllable nuclear fusion? I think I heard Chu Ji's name. The child, still young, mispronounced the technical terms into a playful sound. Well, okay. Dad doesn't really know what that is either. A 5-minute news segment catapulted the day's protagonist, Chu Gu, to the pinnacle of public attention. Controllable nuclear fusion? What on earth is that? A nuclear bomb? A nuclear bomb? Isn't Huaxia already well equipped with those? The atomic bomb is a product of nuclear fission, while thermonuclear fusion pertains to the hydrogen bomb. Correct? How do the high school students upstairs study physics? When deuterium, D, and tritium, T, engage in fusion reactions, they produce a neutron and release an energy of 17.6 MeV, whereas the fusion of 2 deuterium atoms yields approximately 14.1 MeV. Nuclear fusion necessitates extraordinarily stringent conditions, high temperatures and pressures, resulting in the release of neutrons and a substantial amount of energy. Due to technological constraints, previous attempts at nuclear fusion required heavy nuclear fission to initiate the process. specifically using an atomic bomb to detonate a hydrogen bomb, all of which pertain to uncontrolled nuclear fusion. As for the academic prodigy upstairs, the assessment is complete. Whether or not they are truly remarkable remains uncertain. But I can assert that academician Chuj is indeed exceptional. Need I even mention it? The entirety of Huaxia is already aware. Chapter 72. In dire straits, this night is destined to be an insomniac one for many. Whether acquainted with Chuj or not, those unfamiliar cannot help but exclaim, "Brother, incredible!" Before heading off to praise the elder brother, as for those who know him, astonishment prevails. Is this still the Chuj I know? Yulu and Chu Min are among those in utter shock. Academician Chu? Lele, is this person? Is he your Chuj? Yes, indeed. The photos have surfaced. You've seen him before, haven't you? Yet, it feels somewhat surreal, reflecting on it now. It is indeed peculiar. Do you remember that helicopter at Panjiayuan Square, and that elderly gentleman? I recall. Perhaps at that moment, he was already garnering significant fame. Yuli's expression appears somewhat dazed. Chu Min continues to converse with her extensively. Yet Yulu remains silent, lost in thought, the nature of which even she herself may not comprehend. In a certain villa within the luxurious Lidu garden of the Magic City, Chao Chongqing has remained silent for a considerable time after viewing the news. The members of the Chao family gather in the hall, awaiting the words of the patriarch of this vast clan. Among the younger generation, although Chao Bo exhibits a rather audacious demeanor in Chao Chongqing's eyes, he is the most suitable and capable to inherit the Chao group. Yet, now, Chao Chongqing regrets allowing Chao Bo to join the corporation. Dad, is the academician Chu mentioned in the news the person Chao Bo provoked? However, according to returning relatives, the young man is a colonel, someone from the military system. How did he get involved with the research institute? In retrospect, it seems we have entangled ourselves with someone we ought not to have provoked. Regardless of which side it may be, what shall we do now? Several older members of the Chao family engage in anxious exchanges, their words betraying their concern. Enough. Chao Chongqing sighs heavily. Given the circumstances, there is no point in lamenting. Chao Bo is one of us, and thus the mistakes he has made and the consequences that ensue should rightfully be borne by the Chao family. However, I fear these repercussions may be beyond our capacity to endure. After speaking, Chao Chongqing slowly rises and, ignoring the others, makes his way to his bedroom, his hunched figure disappearing with the creak of the closing door. Observing that the elder has spoken, the Chao family members do not linger further, rising to depart. Yet these typically imposing individuals now seem to be consumed by a sense of vulnerability, each contemplating their own retreat. Chuj, usually too occupied to watch the news, remains unaware of the evening's events. Following the broadcast, his phone begins to ring incessantly, first his parents, then relatives, friends, both familiar and unfamiliar, all reaching out. His mobile device soon begins to overheat. Eventually, Chuj opts to turn it off entirely. Is this the treatment that comes with fame? It feels rather burdensome and exhausting. Perhaps it would be prudent to change my phone number tomorrow. Shaking his head, he sets the device aside, pulls the blanket over himself, and soon drifts off to sleep. Little does he realize, this is merely the nature of humanity. In the United States, it is currently 9:00 a.m. John Wilson finds himself in a state of distress, as the incident involving the stealth reconnaissance aircraft has garnered the attention of the entire defense system. He was summoned by the Intelligence Department's chief and scolded for an entire day. Even being brought before the top commander to present a report on the matter, in summary, he has suffered a significant embarrassment. Were it not for his prior achievements, he feels his position would be in jeopardy. The embarrassment is not solely his. The U.S. government has also faced humiliation on a global scale. The official stance from Huaxia is unwavering. Option 1, the stealth drone may be returned, but a formal statement and an apology must be issued. Option 2, you may act as if nothing transpired, but the drone will not be returned. The choice is binary, with no room for negotiation. Of course, this represents a behind-the-scenes negotiation among the high-ranking officials of both sides. Far from the public eye, the military and political elite of the United States convene in closed-door meetings for several days, ultimately resigning themselves to the first option. After all, while the drone may have crashed, it represents a significant financial loss, and there lies an implicit belief that the Americans do not trust Huaxia's ability to replicate their technology in such a short time frame. Thus, to avoid further complications, they swiftly finalize the first plan and continue discussions regarding the transport arrangements with the Huaxia military. The Americans remain as confident as ever. In truth, the Huaxia military has not acted in haste. Chuj and relevant experts convened a special meeting to determine that the aircraft would play a minimal role in Chuj's future plans, leading to the aforementioned options. The innovation of equipment often necessitates a corresponding shift in military tactics and strategies. History is replete with instances where the emergence of new weaponry has upended traditional combat models. Although Huaxia and the United States appear to have reached a consensus and shaken hands, John Wilson understands that his superiors will not let this incident slip away so easily. The cause of the accident, which led to the drone's crash, remains undetermined. He knows this is also his only opportunity to redeem himself. If the cause remains undiscovered, his reputation will be tarnished. Miller, what have you found out? Oh, John, we have some leads. Through meticulous investigation by the technicians, they have first ruled out missile attacks. And look, this photograph is the last one captured by the drone. Although it is blurry, it still differs from the previous one. Just tell me the conclusion. I don't have the patience for a detailed explanation. We've ruled out missile attacks, sound waves, and electronic interference. Based on the imaging data, we suspect that a laser-type weapon system caused the reconnaissance aircraft's ultimate demise. William Miller takes a deep breath after delivering this information out. Of course, we still need to confirm the final conclusion through the aircraft wreckage. He adds, all right, I trust your assessment. The Huaxia military has agreed to return the wreckage. Once it arrives, I will apply for authorization for your team to conduct the investigation first. Yes, but, boss, will Huaxia really return it to us just like that? Despite the United States suffering a setback in prestige this time, I believe they lack confidence in quickly deciphering the secrets of that aircraft, so it is merely a goodwill gesture. After all, tearing each other apart benefits no one. Oh, you make a valid point, boss. But, John, have you seen today's news? Overwhelmed, John has not had time to pay attention to those puppet shows. They have developed controllable nuclear fusion technology and have already put it into practical use. What? Please repeat that. Chapter 73. Exoskeleton. William Miller stammers as he reiterates his previous statement, gazing at the dazed boss. After a prolonged silence, boss, is there an issue? William, I have a feeling that Huaxia is on an unstoppable trajectory. Perhaps they will soon emerge as a formidable giant, one that even we must look up to. That sounds rather exaggerated, boss. Many have claimed that for years, yet we still firmly hold the position of world leader. Moreover, I do not believe they have genuinely developed that so-called controllable nuclear fusion technology. You know how adept they are at propaganda. No, William, you still do not comprehend them. If such news is officially reported by them, it signifies that not only is this technology highly likely to exist, but it has also been in existence for quite some time. The 5-minute concise news report from Huaxia detonated like cruise missiles across the globe, illuminating the skies with vibrant bursts of light. At this moment, heads of state, top physicists, energy magnates, and relevant scientists worldwide are busily making phone calls, seeking to verify the reliability of this information or contacting Huaxia's relevant departments to expedite access to controllable nuclear fusion technology and explore avenues for collaboration. In the ensuing months, the Red Shore project gradually commenced its operations, with foreign investments steadily pouring in, providing continuous financial support for Huaxia and the ambitious Starry Sea plan of Chuj in the forthcoming years. The renowned Chuj did not pause in his endeavors. He had been diligently coordinating with the material experts who had arrived in succession, whether it pertained to the exoskeleton materials for the individual combat system, structural materials for the aerospace carrier, or engine materials for the nuclear fusion engine. All necessitated new material technologies for support. Chu, come here. Let me introduce you to a luminary in the materials industry. Academician Shen arrived early at Chuj's office today, accompanied by a middle-aged man in his 40s. The man wore thick glasses, had meticulously groomed hair, and his attire was impeccably neat, devoid of even a single wrinkle. Chu Weichao, a senior engineer specializing in metallic materials. Chu, please meet him. I have invested considerable effort in this introduction. Oh, Engineer Chu, this is our institute's youngest academician, Chuj. Chuj, Academician Chu, I have heard your name so often these past few days that my ears have nearly developed calluses. Engineer Chu exclaimed as he rushed over to grasp Chuj's hands, then turned to Academician Shen and added, haha, Engineer Chu, do not heed Chen Lao's excessive praise. Henceforth, you may simply call me Xiao Chu. Haha, did you see, Engineer Chu? Chuj is still just a 20-something young man, and he is blushing. All right, I have brought the individual to you. The rest is for the two of you to discuss. The office, factory, laboratory, and courtyard are all prepared. Engineer Chu, once you conclude here, you may proceed to have a look. Understood, Chen Lao, rest assured. After Chen Lao departed, Chuj promptly invited Engineer Chu to sit down. Engineer Chu, to be honest, with an expert of your caliber here, I can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Otherwise, I would have been unable to progress with the subsequent work. Haha, Academician Chu, there is no need for modesty. Before my arrival, Chen Lao had already briefed me on certain matters. Pertaining to Huaxia's future, we shall dedicate ourselves wholeheartedly. Specifically, I await your instructions. Issue your commands. Engineer Chu expressed his stance to Chuj right away, prompting Chuj to scrutinize the middle-aged man before him for a moment, feeling genuine admiration in his heart. Tio, set aside the distractions of the outside world and devote oneself to scientific research for the future of Huaxia is indeed an act of great righteousness. With this realization, Chuj decided to be direct. All right, you will first take your team to the laboratory to inspect the equipment. If any adjustments are needed, or if you have better suggestions, feel free to raise them. I will ensure that the personnel from the Research Institute accompany you throughout. As for the specifics of the experimental processes and manufacturing of new materials, I shall personally hand them over to you tomorrow. How does that sound? Very well, Academician Chu. Just make the arrangements. If there is nothing else, I shall return to organize my tasks. Good, Engineer Chu said as he exited the office briskly, a testament to his vigorous nature. Chuj, recognizing the importance of time, wasted no further moments. With the talent acquired, it was time for the system to commence its work. The exoskeleton equipment provided by the system was, in fact, auxiliary armor for individual soldiers. Based on armor, it emphasized the area from the hands to the shoulders and from the ankles to the thighs, adding an additional layer of physical enhancement. Coupled with microcomputer control, this would enhance the explosive power, endurance, jumping ability, and strength of individual soldiers. The primary material was based on carbon nanotubes, allowing carbon atoms to hybridize in sp2 and sp3 states, forming a new substance with a mixed hybrid state. In this state, the tensile strength of carbon nanotubes reached 100 times that of steel, while the density was only 1/6 that of steel, significantly reducing the weight of the finished product. Chuj reviewed the system's data and noted that a complete set of exoskeleton armor weighed merely 4.6 kilograms. This material possessed two additional characteristics. Its hardness was 3 times that of diamond, and its melting point was the highest among known materials. It was, quite simply, the perfect material for exoskeletons. System, you truly excel. This material selection is impeccable. Although not novel, the manufacturing process is quite challenging. I have researched large-scale production, and your method is indeed reliable. I have better options, but unfortunately, you lack the funds. Moreover, your resources are scarce, limiting you to the currently available materials for modification, upgrades, and utilization. I find you to be quite the contrarian. Can you not say something pleasant? Chuj retorted in frustration after hearing the system's comments. Humans are complex. As Chuj began to document the material composition and manufacturing processes, he decided to disregard the system's complaints. Recognizing they were from a different dimension, lacking a common language, before he knew it, night had fallen, and a faint layer of oil had begun to solidify in the instant noodle container beside him. Although it was already spring, the temperatures remained quite low in the early morning and evening. Chuj, engrossed in his writing, occasionally furrowed his brow. He had not anticipated that a single material could entail so many equations and procedural steps, making it far more intricate than drafting blueprints. Fortunately, just before dawn, Chuj completed the organization of all the materials. As he gazed at the substantial stack of documents before him, a smile of satisfaction crept across his face. Yet another task had been accomplished. After swiftly resolving his personal matters, Chuj lay in bed and shamelessly sought out his close friend for a heart-to-heart. System, can't you give me a discount on that heavy cruiser? With the meager honor points I have left, I cannot afford it. You have yet to construct the aerospace carrier. What are you so impatient about? Haha, I see your vocabulary has expanded once again. Chapter 74. System Rewards. However, the system's words prompted Chuj to recall that the blueprint for the aerospace carrier had been redeemed quite some time ago, lying dormant in the recesses of his mind. He resolved to focus on completing the individual combat system project before turning his attention to organizing the data blueprint for the aerospace carrier, a monumental undertaking. Chuj glanced at his wrist and felt a deep sense of sympathy for it. Firmly decided, he looked at his prestige points. System, remaining prestige points, 912000500, and the number continued to fluctuate, nearing 1 billion. Chuj felt a stirring in his heart. This prestige point system seemed rather useless. It did not allow me to utilize it more. So what was the point of its existence? It would be better to convert it all into honor points, from which I could exchange for something. The military-industrial system does not wish for the host to focus excessively on skills unrelated to military industry. But this does not mean prestige points are without value. Quantitative changes lead to qualitative changes. Please await the host's expectations. Yes, you've said it all. I await your expectations for what? I currently feel you are merely a pitfall. I almost forgot. Last time, you forcefully sold me 9 sets of instant activation ultra-dense energy shields. By the way, can these 9 sets really block 9 attacks? In principle, you may understand it that way. With the current attack methods on your planet, they will mostly be rendered ineffective unless it involves poisoning, suicide, or similar actions. Am I insane? If I were to commit suicide, you wouldn't wish for me to have some good fortune. 9 lives? Ah, a 9-tailed fox, how impressive. Does the number 9 have any significance in the system? In our culture, the number 9 can be interpreted in many ways. No, the system calculated your remaining prestige points and assigned a random number. Oh, I see. Huh? You. Chuj decided to temporarily cast this system aside. This was simply bullying, compounded by a touch of misogyny that was intolerable. The following day, after finishing breakfast, Chuj sought out Engineer Chu, handing over the carbon nanotube technology data and manufacturing procedures he had hastily compiled the previous night. Engineer Chu wore an expression akin to that of Li Gang, turning to stone after flipping through a few pages, furrowing his brow in contemplation before continuing to peruse. Chuj, accustomed to such reactions, quietly waited beside Engineer Chu until he finished reviewing the materials. They exchanged a handshake, and Chuj conveyed a meaningful glance. The rest is up to you. Take care. Engineer Chu nodded solemnly, awed by Chuj's capabilities in the field of metallic materials from the very first day. However, it appeared that he did not fully grasp the underlying implications of Chuj's words. Just days prior, as the tales of Chuj's accomplishments circulated among those around him, Engineer Chu had his own doubts. In his understanding, every step could not be skipped. Achieving success in one go was but a joke. Theory required rigorous verification at every stage. However, having briefly glanced at the data report, he felt it was nearly accurate. As data does not lie, especially for professionals like them who can glean the general idea from a single glance. Though meticulous in his work, he still intended to simulate the process once more. Is this the legendary academician Chu? Indeed, he lives up to his reputation. After leaving Engineer Chu, Chuj headed straight to Li Gang, setting aside other matters for the moment. He was particularly interested in the electromagnetic kinetic sniper rifle and was eager to experience what it felt like to fire such a weapon. Li Gang, how goes the development of my sniper rifle? Your progress has been rather sluggish lately. Chuj launched directly into the conversation. Academician Chu, you mustn't pressure me so. It's only been a few days. We are presently at the model simulation stage for the energy tank. Once the simulation is complete, tomorrow this crucial component will be formed, and only then can we create a sample to proceed to the next step. With authority comes pressure, Li Gang patiently explained his workflow to Chuj. Well, alright, just ensure that the main aspects of this week are well organized and then hand them over to others. I have other arrangements for you. Switched again? Li Gang was on the verge of exploding. What? Is it not enough to fiddle with these trinkets? Once this is changed, there shall be no more alterations. I shall present you with something grand. Something grand? What do you mean? Academician Chu, could you possibly reveal a hint? Upon hearing about this grand thing from Chu Gu, Li Gang's interest was instantly piqued up. No. Alas, then why mention it? Furthermore, why have you not shown the same urgency regarding the laser grenades? Quantum communications and quantum computers from other teams. Is the electromagnetic energy sniper rifle your favorite child? Well, it is my godson. My biological son is still in the works. Chu Gu spoke the stark truth. Very well, I report to Academician Chu that the godson is likely to be born in 3 days. You may come for inspection then. Good, that is precisely what I was waiting for. Chu Gu waved his hand and turned to leave. Pondering that he had several biological sons, though they remained nebulous in his mind, and one was currently being auctioned by the system brother, as Chu Gu made his way back to the office. Suddenly, the system brother knocked on his head. Ding, congratulations, host. Your prestige has reached 1 billion. Understood, but it holds no practical value. Chu Gu replied despondently, his thoughts still lingering on the blueprint for his aerospace carrier. The 1 billion prestige has triggered the system's reward mechanism. Please hold on for a moment as the system prepares your first prize. A prize? This can be operated in such a manner? Chu Gu instantly became alert and hurriedly ran, as this surprise must be received with a sense of ceremony. He returned to his office and sat upright at his desk. After a while, he said, Brother, are you waiting for the dish? With so many fine items in your database, do you truly need to search for so long? Are you not concocting some nefarious scheme again? No need to furtively check the prestige. It's 1 billion. Just take a look. Chu Gu recalled some unsettling matters. Extracting file. Extraction complete. File number HQL J001. 1 unit of primary monomer gene enhancement agent. Synthesis equation has been dispatched. Please receive. Note. 1 gene agent is exclusive to the host genes. Other monomers will be ineffective. Point 2. The effects of the gene agent do not stack. For further enhancement, please develop the next level of gene agent or activate the system reward. Is that it? Just a vial of medicine? What is this? I thought you would reward me with a heavy cruiser. I was excited for nothing. Chu Gu was greatly disappointed, as the pinnacle of armament. The heavy cruiser was an insurmountable hurdle for him. Wait a moment, how much is this gene thing worth? It wouldn't deduct all that 1 billion prestige, would it? Chu Gu suddenly recalled something and asked nervously. No need to worry about the 1 billion. Host's remaining prestige, 500 million. Consider yourself somewhat conscientious. After Chu Gu finished speaking, he no longer paid attention to the system brother. The prize had been distributed, and the prestige had been deducted. He hurried to check the effects of that gene agent. Chapter 75 Gene Agent File Number HQL J001 Monomer Gene Agent enhances base individual metrics by 15, including life, strength, memory, vision, hearing, taste, speed, explosiveness, and all bodily function indicators. This gene agent is a one-time functional agent. Stacking usage is ineffective. Administration method. Injection into the body. The mechanism for enhancing individual functions is permanent, with the primary agent calculating enhancements based on the body's fundamental functions. Subsequent gene agents will calculate further enhancements based on the data post the first enhancement, and so forth. Note: 1. After injection of the gene agent, the individual will enter a comatose state. 24 hours later, the agent will activate the individual's nervous system, allowing for awakening. This process must not be interrupted. Otherwise, the transformation will fail, and the drug injection will be deemed unsuccessful. Point 2. The monomer gene agent is exclusively for specific individuals. Otherwise, this gene agent will become ineffective and may even cause irreversible harm to the test subject. This warning requires special attention. Point 3. The system provides the gene agent with the ultimate goal of reshaping the host's bodily functions and correcting the direction of genetic mutations to achieve adaptability to certain specific environments. 4. This gene agent has no side effects. Apart from enhancing basic functions, it does not affect the individual's original memories, personality, preferences, or other acquired behaviors. Chuj continued to browse, finding the remaining information primarily pertained to the natural additives, chemical composition ratios, and synthesis equations of new chemical compounds. Upon reaching this point, he felt something was amiss, so he returned to reread it, even painstakingly analyzing it word by word. Finally, he found a few key phrases and paused to ponder for a long time, yet remained at a loss. System brother, regarding the precautions for the gene agent's third point, what does it mean by achieving adaptability to certain specific environments? Furthermore, correcting the direction of genetic mutations. This gene agent is meant to alter genes, not merely to strengthen the body, like Luwei Dihuangwan or something. Luwei Dihuangwan, what is that? Well, it seems you have not learned about this yet. It is akin to your agent. Enhancing physical constitution. Upon finishing, Chuj covered his face, suppressing a laugh. Correcting the direction of genetic mutations will only adjust towards a direction beneficial to the host. There is no need for concern. As for the subsequent mention of a specific environment, the system defaults this question. Please continue to upgrade. That statement is simply your imperial decree, isn't it? Asking you is futile. Very well, since I have already boarded your pirate ship. It seems I cannot disembark now. Chuj decided to relax, for he had no choice. Having spent 500 million prestige, and instinctively felt that the system brother would not harm him, deep down, he harbored a vague conjecture, but whether it was true or not remained to be seen. Chuj summoned the data issued by the system brother and meticulously copied the formula for the gene agent, being particularly careful, especially with the chemical equations. After completing it, he cross-checked it with the source data twice. There was no room for error. A single mistake in a letter or dosage could lead to disastrous outcomes. Moreover, there was no antidote. To pass away just as he made a name for himself would be an early demise indeed. After finalizing all the data, Chuj carefully placed the gene agent formula in a file bag. Then washed up and prepared for bed. Lying in bed, he reflected on the day's gains, increasingly sensing that as he progressed, the system brother grew ever more mysterious, resembling the supercomputer Red Queen more and more. A shiver ran through Chuj. Never mind. According to the normal plot, Blue Star, a resource-poor planet, aside from the myriad forms of organic life, truly had little of note to offer as for how the gene agent was manufactured and the 24 hours of lying dormant post-administration. Chuj pondered for a long time but ultimately decided to seek help from academician Chen. After much deliberation, he resolved that this time he might have to tell a little white lie to academician Chen, primarily because this matter could not be openly discussed. Many details were impossible to explain coherently, and in such instances, the best solution was to say nothing at all. To avoid prolonged uncertainty, Chuj visited academician Chen's office early the next morning. Old Chen, I have arrived at little Chu. You haven't visited me in quite a few days. Is there something troubling you? Nothing. It's just that Li Gang and the others are diligently progressing with their research. I estimate that within a week, several main subsystems of the soldier system will bear fruit. That's good to hear. Have you thought about the next step? Yes, the aerospace carrier plan will be initiated. Proceeding in segments with preparations for the fusion engine, armor system, energy system, hangar, and communication command station. Upon hearing this, academician Chen, who was watering the flowers, abruptly halted his actions and turned to face Chuj. Good, little Chu. I have been waiting for you to announce the initiation of the aerospace carrier plan. This gives this old man something to look forward to. Academician Chen's spirits were high, and Chuj noted that his hand trembled while holding the watering can. With the soil in the flower pot already saturated and water slowly overflowing. Rest assured, Grandpa Chen, your flowers. Oh, how could I forget? Academician Chen hurriedly set the watering can aside and grabbed a cloth to wipe away the spilled water. However, before that, old Chen, I would like to test the data for several cooling agents. It may require a few new chemical compounds, so I need to trouble you to contact the relevant biochemical research institutes to assist. No problem, a small matter. Your project, Chuj, is now a direct express route for the entire system, and everyone will support it without hesitation. All right, old Chen. For confidentiality, the new chemical compounds might need to be synthesized separately. And then we will conduct the final experiments here. Good. Academician Chen readily agreed, and Chuj felt a weight lift off his shoulders, though he still felt a twinge of guilt. Upon exiting academician Chen's office, Chuj did not return immediately. Uncharacteristically, he strolled along a north-south thoroughfare of the research institute, somewhat aimlessly. Along the way, he encountered several people from the institute who greeted him, to which he responded mechanically. After walking for a long while, Chuj finally reached the end, where dozens of excavators were busily at work in the distance. He knew that they were constructing new experimental facilities and dormitory buildings for the institute. The research institute is continuously expanding, and it is likely that many other engineers and experts will take residence here in the near future. Thanks to Chuj, the institute has multiplied in size beyond measure. As Chuj gazed down at the freshly laid asphalt road, the pristine surface seemed to have just solidified, still emanating the scent of tar. Chapter 76. The power engine. Chuj paused to look into the distance, where the evening sun's crimson glow had already painted the entire sky, a stunning display of colors. The universe operates in a cyclical manner. As the sun sets in the west, dawn will soon come rushing in. Suddenly, Chuj recalled a poem by Shelley. When the strange morning light rises, it will dissolve the clouds above your head. Hell and heaven will vanish into nothingness, leaving you with only the eternal universe. Life is finite, yet the universe is infinite. Is it not a grand endeavor to explore the boundless cosmos with our limited existence? As these thoughts crossed his mind, a smile gradually spread across Chuj's face, as if he had suddenly grasped the essence of the poem. After casting one last glance at the sunset, he turned and strode back with determination. Upon arriving at the institute's dining hall, Chuj found it bustling with patrons. "Academician Chu, your meal is ready," Yan Tianhao greeted. Having been watching the entrance intently, "Thank you. You're welcome. I thought you might skip the dining hall again, so I was preparing to pack something for you to take back to your dorm." Li Gang, Wang Yun, and a few others were present. "Where is Zhengjun?" Chuj scanned the table and noted Zhengjun's absence. "He's swamped right now. He mentioned that quantum communication is at a critical stage, and everyone in his group is basically living in the lab." "Look, the meals are all prepared for them," Li Gang said, pointing to another table laden with food. "Wang Yun, please inform them tomorrow that they should come to the dining hall when it's time to eat. The food will go cold otherwise. That a few times is manageable, but over time, their stomachs won't tolerate it." "Understood, Academician Chu," Wang Yun replied promptly. She had taken on the role Chuj previously held, acting as a liaison and problem solver between various groups and Chuj. After several days, she appeared somewhat fatigued. And Tianhao, come to my office first thing tomorrow. Starting tomorrow, you'll be in a group with Academician Huang. He leads the Controllable Nuclear Fusion Research Group. Although Chuj had not completely replicated the blueprints for the aerospace battleship, he had laid out several key subsystems in advance, such as quantum communication. The command system of the aerospace battleship was based on quantum communication. Its successful development would mean that everything else would merely be supporting infrastructure. Once integrated with the shipyard, they could proceed according to the blueprints. Additionally, quantum computers and large-scale naval data storage devices constituted the brain of the aerospace battleship and had already entered the research and development phase. When the time came, constructing the hull would allow for the direct matching of these modular subsystems. This was akin to the current construction model for naval vessels, employing segmented construction that culminates in assembly and outfitting, which is highly efficient. Given Huaxia's shipbuilding capabilities, Chuj was confident that once these critical subsystems were fully developed, the subsequent construction speed would be formidable. Chuj examined the data blueprints from his system, contemplating that several crucial subsystems for the aerospace battleship had yet to be initiated, namely the engine power module, energy module, and armament module. Among these, the engine module was notably complex. The system's engine conceptualization was entirely novel, featuring a nuclear fusion engine and an anti-gravity warp engine. These were fundamentally different from the current naval engines, and Huaxia's technological reserves in certain engine domains remained somewhat limited. Although there had been significant advancements in naval AIP propulsion and gas turbine hybrid systems in recent years, placing Huaxia among the leading tiers, Chuj noted that the aerospace battleship's engines were more akin to aviation engine technology, which was an area where Huaxia still lagged behind. After careful consideration, Chuj resolved to delve into the actual development of the engines in the coming days. Without them, all subsequent plans would be futile. Tianhao, after so much technical accumulation, Academician Huang's controllable nuclear fusion technology is quite mature. Both in terms of energy and physical energy conversion, he has a wealth of theoretical and empirical data. Working under him, you will learn a great deal, and you might find the tasks ahead quite engaging. Chuj left a tantalizing hint, choosing not to elaborate further and instead began his meal. "All right, Academician Chu, I will follow your instructions and humbly seek guidance from Academician Huang. Enough discussing work during meals. I find you all to be a bit frantic. Is this how scientists operate?" Wang Yun shot Yan Tianhao a knowing glance, observing how Chuj had been talking non-stop, causing the food to grow cold. As soon as she noticed Chuj picking up his chopsticks, she signaled Yan Tianhao to cease his chatter. Yan Tianhao quickly understood and fell silent, allowing the group to eat in peace. In just 10 minutes, Chuj finished his dinner and stood up. "All right, I'm done. I have some work left to finish, so I'll be heading back. You two take your time." "Understood, Academician Chu. Safe travels." Wang Yun responded hurriedly, watching Chuj leave in a hurry. Suddenly, she recalled something important. In the future, she would try not to discuss work while he was eating. It was rare for him to enjoy a hot meal in the dining hall. Most of the time, he seemed to be in his office or making do in his dormitory. Got it, Sister Wang, Yin Tianhao replied quietly. Back in his dormitory, Chu Gu did not pause for rest. He immediately accessed the technology tree blueprint for the aerospace battleship, beginning to organize the data. The aerospace battleship measured 2,100 meters in length, 260 meters in width, and 145 meters in height, with a total weight of 960,000 tons. The crew configuration included 4 captains and 3,060 crew members. He then navigated directly to the engine power system configuration interface. Power system, main propulsor, 9 units of HQL, EA-11 nuclear fusion engines. Maximum speed, 25 of the speed of light. Auxiliary propulsors, 12 units of HQL, EA-12 rotatable nuclear fusion engines. Maximum speed, 12 of the speed of light. Anti-gravity warp engines, 2 units designated HQL, SSA-01 and HQL, SSA-02. Jump speed, $2.50 s. Jump distance, 5.2 light years. This constituted the basic data for the aerospace battleship's engines, while the remaining information encompassed various manufacturing technology blueprints. Chu Gu quickly bypassed the nuclear fusion engine section, believing that academician Huang would handle that aspect without issues based on his blueprints. Eager to explore the anti-gravity warp engine, he was excited, as this engine was standard for starships. Without a warp engine, interstellar travel would be arduous. As he delved into the data and manufacturing blueprints, his initially joyful expression darkened when he saw the specialized materials list for the jump engine. What the hell? Am I being cheated again? System, you're a real pain. Chapter 77. The jump engine. What is the main medium for the anti-gravity warp engine? Chu Gu exclaimed, a hint of ire in his voice. Dark matter. Hey, where am I supposed to find that? Or isn't it common? According to the system database, this substance is not rare and is widely present in the universe. Really? But I recall it being somewhat mystical. Chu Gu mused, feeling a bit uncertain. Perhaps it truly exists, and he was simply uninformed. Please do not doubt the authenticity of the system database. The system seemed to take offense at Chu Ji's outburst. Adopting a more serious tone, all right, I'll ask about it tomorrow. After dismissing the system, a somewhat shaken Chu Gu hurriedly checked the material composition for the nuclear fusion engine. If another bizarre requirement emerged, he would be at risk of losing his mind. After 20 minutes, he was relieved to find that the nuclear fusion engine components were within his understanding, aside from a few obscure materials that would require further research. For instance, the high-temperature alloy for the engine nozzle, a superalloy that integrates iron-based, nickel-based, and cobalt-based materials, had to maintain high durability under extreme temperatures while exhibiting excellent creep resistance and fatigue strength. The system data provided detailed proportions for each base metal. At the very least, all of these fell within his capabilities. After meticulously reviewing the material composition for the entire power system and ensuring nothing was overlooked, he finally turned in for the night. The day's events had left him pressed for time, and he had yet to resolve one lingering question. The next morning, as soon as he opened his eyes, Chu Gu dressed hastily and made his way to academician Chen's office. In his rush, he even neglected his personal hygiene, lacking the mood for such trivialities. Academician Chen, I need to consult you about an issue, Chu Gu called out as he approached the open office door. Not even fully entering, Little Chu, you startled me. You mustn't scare an old man like me, Academician Chen replied solemnly, feigning shock. My apologies, I got a bit anxious, haha, just joking with you. What is the rush? Please, have a seat. Academician Chen gestured towards the sofa, indicating for Chu Gu to sit down. Are you familiar with dark matter? Are there any experts on this topic at the Academy of Sciences? Dark matter? I'm afraid I don't know much about it. But you needn't go to the Academy for answers. We have someone knowledgeable right here in our institute. Who? Yin Tianhao, of course. Have you forgotten? He is an outstanding student in astrophysics. Oh, how could I have overlooked that? All right, I'll go find him. Chen Lao, I'll be off now. Goodbye. Chu Gu exclaimed as he hurried towards the door. That child. Why is he so restless today? Chen Lao chuckled, shaking his head. After leaving Academician Chen's office, Chu Gu glanced at his watch. It was exactly 7:00 a.m. Just as he was about to take out his phone, Wang Yun approached him. Chu Academician, good morning. Wang Yun, good morning, by the way. Have you seen Yin Tianhao? Yin Tianhao? We just had breakfast together. He should have gone to your office. Right? I almost forgot about that. I'll head over now. Goodbye, Wang Yun. Chu Gu greeted her and briskly made his way to his office. Moving with purpose, upon his return, he found Yin Tianhao standing straight as a telephone pole in front of his office door. Tianhao, have you been waiting long? Not at all, Chu Academician. Here, I brought you breakfast. Great, come in, I have a few questions for you. Chu Gu accepted the breakfast, setting it aside, his anxiety too great to consider eating. How much do you know about dark matter? Chu Gu got straight to the point. Dark matter? Well, it is a hypothesized form of matter that is thought to exist in the universe but remains invisible. It is likely a major component of the cosmos. yet it does not belong to any currently observable celestial bodies. Oh, and astronomers have observed numerous phenomena that seem to violate Newton's law of universal gravitation, but these can be well explained under the assumption that dark matter exists, Yin Tianhao recalled, thoughtfully. Theoretically. So, this is still an unknown field. Indeed, it is all speculation. However, many countries have recently embarked on research regarding dark matter. I recall that our nation even launched a satellite specifically to verify whether some cosmic rays originate from dark matter. And it seems there have been some promising results, Yin Tianhao added. Verification? What I need is not just verification. Chuji's eyes widened. This was a bit far-fetched. After a moment of daze, he noticed Yin Tianhao waving at him. Tianhao, you should go report to academician Huang's team today. I'll inform you of the specific tasks once I finish my work here. Off you go. Understood, Chu academician. Yin Tianhao stood up and left. Turning back once to glance at Chu Gu, who appeared somewhat dazed but still waved him off. After a while, Chu Gu thought to himself, system, this is quite unreliable. Dark matter still belongs to the realm of the unknown on Earth. The technology matched by the system is derived from the scientific foundation of your galaxy, all of which are preliminary versions. Theoretically, such a situation should not occur. Should not occur? This isn't the first time. I suspect your brain is malfunctioning. Oh, in your terms, data is disordered. Enough with the nonsense. Quickly provide me with the price of dark matter. I suspect you just want to swindle me, Chu Gu said, casting a glance at himself in the nearby mirror. There is none? What do you mean, none? After hearing the system's straightforward response, it took Chu Gu half a minute to comprehend. Thus, I say this situation theoretically should not happen. There must be something wrong. It's your CPU that's malfunctioning. You need a format or a virus scan. Truly, there is none? Indeed, there is none. Half an hour later, Chu Gu felt exhausted. He had initially thought this system was trying to inflate the price and was ready for a hefty expenditure. After much back and forth, they had locked eyes for 10 minutes, and the system stubbornly asserted there was none. It seemed there genuinely was none. Passing up an opportunity to earn is folly. And Chu Gu felt the system was clearly more astute than he. After this ordeal, he reluctantly accepted this harsh reality. However, he could not understand how a military system was evidently not just a mere computer program. Data loss should not occur logically. The system's assertion was based on the technology of the galaxy in which Earth resided, namely, the solar system. The solar system? Come on, if we consider anything beyond it, humanity has hardly ventured. That much is uncertain, and as for the solar system, we have studied it for quite some time. Chu Gu was somewhat knowledgeable about it. Besides Earth, the rest were a chaotic mix, and no other planet exhibiting signs of life had been discovered. Other than Earth, Chu Gu deeply questioned the system's claim. Chapter 78. Jump Engine 2. The 8 planets of the solar system are categorized as inner planets, ordered by their proximity to the Sun: Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, and Neptune. It seems there was once Pluto, but it was later reclassified by scientists. It was downgraded to a dwarf planet. For instance, Pluto's average distance from the Sun is approximately 39,956 astronomical units, with sunlight taking about 5.6 hours to travel from the Sun to Pluto. When Pluto is closest to Earth, it is about 38 astronomical units away, meaning the light takes approximately 5 hours and 27 minutes to reach Pluto, minus the 8-minute travel time from the Sun to Earth. Without a jump engine, considering the main engine of the aerospace carrier operates at a maximum speed of 25 of the speed of light per second, Chu Gu calculated that traveling from Earth to Pluto at a quarter of the speed of light would take 5 hours and 27 minutes multiplied by 4, totaling just over 21 hours. While it may seem relatively quick on the surface, it pales in comparison to the jump engine. Chu Gu found himself in a dilemma, neither advancing nor retreating. Forget it. Rather than suffer in silence, I might as well hand this over to the leadership. Chu Gu resolved, quickly rising and heading back to academician Chen's office. Chen Lao, I'm back. Chu Gu plopped down on the sofa and grabbed an apple from the fruit bowl on the table. Munching away, Xiao Chu, take your time. I assure you, my apples have done you no wrong, academician Chen remarked with a smile, glancing at the ravenous Chu Gu. Chen Lao, the aerospace carrier is facing some difficulties. Achieving the desired state for the engine is quite challenging. Chu Gu paused, contemplating how to express his current predicament. Please elaborate. Upon hearing about the aerospace carrier, Chen Lao's expression grew serious. It primarily concerns the jump engine. It requires a crucial medium, namely dark matter, and it seems we cannot resolve this in the short term. Oh, no wonder you came to me this early in the morning asking about dark matter. And then, without the jump engine, our aerospace carrier's maximum speed would only be around a quarter of the speed of light per second, which is far from my initial expectations. A quarter of the speed of light per second? That fast? Chu Gu was taken aback by Chen Lao's response, finding it hard to grasp. Haha, Xiao Chu, one cannot expect to grow fat overnight. We must consider issues relatively or approach them from different perspectives. It seems you've come to the right place today, but the reality is that it indeed hasn't met my design aspirations. Chu Gu began to blame himself. Now, let me share some data with you. Do you know the speed of the fastest vehicle ever created by humanity? I don't. Chuj had not closely followed this data point 73,000 meters per second, achieved by a probe from the United States in deep space. And that's its maximum speed after escaping planetary gravity. That doesn't seem very fast. But do you know the speed of light? I do. The speed of light in a vacuum is 792,458 meters per second. If the aerospace carrier reaches its theoretical speed, you can calculate it yourself, Academician Chan said, taking a sip of tea and smiling at Chuj. But, Chuj stammered, struggling to articulate his next thoughts. Furthermore, it's not as if we should abandon this type of engine. Research can continue. A new type of warship doesn't need all its subsystems to be cutting edge, especially in a field as unexplored as that of the aerospace carrier. The first aerospace carrier, strictly speaking, can only be considered an experimental one, much like our first aircraft carrier. You don't plan to build just one and then call it a day, do you? Certainly not. According to the plan, at least 3 are needed to meet normal research exploration requirements. Exactly, that's it, Academician Chen replied nonchalantly. And, Xiao Chu, I must clarify that even when the aerospace carrier is operational, it is highly unlikely it will be sent too far. I need to make that clear to you in advance. Well, even if it wanted to venture far, it couldn't. It would take a day just to traverse the solar system. Let alone the Milky Way. Where on earth do you wish to go? Academician Chen remarked with a bemused expression. The vision of Chuj requires traversing the Milky Way at least once a day. In the morning, he would fish in the Sagittarius constellation, enjoy tea in Gemini in the afternoon, and watch a duet in the Fox constellation at night. How delightful. It bears a resemblance to a scene from Love Apartment, where Diao Chan is perpetually on the move. After exiting Academician Chen's office, Chuj made a beeline for his own. Since Academician Chen had expressed his approval, he no longer found himself entangled in those dilemmas. First, he needed to address the issue of existence. As for the subsequent matters, as the old adage goes, when the cart reaches the mountain, a way will be found. Perhaps one day, the system brother would have an epiphany and reward him with a set of jump engines. With this thought, a sudden spark of inspiration flashed in Chuj's mind. Deep down, he harbored a vague suspicion that the system brother was guiding him toward a certain destination, a feeling that grew stronger by the day. Though he had yet to discern where that might be, unencumbered, Chuj immersed himself wholeheartedly in the blueprint design of the nuclear fusion engine. Through the data, he could already envision the massive scale of this engine. He could hardly imagine how it would appear once installed on the aerospace carrier. The mere thought of it filled him with vigor. 2 days later, Chuj accompanied Yin Tianhao to Academician Huang's office, which resembled a battlefield, with various data and blueprints swirling about. The diminutive Academician Huang was ensconced amidst the chaos, diligently recording something. As Chuj and Yin Tianhao navigated through the clutter, it seemed they were on the verge of unearthing him from the mountain of papers. Academician Huang, are you busy? After lingering for a while, Chuj realized that Academician Huang had not noticed their presence, prompting him to speak up. Oh, little Chu, what brings you here? This is quite unexpected. Haha, please, take a seat. Oh. It seems there's no place to sit. Let us converse while standing. Academician Huang, I know you're busy, but I have a report on the nuclear fusion engine blueprints that I need to personally hand over to you. Also, this is Yin Tianhao, a brilliant student in astrophysics. I hope he can assist you in tidying up your office, perhaps, Chuj remarked, gesturing to the paper-strewn office. Hello, Academician Huang, Yin Tianhao reporting for duty. Ah, yes, a fine young man indeed. One can't help but like him, Academician Huang said after donning his glasses and scrutinizing Yin Tianhao. He then turned back to receive the engine report handed to him by Chuj. Nuclear fusion engine? Little Chu, did you develop this? Well, sort of, Chuj replied modestly. Is it genuine? That's wonderful. Your controllable nuclear fusion technology has already been transformed into numerous practical results. However, we have been striving in the realm of aviation engines. Yet we still find ourselves at a loss. Our foundation is somewhat lacking. As Chapter 79 unfolds, regarding the positioning of the electromagnetic kinetic energy sniper rifle, Academician Huang spoke while examining the data. As he delved deeper, his breathing became noticeably heavier. Little Chu, if these data prove accurate, we might truly be able to manufacture a nuclear fusion engine. Yes, something along those lines. Chuj began to downplay his contributions. Assuming the verification is successful, I would like to request that you commence physical manufacturing based on the subsequent blueprints, although the dimensions may be somewhat larger than anticipated. After Chuj finished speaking, Academician Huang hurriedly flipped to the final pages of the blueprints, staring in disbelief as his mouth opened and closed in astonishment. Little Chu, if you don't mind me asking, is this size intended for the generator module of a nuclear power plant? It doesn't seem to resemble 1.0, no. It's for use on the aerospace carrier, Chuj casually replied, having searched for a while without finding an apple in Academician Huang's office. What? The aerospace carrier project has already commenced? As a seasoned veteran of the Weapons Research Institute, he had heard whispers of this grand interstellar initiative. Sort of. We are first developing several key subsystems. The overall planning is still in the data validation phase. But by the end of the year, we should commence full-scale operations. Regarding the construction of relevant factories, I heard from academicians that they have already begun, ensuring a seamless transition. Rest assured, little Chu. Since this is the engine for the aerospace carrier, we will not be negligent. It will be given the highest priority. I will ensure that Xiao Yin keeps you updated on the progress. All right, Chu Gu replied, exchanging a few more words with academician Huang before leaving Yin Tianhao behind and making his way back alone. As spring turned to early summer, the flora and fauna lining the research institute's pathways had begun to flourish, creating a vibrant atmosphere. Walking along this path, Chu Gu felt an extraordinary lightness in his heart. Academician Chu, over here. From a distance, Wang Yun waved to Chu Gu, dressed in a checkered shirt with a light blue jacket, which suited the season quite well. Chu Gu hurried over. Academician Chu, Li Gang has been searching high and low for you, claiming that your son has been born and urging you to hurry over. What does that mean? I couldn't make heads or tails of it. Don't pay attention to his nonsense. It's merely a project that seems to have reached completion. He has a tendency to chatter without restraint. By the way, Wang Yun, please contact Brigade Commander Gu of the 223rd Brigade and inform him that we have a new weapon that requires validation. Ask him to prepare accordingly. Certainly, Academician Chu. I will arrange that immediately. After bidding farewell to Wang Yun, Chu Gu hastened toward Li Gang's laboratory, certain that Li Gang was calling him regarding the near completion of the electromagnetic kinetic energy sniper rifle. Upon arriving at Li Gang's location, he found him admiring the sniper rifle. The 115 centimeters electromagnetic kinetic energy sniper rifle appeared particularly long when held horizontally, its matte gray color resembling that of the electromagnetic pulse rifle. The front half consisted of two rectangular rail strips, forming an octagonal prism when combined. The vertical edges of the prism featured inwardly molded grooves extending back to the position for the scope's installation, which served as the energy emission track. The recessed areas of the outer mold were hollowed out to facilitate heat dissipation and drainage. The front half of the trigger had a slight indentation, resembling a straight magazine for a machine gun, although the electromagnetic kinetic energy sniper rifle did not utilize bullets. This compartment housed its energy storage components. As Chu Gu touched the sniper rifle, he found its texture pleasing, exuding a distinct metallic quality. Why is there an additional hollow section behind the trigger? Chu Gu inquired, noticing the hollow area behind the trigger leading to a retractable stock. During our initial experiments, we discovered that separating the energy storage and firing actions of the electromagnetic kinetic energy sniper rifle necessitated an extra movement. Even an inexperienced shooter might need to divert their gaze from the scope to execute it. We integrated these two actions into the trigger mechanism, designing it for a rear push grip, allowing one hand to perform both actions while maintaining a shooting stance and mitigating the impact on the second shot due to recoil. Li Gang explained, gesturing as he elaborated. When Chu Gu handed over the design blueprint to Li Gang, he granted him maximum authority for modifications, particularly concerning human-machine interaction. System brother, isn't this modification quite inspired? Chu Gu thought to himself, jokingly claiming credit. What a superfluous gesture. Ahem, Li Gang. Wang Yun should have made the arrangements. Take the electromagnetic kinetic energy sniper rifle and accompany me to the shooting range. I want to assess its power. Understood. 10 minutes later, Li Gang, Chu Gu, and the experimental team boarded a military jeep bound for the 223rd Brigade's shooting range. A front escort jeep burned rubber to start, and the others swiftly followed suit, racing towards their destination. The 223rd Brigade shooting range. Lu Nan and Brigade Commander Gu Jianhua had already arrived early to await their arrival. I say, Brigade Commander Lu. Academician Chu ordered me to facilitate the gun validation process. Why are you here adding to the commotion? If you ask me, you're utterly ungrateful. I came to find you today. Otherwise, why would I sneak over here? Gu Jianhua, I shouldn't have involved Academician Chu in this at all. Brigade Commander Lu was irked, realizing that had he not happened to visit the 223rd Brigade, he would have missed the electromagnetic kinetic energy sniper rifle experiment after overhearing Brigade Commander Gu's phone call. Haha, old Lu, what with the anger? By the way, how many electromagnetic pulse rifles did your brigade equip? Not many, just one regiment. What? You've equipped an entire regiment? Commander Wang is clearly showing favoritism. I'll have to pay him a visit to find out if he believes my soldiers are easy targets. There's no helping it. Those close to him receive preferential treatment, Brigade Commander Lu replied, feeling a wave of relief as the frustration that had been lodged in his chest dissipated. Brigade Commander Gu was about to retort when a convoy sped toward them, signaling Chu Ji's arrival. I'll settle the score with you later, Brigade Commander Gu declared, hastily walking over, viewing Academician Chu as quite the prize in their eyes. Hello, Brigade Commander Gu. Oh, Brigade Commander Lu, you're here as well? Chu Gu greeted both brigade commanders as he alighted from the vehicle. Haha, Academician Chu is here to validate the sniper rifle. I had to be present. That's right. I have a new sniper rifle here. Come over and help assess its capabilities, both of you. Certainly, academician Chu. As they made their way to the shooting range, when Li Gang unveiled the electromagnetic kinetic energy sniper rifle, both brigade commanders were left wide-eyed. This rifle looks incredibly imposing. Is this the barrel at the front? Why is it square? So thick? Indeed, it's quite curious. The muzzle is not round but rather a vertical rectangle. Upon observing, Chu Gu noted that Commander Lu was gripping the rail slot with both hands. His eyes half-closed as he meticulously aimed down the barrel of the sniper rifle. Truly, these are two formidable generals. This thought, however, remained unspoken by Chu Gu. Chapter 80. On the positioning of the electromagnetic kinetic energy sniper rifle to academician Chu. What kind of rifle is this? Commander Lu finally completed his aim and turned back, excitement evident in his voice as he inquired of Chu Gu. I will provide a detailed introduction about the rifle shortly. But first, I must trouble Commander Gu to place an abandoned armored target at the foot of that hill at the end of the shooting range. Anything will suffice. Chu Gu glanced at the shooting range and pointed towards a small hill at the far end. Not a problem, Commander Gu responded, moving aside to beckon one of the guards and whispering instructions. Li Gang. What is the magnification of this scope? Chu Gu suddenly asked, eyeing the lengthy sight. Oh, this is a 16x magnification. The Research Institute is currently developing a 45x scope specifically designed for it, Li Gang replied, giving the electromagnetic kinetic energy sniper rifle a pat. 45x. What a joke. At that magnification, one may see the target but never hit it. The issue lies not merely with the scope, but with the rifle and the shooter as well. Commander Lu, standing nearby, expressed his skepticism. Not necessarily, Commander Lu. If I recall correctly, the longest confirmed sniper distance in the world is 750 meters, isn't it? Chu Gu remarked slowly, observing Commander Lu's incredulous expression. In theory, it is indeed possible. However, in practice, at such extreme distances, if the target is still moving, it becomes an immense test of the sniper's stability and experience, rendering it impractical. Thus, the military predominantly employs 4-10x scopes at present. Commander Lu speaks the truth. Higher magnification does not equate to better performance. Beyond 1,000 meters, due to multiple influences such as ballistics, environmental factors, and the shooter's condition, the effectiveness of a shot becomes exceedingly unstable. Hence, the typical engagement distance for military snipers worldwide hovers around 800 meters, allowing snipers to support infantry operations effectively, Commander Gu added. Continuing the conversation. Indeed, I believe both of you. However, the targets you refer to must be human, correct? The prevalent 800-meter scope configuration in the military largely stems from the necessity for rapid aiming. Accompanying operations? Rapid aiming ensures continuous engagement of viable targets. A higher magnification ultimately results in a reduced field of view, which hinders target acquisition. Our electromagnetic kinetic energy sniper rifle, however, is not intended for such targets. It should be aimed at either this or that, Chu Gu explained, gesturing towards a nearby armored vehicle and a distant radar installation. The two commanders turned their heads in the direction of Chu Ji's finger, their expressions shifting to surprise upon recognizing the two objects. Minutes later, goodness, academician Chu, is this an anti-material sniper rifle? If that is the case, it certainly resembles one, at least in terms of size. Haha, it's close enough. Whether it qualifies as anti-material will only be determined after practical firing, Chu Gu teased, intending to keep them in suspense. Both commanders were quite rigid in their views. His words were far less persuasive than the impact of actual performance. Chu Gu looked up and noticed a truck in the distance, unloading what appeared to be an old tank. Commander Gu, how far are we from that? About 1,500 meters. Oh, splendid. We can proceed from here. No need to move closer. Li Gang, Commander Gu, please find a soldier to prepare for the shot, ensuring safety measures are in place. Understood, academician Chu. Very well. Chu Gu picked up the electromagnetic kinetic energy sniper rifle, exploring the front end of the weapon. With a swift pull, a pair of legs sprang forth with a click, the bipod of the sniper rifle. Given that Chu Gu had spent considerable time organizing the blueprints, he was intimately familiar with the rifle structure. Commander Lu hurried over, intrigued, and aimed the rifle. Academician Chu, this design is quite ingenious. Had you not pointed it out, I would have never perceived the clever intricacies within. Haha, it's merely aesthetic. Primarily, this is not a barrel but rather two rectangular steel plates joined together, offering ample storage space. As for a barrel, how would you store it? It remains exposed. After explaining, Chu Gu lifted the rifle and pulled the upper part of the trigger gently. He then examined the weapon. Akin to the electromagnetic pulse rifle, the sniper rifle also featured a small display on its side, one half indicating the high-energy battery's charge, while the other half illustrated a curved energy charging gauge. The gauge, densely packed with segments, began to illuminate sequentially, accompanied by a gradually increasing beeping sound. As the beeping abruptly ceased, the final segment lit up. In close quarters combat, this sound could be muted. However, at long distances, it served to aid the sniper in determining the optimal moment to fire. Oh, Commander Lu responded thoughtfully. I must say, my friend, this design of yours is quite unnecessarily complex. Chu felt he had finally gained an advantage. All right, Academician Chu, we are ready. This is Wang Xuedong, our brigade's top marksman. Sniper Wang Xuedong of the 223rd Brigade Special Operations Team, saluting Academician Chu. Wang Xuedong was not particularly tall, with dark skin and muscles that evoked envy in Chu Gu. Beneath his bushy eyebrows were a pair of sharp eyes. Chu Gu assessed him and was struck by the immediate impression that he was indeed a quintessential elite marksman. Hello, Chu Gu said. Handing the electromagnetic kinetic energy sniper rifle to him, I have already adjusted the rifle for you. Simply pull the trigger below. When aiming, you need not consider factors such as wind speed or humidity. At this distance, ballistic considerations are unnecessary. Do you understand? Yes, good, proceed. Wang Xuedong took the electromagnetic kinetic energy sniper rifle, curiously inspecting it from top to bottom. After receiving a nod from Chu Gu, he reached out to touch the rifle, then abruptly raised it to peer through the scope. Wang Xuedong, Academician Chu is present. Please maintain decorum and proceed to the shooting position swiftly. No need to show off and embarrass me, Commander Gu bellowed from nearby. Yes, Wang Xuedong appeared to fear Commander Gu, hastening towards the prepared shooting position. Haha, Commander Gu, I truly believe he looked quite impressive just now. Chu Gu mused internally, although procedures prevented him from voicing it. Otherwise, he would have liked to take a shot himself. This rifle likely possessed some recoil, differing from the electromagnetic pulse rifle, yet it should not be significant. Once you're ready, fire, Li Gang instructed after inspecting the status of the electromagnetic kinetic energy sniper rifle. With a whoosh, as soon as Li Gang finished speaking, a flash of white light streaked past. A resounding explosion echoed from afar, leaving everyone momentarily stunned by the startling commotion. How is that, Wang Xuedong? Chu Gu immediately inquired about the sniper's condition, disregarding everything else. All good. It felt less than the recoil of the 88 sniper rifle, truly exhilarating. Wang Xuedong exclaimed excitedly, rising to his feet and gazing into the distance. Commander Gu rubbed his forehead. Chapter 81. On the positioning of the electromagnetic kinetic energy sniper rifle 3 haha, let us proceed and examine that tank, Chu Gu declared, striding towards the nearby jeep. Minutes later, upon disembarking, they found no trace of the tank. Instead, a long trench marked the ground, with scattered parts littering either side. Following the trench, Chu Gu and the others approached the mountain's base, where the tank's wreckage was deeply embedded into the hillside. Several meters in, the surrounding soil, mixed with roots and similar debris, was still emitting wisps of white smoke, resembling something struck by lightning. While the air lacked the scent of gunpowder, it was instead filled with an aroma reminiscent of a steel mill. Wang Xuedong ventured forward, touching the tank, only to retract his hand abruptly. Goodness, it's still hot. This hardly resembles a tank anymore. It's just a massive chunk of iron, reforged. What would it feel like if it struck a person? Commander Lu mused as he gazed at the heap of wreckage. A person? Whether one could even be found is debatable. This certainly simplifies matters, sparing the trouble of cleaning up the battlefield. Ahem, that remark may have been somewhat inappropriate. My apologies, he added hastily. This is an act of humanitarian obliteration, Commander Gu interjected, ignoring Commander Lu's comments. The power is commendable. However, the distance here is somewhat short, preventing us from testing its limits. Li Gang, please relay today's findings to Academician Chen later and organize a specialized evaluation team. The subsequent laser grenades will also require testing. Additionally, coordinate with the military for suitable experimental facilities to further validate its performance. Today's exercise can only be deemed a preliminary evaluation, Chu Gu instructed. Understood, Academician Chu. Commander Gu summoned a team of soldiers to begin excavating the tank's remains. Li Gang. Once the debris is cleared, examine the test results for any additional insights. I will be surveying the area with the two commanders. After organizing his tasks, Chu Gu walked alongside the two commanders around the periphery of the shooting range. Gentlemen, do you have any questions? Now is the time to inquire. Academician Chu, this electromagnetic, when will the sniper rifle be equipped? The brigade commander hastily inquired. That's not what I meant. I was referring to the positioning issue regarding the electromagnetic kinetic energy sniper rifle. Chu Gu scratched his head. It's hard to say. Anti-material sniper rifles do not possess such formidable power. In terms of destructive capability, they are somewhat akin to anti-tank missiles. Commander Gu was the first to respond. Perhaps I haven't conveyed the specific data to you yet. The effective firing range of the electromagnetic kinetic energy sniper rifle is 10,000 meters, with a lethality range against living targets of 12,000 meters. As for the subsequent data, further testing needs to be conducted at a larger weapons experimental base. It will also generate a certain level of shockwave damage. But we cannot verify that today. The firing frequency is 1 round per minute, and the ammunition supply is calculated based on fully charged high-energy batteries. This quantity is dynamic. Have you noticed the protruding position of the magazine? That is its energy storage chamber, and beyond that lies the high-energy battery. Typically, there are 3 sets on standby, with one set capable of supporting around 100 rounds. The specific number of battery sets can be adjusted as needed, with a maximum configuration of 5 sets. However, 1 to 2 sets are usually sufficient. The Rail-S lifespan can last up to 500 rounds, and since they are designed modularly, replacement is straightforward. Currently, our materials can only achieve this standard. Regarding the magnification of the sniper scope, let the Research Institute develop it for now. I feel this rifle cannot be assessed by conventional data. It needs to be integrated into the troops, allowing you to validate its suitability through actual use. We will not delve into specifics at this moment. Chuj spoke in one breath, then looked expectantly at the 2 brigade commanders, hoping they, being seasoned firearm experts, could provide some reasonable suggestions. I believe we can define it as a formidable fire support weapon. Its capabilities are vast, from precision elimination with anti-tank missiles to targeting specific objectives with anti-material sniper rifles. And it can even serve some functions of a mortar. Apart from its direct fire capabilities, the shockwave you mentioned could be utilized against assault infantry groups, effectively turning it into artillery, Brigade Commander Liu said thoughtfully. Most importantly, I place great emphasis on its sustainability. For the same firepower effect, this weapon's minimal ammunition base is truly alarming, which is crucial on the battlefield. Take the Javelin, for instance. Its projectile weighs 11.8 kilograms, and a soldier can carry at most 4 rounds. Academician Chu, how much does this electromagnetic sniper rifle weigh? Commander Gu suddenly recalled something and hurriedly asked, "Oh, I forgot to mention that the total weight of the electromagnetic kinetic energy sniper rifle is 8.1 kilograms when equipped with 3 high-energy batteries. You see, that advantage is quite significant." Well, of course, there is no comparison. But what old Gu said makes perfect sense, Brigade Commander Liu interjected with a mix of praise and a hint of sarcasm. All right then, the feedback from the military side will be entrusted to both of you, and we will submit the report from the Research Institute, and no problem. Finalizing the design should pose no issues. We only fear that this rifle might be too costly. You have no idea, Academician Chu, the last time your electromagnetic rifle was exceptionally effective, but the quantity was too limited. The General Staff's response was that the rifle was too expensive. If we were to outfit everyone with it, there would be no need for anything else. It has led to several of my brigade commanders incessantly arguing with me over this rifle, which has become quite tiresome. Yunan was quite straightforward, leaving the General Staff in a rather compromising position. All right, you, Commander Liu, having benefited while acting coy, you are the only brigade in the army equipped with that rifle on a regiment scale. Hey, that is, both brigade commanders, this electromagnetic kinetic energy sniper rifle should be priced similarly to that rifle. Although it has a few more modules, it also saves on ammunition costs. Overall, it should not be excessively expensive. Chuj hastily offered some reassuring words, as he noticed the 2 formidable commanders were about to clash again. If the price is comparable, then equipping our 224th Brigade with 1 regiment would be wonderful. It would essentially mean adding a regiment of heavy firepower, no need for flame-throwing guns, howitzers, anti-material sniper rifles, or grenades. Heavy firepower under 5,000 meters would be rendered obsolete. Just imagine how thrilling that would be. Lunan exclaimed, brimming with childlike excitement. Haha, speaking of grenades, I almost forgot about the laser grenades, which should be developed soon. However, those cannot be tested here. They require professionals at specialized locations due to the inherent dangers. You too might want to keep an eye on that. It promises to be quite exhilarating. Chuj took the opportunity to stoke the fire further. I asked that for real. I must say, Academician Chu, you are a veritable treasure trove. I must head over to our commander now, Lunan declared as he dashed towards the nearby jeep, quickly disappearing from sight, leaving Chuj and Gu Jianhua in a state of bewilderment. That rascal has become utterly shameless again. They say the squeaky wheel gets the grease, and that couldn't be truer. Gu Jianhua shook his head, unable to emulate Lunan's audacity, though he occasionally envied it. Academician Chu, now that we are here, would you like to visit the telescope base? What for? I would love to, but anyone who wishes to enter there now must obtain permission from above, myself included. Chuj glanced regretfully towards the telescope base. Oh? Well, it seems we are in the same boat. I was hoping to benefit from your influence, Gu Jianhua replied, also looking towards the telescope base, having visited it once, but never since. Especially after hearing about the foreign stealth drones at the Guanglingta base in Q City, which piqued his interest even further. It seemed that a return visit would be a long time coming. Chapter 82. Paving the Way Operation in the United States, Andrews Air Force Base, AC-130 Hercules transport aircraft slowly descended, its massive rear door gradually lowering after the plane had taxied off the runway. John Wilson, William Miller, and a host of technicians had been waiting there for some time. This transport aircraft had journeyed from the distant east, carrying the wreckage of the stealth drone that had been shot down in Q City. After numerous twists and turns, it had finally been brought back to this base. John Wilson and his colleagues approached and stepped onto the aircraft's tail ramp. The stealth drone had already been dismantled, its components secured in specially designated wooden crates. John Wilson and his team peered inside. The parts of the reconnaissance drone were clearly numbered, indicating that they had been categorized during recovery. William, unload these crates first. Andrews Base has prepared an empty warehouse for you. Move all the wreckage there. I need you to confirm the cause of its crash as swiftly as possible. Understood, boss. Good, William, do your best. I'll be waiting for good news in my office. I have a few other matters to attend to, so I leave this to you, John Wilson concluded, stepping off the plane. He had been quite busy lately. While investigating the cause of the drone's crash was indeed necessary, that was merely a facade. Once conclusions were reached, they would naturally need to inform the higher-ups, serving as a form of accountability. However, John Wilson felt that this was far from sufficient. Determining the cause would at best secure his current position. If he wished to restore his former prestige within the Pentagon's intelligence system, he believed he needed to do something more. As for what that might entail, under the current circumstances, was there anything more intriguing than intelligence on those mysterious structures in China? The answer was no. John Wilson had accurately identified a point of entry that could facilitate his resurgence. Thus, he had begun laying the groundwork early. Today, he had arranged to meet someone, an under-the-table contact he had been utilizing for many years. Since the United States could no longer conduct overt reconnaissance operations against China, they would resort to covert means instead. The U.S. had plenty of agents, informants, and operatives worldwide. These individuals were sometimes more effective than government representatives. And the crucial aspect was that they all operated through intermediaries, making it impossible to trace back to the U.S. government, especially since no one was investigating. Georgetown in Washington, D.C., as the oldest district in the capital, boasted a charming ambience, characterized by numerous medieval-style vintage buildings. The lengthy streets were cobbled with smooth stones, flanked by historic cake shops and bars. Georgetown is traversed by two waterways, the Potomac River and the CO Canal. Besides its picturesque scenery, the CO Canal's towpath is a renowned recreational route, with many people walking, jogging, and cycling there. Especially notable is the cycling scene, evidenced by over 50 public bike racks, 8 bike-sharing stations, and a sizable bicycle repair shop in the vicinity. John Wilson entered a bar beside the canal, aptly named CO, with its weathered walls and flickering neon lights telling tales of its storied past. He navigated through the dimly lit corridor, ordered 2 glasses of whiskey at the bar, and took a seat in his usual spot. This location was relatively secluded, offering a good view of both the street and the patrons inside the bar. He took a sip of his drink, grimaced slightly, and settled in to wait at tea this time. The bar was sparsely populated. John Wilson glanced around, noting a few old drunks and a handful of young people. The latter group, adorned with nose piercings, were smoking and brazenly discussing women. Just then, the bar's door swung open, and a middle-aged man entered, looking weary and disheveled. After surveying the room, he made his way directly to John Wilson. "Hey, John. Hey, Joey, I have prepared a special whiskey for you. Do give it a taste. Ah, thank heavens, you still remember my preferences, haha." The middle-aged man named Joy is not one to back down either. He raises his glass and downs it in one go. "It has been 2 years since we last met, hasn't he it? Why is it imperative to meet in person this time? It would have been so simple to send me a message. You are unaware of how many flights I had to take to arrive here." Upon finishing his drink, Joy begins to grumble. "It seems you've grown accustomed to that monkey country. Is that why you now fancy Asian women?" John Wilson scoffs. "Haha, how could you, an old relic, comprehend the nuances of this? Just look at the people outside. To be frank, my friend, I have little interest in this country. It may no longer suit me." After saying this, Joy downs the freshly poured whiskey in one gulp. Soon, the waiter refills his glass again. "The reason we cannot use the old methods this time is that we must leave no paper trail. This mission is quite delicate, and our target is no longer those former monkey nations." John Wilson is prepared to get to the point. He fears that the man across from him will soon be intoxicated if they continue this idle chatter. "Oh, could it be?" Joy dips a finger into the liquor and begins to write the abbreviation of a country on the table. John Wilson glances over and nods. Joy discreetly wipes away the marks on the table. "Upon your return, be cautious with your subordinates. Ensure that no traces are left behind. The first task is the most crucial and the most prone to errors. Have them recruit reliable individuals. I have a list of mercenaries here, all of whom have either served in Delta or the Navy SEALs. They are all skilled and will be invaluable this time. Once you return, share the list with them for reference." "John, is that really necessary? After all, they haven't engaged in any substantial military operations for decades. A bunch of rookies. Do we need such elite mercenaries?" "Joy, I trust you have heard the recent news. I can be candid with you. Those old gentlemen did not authorize me to do this. It is a unilateral action on my part, so aside from the payment, there is no support from the youth government. Do you understand?" John Wilson takes a gulp of the whiskey before him. He needs this jolt of stimulation. The first plan, codenamed Operation Pathfinder, requires them to penetrate deep into that country's territory. I need as much detailed intelligence as possible on that mysterious structure. Regarding the routes, this bag contains 2 operational paths, both relatively discreet, extending to 2 enigmatic bases. Choose a suitable one, As John Wilson speaks, he slides over a file folder, and oh problem. What about the other task? Joy does not even glance at it, putting it away as he continues to inquire. Investigate a person, Chapter 83, The Jungle Passage. Have you seen the news about controlled nuclear fusion? I need all the information concerning the individual spearheading this project. This task does not require excessive effort. Simply have the people there conduct an investigation. I need to compile preliminary information before arranging the next steps. After contemplating for a moment, John Wilson continues, Operation Pathfinder is your primary task in the near term. Joy, do not underestimate them. We have suffered enough losses at their hands. John, I understand. I will allocate the best personnel available and await good news from me. Additionally, Joy gestures. The operational funds have already been transferred to your account. Go ahead and return overnight. Very well, henceforth, please refer to me as Mr. Superman. Haha. Joy chuckles helplessly, rising to depart, leaving his drink untouched on the table. John Wilson glances at the glass of whiskey, silently pulling out a few bills from his wallet to place beneath the glass before he stands up and leaves. Chuj has spent the day at the construction site, and as per Academician Chun's arrangement, the preliminary projects for the aerospace carrier have begun to launch. However, the core dock has yet to commence, as it requires Chuj's blueprint data for alignment. Academician Chun insists that Chuj prioritize assisting the engineers in designing the main segment of the dock, while other matters can be set aside for now. This season is ideal for commencing dock construction, and it should not be delayed with round-the-clock work. Regarding the previous shipyards in Huaxia, they are certainly unsuitable for constructing the aerospace carrier. Perhaps some minor segments or subsystems could be built. But when it comes to the major segments of the aerospace carrier, they would be powerless. Chuj has no choice but to organize a portion of the data first and then collaborate with the dock construction engineers on site based on the provided blueprints. Fortunately, the process is smooth. Chuj does not encounter any significant obstacles, which is a testament to Huaxia's strengths in terms of infrastructure. As long as you have blueprints and a reasonable plan, anything can be built to meet quality standards. For the past few days, Chuj has been immersed in this routine, analyzing data and drafting blueprints at night, while during the day, he rushes to the construction site to verify data with the engineers, confirming the layout of the dock, the tonnage of the cranes, the area of the main factory, and so forth. Once the planning is complete, many construction machines arrive overnight. Often, when Chuj visits the site one day, he finds it empty, but upon returning the next day, it is already bustling with activity. They initiate construction in phases based on the planning. Each time Chuj witnesses this scene, he feels an urge to cheer. But then recalls the last time he did so, he had to rinse his mouth with 2 bottles of water. While Huaxia is fervently engaged in construction, Joy is also busy. Today, his entire team has assembled. In a jungle hidden within a certain lawless area of Southeast Asia, several bamboo huts are concealed. Inside one of the huts, a few mercenaries clad in special forces attire are gathered around a map. My suggestion is to take this tropical rainforest passage. Although it is rife with minefields, with the assistance of local drug lords, it should not pose a significant problem. The speaker is a Caucasian nicknamed Fox Shadow, a former Navy SEAL who, after retirement, was introduced to a Delta mercenary company. During his service, he excelled in offensive strategies, retreat planning, intelligence analysis, and on-the-spot adaptability, orchestrating numerous infiltration and assassination operations in various countries without a single failure. Making him quite renowned among mercenaries, I concur with Fox Shadow's proposal. The walk-in corridor does indeed lead to the destination more directly, but it is entirely desert and barren, making it exceedingly easy to be detected. We can forego that route. The diminutive man nicknamed Monkey casts a flirtatious glance at Fox Shadow. He is responsible for electronic information processing, including drone reconnaissance, photography, network infiltration, and overseeing communications for this special operations team. Very well, since both of you agree, we shall prepare to navigate the rainforest passage. I happen to know a few drug lords here. Obtaining a map from them should not be an issue. Joy affirms, turning to beckon a few burly men smoking outside. Once you depart, all actions will follow Fox Shadow's directives. He is quite familiar with this area, and you are not strangers to one another. I simply wish to inform you all that your adversaries this time are not the petty fish of the past. Take heed. Upon entering Huaxia's borders, do not act independently. There will be someone to assist you on the other side. And as for the remuneration, I have already transferred it to your accounts in advance. I will await your triumphant return here. Please check your gear first. I will return shortly. After Joy finishes speaking, he picks up a black box from the table and steps outside. Fox Shadow, what does he mean by not acting independently? Are we supposed to enter quietly and exit quietly? How dull. The robust man hefts the 48 Malawian Quach's Mod 0 machine gun in his hands, locks a magazine into the feed of the weapon with a click, then removes it again. The 1,000mm long machine gun seems effortless in his grip. The burly man, known as Black Bear, weighs 260 pounds and stands 185 cm tall, making him appear like a wall in front of Monkey. He serves as the Team S machine gunner and demolitions expert, having previously served in the Delta Force, where heavy fire support, demolition, and laying mines were his specialties. Huaxia is unlike the nations we have operated in before. They possess a formidable national apparatus. If you wish to avoid being pursued by thousands of special forces, it is best to keep a low profile. Fox Shadow leans towards Joy's stance regarding this operation. Although he has never directly engaged with the Huaxia military, he has heard accounts of some of his colleagues' experiences. That country is not particularly friendly towards mercenaries like them. Monkey, go outside and bring down those two fellows from the tree. They should be the ones called monkeys. We are not within Huaxia's borders, so there is no need for vigilance. All right, boss. Monkey runs outside, and after a commotion, leads two individuals inside. Both are clad in camouflage attire. The smaller man wields a 20 Malawian Kwacha's SSR sniper support rifle, while the larger one carries an M24 sniper rifle. Upon entering, they toss aside their camouflage gear and jump around a bit. The combination of these two firearms is standard for U.S. special operations, typically involving two personnel, one primary sniper and one support observer. Hey, Fox Shadow, sorry, it's a professional habit. I don't much like staying in such, spacious places. I'm aware of your quirks. I called you down to inform you that we have decided to take the Rainforest Passage. We will set off shortly. Be sure to fill your bellies, as once we enter, there will be no conditions for hot meals. Understood. You know those matters that we have never cared about. The two of us only concern ourselves with our finances and our targets. Ha ha! These retired Special Forces veterans have come together to work more than once or twice. Soon, they were, as usual, mocking one another, dining, and discussing the women of this country. Chapter 84. Proceeding as planned. Hooing! They were still joking in the bamboo house when the sound of a vehicle approached from outside. The group moved towards the entrance, where two individuals disembarked from the car. One was their old acquaintance, Joy, and the other a stranger. You all are here. Splendid. Allow me to introduce a new member, Lone Wolf, an Asian adept in various modes of transportation, including military equipment like tanks and armored vehicles. Moreover, he is proficient in the Huaxia language, and will serve as your guide this time. Hi, it's an honor to join your team. This time, I am not alone. The Asian known as Lone Wolf was quite courteous. So, you can speak Huaxia. You must not be from Huaxia, right? Huing scrutinized the stranger with a somewhat unfriendly demeanor. He was not fond of having an unfamiliar face in his team. Not quite dumb. Why ancestors hail from H country. You must be Huing, right? I have heard much about your exploits. Oh, another mercenary? Hu Ying's interest was piqued. Indeed. Although I have primarily operated in the Golden Triangle and Southeast Asia, unlike you, whose presence is felt globally, Huing glanced at several teammates and, seeing no objections, decided not to press further. Where are your weapons? In the vehicle. Here, there's no need to bring armaments. Upon hearing this, Joy realized that Hu Ying and the others had accepted the stranger, which brought him some relief. All right, everyone on the way here, I briefed Lone Wolf on the mission plan. He will be responsible for your extraction and, if necessary, provide cover and translation. If there are no issues, we can set off. Huing, here is the map of the minefield. Be cautious, and should circumstances change, you know what to do. Rest assured, boss. Now, brothers, check your gear. We depart in 10 minutes. Upon concluding his statement, Huing picked up several magazines from the table and inserted them into his weapon belt, gauging their weight thoughtfully before grabbing nearby ammunition to load into empty magazines. The rhythmic sound of clinking echoed in the air. Boss, you seem particularly cautious for this operation, Black Bear remarked, casting a glance at Hu Ying's actions. Somewhat puzzled. There's an old saying in Huaxia. Caution brings longevity to one's ship. Better safe than sorry. The Asian, Lone Wolf, added, rifling through the night vision goggles on the table and then inspecting the olive green M24 sniper rifle. After hearing this, the group fell silent, each attending to their own preparations. Soon, the entire room was abuzz with activity as various firearms, grenades, and explosives were moved back onto the table for redistribution. 10 minutes later, Huing and his team of 6 exited the bamboo house and boarded a military jeep, which was spacious enough not to feel overcrowded. This vehicle could navigate freely here, and Lone Wolf knew the route. The journey through the rainforest would depend on their own legs. Once we arrive here, you can take a break and contact the people over there, Joy instructed, pointing to a marked location on the map while addressing Huing in the passenger seat. Huing nodded, extending a hand. The two shook firmly, and Joy patted the vehicle, which roared to life, jolting forward into the distance. Joy lingered for a moment, mentally calculating that they should receive news within 3 days. If all went smoothly. Today, Chuj did not visit the construction site. The main framework of the dock had been nearly completed, and most of the challenging issues that needed discussion with the engineers had been resolved. For the remaining details, Chuj only needed to produce the data blueprints. The rest could be left to them for refinement. This spared him from further toil, as Chuj had recently noticed a significant decline in his appetite. He was currently seated in his office, continuing the data organization work for the aerospace aircraft carrier when the phone on his desk rang. With his head bowed, Chuj fumbled to answer the call. Little Chu, are you at the research institute? If so, come see me. The kind voice of academician Chun came through the line. Sure, academician Chen. I'll be right there. Chuj hung up the phone, saved his current work, and hurried over to academician Chen's office. Downstairs, the guard on duty saluted upon seeing Chuj, who returned the gesture and glanced around. There were noticeably more patrolling guards than before. Chuj's office had been newly assigned. Situated in the heart of the research institute, previously a secure area for confidential documents. Now, it essentially served as Chuj's exclusive little abode. He hadn't encountered many people in recent days. Previously, Yin Tianhao and others would occasionally bring him supplies or meals, but they had been conspicuously absent of late. It was possible they had come but were turned away by the guards. Academician Chen had explained to Chuj that the aerospace carrier project was vast, involving a great deal of data, confidential documents, and a long time span. Consequently, apart from those specifically tasked with safeguarding these materials and the guards, others were advised to refrain from visiting him. Thus, Chuj had become somewhat of a recluse. He had cooperated by moving his dormitory closer, streamlining his routine from 3 points to 2, which was quite efficient. When Chuj arrived at academician Chen's office, the elder was deeply engrossed in his studies. Chuj knocked on the door before entering. Academician Chen, I'm here. What do you need me for? Oh, little Chuj. Have a seat. A few days ago, you asked me to contact the Biological Research Institute for some new developments. They have begun delivering them today. Take a look and see if there are any issues. Academician Chen gestured towards a nearby table laden with metal boxes. Chuj approached and opened one of them, revealing a delicate transparent vial containing a small quantity of white powder. The vial was surrounded by soft padding, indicating the meticulousness of the Biological Research Institute staff. These are the components of the gene serum. They should be fine. I'll experiment with them back at my lab. Academician Chen, could you arrange for someone to help me deliver these to my office? There's a simple lab down below. After speaking, Chuj carefully lifted the vial, bringing it close to his nose for a cautious sniff, finding it devoid of any discernible odor. All right, little Chuj, is this substance dangerous for experiments? If not, you should seek a professional to handle it. Academician Chen observed Chuj's careful actions, suddenly inquiring, Oh, it's not dangerous at all. You needn't worry, academician, Chuj quickly replied. Although it was termed an experiment, it merely involved mixing the components in the proportions provided by the system, albeit with an air of mystery surrounding it. Seeing Chuj's confidence, academician Chen felt reassured. The two conversed for a while longer before Chuj took his leave. He needed to return and prepare the gene serum so that he could take off today, which genuinely excited him. Chapter 85. Injecting the serum as soon as Chuj stepped into his office. Several guards followed behind, bringing in the boxes. Without hesitation, Chuj swiftly opened all the boxes and gathered the vials and containers, meticulously identifying their component categories. Once organized, he began mixing the serum according to the system's prescribed ratios. The process was straightforward, and soon a bottle of pale blue liquid stood before him. Observing the blue liquid in the test tube, he noted that the powder had dissolved completely, leaving no impurities visible. Crystal clear. System, I recall you mentioned that after injecting this, I need to sleep for 24 hours, right? It can't be interrupted? What happens if it is interrupted? It won't lead to something dramatic like in the movies. Will it? What does going mad look like? If interrupted, it's not a big deal. You can just start over, first triggering the reward mechanism. Upon hearing this, Chuj shook his head. Heh, you call that a reward? I've never heard of rewards that come with penalties. I pondered over this for half a day before realizing it, and you were merely pulling my leg. Chuj decided to ignore the system, placing the serum down while rummaging through the boxes. Eventually, he found a syringe in one of them. This syringe was metallic, unlike the ordinary plastic ones available on the market. Chuj examined it closely, but when he scrutinized the needle, he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine and sensed that something was amiss. Is this really meant for human injections? It feels more like the kind of thing we use to inject pigs back home. He mused, recalling that those veterinary syringes were also metallic. Amused yet exasperated, Chuj contemplated calling to request a finer needle, but reason prevailed over impulse. It's just a bit thicker. After all, the real man. Chuj measured the needle again, ultimately setting it down as his resolve wavered. He glanced at the time and opted to head to the cafeteria instead. Eating was a priority. As he rummaged through his meal tray, thoughts of the needle lingered in his mind. Academician Chen, it seems we can't gain access to your new office. We've been stopped by the guard every time we tried, no matter how we plead. We simply aren't allowed in, Yin Tianhao remarked while eating, and Zheng Jun nodded in agreement beside him. Well, I have just learned about it. It was arranged by old Chen. From now on, there is no need for you to bring me meals. I will do my best to dine in the cafeteria and catch up with the few of you. If there are urgent matters, please call my office. By the way, Zheng Jun, how is the progress of the quantum project? Chuj was just pondering about the needle when he noticed that Zheng Jun was also present today. It feels like it has been ages since we last saw this exceptional talent. The quantum communication aspect has encountered almost no issues. The solution you provided is akin to a master key that effortlessly resolves all problems. The initial version can be directly utilized by the military, and we are currently working on matching the derivative fields with your aerospace aircraft subproject. However, according to the technical requirements you provided, there remains a significant gap with the quantum computer. Nevertheless, we have established a collaborative team from both sides, preparing to replicate some experiences from quantum communication to quantum computing, which should yield positive results. Zhang Jun succinctly summarized the progress of the two projects and the current challenges, and Chu Gu nodded in satisfaction after listening. Excellent. I see you have adapted well. Zhang Jun has indeed made considerable progress. You all should learn from him. I have quite a few matters to attend to, making it inevitable that I will be stretched thin. Therefore, the issues within your respective teams must largely be resolved by yourselves, unless there are insurmountable technical obstacles. Yes, Academician Chu. After Chu Gu finished speaking, he prepared to quickly settle his affairs before retreating to close his eyes and administer himself a shot. By the way, Academician Chu, I have nearly completed the preparations for the individual weapon system. What about the large items you mentioned? Li Gang had waited for a long time without seeing Chu Gu approach him, so he simply inquired himself, "Oh? Huh? Large items? What large items?" Chu Gu momentarily failed to grasp the situation. The large items for the aerospace aircraft, the ones you mentioned last time, weren't you concerned about the frequent changes? That large project has been on hold. Whenever we all have time, we can bring it back to the agenda. Chu Gu recalled that the armament system for the aerospace aircraft was the next project he had prepared for Li Gang. But he had recently been too busy with the construction of the dock to organize it. Hey, Academician Chu, don't hold a grudge. You know I was just joking. Li Gang was a bit anxious. Haha, understood. You know how busy I have been with planning the dock. Where would I find the time? Do you really think I have 3 heads and 6 arms? If I truly had that many limbs, could you all still be sitting here? As Chu Gu said this, he couldn't help but laugh. Li Gang, I might still be pressed for time these next few days. Focus on completing the projects at hand. And I won't leave you idle. Li Gang readily agreed. And after Chu Gu finished his meal, he bid farewell to the others and departed. Feeling thoroughly satiated, Chu Gu felt an invigorating surge of energy, or rather, courage. He strolled leisurely back to his office, where the guards saluted him. Just as he was about to ascend the stairs, he suddenly turned back. Captain Gong, what brings you here? Captain Gong was indeed among the guards. But Chu Gu had initially overlooked him. Academician Chu, with more guards, we can replace the covert operatives, as hiding in the corners is rather stifling. I assent it. Haha. Haha, Captain Gong, it's rare to see you smile like this. After all this time together, you've always had a stern expression, making me almost think you were a robot. Academician Chu, you're joking again. You should go upstairs and get back to work. Our people are around, so you can rest assured about security. Speaking of which, I just remembered something. Captain Gong, from now on, no one is allowed to disturb me for the next 24 hours, not even old Chun. If he comes, let him wait for me a moment. I have some very important matters to attend to. Can you accomplish this task? Chu Gu rarely spoke to those around him in such a manner. But today, he had no choice. Otherwise, that 500 million reputation points would truly go to waste. Yes, I guarantee the task will be completed. Captain Gong immediately stood at attention and saluted without hesitation. And the guards beside him followed suit. Chu Gu returned a military salute solemnly and then strode up the stairs. Tonight, Chu Gu had deliberately eaten a hearty meal, stuffing himself to ensure he wouldn't go hungry for the next 24 hours. He wondered how effective this would be, whether it would immediately enter standby mode or act like a sleeping pill. Holding the large syringe, Chu Gu murmured to himself while meandering about, ultimately complying and sitting on the bed. He certainly didn't wish to awaken paralyzed. Mimicking a nurse, he drew the blue liquid into the syringe and expelled the air. Below, Chu Gu did not glance at the needle again. With resolve, he swiftly injected the medication. The pain struck him before he could utter a curse, and suddenly a wave of dizziness washed over him. Chu Gu collapsed straight into the makeshift nest he had prepared for himself. Chapter 86. The rainforest minefield. The weather in Yinjing today was exceptionally clear, with temperatures steadily rising. Occasionally, a few swallows could be seen resting on the power lines outside, chirping merrily. A ray of sunlight streamed through the window and onto Chu Ji's face, gradually intensifying in warmth. However, Chu Gu at present felt nothing. Lying perfectly still, even his breathing was faint. Externally, Chu Gu appeared unchanged, save for his clothes, which were completely soaked. At this moment, he seemed to be in the height of summer. The sweat on Chu Gu was increasing, particularly on his forehead, where, aside from sweat, wisps of vapor were rising. It remained uncertain whether this was due to the scorching midday sun or the steam emanating from within him. The group led by Hu Ying, traversing the tropical rainforest, was not as fortunate. The climate in the rainforest is notoriously unpredictable. One moment it could be bright and sunny, and the next, a torrential downpour could ensue. Last night, they had been thoroughly drenched, and the urgency of time left them no opportunity to dry their clothes now. Under the sun's scorching heat, the combination of sweat and rainwater clung their clothing tightly to their bodies, creating a most uncomfortable sensation. Moreover, in this environment, they had to tightly fasten their sleeves, for even the slightest exposure could invite the leeches to burrow into their bodies. A small, slender leech could quickly swell to a hefty size if it succeeded in its endeavor. Fortunately, this trail through the rainforest had likely been traversed numerous times, making it relatively easy to navigate. Beneath their feet, they could faintly discern a path. Had this been an uncharted rainforest, Huing estimated that traversing this distance would take at least 3 times longer. Boss, the map indicates that we are about to enter a minefield. The monkey glanced at the map and quickly signaled to the front. Yes, everyone, be mindful of your footing. Although we possess a map of the minefield, it is not uncommon for mines to be displaced by the rain, and I certainly do not wish to be caught in this hellhole. Huing and his companions had encountered various minefields in different places, Africa, Eastern Europe, South America, but many of those were remnants from World War II. While they were numerous, they weren't particularly complex. The minefield in this tropical rainforest was a revelation, with layers upon layers of mines. Anti-tank mines and anti-personnel mines were the basics, but what dazzled them were the specialized mines, such as butterfly mines, directional mines, deceptive mines, and tripwire mines, among others. Not only were there numerous types, but the quantity was staggering. Huing felt that a significant portion had not been manually deployed but rather scattered from aircraft overhead, for they lay exposed, unburied. As they proceeded, they discovered that many mines around the minefield had already detonated, with skeletons, whether human or animal, scattered in the detonation zones. Now that was genuine mine clearing. Black Bear, as per usual, you lead the way. Stay alert. Our lives depend on your steps. As they approached the minefield, Huing gestured for Black Bear to come forward. Despite his rugged appearance, Black Bear was likely the most meticulous when it came to this task. Black Bear moved at varying speeds, with the others following closely in his footsteps, maintaining a steady pace. After more than 30 minutes, the time reached around 2 or 3 in the afternoon, when the tropical rainforest was at its most stifling. The mercenary team needed to stop intermittently to replenish their electrolytes. Marching in such an environment was a test of human endurance, and gradually, the distance between the marching troops began to widen. Suddenly, Black Bear halted, raising his right hand. The others immediately stopped, on high alert, fingers inching toward their triggers. Black Bear, what's the situation? Huing, not far behind Black Bear, quietly inquired after scanning the surroundings. Captain, I fear your earlier words may come true. What do you mean, Huing? As he approached, asked. The heavy rain yesterday washed away a portion of the path, altering the distribution of the mines in this area. Look, Black Bear pointed ahead, where several exposed anti-personnel mines were precariously balanced on a few stones, with clear signs that the area had been scoured by floodwaters. What should we do? Is there time to clear the mines? Huing inquired after taking a glance. With such density, I cannot clear them all alone in a short time. However, we are still some distance from the border. We could consider demolition. Black Bear, after examining the map and confirming with a nod toward Huing, decisively stated, I see you are ready. Please hasten your efforts and swiftly clear a pathway. I shall proceed to notify them at the rear. Upon concluding his statement, Huing turned to walk toward the back. Xiong removed the backpack from his shoulders, extracting a bundle of fuses from within. After carefully assessing the situation ahead, he stepped closer to the exposed landmines, crouching down to meticulously set up the arrangement. After several minutes, Xiong retreated to a safe distance along a fuse, turning to glance at Huing and signaling him. Responding to his leader's indication, he abruptly pulled the fuse, which ignited with a hissing sound, rapidly advancing forward. Instinctively, Xiong covered his ears and dropped to the ground. In an instant, a series of thunderous explosions erupted, the deafening sounds resonating one after another. Only after a dozen detonations did the group finally lift their heads. Ahead, white smoke billowed, and the acrid scent of gunpowder filled the air. The infantry mine had likely triggered a small cluster of surrounding landmines, resulting in the successive explosions. The debris from the detonated mines took a while to settle around Xiong and the others. After the shower of stones had ceased, Huing and his companions cautiously approached the explosion site, which had been transformed into a deep crater. The power of a single anti-personnel mine is quite limited, particularly when compared to that of an anti-tank mine. If several were to detonate simultaneously, the outcome would indeed be different. After scrutinizing the area and confirming there were no further issues, Xiong nodded to his leader. All right, let us continue onward. Once we cross this minefield, we shall rest for a while. Everyone, hold on. The group nodded in agreement, and they resumed their advance. They carefully navigated past the recently detonated area, where a few unexploded mines lay scattered haphazardly, likely due to the passage of time. Chapter 87. Chuj awakens as the clock slowly approached 6:00 p.m. Chuj's fingers twitched slightly, and he gradually opened his eyes. Where am I? Am I still dreaming? Chuj found himself amidst a desolate ruin, surrounded by a barren landscape where nearby dilapidated structures were overtaken by vegetation. He attempted to discern the inscriptions on the buildings, but struggled to see clearly. Just as he was about to rub his eyes for better clarity, the sky above suddenly burst open, revealing a massive void that expanded rapidly. A swirling vortex began to form, spinning at an ever-increasing speed. The air around Chuj felt as if it were being drawn away, and gradually, everything began to gravitate toward the gaping hole. Instinctively, he tried to flee, but despite exerting every ounce of strength, his legs remained immobile. Chuj sensed himself being lifted off the ground, drawn toward the swirling void. Is this a black hole? How could a black hole appear here? He had no time to ponder further. Chuj realized he was accelerating, the rushing air forcing him to squint. Through the narrow slits of his eyes, he glimpsed the center of the void, pitch black, surrounded by flickering arcs of electricity. Finally, he shut his eyes as the electrical currents drew closer, enveloping him with a sizzling sound. After what felt like an eternity, Chuj sensed himself gently descending back to the ground. He cautiously tested the surface with his feet, confirming it was solid. Attempting to open his eyes, he found himself enveloped in darkness, still unaccustomed to the lack of light. As his eyes adjusted, he discovered he was in a vast underground hall, the boundaries of which remained indistinct. The air was thick and murky. He inhaled cautiously, relieved to find no unpleasant odor. Suddenly, a crackling sound of electricity came from behind him. Chuj spun around to see sparks cascading from above. As he beheld the sight before him, he instinctively began to retreat. As this, an interstellar spaceship? A colossal wreckage loomed before him, with a brilliant blue light pulsating at its center. Curiosity piqued, Chuj continued to back away, eager to discern the source of the blue radiance. After what felt like an eternity, he finally beheld it. A massive, suspended sphere of energy. What a ridiculous sight. A floating blue energy sphere. It must be a dream, he murmured to himself. The blue energy sphere cast an ethereal glow over the surroundings, rendering the environment dreamlike. Chuj watched, entranced, as the sphere seemed to respond to his presence, radiating light in rhythmic pulses that grew brighter and more expansive. With each breath, Chuj's heart raced, and the rhythm of the light intensified, sending waves of blue shockwaves cascading outward. Eventually, at a distant horizon, they converged, amplifying in brightness and illuminating the entire hall, approaching him from afar. As he gazed downward toward the source of the light, Chuj was taken aback to find a mass of shadowy figures kneeling at the foot of the steps, their forms indistinguishable. Hands raised as if in supplication, murmuring indistinctly. Straining to see their faces and comprehend their words, he decided to move forward. Remarkably, the figures began to clarify, their voices growing louder. The kneeling individuals were clad in identical garments, arms still raised toward the heavens, their fervent murmurs echoing in Chuj's ears. They bore a resemblance to humans, yet he could not discern their ethnicity. Were they of Asian descent? Caucasian? African? None seemed to fit definitively, leaving Chuj bewildered. Just as he contemplated stepping closer, his foot inadvertently stumbled upon an unseen object, causing him to lose balance and fall backward in a fleeting moment. Chuj's eyes shut tightly as he tumbled down. What an inopportune time for such a fall! The very next instant, Chuj jolted awake, once again enveloped in darkness. Not again! As he prepared to voice his frustration, a flickering light caught his eye. Accompanied by the rhythmic chimes of a clock reaching his ears, he sat up, bewildered, surveying his surroundings. Gradually, familiarity settled in. He recognized this as his dormitory. Rising to his feet, he stumbled toward the wall. With a decisive click, he activated the light switch, flooding the room with illumination. Raising his arms, he squinted against the glaring brightness. After a few moments, he cautiously opened his eyes. I feel revitalized. Surveying the room, he confirmed it was indeed his dormitory, and elation surged within him. System, old buddy, hey, I'm awake. Let it all out. Chuj felt a wave of relief wash over him. What time is it? Why ask me? All right, I was merely confirming. You're still the same obstinate one. By the way, I think I just had a dream. Did you dream too? Why would I partake in such trivial matters? I didn't mean to imply that. I was simply curious. Chuj wished to continue bantering with his system companion, having missed the camaraderie during their time apart. However, a sudden sour scent invaded his nostrils, prompting him to glance down. Oh no, this is spoiled. What on earth? Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed into the bathroom, disregarding the chill of the water as he turned on the shower and began scrubbing vigorously. La la la. I love taking showers on his leg. A scab that had formed was washed away, swirling down the drain. After 5 minutes, Chuj emerged, not due to speed, but because his stomach began to rumble ominously. He suddenly remembered he hadn't eaten in 24 hours, so he hastily rinsed off. Dressed and ready, he descended the stairs, where the guards stood at attention. Upon seeing him, they saluted. Hello, Captain Gong.
You're still here. Indeed, academician Chu. Have you eaten today? If you hadn't come down soon, we would have considered coming in to fetch you. I went upstairs at noon and thought I heard you sleeping, so I decided to return. Yes, I was likely napping. Chu Gu felt a wave of embarrassment. Not just a nap, but a slumber lasting an entire day and night. By the way, Captain Gong, has anyone been looking for me during this time? No one. All right then, I shall head to the dining hall. Yes, academician Chu. With that, Chu Gu scurried away, realizing that the unfolding events had deviated from his anticipated narrative. On his way, he tested his body, taking a deep breath, feeling a slight increase in lung capacity, though otherwise, he felt no notable changes. Was this genetic modification merely a solitary endeavor? Chu Gu shook his head. Chapter 88. The people in the dream. As Chu Gu entered the cafeteria of the research institute, the staff was busy tidying up. Lu, is there anything left to eat? I seem to have arrived late. Feeling somewhat sheepish, he scratched his head. Lu placed the cloth aside, initially preparing to chastise him, but upon recognizing Chu Gu, he paused, then resumed his stern demeanor. Academician Chu, you've not joined us for meals today? Have you? Today, I shall take the liberty of reprimanding you. This is not how one eats. Neglecting your health will hinder your ability to contribute to the nation. Is it not so? Let this be the last time. Please take a seat. I shall return shortly. With that, Lu delivered a thorough admonishment, but not without a warm smile before heading to the kitchen. Chu Gu understood Master Lu's good intentions, nodding repeatedly. He then found a spot to sit down, waiting for Master Lu while reflecting on the peculiar dream he had just experienced. Much of it was hazy, yet certain details remained vividly clear. He had not watched any similar science fiction blockbuster recently. So how could he have dreamed such a strange dream? He chose to disregard the earlier scenes and began to recall some later elements. How odd. He could distinctly remember the approximate proportions of the wreckage of that spaceship. Judging by the massive remnants of its engines on the ground, the vessel in his dream was certainly much larger than the space carrier he intended to build. Then there were those individuals, let's refer to them as humans. They bore a striking resemblance to humanity, possessing blue eyes and fair skin, traits typical of Western genes. However, their overall facial structure evoked more of an Asian appearance. Most importantly, Chu Gu suddenly opened his eyes wide. He had just recalled the final scene of the dream. And although he couldn't clearly discern any individual specific features, he had distinctly noted their prominent characteristics just before he fell. Crucially, their hair seemed to be entirely white, and not the white of old age. It appeared to be a trait or some hereditary gene. What kind of people are these? Is there a race of humans like this on Earth? Chu Gu murmured softly. White? However, academician Chu, it seems your skin has become considerably fairer. Master Lu entered the room, carrying 2 plates, each adorned with large steamed buns, carefully placing them down as he spoke to Chu Gu. Haha, what do you mean by white? It's merely because I rarely see sunlight. Spending all my time indoors, covered up. Upon finishing his sentence, a sudden epiphany struck Chu Gu. No, that shade of white is quite different from yours. Yours is a healthy white. Academician Chu, I've returned your dish to the pot. 1 meat, 1 vegetable. Does that seem sufficient? Master Lu inquired as he set the food down, observing the day's Chu Gu. Oh, it's enough. Master Lu, I truly appreciate your kindness. Have you eaten? Would you care to join me? Haha, I've already eaten. I still have to clean over there. Enjoy your meal, and if it's not enough, just let me know. All right, Chu Gu replied, taking a hearty bite of the steamed bun. Master Lu glanced at him, nodding with satisfaction before turning to leave. Not seeing the sun might not be a matter of genetic inheritance, but rather a consequence of years without sunlight. Chu Gu began to reminisce again. But after pondering for a long while, he realized there were no further details to ponder. Deciding to set it aside, he devoted himself to filling his stomach. By the time Chu Gu returned to his dormitory, it was already past 9 in the evening. After leaving the cafeteria, he surprisingly ran a few laps around the research institute. It seemed the genetic potion had some effect. At least running now felt less laborious than before. After such a long run, he didn't even feel tired. Sitting at his desk, he turned on the lamp and was just about to start working when darkness suddenly engulfed his vision, accompanied by a wave of dizziness. He steadied himself against the desk and shook his head vigorously. After a moment, the dizziness faded, but fatigue took its place. Could it be? I just slept for 24 hours, and I'm already tired? Brother system, the side effects of this genetic potion seem rather significant. There are no side effects. It is merely that the host's genetic structure is overly simplistic, leading to an imbalance in the genetic potion's composition during the modification process. Say something I can understand. The host still has residual genetic potion in their system and requires rest. Well, that is acceptable. Chu Gu obediently went to wash up, then quietly lay down on his bed. With work impossible, he picked up his phone to chat with his little princess, Delina Jia. However, after only a few exchanges, the wave of fatigue returned, and the phone gradually slipped from his grasp in an instant. Faint snoring could be heard. The phone screen continued to flicker, receiving message after message, followed by an incoming call, yet none of these disturbances were sufficient to awaken the slumbering Chuj. The tropical rainforest was already bustling with activity at dawn. The sounds of various insects merging into a lively chorus in the dense woods. Beneath the vast shadows of the treetops, some large animals had yet to return to their nests, seemingly relishing the gentle caress of the rising sun. In the distance, a flock of birds took flight, startled by something, chirping as they flew away. Timid creatures perked up their ears, cautiously scanning their surroundings, and at the sound of a rustle, they vanished without a trace. Emerging from the shadows were Hu Ying and the others. Monkey, based on the time, we should be nearing the border of Huaxia, correct? Hu Ying halted, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Yes, boss, just about a kilometer ahead is where we're set to meet the people from within Huaxia. Good, Monkey, you're in charge of contacting them. The rest of you, stay alert. From this moment on, I want you to keep your eyes wide open and your ears perked up if you sense anything amiss. Sound the alarm immediately. Everyone acknowledged the command, then grasped their respective weapons, vigilantly scanning the surroundings. Meanwhile, Monkey stepped aside, retrieving a satellite phone from his backpack and dialing a number. A few minutes later, boss, I've made contact. They already there. All right, as we approach, Black Bear and Monkey, you two come with me. Lone Wolf, take a flanking position. Big Guy and Little Guy, stay behind and find a good spot. Proceed with utmost caution. Hu Ying swiftly arranged the deployment. It wasn't that he distrusted Joy's plan. It was merely a habit he had developed over the years to always prepare for the worst. Deep within the dense forest, beside an inconspicuous path, a business vehicle was parked. A man sat in the driver's seat, idly tapping on the steering wheel. He was responsible for the pickup and was known as Viper. Viper's gaze was fixed ahead, muttering, damn, why haven't these people arrived yet? Wasting my time. As soon as he finished speaking, a chill ran through his temples, and a handgun was pressed against his head. Viper? Yes, are you Joy's people? Hu Ying lowered his gun, remaining vigilant as he scanned the surroundings. Don't worry, it's just me. Viper opened the car door and stepped out. Chapter 89. Deep into the border, Viper patted his backside, pulled out a pack of cigarettes, expertly lit one, and extended it towards Hu Ying. Brother, care for a smoke? Hu Ying frowned but carefully observed the surroundings. Finding no cause for concern, he whistled softly in the distance. Black Bear and the others emerged, armed with various firearms, crouching in tactical stances as they approached. Viper's eyes widened at the sight of this small team, all fully armed, their faces painted with jungle camouflage, quickly gathering around the business vehicle while maintaining a combat formation. Captain, the two big guys are on lookout a distance away. Everything seems fine, right? Yes, it appears quite safe. Lone Wolf, ask this man if there's a place in the vehicle to stash our gear. We can't just waltz in like this. Lone Wolf nodded and walked over to Viper. Brother, have a smoke. Our boss wants to know if there's a place in this vehicle to hide our weapons. We need to change our attire and switch back once we reach our destination. Viper finally closed his mouth and nodded eagerly. Of course, we've been in this line of work for years. We definitely have our methods. The seats and undercarriage are modified for storage, and we have clothes prepared for you. As Viper spoke, he moved to the back of the vehicle, opening the door and folding down the seats. He lifted a layer of the floor mat, yanking on a hidden latch that revealed a metal plate. Lone Wolf leaned over to take a look and nodded in approval. Viper pulled out a large woven bag. Unzipping it. Here you go, bosses. All the clothes are inside. If you have any other requests, feel free to say. All right, Hu Ying and the others nodded to one another, beginning to remove their clothes and gear. Neatly placing them in the hidden compartment, Monkey, call the two big guys over. Quickly change your clothes, and then we'll head to the destination. Understood, boss. Monkey stepped aside, placed his hands to his mouth, mimicking a few monkey calls, then leisurely returned, continuing to pick out his preferred clothes. In the distance, two individuals jumped down from two large trees, walking over one after the other. Viper's composure faltered. He slowly edged closer to Lone Wolf. I say, brother, are you all preparing for war? This is a bit too professional. Isn't it? Some questions are better left unasked. You know you're not supposed to pry. Just focus on your own business. And the money will be adequate. Lone Wolf exhaled a puff of smoke, retrieving a map from his pocket, turning around to unfold it against the vehicle. He pointed to a circle marked on the map. Is there a more discreet route to this location? Yes, there is, but it's not very easy to navigate. Viper glanced at the map, contemplated for a moment, and replied affirmatively, that's fine. We prefer to stay under the radar and minimize trouble. Also, is this route safe? Are there any border checks or such? Under normal circumstances, such a situation is uncommon. It's difficult to articulate. Currently, within the borders of Huaxia, there exist no absolutely secure routes, unless one renounces the use of transportation and navigates through dense forests, which proves to be exceedingly challenging in certain areas. Avoiding main roads renders passage impossible, as the terrain is rife with mountains, where human footprints are scarce. At present, our operations involve dispersing goods at a designated point. utilizing various routes for transport and subsequently consolidating them at another location. This approach, while inevitably resulting in losses, is preferable to a wholesale seizure. The Viper is no trifling character. Nonetheless, he endeavors to impart information regarding the Huaxiao border to the Lone Wolf. He has encountered numerous private militias involved in smuggling and drug trafficking, yet this particular group has truly broadened his horizons. He discerns that they have undoubtedly taken many lives. This perceptiveness is evident to one who has long navigated the underworld. Thus, instinctively, he begins to exercise caution in every interaction. In these desolate mountains, mingling with a band of mercenaries who kill without a second thought could lead to an untimely demise, leaving one oblivious to the manner of their end. Thank you, my brother, I shall speak with our leader. Rest assured, you are now one of us. The Lone Wolf patted the Viper on the shoulder, extinguished his cigarette, and approached the Fox Shadow, relaying the essence of their earlier conversation. Very well, Lone Wolf. Please stow your rifle, I have already instructed them. Each person may carry a sidearmed eye in the event of an unexpected situation. Barring large-scale inspections, we should be fine out of course. Adhere to my directives. Should we resort to weaponry here, our escape may be fraught with difficulty. Understood, Chief. The group hastily changed attire and organized their gear. The Lone Wolf gestured to the Viper, and the team swiftly boarded their vehicles. The Lone Wolf took the passenger seat, while the Viper turned to see that everyone was aboard, promptly starting the engine and accelerating toward their destination. Viper, how long until we arrive? Approximately 3.5 hours. All right, brothers, take this time to rest. We haven't had a proper sleep in days. The Viper and I will keep watch. I will alert you should anything arise. Understood. Today, Chu felt invigorated. Following a night of profuse perspiration, he now felt quite comfortable, perhaps as the system had suggested. The previous day merely involved some residual effects of medication, and after a night of recovery, he was now in peak condition. Chu was in his office organizing the armament systems of the aerospace carrier. According to the military-industrial blueprint, the carrier's function should be comparable to that of a modern aircraft carrier, possessing formidable capabilities. However, its armament could only be described as meager. Chu remained diligent. As the only two systems available bore identification numbers, indicating that subsequent warships would also utilize them. They were the HQL SC-111 model array phase cannon and the HQL SG-03 model pulse railgun. Chu had already familiarized himself with these two weapon systems. The array phase cannon resembled a charged weapon akin to an electromagnetic kinetic energy sniper rifle, while the railgun was conceptually more akin to an electromagnetic pulse rifle. The latter was relatively straightforward, while the former posed more complexity. Chu intended to approach the task from simple to complex, especially since Li Gang had called again, incessantly urging him on it. Felt as though Chu were a treasure chest, perpetually ready to unveil new inventions. In truth, that was not far from reality. As Chu located the pulse railgun section and prepared to commence work, a knock echoed from the door. Report, come in. A guard pushed the door open. Report, Academician Chu, several officers are downstairs seeking your presence. The guard saluted Chu and spoke with urgency. Officers? Very well, I shall descend immediately. Chu hastily rose and made his way downstairs, with the guard closely trailing behind. Commander Gu? What brings you here? Upon descending, Chu discovered the 223rd Brigade commander and another officer, the latter being a sharpshooter he had encountered during a recent shooting range trial. Academician Chu, Commander Gu exclaimed, hurrying forward to grasp Chu's hand, not releasing it as he pulled him along. The military district has issued an urgent order, commanding Wang Xuedong and several other snipers from my brigade to proceed to the Southwest Military District immediately. A vehicle awaits outside. Oh? Then what brings you to my office? Without further explanation, Commander Gu seized a folder from a nearby guard, extracted a sheet of paper, and handed it to Chu. This is the military district's order. You'll understand upon reading. Chu took the document and quickly skimmed its contents. It was brief, and he soon finished. Commander Gu, the electromagnetic kinetic energy sniper rifle is with Team Leader Li Gang. I will accompany you there shortly. Additionally, instruct Li Gang to join your convoy to the airport and inform him of the rifle's particulars en route. That would pertain to Lieutenant Wang Xuedong. I presume, as he is the only one who has used it. Chu then nodded toward the sharpshooter. Haha, Academician Chu, you discerned correctly. Wang Xuedong is not only a top-tier marksman but also the commander of my brigade's special operations team. Regarding Team Leader Li Gang, no problem. I will ensure he returns to the Research Institute afterward. Very well. As they conversed, they hurried toward Li Gang's laboratory. The military district's command was straightforward. Order. 5 members from the 223rd Combined Brigade Special Operations Team are to carry electromagnetic pulse rifles. And 1 individual is to bear Academician Chu's latest development, the electromagnetic kinetic energy sniper rifle, and proceed to the Southwest Military District. Note: firearms must remain in operational condition. The aforementioned 6 individuals must arrive at the military airport of the Southwest Military District within 2.5 hours. Without delay, as they reached Li Gang's laboratory, he was engrossed in research on his computer. Upon noticing Chuji's entrance, his face lit up with excitement. Academician Chu, you remembered me. Where's the research report? I want to take a look. Report? What are you talking about? Where's the electromagnetic kinetic energy sniper rifle? Chu Gu replied, exasperated, as Li Gang treated him like a mere report printer. Sniper rifle? It's right here, safely stored. I still need to conduct further performance tests in the coming days. Li Gang's smile faded as he realized Chu Gu was accompanied by several others. Go retrieve the rifle. The military personnel need to requisition it. Yes, Academician Chu. Noticing the seriousness on Chu Ji's face, Li Gang refrained from further discussion and hurried inside. Moments later, he emerged carrying a metallic case, the white box being perfectly sized to accommodate the electromagnetic kinetic energy sniper rifle. Li Gang placed the case before the group, unclasped the latches on either side, and with a click, the box sprang open. The Research Institute had installed a secure storage facility in the laboratory specifically for preserving equipment, with custom storage boxes crafted for these weapons. Kept in a password-protected repository until needed. I thought you were going to suggest another password-protected case. Has the rifle been inspected? Is it functioning properly? Report, Academician Chu, the electromagnetic kinetic energy sniper rifle is in normal condition. We conduct daily checks, and the high-energy battery discharges properly. Good. Accompany Commander Gu and the others to the military airport, and en route, relay the rifle's operational details to Lieutenant Wang Xuedong, as he has a mission requiring its use. Afterward, Commander Gu will ensure you're returned. Understood. Li Gang replied loudly. Chu Gu turned and nodded at Lieutenant Wang Xuedong, who promptly stood at attention, saluting Chu Gu before retrieving a large black backpack from his gear. He approached, closed the white case, and carefully placed the white box inside the black backpack, slinging it over his right shoulder as if carrying musical equipment. Very well, let us depart. Time is of the essence. Commander Gu hastily reminded them as Li Gang removed his outer clothing and followed Chu Gu and the others out of the laboratory toward the entrance of the Research Institute. Chu Gu accompanied Commander Gu and the others to the entrance, where the group quickly boarded a military jeep. The engine had been kept warm, and upon confirming that all personnel were present, the driver executed a sharp turn toward the airport. The Southwest Military District? Has that troublesome nation stirred up trouble again? Wang Xuedong, do aim carefully and give them a surprise. Chu Gu stood at the entrance of the Research Institute. Watching the departing convoy vanish from view, feeling a mix of emotions, he found himself a bit envious of Wang Xuedong. However, as a scholar, all he could do was fervently pray from the rear. Inside the military jeep, Li Gang had already briefed Wang Xuedong on the operational procedures of the electromagnetic kinetic energy sniper rifle. Having used it once before, Wang Xuedong quickly grasped the details. As for ballistic adjustments, the sniper rifle's zero ballistic range is 2,000 meters. The specific ballistic table had yet to be tested, but Lieutenant Wang could use the zero ballistic range as a reference. I almost forgot. The scope currently mounted is only 16xi in any case. For distances below 2,000 meters, ballistic considerations need not be a concern. Furthermore, this electromagnetic kinetic energy sniper rifle has been zeroed. You may recalibrate it according to your shooting habits. Li Gang pondered before continuing. All right, Wang Xuedong attentively listened to Li Gang's introduction. His hand instinctively moved towards the electromagnetic kinetic energy sniper rifle. Noticing Wang's subtle gesture, Li Gang couldn't help but chuckle. Captain, you are the first in our army to use this weapon. I will need you to provide me with a written account of your practical experiences upon your return, so we can make further optimizations based on your feedback. I assure you, we will accomplish our mission. Haha, no need to be so serious. By the way, the high-energy battery status will be displayed on the side screen, right here. You see, all 3 batteries are currently fully charged, and 1 battery can fire approximately 100 shots. However, you need not worry about that. You likely 1T exhaust even 1 battery. Moreover, please note that the core components of the electromagnetic kinetic energy sniper rifle are located behind the scope and require professional maintenance. Given the urgency of the current situation, I cannot teach you all the necessary maintenance procedures in such a short time. Therefore, you can set that aside for now. When the sniper rifle goes into mass production, specialized technicians will be sent to the troops for training. If any issues arise, there is a self-locking mechanism inside. Ensuring safety is not a concern. Having conveyed this segment, Li Gang glanced at Wang Xuedong. Allowing him a moment to digest the information. 5 minutes later, he continued, the electromagnetic kinetic energy sniper rifle lacks a traditional barrel, so theoretically, it does not require regular maintenance. Nevertheless, we included a cleaning kit in the design. Located right here, as Li Gang spoke, he pressed and pulled back on the upper end of the rifle, revealing a concealed compartment before them. Both the upper and lower parts of the muzzle contained hidden mechanisms. Pulling back revealed the cleaning kit above and the bipod of the sniper rifle below. The entire rail compartment featured a hollow design, which might inadvertently collect some debris. However, this debris should not interfere with shooting. Though it has yet to be tested in practice, feedback from troops during actual use will be essential. If maintenance is required, you can perform routine upkeep just like with other rifles, merely cleaning out any impurities. Alright, that's essentially all there is to it. Though be honest, Captain Wong, I haven't fully grasped this rifle myself, mainly due to the short time we VE had. Perhaps this time, you'll be the one to teach me? Haha. Li Gang said half jokingly, half seriously. Now, I officially hand this sniper rifle over to you. You must take good care of it. Reluctantly, Li Gang pushed the electromagnetic kinetic energy sniper rifle towards Wang Xuedong. Rest assured. Team Leader Li, I will treat it with the same care I would give to my own son. Well, alright then. Li Gang hesitated, feeling the generational hierarchy was a bit tangled, but ultimately refrained from voicing it. By this time, the convoy had already arrived at the military airport. The fat girl was ready and waiting. The convoy came to a sudden stop beside the aircraft, and the 6 Special Forces members hurriedly disembarked, saluting Brigade Commander Gu and Li Gang before boarding the plane. The fat girl smoothly taxied to the runway without pausing, executing an accelerated takeoff. Soon, the aircraft pierced through the clouds, and the roaring of the massive engines gradually faded away. Brigade Commander Gu took one last glance at the now invisible fat girl before turning to Li Gang. Let us go. Our task is complete. We shall leave the rest to them. Li Gang nodded. Not inquiring further in military matters, even as a seasoned expert in military industrial research, it was inappropriate for him to interfere. He understood this well enough. Turning back to gaze at the sky, he rejoined Brigade Commander Gu in the vehicle. The fat girl quickly reached cruising altitude, allowing Wang Xuedong and the others to unbuckle their backpacks, placing their equipment in front of them as they began to survey their surroundings. Aside from the 6 of them, 5 other Special Forces members dressed in black bulletproof vests had arrived even earlier. Brothers, are you SWAT or armed police? Wang Xuedong boldly inquired of a nearby member clad in a black uniform. Armed Police Special Forces. Hey, the armed police are involved too. What kind of operation is this? Do you have any insider information? The Special Forces member glanced at him but chose not to respond. Continuing to clean his weapon, Wang Xuedong's eyes darted to the other equipment, instantly piqued. Whoa, CSLR, 4? Type 26, that sniper rifle is impressive. How does it perform, brother? Is it easy to use? Let me fire a few rounds when we get the chance. The member in black remained silent, focusing intently on his sniper rifle. After a lengthy pause, he finally spoke. Are you military personnel? Yes, from the 223rd Brigade. Ascent. Curious what kind of operation necessitates a joint effort from the military and police? Wang Xuedong, having grown bored for a while, perked up at the inquiry. I don't know. We received an urgent order and came straight here. Oh, same here. Nice to meet you. I'm Wang Xuedong from the 223rd Brigade. Wang Xuedong extended his right hand. Hello, I'm Shui Kai. The two shook hands amicably, establishing a camaraderie between them. Brother Shui, I've heard the Type 26 has some impressive accessories. What do you have with you? An 8x, 32x daylight scope, laser rangefinder ballistic calculator, night vision enhancement device, and spare magazines. Everything I could carry. Upon hearing this, Wang Xuedong felt a rush of envy. Damn, those accessories are even more formidable than those of my electromagnetic kinetic energy sniper rifle. No, my sniper rifle only has a basic 16x scope. This has me itching with desire. He had little interest in the rest, but the 8x, 32x daylight scope and the night vision enhancement device were particularly enticing. He pondered how he might acquire them. Shui Kai, however, was far from idle. He stowed his sniper rifle back into his backpack and scrutinized Wang Xuedong's black bag. Hey brother, that's quite a large backpack you have. You must have packed quite a few items, right? I don't recall the 88 Sniper S bag being this big. What's wrong? Are you looking down on the 88 Sniper? Do you know why the Type 26 is being deployed among police, SWAT, and armed police special forces first? It's because its slow rear-pull bolt action takes forever. On a real battlefield, the enemy would have already fled. So what if it's a rear-pull bolt action? The M24 has the same mechanism. Besides, why are you getting all worked up? I didn't say anything bad about the 88 Sniper. I used it for many years myself. Shui Kai, equally stubborn, shot Wang Xuedong a glare. See, that's the look I'm talking about. Enough. Let us not waste words. You go on with your Type 26. Wang Xuedong initially intended to boast about his formidable weapon, but, due to Shui Kai's mere glance, he reconsidered. After all, he had used the 88 Sniper for many years. Even with its flaws, he felt the need to defend his old companion. Subsequently, the group settled into silence, closing their eyes to rest. The minor altercation faded into the background as their thoughts lingered on the impending operation. What kind of urgent action awaited them? This question loomed large in their minds. On a winding road, a gray business vehicle was cruising at a leisurely pace. Viper peeked at the sky. The weather, which had been clear earlier, was now overcast and threatening rain. After nearly 10 more kilometers, the downpour finally began, with large raindrops hammering against the windows and roof, creating a cacophony of sound. Awakened by the noise, Fox swiftly reached for his sidearm and glanced outside, pausing his movements. Lone Wolf, how long until we arrive? Less than an hour. Lone Wolf responded after checking with Viper, who was focused on driving. Boss, this dreadful weather isn't suitable for operations. It'll at least make drone takeoff and photography quite difficult, Monkey chimed in, glancing at the rain. Once we reach the destination, there are still several dozen kilometers of mountain roads to navigate. Perhaps the rain will cease by then. Just as Fox's group was nearing their destination, Wang Shuedong and his Team S aircraft arrived at the military airport in the southwest. Wang Shuedong and Shui Jikai quickly stood, adjusting their gear as the tail of the fat girl slowly descended, allowing the Special Forces members to exit the aircraft in an orderly fashion. Amid the torrential downpour, a Major General was awaiting them on the runway. Chapter 92. A narrow encounter. The Major General hastened towards Wang Shuedong and his team upon sighting them. Are you comrades from Yinjing? I am Liao Jianwei, the commander of the 1st Border Defense Division of the Southwest Military Region. Greetings, Commander. I am Wang Shuedong, the captain of the Special Forces Battalion from the 223rd Combined Brigade. Hello, Commander. I am Shui Jikai, captain of the Special Forces Battalion of the Yinjing Armed Police. Wang Shuedong and his companions stood at attention, saluting Commander Liao. Excellent, we've been waiting for you. Let us walk and talk. Both battalion commanders will join me on one helicopter, and the remaining troops will take another. Understood. At the military airport, 2 transport helicopters had already started up. The group quickly jogged towards them and boarded in sequence. The 2 military green helicopters whirled their massive rotors, creating a cloud of mist beneath them as the powerful airflow dispersed the rainwater below, resembling a gigantic fan blowing downward, enveloping the entire aircraft in a shroud of misty rain. After a brief pause, the transport helicopters lifted off the ground, flying swiftly at low altitude. Wang Shuedong and his companions sat upright in the cabin, eagerly awaiting Commander Liao to assign their mission. The situation is as follows. At 8 o'clock this morning, the Border Control Department discovered an illegal immigrant during a routine inspection conducted by the Skynet surveillance system. After extensive collaboration, it was determined that this illegal entrant is a well-known mercenary from Southeast Asia, nicknamed Lone Wolf. He has previously orchestrated several notorious assassination operations and is currently wanted by multiple countries as well as Interpol. Classified as a Red A-level wanted criminal, the individual known as Lone Wolf possesses a ruthless nature, exhibiting a penchant for bloodshed. Unlike most assassins who typically target a single principal victim, he indiscriminately slaughters, sparing neither the elderly nor women and children. This year alone, he has accumulated dozens of lives on his conscience. After sharing this information, Commander Liao paused, retrieved several wanted posters from his bag, and handed them to Wang Shuedong. This is his wanted notice. The current complication is that our technical department has calculated that the business vehicle carrying Lone Wolf is severely overloaded. After reviewing the footage repeatedly, we suspect he may have accomplices and do not rule out the possibility of heavy weaponry being present in the vehicle. Additionally, it is peculiar that Lone Wolf, often referred to as such for his preference for solitary operations, rarely associates with others. So why does he have so many accomplices this time? Commander Liao remarked, furrowing his brow as he glanced at Wang Shuedong and Shui Jikai. It is highly likely that his current target is particularly troublesome, and given his capabilities, he may struggle to handle it alone. Shui Jikai pondered for a moment before exclaiming, indeed, our analysis aligns with this, so we must promptly arrange for our foreign colleagues to investigate his movements and contacts over the past few days. However, as of now, we have not received any valuable information. So where's Lone Wolf at this moment? Wang Shuedong inquired anxiously. We traced his whereabouts through a surveillance camera on this route, but the next camera did not capture the vehicle again. They likely turned onto another road, so we currently do not know his exact location, Commander Liao explained, unfolding a map and pointing to a red circle on it. Commander Liao, don't you find it odd? This area is dense with mountains and forests, rarely visited by people, let alone anything of significant value. Why would they mobilize such resources? Are they here for a group tour? Wang Shuedong casually remarked while examining the map. Haha, Captain Wang, you've hit the nail on the head, Commander Liao chuckled, nodding at the 2 captains. No wonder the leaders from the military district in Yinjing specifically requested you 2 to lead the operation. It seems not only do you possess exceptional abilities, but you also have your own insights. Commander Liao refrained from further discussing the operation but began to praise them, leaving Wang Shuedong and Shui Jikai slightly taken aback. They exchanged glances, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Haha, alright, once we arrive at our destination, everything will become clear. For now, I estimate the helicopter still has some time to fly. Captain Wang, since we have a moment, why don't you show me the new weapon from Academician Chuj? Commander Liao said, his eyes glancing towards the black backpack beside Wang Shuedong, which he was holding tightly as if it might run away if he let go. Huh? Haha, Commander Liao, why do you sound just like our brigade commander? Getting all excited at the sight of a treasure? Wang Shuedong responded, rendered speechless by Commander Liao's eager gaze. Don't mention your brigade commander. Just thinking about him gets me riled up. It's unbelievable that all the good stuff goes straight to his unit. Our border defense troops are the frontline military force of Huaxia, yet we don't even have a single new firearm. For this reason, our commander even made a special trip to the general staff. And guess what they said? What did they say? Wang Shuedong asked, intrigued, while Xue Zhikai remained somewhat confused about the conversation between the two. Suddenly hearing about new weapons piqued his interest. Has the military developed new weaponry? He perked up, thinking that once the mission was completed, he could report back to his superiors. The new rifles are expensive and cannot be replaced all at once. There is a process involved. As for who gets equipped first, they have their considerations. The border defense troops will not be changing their gear for the time being, and your 1st Division cannot be treated as special. Can it? Otherwise, won't the other brother units be thrown into chaos? Oh, and as for the new sniper rifle in your possession, that's even more exaggerated. They claim there's only one? I don't believe it. Are they trying to fool children? Commander Liao exclaimed, clearly agitated. Xue Zhikai now understood that not only were there new rifles, but also new sniper rifles. As a sniper enthusiast, he turned to Wang Shuedong, forming a united front with Commander Liao. I must say, Wang Shuedong, you really know how to play it cool when it comes to your new gun. Are you afraid I might take your new rifle or something? Hurry up and show it to us. Maybe I won't even be interested. After all, can it compare to my Type 26? Wang Shuedong was now displeased. The electromagnetic kinetic energy sniper rifle was his prized possession, and he couldn't tolerate such comments. Swiftly, he retrieved the sniper rifle case and carefully placed it on the cabin floor. Commander Liao discreetly gave Xue Zhikai a thumbs up, and Xue Zhikai smiled knowingly, recognizing the old tactic of prodding to provoke a reaction. Through this brief interaction, he had managed to gauge Wang Shuedong's temperament quite well. Praising his abilities was acceptable, but when it came to his weapons, that was a different matter. Whether it was the 88 sniper rifle or the new model, a little provocation had indeed proven effective. Wang Shuedong was oblivious to this dynamic, as he was focused on